Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
How is it? Not bad, right? God Shura asked with a hint of amusement. Not bad, Jong Chun replied calmly. With his immense mental strength, controlling another ignorant clone in battle was hardly a challenge. God Shura didn't probe into Jiang Chen's soul skills and instead continued, I'll grant you the remainder of your reward. Your 9 soul rings have already reached an exceptionally high age limit. Increasing their years further won't make a significant difference in enhancing your soul skills. He paused, then said, What you lack now is time. By the time you reach level 99, your current soul power has already reached level 92. I'll convert the remaining rewards into pure soul power, pushing you 5 levels higher. Any objections? No objections. Absolutely no objections. Jiang Chun answered quickly, his heart pounding with excitement. A 5-level increase in soul power, especially at the title Douluo stage, was beyond extraordinary. His cultivation would skyrocket from level 92 to 97 in an instant, a feat that would leave even the strongest figures in awe. Even Bibi Dong, who currently held an immense advantage at level 98, would find Jiang Chun rapidly closing the gap overnight. At this moment, whatever lingering dissatisfaction Jiang Chun had toward God Shura completely vanished. He once again realized how beneficial it was to have the backing of a divine powerhouse. Just as he was basking in his joy, a gentle yet majestic soul power flowed into him through his killing god domain, quickly merging with his own. The energy carried no distinct attributes, but it was incredibly pure, so refined that Jiang Chun could absorb it effortlessly, rapidly converting it into his own soul power. His meridians expanded and adapted at an astonishing rate, accommodating the sudden surge in power. His cultivation soared like a shooting star, 94, 95, 96. In less than 10 minutes, his soul power had reached level 97, stabilizing almost instantly. The moment he stepped into the realm of titled Douluo, he had already ascended to the rank of Super Douluo. Jiang Chun stood up, feeling the surging energy coursing through his body. He was overjoyed. From level 89 to level 97, his soul power had increased tenfold. Finally, he could unleash his soul skills without hesitation, no longer needing to worry about their immense energy consumption. With his newfound strength, he was confident that if he faced Tang San and the others again, he could eliminate them single-handedly. God Shura's voice rang out once more, Get accustomed to your newfound strength. If you intend to visit Sea God Island, go without hesitation. With me around, the Sea God wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Understood. Thank you, Senior, Jiang Chun responded gratefully. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Bibi Dong stepped out. Her long, freshly washed hair draped over her shoulders, still damp, giving her an alluring look. She was wearing one of Chen Rinshue's form-fitting outfits, highlighting her graceful curves. Jiang Chun glanced at her briefly before quickly averting his gaze. If Shuer wore that outfit next, it would definitely feel looser. Bibi Dong sat down calmly, as if nothing had happened, then casually asked, Who were you talking to just now? She had overheard Jiang Chen's earlier outburst, which had clearly been directed at someone. It was Senior Azura God, Jiang Chun replied, a trace of embarrassment in his tone. Oh? I heard you mention me. Does Senior God Shura know me? Bibi Dong asked curiously. He praised you for being an excellent teacher, for nurturing such an outstanding student like me, Jiang Chun smoothly flattered her. Bibi Dong smiled faintly but didn't pursue the topic further. She wasn't entirely convinced by Jiang Chen's answer. From his earlier outburst, it was clear that he had argued with someone, and the matter had something to do with her. But since Jiang Chun chose not to elaborate, she didn't press him. By the way, what is your 9th soul skill? Bibi Dong's cold yet curious eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. Not wanting to risk eavesdroppers, especially the sea god, Jiang Chun transmitted the explanation directly to Bibi Dong through sound transmission. She nodded approvingly. This soul skill is quite formidable. It effectively doubles your strength. Seeing Bibi Dong's satisfied expression, Jiang Chun grinned. Teacher, Senior Azura God's reward isn't limited to just that. Feel my soul power. He extended his hand. Bibi Dong, intrigued, grasped Jiang Chen's wrist and carefully examined the soul power flowing within him. Moments later, her eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? She could feel the boundless, oceanic power surging within him. This was not the level of a newly ascended titled Douluo. She estimated that Jiang Chen's soul power had reached at least level 97, perhaps even level 98. Given that his soul power was denser than most, pinpointing his exact level was difficult. Jong Chun withdrew his hand and chuckled. After absorbing the spirit ring, I reached level 92. Then, the second test's reward boosted me by another 5 levels, bringing me to level 97. Bibi Dong was dumbfounded, standing frozen in place as she processed the information. It took her a long moment to regain her composure. She sighed, her voice carrying a mix of awe and helplessness. At this rate, you'll probably reach godhood before me. She was overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. Jiang Chen had only been 6 years old when Bibi Dong took him as her disciple. At that time, she was already a formidable titled Douluo. Yet, in just over a decade, his cultivation had nearly caught up with hers. In terms of pure combat power, Jiang Chen might even surpass her with ease. With 8 soul rings of 50,000 years, 1 soul ring of 1,000,000 years, and a soul power level reaching 100, she couldn't think of a single being in Douluo Continent who could rival him. Her disciple, merely at level 97, was already an unmatched existence in the mortal world. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Such an extraordinary young man was her disciple, her Jiang Chun. By the way, teacher, now that I've broken through to title Douluo, I will undergo another tribulation in 3 days. I was thinking. Before he could finish, Bibi Dong raised a hand, cutting him off. Don't expect me to protect you this time. She still vividly remembered how, during his last tribulation, he had thrown her into a coffin and even ruined an entire set of her clothes. Just the thought of it left her in a foul mood. Jong Chun felt a little awkward but remained helpless. The other 2 are in seclusion. Bibi Dong stood up and shot him a glare. Go to bed early. Find me tomorrow morning. With that, she turned and left the room, closing the door behind her. Yet, as she walked away, the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. For some reason, she felt inexplicably happy. Inside the room, Jiang Chun waved a hand, shutting the door completely before attempting to cultivate. A short while later, he stopped, frowning slightly. After stepping into the titled Douluo realm, the pace of his cultivation had slowed significantly. He estimated that it would take over a year to break through from level 97 to 98. For other titled Douluo, such a leap would require several years, perhaps even a decade. But for him, a year still felt like far too long. Time was his most pressing concern. While Tang San and the others no longer posed a threat in his eyes, the looming danger of the sea god and the god of destruction remained. If they could manipulate Tang San against him once, who knew what methods they might employ next? Despite his skyrocketing strength, Jiang Chun still felt immense pressure. His only path forward was to ascend as quickly as possible and claim the mantle of the Azure god. Only then would he be beyond the reach of any mortal threat. He would train in the Douluo Continent for 100 years before ascending to the God realm to settle accounts with those who opposed him. Let's see what kind of rewards await me after tomorrow's tribulation. Hopefully, it will be another pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Tang San and his companions had finally recovered. With the power of the divine realm purging the poison from their bodies, their wounds had healed. Apart from their pale complexions, they were physically unharmed. At this moment, the 7 of them gathered in a secret chamber, reviewing their failed assassination attempt on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. Ning Rongrong muttered through gritted teeth. Her voice was low, filled with a chilling hatred that made those around her shudder. Her once jet-black hair had turned half-gray. Jiang Chun had drained nearly all the blood from her body during their last encounter. If not for the divine power shielding her, she would have died that day. Even Ma Hongjun, who was usually the most carefree and prone to underestimating Jiang Chun, remained uncharacteristically silent. It was as if the experience had changed something within him. The rest of the group also wore dark expressions. For a long moment, no one spoke. Zhu Zhuqing finally broke the silence. Senior Chun Xian and Gu Rong were released by Jiang Chen's 6th soul ring. And with that monstrous creature of his, do we really have any chance of killing him? A heavy silence followed her words. Then, after a long pause, Tang San finally spoke. It's possible, as long as we ascend to godhood as quickly as possible. We've all witnessed the overwhelming might of divine power. It's something no mortal can resist. If we can achieve that, then no matter how strong Jong Chun is, he will fall to us. Just as his words settled, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber. Impossible. Even if you all become gods, you alone will never be able to kill Jong Chun. The voice belonged to none other than the sea god. The Shrek's 7 devils instantly recognized it. Their faces paled. The realization that their revenge was slipping further out of reach left them deeply shaken. The sea god continued, Jiang Chen has broken through to title Douluo. Under the rewards granted by the Azura god, his cultivation has already reached level 97. For the first time, Tang San felt true despair. Previously, he had surpassed Jiang Chen in cultivation and had taken pride in that fact. But their last battle had shattered his confidence. And now, Jiang Chen had advanced at an astonishing pace, widening the gap between them in a single leap. Tang San couldn't see any realistic way to defeat him anymore. In terms of raw strength, he was inferior. Tang Sek's greatest weapon, poisons, were ineffective against Jiang Chen. Hidden weapons? He had already abandoned that notion. Even if he managed to craft the most lethal hidden weapon, it wouldn't be enough to harm Jiang Chen now. And worst of all, time was against him. There simply wasn't enough of it for him to train further, let alone manufacture hidden weapons capable of making a difference.
Senior Sea God, does this count as a failure in our assessment? Tang San asked. No, you still have a chance. Jong Chen should come to Sea God Island in person in a short time, and then you can take the opportunity to kill him. But didn't you just say that his strength has skyrocketed, so we can't kill him? Tang San was puzzled. Sea God said, just keep cultivating, as long as he dares to come, he will definitely die here. At this time, Tang San finally asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time, Senior, is there any secret about Jong Chen? It seems that you and several other seniors want him to die. Tang San has always had this doubt in his heart. Why must Jong Chen be defeated in the assessment? Can't you beat other strong men? What Sea God said at the time was that defeating Jong Chen could eliminate their inner demons. But now, Tang San sensitively felt a sense of urgency to kill Jong Chen from Sea God's words. The Sea God was silent for a moment, and said, that's right, Jong Chen has killed too many people, he is inhumane, and has already attracted the attention of the gods in the god realm, so he must die. You don't have to think too much, just practice hard, don't worry, your revenge will definitely be avenged. Daimubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others showed joy on their faces. Even the high gods in the god realm wanted Jong Chen to die, so Jong Chen would definitely not live long. I really hope he can come sooner, I want to see him die with my own eyes, Ning Rongrong said with a grim expression. After learning of Jong Chen's inevitable fate, their decadent emotions were swept away, and their hearts became extremely happy. Tang San pondered for a moment, and said, I have something, I want to ask everyone. The other 6 people all looked over. Tang San said bitterly, about my great-grandfather, I hope you will keep it a secret for me. He was really scared. It was not easy for their father and son to recognize their ancestors and return to their clan, and they were recognized by Hao Shenzong. If the elders learn that he killed his great-grandfather, they don't know how they will treat their father and son. Also, the person his father Tang Hao admired most in his life was Tang Chen. Tang San didn't dare to imagine how Tang Hao would punish him if he learned the truth. I don't want the elders to be sad, after all the great-grandfather has disappeared for so many years, let them continue to maintain a beautiful fantasy in their hearts. Tang San said softly. Daimubai and the others nodded. Little San, we understand, don't worry. In the early morning, on a barren hill far away from Wuhan City, thunder billowed. Bibi Dong looked at Jong Chen who was bathed in thunder, feeling quite relaxed. Some things can be calmly faced after being nervous a few times. Her confidence in Jong Chen has now grown to an extremely high level. She understood that no matter how terrifying this catastrophe was, it would not take Jong Chen's life. This kid's life is very hard. Chapter 379 Ready to go to Sea God Island. Jong Chen's heavenly tribulation this time is different from the previous ones. In addition to the sky thunders of various colors, there were also many phantoms of soul beasts with terrifying auras on the robbery cloud. Each phantom exudes an aura that can make title Douluo tremble. In short, for Jong Chen, it means that the power of heavenly tribulation has increased again. Although he had an extra powerful soul ability to resist the catastrophe, the 9th soul ability, he didn't use it. This will serve as his bottom card in the box, and it may have miraculous effects in the future. His zombie cultivation base had already reached the bottleneck. Under the bombardment of this catastrophe, the bottleneck gradually loosened and he began to move towards the 9th level. As long as the zombie's cultivation level breaks through again, his strength will surge again. Bibi Dong looked at Jong Chen's tragic state of being struck by the sky lightning, and was not at all worried that Jong Chen would die, but she couldn't help feeling distressed. In the castle of destruction in the god realm, the god of destruction and others are closely watching Jong Chen's situation of crossing the catastrophe. Although Douluo was blocked by the committee, the gods were forbidden to peep. But God of Destruction, as a member of the committee, naturally has a way. At this time, the gods looked at the situation of Jiang Chen crossing the tribulation in the Douluo Continent, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. The power of the catastrophe is getting stronger and stronger, it has reached the power of the demigod level, and is gradually approaching the power of the god level. However, such a terrifying catastrophe failed to kill that nasty human kid. This made the gods feel more threatened. They had always believed in the high priest, Xiaoxue, and now they have offended Jiang Chen to death. If Jiang Chen does not die, then they will definitely die in the future. The killing intent in the God of Destruction's eyes was undisguised. Such a terrifyingly talented human boy, as long as he succeeds in inheriting the Azura God position, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and it will be very difficult to kill him at that time. The God of Destruction sees this very clearly. Maybe Jiang Chen will stay on the Douluo Continent to practice for another 100 years, and when he ascends to the God realm, he will be able to ride on his head. Therefore, the best choice is to kill Jiang Chen before he fully inherits the throne of Azura. The last thunder fell, and the gods present couldn't hide the shock on their faces. The power of that last blow was infinitely close to the power of a god. However, it only caused the human youth's body to be broken, and then they saw Jiang Chen's body recovering rapidly. Vulcan, whose body was burning with flames, said in a deep voice, "This Jiang Chen must die." The God of Destruction said with a murderous look, "Soon, he will come to your door soon, and then it will be up to you." A cold light flashed in Sea God's eyes. "Don't worry, he will surely die this time. No one can save him. I, Sea God, said so." The last thunder fell. Bibi Dong heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face. In order to avoid the embarrassing situation before, she did not go there immediately. However, her mental power could feel that Jiang Chen was recovering rapidly, and his aura became stronger and stronger. She could feel that after this catastrophe, Jiang Chen's aura became much stronger. There was still some thunder tribulation liquid in Jiang Chen's system space, but he didn't use it to recover his current injuries. It is a life-saving thing. If there is a fatal danger, it can save his life at a critical moment. After the catastrophe, Jiang Chen dragged his broken body and sat up, using his soul power to repair his injuries. Relying on his own resilience, it took him half an hour to recover most of it. Although he has not recovered to his peak, it has no effect on his actions. After he got dressed, Bibi Dong flew over. "Your recovery speed this time is much slower than before," Bibi Dong said with a frown. Jiang Chen smiled heartily. "It's okay, I'll be back to my peak in less than a day. Then let's go back." Bibi Dong didn't say anything else. After returning to his residence, Jiang Chen immediately entered the secret cultivation room to check the rewards he had obtained. Sure enough, under the tempering of heavenly tribulation, his zombie cultivation has broken through to level 9. His current physical strength is absolutely terrifying. Swinging his fists at will can cause an explosion. With his current strength, he might be able to blow Tang Chen up with a single punch. Where's my reward for crossing the tribulation? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. This time, the system didn't give any reminder of rewards. His consciousness entered the system space and searched carefully. His system space was evolved from the previous item bar, and the gift package for crossing the catastrophe rewarded by the system should be in it. The diameter of the space is about dash meters, and beyond dash meters is endless thick fog, which cannot be penetrated by sight and mental power. Within the dash meter space, Jiang Chen used the white mist to separate several areas, storing some of his treasures separately. Jiang Chen's consciousness scanned the entire space, but he didn't find any extra items. He frowned and checked again, still nothing. Didn't I be rewarded for crossing the tribulation this time? Jiang Chen was suddenly a little disappointed. Such a situation is not unheard of. There was no reward for crossing the tribulation once before. Jiang Chen was inevitably a little disappointed in his heart, compared to the rewards given by God Shura. He was looking forward to the tribulation gift package given by the system. No. Jiang Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. His consciousness swept again, and finally noticed the difference in the system space. This space has become larger. It used to be 300 meters in diameter, but now it has become about dash meters in diameter. The ground was still covered with green grass, so green that Jiang Chen was speechless. What's the use of this enlarged space? Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he seemed to see something in the rolling mist on the edge. His condensed body immediately dissipated, and then recondensed at the edge. His eyes widened vigorously. However, this is just a body formed by his consciousness, unable to use his eyesight of divine punishment, and unable to see through the thick white mist. Suddenly, with a movement in his heart, the clone of the Soul Master directly appeared in this space. The martial spirit was released, the ninth spirit ring lit up, and Jiang Chen, who looked like an idiot with dull eyes, appeared next to the Soul Master's avatar. This is his ninth soul skill avatar skill. His god's punishment eyes are on the deity can't enter here. And although this ninth soul ability has no wisdom and needs to be manipulated, it can use the god's eye of punishment. Under the control of Jiang Chen's thoughts, the eyes of the sluggish clone suddenly burst out with lightning, looking into the thick white mist. However, soon Jiang Chen was disappointed. The see-through ability of the omnipotent eye of punishment lost its effect at this moment. There seemed to be a mysterious force flowing in the white mist, preventing him from seeing through. He had no choice but to give up. Looking at the black object the size of a house in the depths of the white mist, Jiang Chen's soul suddenly throbbed violently. A feeling of incomparable longing appeared in his heart, as if that black object was extremely important to him. It's just that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the object clearly, nor could he enter the white mist. Jiang Chen felt discouraged for a while. It seems that this mysterious thing should be the reward for this tribulation, but how can I get it? Jiang Chen thought hard for a long while, but had no idea, and finally had no choice but to give up. He walked around the edge of the space, and found some black shadows in other directions, but they were much smaller. Jiang Chen felt itchy in his heart, but he was helpless. Finally he exited the system space and didn't think about it anymore. You will get what you deserve sooner or later, and it's useless to worry about it now. Since I can't get the rewards from the system for the time being, then stabilize my cultivation and go to destroy Sea God Island as soon as possible. Jiang Chen made up his mind. His zombie cultivation base and Soul Master cultivation base have ushered in a big improvement. It's time to kill Shrek. As for the Soul Master of Sea God Island, and the Sea God, it's fine if they don't make a move, but if they do, they will definitely pay a heavy price. Chapter 380 Going to Sea, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Senior Azure God. Jiang Chen called out in his heart. What's the matter? I want to set off for Sea God Island in 3 days. Jiang Chen said. Yes, now the King of Kindness is overseeing the myriad realms. I have asked her to pay close attention. If the sea gods dare to overstep, they will be recorded. With these evidences, I can kill them on the spot. Power. All I want is this talisman. Jiang Chen can relax. With God Shura's guarantee, he will never have another accident this time. Shrek and Haoshanzong are destined to disappear in this world. After confirming the plan, Jiang Chen went to Bibi Dong and asked her to arrange actions in 3 days. There are at least a dozen title Douluo on Sea God Island, plus the title Douluo from Clear Sky School, and there must be quite a few Contra and Soul Sage level powerhouses. If one wanted to eradicate the grass, one had to dispatch a large number of titled Douluo level powerhouses from the Wuhan Empire. Bibi Dong immediately made arrangements and selected 15 titled Douluo experts. Jiang Chen went to Qian Daolio to mobilize 3 priests. In this trip, apart from him and Bibi Dong, the number of titled Douluo reached 18. He alone is enough to easily deal with the Shrek 7 monsters. Sea God Douluo Bo-Sixi can be handed over to Kainki, or his Soul Master Avatar to deal with it. In addition, there are a large number of Contra, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor level powerhouses following them, and they are also equipped with many newly manufactured Soul Guides. According to this lineup, it would not be difficult to destroy Sea God Island this time. The Master and the Apprentice discussed for a long time, and they were relieved after making sure that there was nothing wrong. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen entered into a state of penance, and became familiar with his skyrocketing strength. After 3 days, he was finally able to achieve perfect control over his own power. Under the guidance of God Shura, he became familiar with Shura Sword. Currently, his control over the Shura Sword has only reached 30%, that is to say, he can only display 30% of the power of the Shura Sword. With his future use and the deepening of his cultivation, the degree of control over the Azura Sword will also become higher and higher. But it is very difficult to achieve % control and fully exert the power of the Azura Sword. Complete control of the Azura Sword is also one of the assessment conditions for the final inheritance stage. 3 days passed, and Bibi Dong, Jiang Chen, and a group of Spirit Empire masters, a total of more than 500 people, rode on chariots and headed towards the west in a mighty manner. This time Bibi Dong chose to act with great fanfare, even declaring to the outside world that this trip to Sea God Island was to punish the Shrek 7 monsters who were the culprits of the massacre some time ago. Among them, several teachers from Haoshanzong and Shrek Academy were marked as accomplices. For a moment, the hearts of the people in the Wuhan Empire were excited, shouting to destroy the 7 Shrek monsters, destroy Haoshanzong, and destroy Sea God Island. Every time the team passed through a city, Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen would come out, sit in a luxurious convertible car, and meet countless people. Every city has reached the point of being empty for thousands of people. In order to see the legendary founding emperor Bibi Dong and the godlike holy son Jong Chen with their own eyes, countless people squeezed their heads out. From the few hours when the convoy entered the city to the time it left the city, the shouts in the city never stopped. Almost all were shouting, "Long live His Majesty! Long live the Holy Son! Long live the Spirit Empire!" Every minute at the scene, countless teenagers and girls were so excited that they fainted. The teenagers were because of Bibi Dong's stunning beauty, and the girls were because of Jong Chen's handsome image. Jong Chen was a little helpless. If he showed a bright smile casually, many girls would faint from excitement. This was simply more terrifying than the stars in the previous life. It is estimated that if he raises his arms and calls out, "I need to warm my bed tonight," and there will be countless girls shyly saying nothing. Of course, he won't do that. He has to maintain a perfect image of the sun without any blemishes. After leaving another city, Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong returned to the car. Jiang Chen kept rubbing his face with his hands. In the 2 hours he passed through the city just now, his smile didn't stop, and he felt like his face was about to cramp. Of course, this is just an illusion. With his strong physique, he will be fine even if he laughs all day long. "Teacher, you didn't stop smiling just now, didn't your face cramp?" Jiang Chen joked. Bibi Dong glared at him and kicked him over. "You even dare to make fun of me? Get out." Jiang Chen quickly opened the car door, and jumped into another car. After Bibi Dong closed the car door, she stretched out her hand to knead that alluring face. Her body is not as perverted as Jiang Chen's. She passes through several cities a day, and facing those passionate people, she has to maintain the most beautiful image, and her mouth is really about to twitch. Being an emperor is really more tiring than being a pope. Bibi Dong couldn't help sighing. When she was the pope before, she only had to strategize behind the scenes and issue orders. But now, she has become a public figure, and she needs to maintain a good image of the emperor in front of the people of the world. "I'm so tired. After that kid becomes a god, let him suffer for this sin." Bibi Dong rubbed the sun's acupoints with 2 slender and white fingers, and the corner of her mouth curled into a breathtakingly beautiful smile. A day later, they arrived at Hanhai City, where they rested for a day. Sailing on the sea requires preparation of many things, including supplies, excellent captains and navigators, and warships, etc. Among the design drawings of soul tools that Jiang Chen brought back at the beginning, there were design drawings of warships. That kind of warship is comparable to the heavy warship of Jiang Chen's previous life. It uses a lot of soul tool technology. Not only is it extremely hard, but it is also equipped with many heavy attack soul tools. Jiang Chen said at the beginning that there is a continent at the end of the sea, and the higher UPS of the Wuhan Empire had an idea. Since then, they have started manufacturing warships, and now they can be used to attack Sea God Island. The idea of the Wuhan Empire's top management is that the empire should not only be invincible on the mainland, but also invincible in the sea, and even in the starry sky in the future. Jiang Chen once discussed science with the high-level officials of the empire. The planet where Douluo Continent is located is round, and there may be other planets with life in the starry sky. This completely overturned the cognition of the high-level empire, and even made them ignite. I believe it won't be long before the statement that Douluo star is round will be accepted by people in the whole continent, and Jiang Chen is also looking forward to the day when the Spirit Empire can step out of the starry sky. The next day, 3 warships set off from Hanhai City and headed towards Sea God Island. In addition to the more than 500 soul masters Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong, there are many soul masters who have received sea combat training on the battleship. These soul masters have rich experience in sailing at sea and can skillfully use the soul tools on the battleship. Although they have not fought in real battles, they have practiced many times. The soul master suffered a big loss. The life of sailing at sea is boring and tedious, and the 500 imperial masters accompanying them all have varying degrees of discomfort. Almost none of them have ever seen the sea, and it is the first time to sail on the sea. At night, Jiang Chen came to Bibi Dong's room with the lunchbox. Bibi Dong sat cross-legged on the bed and was practicing. Her face was slightly pale. Dinner was still on the table, and it was hardly touched. Hearing the knock on the door, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. "Who is it?" "Teacher, it's me." With a wave of Bibi Dong's hand, the door was opened, and Jiang Chen walked in with a lunchbox. Jiang Chen followed behind the maid. "Take these." Jiang Chen turned his head and said to the maid. Soon, the meals on the table were taken away. Jiang Chen closed the door, and brought out the meals in the lunchbox one by one. Bibi Dong's eyes became extremely gentle. "Xiaoxue, teacher has no appetite today, so I won't eat." It was also the first time for her to go out to sea by boat. Not long after boarding the boat today, she felt a little dizzy, her stomach was overwhelmed, and she vomited out everything she had eaten at noon. Although she has the strength of a titled Douluo, seasickness varies from person to person, and some people cannot be avoided with high strength. Although she is much better now, she still has no appetite, otherwise she wouldn't even have eaten those dinners a few times. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Teacher, you can't hide from me that you secretly vomited on the boat. I know you don't have an appetite, so I specially made some appetizers for you. Come and taste." Bibi Dong blushed slightly, because she felt that she was powerful, and as an emperor, seasickness was a bit shameful, which would affect her perfect image, so she hid when she vomited. "I didn't expect that I didn't hide the sharp eyes of my disciple. Oh, you are really the roundworm in the teacher's stomach." Bibi Dong sighed, but her face was full of smiles, and her pale complexion became a little more rosy. Jiang Chen's thoughtfulness moved her heart, and it was the greatest blessing in her life to have such a disciple. Bibi Dong came to the table and sat down. On the table was a large plate of sauerkraut fish as an appetizer, as well as several other dishes that were full of color, fragrance, and tempt your index finger. But Bibi Dong shook her head. "Teacher really has no appetite." Jiang Chen served her a bowl of sauerkraut fish, and said with a smile, "Teacher, this is a fish I caught with my own hands. It has been carefully prepared, and I guarantee it will whet your appetite. Then I'll try it." Bibi Dong looked forward to it. She took the spoon Jiang Chen handed over, and first took a small sip of the fish soup with her rosy lips. As the fish soup entered her mouth, her eyes suddenly lit up. The incomparably delicious taste stimulated her taste buds, and the accompanying sour and spicy taste drove her appetite to the maximum. She didn't care about her image, so she gulped and drank in front of Jiang Chen. She was full of praise for the tender and refreshing fish meat. "Teacher, don't worry, there is more, Jiang Chen smiled and watched. Not long after, the food on the table was swept away by Bibi Dong. She touched her somewhat round belly and exclaimed, "Xiaoxue, this is the most delicious meal that the teacher has eaten in decades. Teacher, if you want to eat, I can make it for you every day from now on." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Teacher, why are you so embarrassed to bother you?" Bibi said, and then she smiled slyly. "However, during the time at sea, I will leave the matter of the teacher's meals to you." "No problem, I promise to satisfy the teacher." Jiang Chen patted his chest. After chatting with Bibi Dong for a while, Jiang Chen returned to his room, concentrating on his cultivation. In the early morning, Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen stood on the deck, facing the slightly fishy sea breeze, looking into the distance. They have been marching for almost a day, and according to the scheduled itinerary, it will take another 2 days to reach Sea God Island. The commander of the battleship stood respectfully behind Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen, and said, Your Majesty, in half a day we will enter the dangerous sea area, where there is an extremely ferocious sea soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, and all ships sailing at sea will consider it a restricted area. Do you think we should go around it? Bibi Dong suddenly became interested. None of the 10-year-old soul beasts on Douluo Continent were her opponents. She had never seen a powerful sea soul beast yet. She looked back at the commander and asked, What is the strength of that sea soul beast? The commander said solemnly, This deep-sea demon whale king definitely has the strength of a 10-year-old soul beast, and the 10-year-old soul beast in the sea is several times more terrifying than those on land. Rumor has it that this demon whale is too powerful, so that even the legendary sea god felt jealous, so he stabbed one of its eyes blind. How many times stronger than the spirit beasts on land? Bibi Dong became more interested and asked, Has anyone seen it with their own eyes? The commander shook his head, Everyone who has seen it is dead. This magic whale is extremely cruel. Anyone who disturbs it will surely die. Jong Chen walked up and said with a smile, Let me add, this deep-sea demon whale king is 200 meters long, and its strength is not 10 years, but millions of years. Million years? The commander, as well as the elders who were listening not far away, couldn't help but gasped, feeling their whole bodies trembling. A million-year-old soul beast might kill them with just one breath. The expression of interest on Bibi Dong's face disappeared, and her complexion became serious. Before arriving at Sea God Island, we shouldn't fight such a powerful spirit beast, so let's go around first, she said. Teacher, no need. Jong Chen said. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Jong Chen. Jong Chen smiled and said, Teacher, have you forgotten? The beast Kainki I subdued has the strength of a million years. With that said, he let Kainki out. It was a rare time to come out. Kainki couldn't help shouting excitedly. The terrifying breath made countless people back away in horror. Be quiet. Jong Chen patted its head hard. Kainki lay down quietly on the ground immediately. There was some grievance in those two big eyes. Everyone was still a little worried. Although the breath of the soul beast named Kainki in front of them was terrifying, but Jong Chen just said that the deep-sea demon whale king was 200 meters long, and this Kainki is only more than 5 meters long. Although the strength of a soul beast is not accurate based on its size, the difference in strength between 200 meters and 5 meters must be huge. These titled Douluo elders and those navy soldiers didn't know that Jong Chen had defeated Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, and Tang Chen, so they maintained some doubts about Jong Chen's words. This Kainki's strength of a million years is probably a fabrication of the Holy Sun, and everyone thinks. Young people have a good face, they can understand. The Holy Sun is so good, it's okay to have some flaws. But Bibi Dong showed a smile, then do as the Holy Sun said, sail in a straight line, and pass through the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. Others don't understand Jong Chen's strength, but she understands it very well. I'm afraid he is really invincible in Douluo Continent. After defeating Tang Chen, who was the strongest back then, and possessing the Shura sword, she knew that the strength of her disciple was unfathomable. A mere million-year-old soul beast is not enough to threaten them. Your Majesty, think twice. The commander looked anxious. He once saw the angry scene of the deep-sea demon whale king with a telescopic soul guide 10 miles away, which left an indelible impression in his heart. The deep-sea demon whale king is simply not something that mortals can resist. According to my order, go straight ahead. Bibi Dong's voice was a little colder. The commander's cold sweat broke out. He actually refuted His Majesty's opinion just now. All right, Your Majesty. He quickly bowed his head to accept the order. With so many titled Douluo on board, that scary guy should be afraid. He comforted himself in his heart. Bibi Dong and Jong Chen didn't stay any longer, and returned to the room. After the battleship continued to sail for 3 hours, Jong Chen suddenly smelled a trace of blood. He walked out quickly, activated the Eye of Punishment, and easily saw several pirate ships in the sea about 5,000 meters ahead. The water in that sea area has turned red, as if it has just experienced an extremely bloody and tragic battle. Chapter 380 Purple Pearl. Xiaoxue, what's the matter? Bibi Dong chased him out. Because Jong Chen is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, no one else has noticed the faint smell of blood in the air at this moment. Jong Chen pointed to the front, and said in a deep voice, there was a fierce battle thousands of meters ahead, the sea surface was stained with blood, and there were several pirate ships sailing on it. Bibi looked forward and saw several ships, but the distance was too far to see clearly. At this moment, the commander quickly walked over and said solemnly, Your Majesty, a pirate ship was found 5,000 meters ahead. There seems to be a battle in that sea area. Could it be that pirates robbed other merchant ships? Bibi asked. It is possible. There is a powerful pirate group called the Purple Pearl Pirates nearby. What puzzles me is that the Purple Pearl Pirates should know that the front is the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. How about plundering in that sea area where life is at risk? The commander was a little puzzled. 5,000 meters away is the territory of the demon whale king. Bibi Dong asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Bibi Dongzio frowned lightly, and said, Order, continue to move forward, everyone is alert and ready for battle. Yes, Your Majesty. The commander glanced at the elders, felt a little relieved, and hurried down to make arrangements. With so many titled Douluo here, they should be able to compete with that deep-sea demon whale king. Seeing Jong Chen staring straight ahead, Bibi Dong asked, Xiaoxue, Can you clearly see what's happening in front of you? Jiang Chen nodded and said, yes, those pirate ships belong to the Purple Pearl Pirates. Bibi Dong's nose moved slightly, and said, it smells like blood. Jiang Chen suddenly had a puzzled expression, and said, it doesn't look like pirates are plundering others, but being chased and killed by spirit beasts. Those are dozens of white sharks. The commander had already given the order and came back, solemnly said, His Royal Highness, that should be the magic spirit great white shark that protects the island of Sea God Island, but it's still far away from Sea God Island. I don't know about these devil spirit great white sharks. Why is it here? The commander said and handed the binoculars to Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong curiously observed the situation ahead. In that sea area, dozens of white sharks with a size of more than 10 meters and a length of more than 10 meters were chasing those pirate ships. Accelerate forward. Bibi Dong waved her arms forward. The three huge warships headed forward at a faster speed. Since it was the island guardian beast of Sea God Island, how could it not be dealt with if it encountered it? Besides, they also had to figure out why these great white sharks appeared here. Those pirate ships seemed to have discovered these three huge warships a long time ago, and they were heading towards this direction at high speed. The distance between the two sides narrowed rapidly. When the distance was only 1,000 meters, those demon spirit great white sharks gave up chasing the pirates and turned around to return. Jiang Chen's pupils, which had been watching, suddenly shrank, and his brows were deeply frowned. On the surface of the sea farther away, there is a dark blue island floating. It was a huge corpse. The length of the body floating on the sea had already exceeded 200 meters, and the whole body was the color of sapphire. There are two huge eyes on its head, each with a diameter of 3 meters away, but the eyeball of the left eye has disappeared, leaving only a big black hole. The deep-sea demon whale king is dead, Jiang Chen said. Bibi Dong, who was using a binoculars, obviously also saw the corpse as huge as a hill. Her pretty face became serious. The commander and elders looked incredible. That million-year-old soul beast just died like this? Originally, they were already prepared for a hard fight, but they didn't expect the terrifying soul beast to die before the battle even started. They looked ahead, and only saw a hill emitting blue light. Because the distance was too far, they couldn't see clearly that it was the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Those devil spirit great white sharks are gnawing on the body of the deep-sea devil whale king. Bibi Dong said in a deep voice. The million-year-old soul beast can be said to be one of the most powerful existences on the Douluo Continent, comparable to the 99th level peerless Douluo of humans. However, they died just like that, and were killed by the island guardian beasts of their enemy Sea God Island. Looking at the pirate ships that were still fleeing fast, Bibi Dong said, Stop them, I want to question them. The commander quickly issued an order, and the three huge warships began to encircle and sail towards the pirate ship ahead. There were also three pirate ships. The one in the middle was the larger one, with purple sails hanging from the erected mast. That's the Purple Pearl, the captain of the Purple Pearl Pirates, the commander explained. At this time, the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters, and with the eyesight of the Soul Master, they could already see the situation on the two ships clearly. On the deck of the Purple Pearl, stood a group of pirates, headed by a woman. The woman is well proportioned and looks about 27 or years old. She has a beautiful appearance, a high nose bridge, big eyes, and neat short purple hair. After finding out that the great white sharks gave up their pursuit, she breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately found three giant warships in front of them rushing towards her pirate ship aggressively. Her complexion changed slightly, and she quickly waved the small purple flag in her hand, and shouted, turn around quickly, Ma Eli Gobe, my old lady has suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck today. Originally, she was being chased by the demonic great white shark, so she was very happy to see the three warships. With the attitude of bringing disaster to the east, she rushed towards the three warships without any hesitation. But now that the demon soul great white shark had retreated, she naturally didn't want to meet that menacing warship. She had watched warships of this level from afar before, and it was said that they were manufactured by the Spirit Empire in recent years, equipped with terrifyingly powerful soul guides. These few pirate ships of hers might not be enough for others to squeeze their teeth, and they were sunk in one encounter. Wuhan Empire, is it so powerful? I wonder if you still remember me, she murmured in a low voice. The three pirate ships turned quickly under her command, trying to escape sideways. Zizu was relieved only after turning the direction. She turned around triumphantly, patted her buttocks at the three warships, then waved the small purple flag in her hand and shouted, return at full speed. Bibi Dong's pretty face was a bit ugly, and the way the other party slapped her butt was obviously provocative. Stop them for me, she said coldly. Immediately, three elders rushed out of the boat and quickly flew towards the Purple Pearl. They mobilized their soul power with all their strength, and released their martial souls during the flight. Those 9 soul rings were even more dazzling than the sun, and the pirates' faces were terrified and their legs trembled. Head of the regiment. An old pirate who looked about 80 or years old looked at Purple Pearl. What are you stopping for? Go ahead at full speed. Purple Pearl roared. The coercion of the three-titled Douluo was released, covering it from the distant sky. If you don't want to die, stop. An elder said in a cold voice. Just a bunch of rabble, none of them looked down on these pirates. Moreover, the empire will dominate the sea in the future, and these pirates are cancerous tumors, and they cannot be kept. The three elders unknowingly released their murderous aura, which immediately made the pirates at the helm stop in horror. The three warships of the Wuhan Empire finally surrounded the three young pirate ships. Bibi Dong said coldly with a sullen face, "Bring them all up." Immediately, a group of powerful empires, Contra, and Soul Sages jumped up and landed on the pirate ship to prevent the pirates from escaping. It's over, it's over. Wuhan Empire is going to attack our pirate group. All the pirates thought at the same time. They were driven towards the three giant battleships. Many pirates had trembling legs, and their expressions seemed to be rushing to the execution ground. Purple Pearl didn't know when she took out a purple veil and wrapped it around her face. There is a complex color hidden in her big eyes. Among the three pirate ships, there were only about 100 pirates, and they were scolded to stand neatly after boarding the ship. These trembling pirates were stunned the moment they saw Bibi Dong. Their bodies forgot to tremble, and they stared at this fairy-like stunning beauty with dazed eyes. Their group leader was already beautiful, but the woman in front of him was even more beautiful than their group leader, 100 times more beautiful. Purple Pearl hid in the crowd, and did not look up at the people on the boat, trying to make herself a little transparent. Bibi Dong glanced over these pirates, and then stopped on Purple Pearl. She raised her jade hand, pointed at the Purple Pearl, and said coldly, "You, come out." All the pirates followed Bibi Dong's finger, and immediately saw their leader. With a sound of swiping, the pirates around Purple Pearl immediately dodged. "Captain." A pirate poked Purple Pearl and called out quietly, "Don't stab me." Purple Pearl lowered her head and let out a low drink. "Captain, that fairy is calling you," a pirate said very speechlessly. Purple Pearl raised her head in a daze, only to realize that her subordinates had been away from her for some time. Her eyes turned and fell on Bibi Dong's face. The pretty face hidden behind the purple veil froze for a moment, a little unbelievable. Chapter 380 The Second Zombie Demon Whale King. The astonishment in Zizu's eyes was extremely hidden, and her face was blocked by a veil, so that Bibi Dong didn't notice that her expression was strange for a moment. Jiang Chen looked at the pirate leader Zizu with great interest. The purple veil on the opponent's face could not hide his eyes. This Purple Pearl face looks like a 27-year-old woman, but her figure is not like that, like a ripe peach. In terms of figure alone, Bibi Dong is not much different, and it is not too much to say that she is a mature woman in her 30s. Her skin showed a healthy wheat-colored complexion, coupled with her fiery and tight figure. She looked like a female leopard full of explosive power. Her eyes only stayed on Bibi Dong's face for a moment, then she retracted, walked out slowly, stood in front of the pirates, still bowed her head. Bibi Dong looked at the female pirate leader, feeling a little surprised. The other party was smugly patting his butt just now, looking arrogant, but now he is cautious like a frightened little sheep. "Are you Zizu, the head of the Zizu pirates?" Bibi Dong asked, her eyes still examining Zizu. Purple Pearl nodded, and said softly, "Yes." The hundreds of pirates were all very surprised. When did the carefree leader of his family become so gentle in speaking? Bibi Dong said, "What happened in front? Why did the deep-sea grinding whale king die?" Purple Pearl still lowered her head, and replied, "The adults of Sea God Island killed the demon whale king, and took away its spirit ring and spirit bone. Then why did you appear there? Still being hunted down by the demon soul great white shark." Purple Pearl was silent for a few seconds, and said, "The body of the demon whale king is a treasure. The people of Sea God Island don't like it. Our pirate group is going to drag it back and sell it for a good price." Unexpectedly, a group of demonic great white sharks came out from Sea God Island to drive us away, but they occupied the corpse of the demon whale king and began to eat it. Bibi Dong, Jiang Chen, and the others all nodded. What Zizu said had no loopholes and was very reasonable. The commander said, "Your Majesty, do you think we are going to take a detour? Dozens of demonic great white sharks pose no less threat than the deep-sea demonic whale king." Bibi Dong calmly said, "No need, just kill a few great white sharks." The hundreds of pirates were shocked immediately. They were the island guardian beasts of Sea God Island, and the people from the Spirit Empire wanted to kill them. Wouldn't they be afraid of Sea God Island's revenge? One must know that Sea God Island is invincible in this sea. It's fine for the Wuhan Empire to show off its power on the mainland, but if it dares to act wildly on the sea, it is undoubtedly courting death. Zizu, who lowered her head, also had a shocked look on her face, with a trace of worry and eagerness. If people from the Wuhan Empire killed these demon spirit great white sharks, they would definitely die. Jiang Chen said lightly, "Go at full speed, those great white sharks are left to me." After speaking, he had already soared into the air, and flew towards the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king at an extremely fast speed. He had already asked God Shura in his mind just now, and God Shura replied that he is now hostile to Tang San, the inheritor of Sea God Island, and killing these devil spirit great white sharks is not considered indiscriminate killing of innocents, so don't worry about it. My lord, some of those devil spirit great white sharks have already reached the level of title Douluo. Purple Pearl finally couldn't help reminding. She was very worried. If Bibi Dong and the others killed these sharks, they would never die with Sea God Island. She admitted that on the mainland, the Wuhan Empire is much stronger than Sea God Island. But here is the sea. If the Wuhan Empire is still so arrogant and domineering, there will only be one end, and that is to bear the wrath of Sea God Island and be wiped out. She has been in the sea for many years, and she knows the horror of Sea God Island. Bibi Dong said calmly, "Don't worry, it's just a few sharks." Purple Pearl looked up. Jiang Chen had already flown away. Suddenly, a look of disbelief shot out from her eyes. The young man was able to fly in the air without releasing his martial soul. Could it be that he has reached the realm of titled Douluo? And the speed of that flight far exceeds that of ordinary titled Douluo. Could it be that he is the holy son of the Spirit Empire? Purple Pearl couldn't help but guess. Her pirate group often robbed the rich and helped the poor at sea, and often came into contact with businessmen who went to sea to make a living, so they also knew the situation on the mainland very well. She knew that Bibi Dong back then had now become the founding emperor of the Spirit Empire. There is also a holy son, Jiang Chen, who is no less famous than Bibi Dong. But according to the legend, the holy son Jiang Chen did not become a titled Douluo. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to come into contact with those great white sharks, Purple Pearl said anxiously, "My lord, those devil spirit great white sharks cannot be killed. Killing them will definitely cause trouble for you on Sea God Island." Bibi Dong turned her back to Xiaoxue, without turning her head, said with a snort, "It's just Sea God Island, it will cease to exist soon." Hearing Bibi Dong's arrogant words, Xiaoxue felt even more anxious, and couldn't help saying, "Sir, don't you know how powerful Sea God Island is? They are invincible at sea, even the million-year-old demon whale king was killed by them." Bibi Dong finally turned her head around, re-examining this fiery woman with sharp eyes. Purple Pearl quickly lowered her head, her heart began to beat faster, she felt that Bibi Dong had seen through her secret. She is so strong. Xiaoxue was a little flustered. "You seem to be very worried that we are enemies of Sea God Island." Bibi Dong stared at Purple Pearl. She sensed that the woman in purple was suspicious. Xiaoxue hurriedly said, "Sea God Island is really powerful, I'm just worried that we will be implicated if we are on your boat." Bibi Dong took a deep look at this woman, stopped talking, and turned to look at Jiang Chen in the distance. At this time, Jong Chun had already engaged with those great white sharks. There are more than 20 great white sharks, 5 of them have been cultivated for nearly 10 years, and they are comparable to human titled Douluo in the sea. There are 20 other heads that also possess the strength of a human contra. Holding the Shura sword in his hand, Jong Chen took mysterious steps, shuttled through the turbulent sea amidst the roar of the sharks. Every swing of the sword almost cut a great white shark in two. Even those 5 sharks that were nearly 10 years old couldn't stop his sword. The Azura sword trembled slightly in Jong Chen's hand, exuding an extremely joyful emotion. Jong Chen could feel that with the killing, his compatibility with Shura sword became higher and higher, and his control of Shura sword became more and more handy. The breath of those wounded sharks weakened rapidly, a large amount of flesh and blood essence flew out of their bodies, and was absorbed by Jong Chen's body. The great white sharks kept screaming, and the 5 stronger ones wanted to escape in fright. But it was too late. They were extremely fast in the sea, but they had already been poisoned, and it was impossible to escape. When the 3 warships arrived, there was only 1 skin left of the more than 20 great white sharks. Jong Chen absorbed all the essence of the great white shark more than 10 meters long, and used it to strengthen his zombie cultivation. Looking at the more than 20 pieces of fish skins floating on the sea, those pirates looked extremely horrified, gasping for air one after another. Their gazes looking at Jong Chen were already full of fear. This is a devil-like young man. Hearing the horrified inhalation of her subordinates, Xiaoxue raised her head curiously, glanced at it, and suddenly her delicate body shook, showing an unbelievable look as well. His Royal Highness' son's strength has improved again. Some elders praised. After Xiaoxue heard this, she finally confirmed her previous guess. This young man was indeed the holy son of the Spirit Empire. It was the first time for her to look at Jong Chen since she boarded the boat. That handsome appearance and somewhat evil temperament made her eyes light up. She had never seen a man with such an outstanding skin, which made her heart throb violently. "No, I like women," she told herself secretly. The mountain-like entity of the deep-sea demon whale king was floating in front of the battleship. Unexpectedly, the size of the sea soul beast is so huge. Some elders couldn't help but exclaimed. Jong Chen stood on the corpse of the demon whale king, pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he opened his mouth to inhale, and the blood color on the sea's surface within a radius of 1,000 meters quickly faded and gathered towards the direction of the demon whale king. Everyone was stunned by this strange sight. Suddenly, countless pillars of blood burst out of the sea and gathered towards Jong Chen's body. When they got close to him, they were absorbed by a special energy emanating from his body. He's absorbing the blood of the demon whale king. A pirate couldn't help but horrified. Could it be that those great white sharks were sucked dry of blood and died? It was far away just now. They didn't see clearly that Jong Chen absorbed the blood of those great white sharks. Now seeing this scene, his whole body became cold. What an evil and terrifying person who feeds on blood. The body of the demon whale king was 200 meters long, and there was still a lot of blood in his body. Jong Chen was extremely excited. The reason why he didn't take a detour was that apart from wanting to reach Sea God Island as soon as possible, he was also thinking about the blood of the deep-sea demon whale king. I didn't expect to pick up a bargain as soon as I arrived. The demon whale king obviously died not long ago. The blood in his body was still very hot, and the contained essence had not dissipated. This kind of essence cannot be absorbed by others, but to Jong Chen, it is the best tonic. And it's the blood of a million-year-old soul beast, enough to quickly improve his zombie cultivation. Moreover, the body of the demon whale king was 40 times larger than Kainki's, and the amount of blood was astonishingly large. Originally, after the zombie cultivation reached level 9, it became more difficult to improve. But at this time, his zombie cultivation was rapidly improving. Just when Jiang Chen was going to absorb the body and bone essence of the Demon Whale King, turning it into a fish skin, the system suddenly gave a reminder. The Demon Whale King's obsession has not dissipated, and his resentment is overwhelming. He can be turned into a zombie and become a war pet. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He really felt that there was a lot of resentment around him, but the Demon Whale King was completely dead. How could he become a zombie? He was very moved by the system's prompt, and the million-year-old soul beast was definitely a great help for him as a battle pet. Just when Jiang Chen was doubtful and wanted to do it himself, the system continued to prompt, the master can drip his own blood into the heart of the Demon Whale King to help it gather the remnant soul and regain a new life. Seeing that Jiang Chen was absorbing the blood of the Demon Whale King, Bibi Dong signaled everyone to be quiet, waiting for Jiang Chen to end. Bibi Dong knew the secret that Jiang Chen would become stronger when he absorbed blood, and the stronger the target absorbed, the greater the improvement for Jiang Chen. There were more than a dozen wounds on the body of the Demon Whale King, and bucket-like thick pillars of blood shot out from the more than 10 wounds, like blood-colored giant dragons, meandering in the air, and finally entered Jiang Chen's body. Such a terrifying and strange scene immediately chilled many people's hearts, and they couldn't help but feel fear. This scene lasted for more than 10 minutes before the blood of the Demon Whale King was sucked dry. Just when Bibi Dong thought Jiang Chen was over, Jiang Chen suddenly said, "Teacher, just wait a moment." After speaking, he directly jumped in from the open mouth of the Demon Whale King. Jiang Chen released his soul power, isolating the surrounding sea water and the body fluids of the Demon Whale King, and quickly went deep. After advancing nearly -meters inside the Demon Whale King's body, he finally came to the part closest to the heart. Holding the Shura sword, he cut through the flesh and blood without any scruples, opening a path to the heart in the flesh and blood. After a while, he finally arrived at the heart of the Demon Whale King. This heart is huge, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Jiang Chen couldn't help sighing that it was the sea that could breed such a huge soul beast. Without hesitation, he cut his finger according to the system's instructions, then squeezed out a few drops of golden blood essence from the heart, and dripped it on the heart of the Demon Whale King. The already dry and silent heart started to squirm after absorbing Jiang Chen's blood essence. Jiang Chen could feel that the huge resentment around him began to gather towards the heart of the Demon Whale King. The resentment that only Jiang Chen could see was incomparably strong, and after gathering it had already formed a substance, turning into black devilish energy, lingering around the heart. Its obsession appeared and turned into a palm-sized whale phantom, which appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Then the phantom changed again and turned into a strange middle-aged man with long blue hair and a hollow left eye. When he just appeared, he was a little dazed at first, and then stared at Jiang Chen with a fierce look in his eyes. This phantom screamed, and rushed towards Jiang Chen fiercely, but before it touched Jiang Chen, a terrifying wave erupted from Jiang Chen's body, and ejected the Demon Whale King's obsession. The Demon Whale King's obsession screamed, almost collapsed, and looked at Jiang Chen in horror. "You are the Demon Whale King?" Jiang Chen asked. The Demon Whale King said with great hatred, "Damn human, give me my life back." Jiang Chen said calmly, "It's not me who killed you, it was the people from Sea God Island who killed you. If you want revenge, go to them." The Demon Whale King was stunned for a moment, the light in his eyes dimmed, he couldn't resist the current strength of Sea God Island. "I can resurrect you, and make you stronger, and give you a chance to take revenge. The price is that you need to surrender to me. Are you willing?" Jiang Chen asked. "What you said is true." The Demon Whale King obviously didn't believe it. The only one who can revive him is probably a god, but Jiang Chen is obviously not. "Just say whether you are willing or not." Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent. The Demon Whale King gritted his teeth and said, "As long as I can be resurrected, I swear I will obey you." Jiang Chen showed a smile. "That's right, you will get new power right away, experience it well." After his words fell, the phantom of the Demon Whale King's obsession had been sucked into his mind. At this moment, it felt its own body again, and it was really reborn. Jiang Chen returned by the same route, and suddenly some memories appeared in his mind, which were the memories of the Demon Whale King. The deep-sea Demon Whale King has a cultivation base of 1,000,000 years, and although his lifespan has not reached 1,000,000 years, it is still tens of thousands of years old. There are two paths for a soul beast to become a god. One is to transform into a human being in 10 years and become a god in a human way. The other is to continue to cultivate in the form of a soul beast, and after 1,000,000 years of cultivation, you will become a god. It has been cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and it has finally achieved millions of years of cultivation. It has become the most powerful soul beast in the sea. As long as it takes another step, it can condense the god position and soar into a god. But what made it desperate was that sea god didn't give it this chance, allowing the inheritors to take its life, spirit ring, and spirit bone. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation went to waste overnight, and the sea area was filled with monstrous resentment, and the obsession refused to dissipate. It was also fortunate that it met Jiang Chen, otherwise, after a while, its obsession and resentment would also dissipate. After receiving the memory of the Demon Whale King, Jiang Chen's soul also had an additional connection with the Demon Whale King. Just like Kainki, as long as he has a single thought, it is enough to wipe out the zombie Demon Whale King. Jiang Chen flew out from the mouth of the Demon Whale King and landed on the deck of the battleship. Xiaoxue, what did you do in the belly of the demon whale king just now? Bibi Dong asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen smiled all over his face, pointing at the huge body of the demon whale king. Teacher, look. Chapter 380, The Third Saint. Bibi Dong followed Jiang Chen's gaze, and everyone also cast their gazes on the hill-like corpse. Suddenly, the huge corpse moved. Suddenly, there were countless screams and commotion on the ship, and the pirates almost ran away. The elders and soldiers of the Wuhan Empire also held their breath for an instant, their scalps tingling. They felt an extremely terrifying breath erupting from the deep-sea demon whale king. The body of the demon whale king bulged and shrank, as if he was breathing, and the surrounding sea water began to rotate, forming a huge vortex. The center of the vortex is the big mouth of the deep-sea demon whale king, and a large amount of water is sucked into that big mouth. The three huge battleships also began to spin along with the sea water. Xiaoxue, this. Bibi Dong looked at Jiang Chen, but before she finished speaking, a huge water column with a diameter of 15 meters rose into the sky. The surrounding air was violently distorted by this jet of water, and an incomparably terrifying aura radiated out, weighing down everyone's hearts. Many titled Douluo elders instinctively released their martial souls, and the soul power surged in their bodies, and they were about to release their soul skills towards the huge deep-sea demon whale king. Elders, don't worry. Jiang Chen's calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. The elders immediately gave up the idea of releasing the soul skills immediately, and the powerful soul power merged together to form a layer of soul power shield over the battleship. Hey Papa! The fist-sized water droplets formed by the water column hit the shield and bounced to the side. Purple Pearl was extremely horrified by the resurrection of the deep-sea demon whale king, and also horrified by the fact that so many titled Douluo powerhouses came to the Wuhan Empire. With so many titled Douluo dispatched, is the Spirit Empire really going to war with Sea God Island? But the dozen or so titled elders are not enough to see. The titled Douluo of Sea God Island fighting in the sea is much stronger than the titled Douluo on land. Besides, Zizou also heard the news that Sea God Island has recently joined a group of titled Douluo Spirit Masters. The current Sea God Island is no weaker than the Spirit Empire even on land, let alone in the sea. After the Demon Whale King sprayed out the water column, there was a low and muffled roar, and many soul masters below the titled Douluo level suddenly became dizzy and their ears rang, and they almost couldn't stand still. An uncontrollable frenzy of fear grew out. Be quiet. Jiang Chen scolded. His voice was not loud, but the roar of the deep-sea demon whale king stopped abruptly, and he floated quietly on the surface of the sea, staring at everyone with his huge one eye. Xiaoxue, what's going on here? Bibi Dong was full of doubts at this moment. Why did the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly come back to life, and seem to obey Jiang Chen's orders? She couldn't help but think of Jiang Chen's special ability, which can control other people's body and mind, and make them surrender spiritually. But this is a million-year-old soul beast. Bibi Dong is not sure. She looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen smiled brightly, snapped his fingers, and said, Demon Whale King, come here. As soon as the words fell, the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe. What makes people feel a little creepy is that his left eye has no eyeball, leaving only a scary big hole. Master. He walked in front of Jiang Chen, knelt down on one knee, with an incomparably respectful attitude. At this moment, everyone on the boat couldn't help opening their mouths, almost able to stuff a fist. This million-year-old soul beast unexpectedly turned into a human form, and even knelt down and called Jiang Chen its master. What exactly happened here? A look of surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. She confirmed her previous thoughts. The demon whale king really surrendered to Jiang Chen. Seeing everyone's shocked and puzzled looks, Jiang Chen smiled and said, I have a fairy grass that can bring the dead back to life. It's not easy for the demon whale king to cultivate for 1,000,000 years. I can't bear to watch it fall, so I consumed the fairy grass to be resurrected. It therefore decided to follow me. Everyone was even more shocked. There is actually a fairy grass that can bring the dead back to life in this world. But it's a pity that the demon whale king ate it. Bibi Dong naturally knew that this was Jiang Chen's reasoning, so she just laughed and said nothing. An elder laughed loudly and said, Great, a million-year-old soul beast is equivalent to a level 99 titled Douluo. This time we attack Sea God Island, and we have another powerful help. They were really going to attack Sea God Island. Purple Pearl was extremely shocked. She quietly glanced around, but did not find the figure of the big priest, nor did the remaining few priests appear. When the Wuhan Empire attacked Sea God Island, they didn't even send out the great priests. She glanced at the man transformed into the deep-sea demon whale king, and breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the big priest is not there, with the help of the deep-sea demon whale king, the battle will be easier. What's wrong with me? I'm Zizhuze, the captain of the pirates, and I have nothing to do with Wuhandian. Zizhuze secretly warned herself. Bibi Dong also showed a smile. Although they have a strong lineup this time, they are on the territory of Sea God Island after all, and Sea Soul Masters have an absolute advantage in fighting on the sea. Now with the powerful assistant of the deep-sea demon whale king, it will be much easier to attack Sea God Island. Jiang Chen nodded slowly and said, Get up, I promised you will take revenge. The demon whale king stood up. Thank you, master. Who was that person who killed you? Jiang Chen asked curiously. A look of hatred appeared on the face of the demon whale king, and strong resentment rose to the sky. It's a young man with blue hair, others call him Tang San. The Demon Whale King said bitterly. As expected, Jiang Chen guessed it was Tang San before. Jiang Chen laughed loudly and said, "It's just right, I went to see God Island this time to kill him." A look of joy appeared on the face of the Demon Whale King. Now his revenge has surpassed that of becoming a god. If Tang San is not dead, it will be difficult for him to suppress the evil spirit in his heart. Jiang Chen said, "I heard that there are hundreds of demonic great white sharks guarding the surrounding waters of Sea God Island. Our first challenge in attacking Sea God Island is to destroy these demonic great white sharks. You should treat them very well." "Understood, these sharks are in your hands." Thinking of his body being eaten by those demon spirit great white sharks, the Demon Whale King felt extremely resentful in his heart. "Don't worry, Master, I will tear those damned little guys to shreds." "Well, you lead the way ahead." The Demon Whale King nodded, and then jumped into the water, revealing his huge body, and immediately set off a stormy sea. It roared excitedly, swung its huge tail, and swam towards Sea God Island. The commander waved the small flag in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Full speed ahead." With the deep-sea Demon Whale King, it will be much easier to deal with those demon soul great white sharks. The first obstacle for them to land on Sea God Island is those devil spirit great white sharks. The demon soul great white shark has strong fighting power in the sea and is extremely difficult to deal with. Without the help of the deep-sea Demon Whale King, it would have taken a lot of effort for them to deal with these difficult guys, and they might even have to pay a considerable price. After all, diving into the deep sea to fight, even a tidal Douluo would fall into an extremely passive state. 3 huge warships followed the deep-sea Demon Whale King, and quickly headed towards Sea God Island. Jiang Chen could see that the wounds on the Demon Whale King's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "I'm afraid it won't take long for the Demon Whale King to return to his peak state and become even stronger than before. The location of Sea God Island is very secret. Without a sea chart, it is basically impossible to find it." He had been to Wuhandian many years ago, so he knew the route. Purple Pearl and a group of pirates were still standing on the deck of the battleship, feeling extremely anxious. Are the big shots of the Spirit Empire going to take them to attack Sea God Island together? The Wuhan Empire has the guts, but they don't. If Sea God Island was angered, their Purple Pearl pirates would be wiped out in minutes. "Respected His Majesty Wuhan Empire, let's go," Zizu asked with a very low posture. No matter what, she wouldn't go to Sea God Island, and she didn't want Bibi Dong to find out her identity. Bibi Dong turned around and glanced at her, examining it for a long time, which made her a little uneasy. "Okay, let's go," Bibi Dong said calmly, not going to look at these pirates anymore. Although she felt that this group of pirates was somewhat suspicious, they were just a group of pirates after all, and even if they had anything to do with Sea God Island, it wouldn't affect the ending of Sea God Island. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Zizu saluted, bending her body 90 degrees. "Your Majesty, these pirates are the cancer of the Empire. The merchants of the Empire are often robbed by pirates when they go to sea. I think these pirates should be wiped out," an elder suggested. The hearts of Zizuza and the others immediately rose, and a pirate hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, please forgive me, what we are doing is robbing the rich and helping the poor." "Shut up," Purple Pearl scolded. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, and said, "Let them go first. After the attack on Sea God Island, we will recruit these pirate forces, and those who refuse to obey by then will be killed." She wasn't worried about letting the tiger go back to the mountain at all. After all, the Wuhan Empire's military strength was there, and these pirates could be wiped out whenever they wanted. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Purple Pearl saluted again, and let out a breath of relief. "Wait a minute, they can leave, but you must stay." Jiang Chen looked at Zizu with great interest. Seeing Jiang Chen's naked gaze, Zizu was startled, and immediately became vigilant. She actually had a feeling that her whole body was seen through. Could it be that the Holy Sun is planning on my body? She couldn't help thinking. It's no wonder she thought so, even if she covered her face, who wouldn't be tempted by that plump and fiery figure? It is reasonable for the Holy Sun to want to play. Thinking about it, she actually had a strange feeling in her heart. She didn't seem to resent that she was about to be played by Jiang Chen. "What's wrong with me? I like women." Zizu's cheeks were hot, and she didn't dare to look directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. But soon, she glanced at Jiang Chen quietly again. That handsome face made her heart tremble non-stop. The other soul masters on the boat suddenly showed expressions that men could understand. "Xiaoxue, what do you keep her for?" Bibi Dong asked. She didn't think that Jiang Chen would be greedy for the beauty of this Purple Pearl. She knew that Jiang Chen was very dedicated to feelings, and had never met other women except Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina. This is a rare quality for a holy son. "Teacher, you will understand later." Jiang Chen smiled. Then he looked at the pirates, and said indifferently, "Let them all go down. If they don't want to go, they will go down, and Purple Pearl will stay." Suddenly, there was a huge noise, and the pirates were filled with righteous indignation, and refused to go down no matter what. They could foresee that if their leader stayed here, he would definitely be painfully humiliated. "Let's go." The soldiers of the Wuhan Empire began to drive away. Those pirates looked angry, seeing that the conflict was about to break out. "You all go down and wait for me on the island," Purple Pearl said calmly. "Captain, don't you even listen to my orders? Be careful that I'll hang you up and whip you one by one when I go back." Purple Pearl roared out, her tough side reappearing. The pirates shrank their necks severely, and they dared not resist any more, and were driven off by the soldiers. Those 3 pirate ships have been hanging behind the battleship of Wuhan Empire, and hundreds of pirates have been driven off. Our captain's life is so miserable. The pirate's second master sighed sadly. Second leader, don't say that. I think the head of the group is going to fly on the branch and become a phoenix. A young pirate laughed. The eyes of the other pirates suddenly lit up. With the Wuhan Empire as our backing, we will be the most powerful pirate force on the sea. Well, yes, the leader's sacrifice is worth it. Come on, head, take care of that kid more comfortably. Someone else yelled loudly. In an instant, all the pirates looked angry, and everyone beamed with joy. Hearing the last shout of her subordinates, several black lines could not help appearing on Zizyu's forehead. What exactly did she bring out? She sold her as the group leader so quickly. She looked up and found that Jiang Chen was walking towards her. Her heart couldn't help beating rapidly. She used to only like women and had no feelings for men. But now, she was a little nervous and looking forward to it. Jiang Chen walked to her side, paused, follow me. Oh. Zizyuzu squeezed the fingers of both hands, obediently followed behind Jiang Chen, like a little daughter-in-law. Teacher, you can come too. Jiang Chen turned around and shouted. Bibi Dong nodded and followed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Am I wrong? His Royal Highness' son didn't think that this thought would come to everyone's mind. Zizyuzu was even more stunned. Like a ball, she was relieved all of a sudden, feeling a little bit disappointed. She followed Jiang Chen. Bibi Dong was further behind, and the 3 of them entered Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Chen sat down on his own, and Bibi Dong also sat down beside him. Sit. Jiang Chen pointed to a chair beside him, motioning for Zizo to sit down. Purple Pearl really doesn't know what Jiang Chen wants to do now. Little girl is humble and dare not sit down. Zizyuzu said in a soft voice, showing due fear. Jiang Chen said with a smile, the former saintess of the Wuhan Palace, why did she say that her status is so humble? Zizyuzu's body trembled, then froze abruptly, her eyes shot out disbelief. But in just an instant, she returned to normal, and said softly, the little girl doesn't understand what His Royal Highness the Sun said. Bibi Dong's eyes became fierce all of a sudden. Zizyuzu's subtle reaction just now fell into her eyes. Take off your veil. Bibi Dong ordered. Purple Pearl stood there, feeling extremely complicated, and didn't know what to do for a while. Take it off, Your Highness, let's have a good talk. Jiang Chen said. Zizyuzu sighed, and helplessly lifted the veil, revealing her true face in front of Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong. With a straight nose, big deep eyes, short purple hair, and a heroic look in her extremely beautiful appearance, she is by no means comparable to ordinary beautiful women. It really is you. Bibi Dong's eyes were equally complicated. When Jiang Chen yelled out just now, she had already guessed Zizu's identity. It will be updated as usual in the evening, and will be updated in the evening. Chapter 380 The Fourth Battle, Tang San's Mistake. Purple Pearl said with a complicated expression, Bibi Dong, I am now the pirate leader, Purple Pearl, and I am no longer a saint. Bibi Dong nodded, her voice softened a lot, sit down. Zizyuzu was no longer polite, and sat down beside her. You went to Sea God Island with the team that recruited the Soul Masters of Sea God Island. I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to survive and become the captain of the pirates. Bibi Dong sighed. Zizu said, at the beginning, Wuhandian wanted to recruit the Soul Masters of Sea God Island, and I have a sea snake Wuhan with good talent. The great priest made me a saint in the hope that I could obtain the inheritance of Poseidon, so that Wuhandian become stronger. But who knew that Sea God Island was so powerful? When the Spirit Hall's team of 2,000 people was damaged there, and 2 elders died, I was stranded in the sea, and I had no face to return to Spirit Hall, so I became the current Purple Pearl. Purple Pearl's expression became extremely lonely. She, the majestic saint of the Wuhan Temple, turned out to be a pirate leader in the end. If she said it, the world would laugh at her. Zizyuzu looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Holy Son, how do you know my identity? She was extremely puzzled. She had never told this secret to anyone. How did the Holy Son know about it? Jiang Chen shook his head, said with a smile, this is my secret. Bibi Dong sighed, and said, after the Sea God Island is destroyed, you come back with me, and I will restore your status as a saint, and even make you the king of the Spirit Empire. Purple Pearl quickly shook her head, no need, I have become a pirate these years and feel the joy of life. I am suitable to be a pirate and like to live a free life. If I go back to be a saint, I will not be able to adapt. Bibi Dong didn't force it, and sighed, then it's up to you. If you want to come back, the Empire will always welcome you. Purple Pearl was only a few years younger than Bibi Dong. Back then, one was a saint and the other was a disciple of the Pope, and they had a pretty good friendship. The saintess of Purple Pearl was established by Qian Daolio for the inheritance of the sea god. Unexpectedly, it was gone forever, and everyone thought that the saintess had fallen. The 3 of them were silent for a moment, and Zizo suddenly said with a serious expression, the strength of Sea God Island is beyond your imagination, I hope you will give up this action. Bibi Dong smiled and said, don't worry, if we are not completely sure, how can we take risks? Zizuzu became anxious immediately, and said, don't you know that sea soul masters are stronger than land soul masters in the sea? There is no problem with 1 against 2. Also, the chief priest of Sea God Island is a 99 level peerless soul master. Douluo, I heard that she is invincible in the sea, you can't win. Bibi Dong said, didn't you just see that Xiaoxue subdued the demon whale king, and he also subdued a powerful beast before, which is also comparable to peerless Douluo, plus he himself has the strength of peerless Douluo, this time we will definitely be able to conquer Sea God Island. Purple Pearl looked at Jiang Chen in shock, and couldn't help asking, do you have the strength of a peerless Douluo? Jiang Chen looked at her with a smile, and asked, don't you think it doesn't look like it? He likes Zizu's straightforward character very much. Zizu said, it is rumored that you haven't reached the realm of titled Douluo yet. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I'm sorry, I just broke through to title Douluo a few days ago. Then you should only be level 91. Purple Pearl frowned and said, this level is still too low. I'm already level 97. Jiang Chen stood up and released the spirit ring. 8 crimson soul rings and 1 golden soul ring almost blinded Purple Pearl's eyes. Her breathing suddenly stagnated, and she was stunned for a few seconds before she realized, and said in a broken voice, how is this possible? What the red spirit ring represented, she knew very well in her heart. As for the golden spirit ring, although she had never seen it before, she also had a terrifying guess in her heart. 8 50-year soul rings, 1 million-year soul ring, plus a level 97 soul power, who else in this world can stop me? Jong Chen laughed. Bibi Dong also said, I've also reached level 98, with twin martial souls, and my combat power has also reached the level of peerless Douluo, Sea God Island is nothing to fear. Zizu was silent for a long time, and said, I underestimated you, if this is the case, I don't need to worry about you. Do you know Tang San? Jong Chen asked. Purple Pearl shook her head, I don't know him, but I heard that this person has a very high status in Sea God Island and is respected by all soul masters. Many people privately call him the future Lord Sea God. Jong Chen nodded, he thought it was like the original book, Purple Pearl met Tang San and was tamed by Tang San. Looking at it now, Tang San and the others went to Sea God Island a little earlier, so they shouldn't have been attacked by the Demon Whale King, and they didn't live on Purple Pearl Island. Then what's your plan now? Return to your pirate group, or follow us to attack Sea God Island? Bibi Dong asked. Zizu said, I'll follow you guys, but I don't know how to fight. I'm just a little soul emperor, but I can't participate in this kind of battle. In fact, she still has another worrying that if the Wuhan Empire fails and she participates, it will undoubtedly implicate all the brothers in her pirate group. Alright then, come with me, I'll arrange a room for you. According to our advancing speed, we should be able to reach the area of Sea God Island in a day. Bibi Dong stood up. Zizuzu stood up after her. She suddenly looked at Jiang Chen, straightened her chest, cast a wink, and said teasingly, I thought the Holy Sun wanted to hit my body, but I didn't expect the Holy Sun to be interested in me. Is it because I am not attractive enough? Jiang Chen was a little speechless. This Purple Pearl didn't have any woman's reserve at all. No wonder he could call those pirates brothers and get along well. No, you are very beautiful. Jiang Chen praised. Stop making trouble. Bibi Dong pulled Zizu away and left. You are 20 years older than him. You are enough to be his mother. Sister Dong, love knows no race or age. Jiang Chen shook his head when he heard the voice gradually going away, a little speechless. Could it be that you two, master and apprentice, have an affair? Zizuzu exclaimed. Then there was a snap, as if a slap had been slapped on an extremely elastic object. Bibi Dong said angrily, what nonsense, he is my son-in-law. Purple Pearl screamed, and said, when did you have a daughter? You didn't have one when I went to Sea God Island. At that time, Yu Xiaogang was still going to Sea God Island with us. Did he go back alive and live with you? Combined. Not his. Whose is that? Bibi Dong didn't speak anymore. She couldn't say this sad thing even to her best friend from back then. Jiang Chen shook his head. This Purple Pearl's character is really too straightforward. He also didn't expect that the relationship between the other party and Bibi Dong would be so good. After a while, Bibi Dong arranged the room. Purple Pearl's room was adjacent to Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong's. At noon, Jiang Chen cooked a sumptuous seafood meal for Bibi Dong as agreed, and Purple Pearl ate it shamelessly, but ended up eating more than Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong. At night, Jiang Chen, who was cultivating, heard Zizuzo enter Bibi Dong's room. Sister Dong, I want to sleep with you. Bibi Dong sternly refused, but was finally persuaded by Purple Pearl. One day, Jiang Chen showed a helpless smile, but then he was taken aback, remembering the attributes of the Purple Pearl lily. Could it be that he fell in love with Bibi Dong, a peerless beauty? Sure enough, after a while, Bibi Dong's angry voice sounded, get lost. The fire of gossip in Jiang Chen's heart was blazing, and he couldn't help seeing through the past. I saw Bibi Dong's clothes were half undressed, her pretty face was red, her willow eyebrows were erected, and she glared angrily at Purple Pearl. Purple Pearl was a little embarrassed. Okay, I'll get out. Against Bibi Dong at level 98, she really didn't dare to use strong ones. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the original plot, this Purple Pearl almost raped Xiaowu, and cooked raw rice into mature rice. Unexpectedly, it was really so tough that even Bibi Dong dared to covet her. He couldn't help but secretly raised his thumb. He suddenly thought that Bibi Dong was lonely all his life. If he could have a confidant for the rest of his life, it would be good. If it was a man, Jiang Chen would definitely not have such an idea, but Zizuzu is different. This girl is a beauty. She is completely worthy of Bibi Dong. Just as he was thinking, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Purple Pearl, who was wearing a sexy and revealing purple dress, came in and quickly locked the door. Tonight, in order to gain Bibi Dong's favor, she seriously dressed up. But she didn't expect to be kicked out by Bibi Dong. She rolled her eyes and turned her idea on Jiang Chen. She looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her eyes shone brightly. Starting today, she found that she seemed to like men too. Little brother Jiang Chen, my sister is afraid of sleeping alone. Can you accompany my sister? Jiang Chen was very speechless, and directly refused. I'm sorry, I already have a wife and daughter, so I can't let them down. It's okay, my sister just sleeps in your bed for one night. She won't do anything to you. As she spoke, her big butt wanted to sit down on the bed. Boom! Jiang Chen's powerful soul power was released, and the purple pearl was thrown out. It's really a piece of wood, I don't understand the style. Xiaoxue gave Jiang Chen a white look, but had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Is my old lady really old? She muttered. Jiang Chen smiled, waved his hand, and closed the door. He sensed it. Just now Bibi Dong's mental power has been locked here. How dare he have the slightest idea about purple pearl? If he really ate the purple pearl, I'm afraid Bibi Dong would rush in and cut him into pieces. Jiang Chen looked up and said to himself, see God, you should know that I'm coming. That night, nothing happened again. In the early morning, Bibi Dong and other high-level officials gathered on the battleship deck, looking into the distance. Purple Pearl was standing beside Bibi Dong. It was not surprising that those elders had learned of her identity yesterday. The commander said, Your Majesty, we will be able to reach the outer edge of Sea God Island around noon. Bibi Dong said, have you checked all the weapons? It's been checked. The dash torpedoes are all fine, and they are guaranteed to blast those great white sharks to pieces. The weapons for individual combat are also fine. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Are you planning to attack by force? Purple Pearl suddenly asked. Bibi Dong nodded. The Soul Masters of Sea God Island probably won't let us go to the island, so we can only attack by force. I know the feeding patterns of those devil spirit great white sharks. Maybe after they leave Sea God Island, we will have much less pressure to attack. Purple Pearl said. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. Sea God Island already knows we're coming, so why would it let those great white sharks go out to look for food? Purple Pearl opened her mouth, but said nothing more. Now that Sea God Island already knows the purpose of the Spirit Empire, it will definitely be prepared that they have no other way but to attack. Near noon, when a black spot appeared on the sea level, the 3 warships of the Wuhan Empire stopped. There are a total of more than 500 Soul Masters from Wuhan City, plus the Navy of Hanhai City. The number of Soul Masters is close to 1,000, with excellent weapons. All of them are full of fighting spirit and ready for battle. Everyone looked at Xiaoxue. She was the one who told her to stop just now. Purple Pearl said solemnly, the Deshmeter Sea area around Sea God Island is the range of activities of the Great White Shark. If we go any further, we will probably be attacked by the Great White Shark. She has lived in the sea for many years, and she also knows some secrets of Sea God Island very well. Then get ready for battle. Bibi Dong said in a deep voice. The commander hurriedly made arrangements, and after a while, all the soldiers were ready for battle. The deep-sea demon Whale King floated at the forefront of the battleship, his only remaining eye staring at Sea God Island in hatred. Sea God stabbed one of its eyes blind, and later let the inheritor take away its soul ring and soul bone. How could it not hate it in its heart? This time, Sea God Island must be destroyed. Go forward. Bibi Dong's voice sounded. The 3 warships began to accelerate, sprinting towards Sea God Island. At the bottom of the battleship, many torpedoes have been prepared, which are used to deal with the enemy's warships and those demonic great white sharks. Suddenly, an emotionless female voice came from the distant direction of Sea God Island. Friends from the Spirit Empire, why don't you say hello in advance when you come to Sea God Island with such a big battle? Although there was still a distance of tens of thousands of meters, the moment the sound sounded, the sky around Sea God Island's radius of tens of thousands of meters suddenly surged with wind and clouds. It can easily change the color of Wan Mai Fenjian. This godlike method suddenly made the soldiers of the Wuhan Empire feel a sudden surge of pressure, and suddenly felt a huge pressure. Even peerless Douluo is not so powerful. Obviously, this is Sea God Island's blow to the Wuhan Empire. After the words fell, countless black spots appeared on the sea surface in front of Sea God Island, and they were quickly heading towards the battleship of the Spirit Empire. That should be the great offering of Sea God Island. She can mobilize the endless power of the sea. Purple Pearl said quickly. Bibi Dong looked extremely gloomy, raised her binoculars, and looked at those small black spots that were approaching quickly. Jiang Chen could easily see clearly that they were demonic great white sharks, and there were probably more than 200 of them. On top of each great white shark stood a soul master from Sea God Island. And at the forefront are the Shrek 7 monsters. The 7 Shrek people stood on the back of the great white shark and walked through the water. They had different expressions, some were indifferent, some were hateful, and some were full of joy, but the same thing was that they all exuded a murderous aura. Behind the Shrek 7 monsters was an extremely beautiful woman, staring at the Wuhan Empire battleship ahead with a cold expression. Bibi Dong's tone was cold. Since they want to say hello, then say hello to them. Commander, launch 10 torpedoes forward. The order was passed on quickly, and 10 powerful torpedoes were launched. This torpedo is so powerful that one is enough to sink a large ship. Although he still couldn't kill the tidal Douluo, he could undoubtedly give him a severe blow. 10 torpedoes broke through the water at an extremely fast speed under the sea's surface, and the distance between the two sides quickly approached. What thing? Tang San frowned suddenly. His spiritual power sensed 10 huge things approaching quickly under the sea ahead. Xiaoxue obviously sensed it too. Bibi and the others reacted a bit slower. Tang San sensed it, and said, "These things have no breath of life, Xiaobai, go and destroy them." Before the torpedo exploded, there was no energy fluctuation inside. Tang San and the others naturally didn't feel threatened. Tang San flew up and landed in front of Bibi. "Leave it to me." A girl's voice sounded, and the 20-meter-long great white shark just under Tang San's feet swung its tail, quickly disappeared into the sea, and swam quickly towards the 10 torpedoes. Xiaobai is the leader of the demonic great white shark, a 10-year-old soul beast, one of the 3 powerful soul beasts in the sea, and is loyal to Sea God Island. She was extremely fast, and soon met those torpedoes. "What? Watch my ant bite you all to pieces." At this time, the distance between Spirit Empire and Sea God Island was only dash meters, and Xiaobai and those torpedoes met in the center of the two sides. It opened its mouth full of sharp triangular teeth, and bit down on one of the 3-meter-long torpedoes. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the monstrous waves were blown into the air. Accompanied by the loud sound, a great white shark more than 20 meters long was blown into the air, twisting and twisting in the air, and a large amount of blood spurted out of its mouth, making a painful neighing. Bang 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 bang. The remaining torpedoes exploded one after another, and the great white shark was blasted into the sky. The monstrous waves soared into the sky, forming a wave tens of meters high, heading in all directions. The faces of the soul masters of Sea God Island changed, becoming very ugly. Their island guardian beast was blown up, and it seemed that it was seriously injured. Tang San's expression was extremely gloomy. It was he who made the decision just now, to let Xiaobai test these mysterious things. He didn't expect this thing to explode, injuring Xiaobai. He deserves to be blamed. He could feel a series of eyes falling on his back, which made him feel like a thorn in his back. That was the gaze from the original soul master of Sea God Island. Obviously, they put the responsibility for Xiaobai's injury on Tang San. "Spirit Empire, I will kill you." Tang San's voice was extremely cold, echoing in the ears of many Sea God Island soul masters. It was he who caused Xiaobai to be injured. If he didn't say anything, it would be unjustifiable. As soon as his words fell, his expression suddenly changed again, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The body of this creature that appeared suddenly was more than 200 meters long, and its size was extremely huge. It charged high into the sky, almost covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The big mouth opened to a width of 30 meters, biting towards Xiaobai, the demon soul great white shark that just fell down. Xiaobai. On the side of Sea God Island, countless soul masters screamed in horror. They recognized it. That huge creature turned out to be the overlord of the deep sea, the deep sea demon whale king. Didn't it mean that the deep sea demon whale king was killed by Tang San? The difference in strength between 10 years and a million years of cultivation is too large. If it is in the sea, Xiaobai can still fight with the demon whale king by virtue of its speed advantage. Its speed is even feared by the demon whale king. But now, it was blasted into the sky and injured. Click. Xiaobai fell into the mouth of the demon whale king, and a large amount of flesh and blood flew around. The cracking sound of bone shattering could be clearly heard even by the soul masters of Sea God Island thousands of meters away. The island guardian beast of their Sea God Island, a 10-year-old soul beast, was eaten. Just one face-to-face fell, and even the battle didn't happen. At this moment, the soul masters of Sea God Island panicked with tightness in their chests, unable to breathe out, almost suffocating in pain. Tang San's complexion was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Because of his wrong judgment, the 10-year-old soul beast that had been guarding Sea God Island for many years died. He felt extremely regretful, regretting that Xiaobai shouldn't be allowed to pass by. At the same time, he was extremely shocked that the deep sea demon whale king was not dead yet. He obviously absorbed the opponent's soul ring. If he didn't die, how could the spirit ring appear? He was puzzled. The spirit masters of Sea God Island behind had already started to make noise, their words filled with extreme dissatisfaction with Tang San. Bibi and the others didn't know how to comfort Tang San for a while. The great white shark group stopped, and at the same time let out bursts of screams, mourning for the death of the leader. Xiaoxue was also extremely heartbroken, but this was not the time to be sad. "Calm down, you are still fighting among yourself at this time. Do you want the Spirit Empire to take the blame?" she shouted in a deep voice. The soul masters of Sea God Island finally calmed down and looked at Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue said, "None of us knew that the thing would explode, and none of us discovered that the demon whale king was still alive. Tang San is not to blame for Xiaobai's death, but the Spirit Empire is to blame. Destroy us, whatever we say today, we will destroy them in the sea." Xiaoxue's words immediately turned around and directed all the hatred of the soul masters to the Spirit Empire. Suddenly, countless angry voices sounded, and the surging murderous aura spread towards the direction of the Wuhan Empire. The battleship of the Wuhan Empire did not slow down, but still headed towards Sea God Island. Tang Hao rode a shark to Tang San's side, and comforted him. "Little San, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault." "Father, I understand," Tang San said. Immediately afterwards, he said loudly, "That thing should explode as soon as it is touched. If the Wuhan Empire launches it again, we will use the long-range soul technique to detonate it." he calmed down quickly and made reasonable arrangements. Foxy nodded, just do what Xiao said. On the battleship of the Wuhan Empire, seeing the demon whale king kill the great white shark with one bite, everyone cheered excitedly. The shadow that Foxy cast on them at the beginning dissipated immediately, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Bibi Dong smiled and said, Xiao Chen, I really have you. Just now, Jiang Chen saw that Tang San arranged for the great white shark to search for torpedoes, so he secretly let the demon whale king sneak past. The torpedo couldn't kill Xiaobai, it just hurt him, and the damage to the demon whale king was even less. The demon whale king had already become a zombie, without life fluctuations. Even Tang San and the others didn't notice when he was lurking. Jiang Chen showed a smile, and said, I have a big gift to give to Tang San later. Chapter 380 The Fifth Shura God Who Lost the Chain. The warship of the Wuhan Empire stopped when it was 1,000 meters away from the Soul Master of Sea God Island. Hundreds of Soul Masters from Sea God Island pressed towards the Spirit Empire with murderous aura. The Soul Masters of the Wuhan Empire are actually high-spirited, turning a blind eye to the murderous spirit of the Sea God Island Soul Masters. Before the people from Sea God Island could speak, Jiang Chen spoke first. Tang San, you broke through the slaughter capital, causing a large number of fallen people to return to the Douluo Continent, and tens of thousands of innocent people were brutally killed. You also killed yourself. Your grandfather, Tang Chen, is simply insane, and heaven cannot tolerate it. For the sake of tens of thousands of innocent people in my spirit empire, today I will definitely kill you by the sword. The murderous aura released by hundreds of soul masters in Sea God Island stagnated for a moment, then dissipated. All of them looked at Tang San in disbelief. Tang San's face was gloomy, and he shouted loudly, if you want to commit a crime, there is no excuse for it? Who doesn't know that your spirit empire has enmity with our Clear Sky School, and you have to think of a reasonable excuse if you want to kill the grass. After Tang San finished speaking, the Soul Masters of Sea God Island were filled with righteous indignation, and felt that the people of Spirit Empire were even more hateful. Hehe, this is Tang Chen's corpse, seniors of Clear Sky School and Foxy, please recognize it. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, he directly took out Tang Chen's body, and threw it towards the opposite side. Foxy's face was already as pale as paper, and he screamed. His body turned into an afterimage, and flew forward, took Tang Chen's body in his hands, and then returned. By the time it landed on the shark's back again, her tears were already pouring out, and her trembling palms were stroking Tang Chen's face. Although Tang Chen's face was much older than before, how could she not recognize it? Tang Hao and several other title fighters of the Clear Sky School had already changed color, and quickly came to Foxy. They also recognized their ancestor Tang Chen, the spiritual pillar of the Haoshan School. Unexpectedly, Grandpa is really dead. Tang Hao murmured, almost unable to stand still. How amazing and talented his grandfather is. He still fantasizes that his grandfather will suddenly appear one day, and has already broken through to the legendary realm. But unexpectedly, the day they met again, Grandpa turned into a cold corpse. Seniors, Jiang Chen must have done this, and then give it to Xiao San. Ning Rongrong hastily explained to Tang San. Tang San's face was gloomy. He knew that this test would not be able to escape today. He really didn't expect that Jiang Chen even brought his great-grandfather's corpse here. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's voice sounded, you suspect that I did it? Then please take a look at Tang Chen's wound. Besides the Sea God Trident, what other weapon would cause such a wound? Everyone immediately looked at the wound on Tang Chen's body, and they found that the shape of the wound was very consistent with the trident. Little San, you. Tang Hao turned his head abruptly, looking at Tang San. When seeing Tang San's gloomy face, Tang Hao understood, and everyone understood. Tang San actually killed his great-grandfather with his own hands. Foxy didn't look at Tang San, her tears kept rolling down. Who can understand the pain of waiting for a lover for decades and finally waiting for a corpse? The hundreds of soul masters on Sea God Island looked at Tang San with changed eyes. A person who even killed his own great-grandfather, is this kind of person really worthy of their support? Tang San closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly after a few seconds. He opened his eyes and said, it is true that I killed the great-grandfather, but there is a big misunderstanding in it. Let's deal with the people like Wuhan Empire first, and then I will confess to you what happened, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Tang San's attitude was extremely sincere. Foxy raised his head, took a deep look at Tang San, and said, after the Spirit Empire is solved, you must give me an explanation. She carefully put Tang Chen's body away. Tang San nodded, definitely, I will definitely explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly. In fact, great-grandfather was very peaceful when he left. Foxy said, let's deal with the enemy first. Jiang Chen, who had been paying attention to Sea God Island, was a little disappointed. He was still looking forward to the scene where Tang Hao beat Tang San violently on the spot. It seems that he thinks too much. In the current situation of the great enemy, no matter how much Tang Hao and others hated Tang San, they would not deal with it immediately. Let's fight. Jiang Chen said lightly. The commander gave the order, and immediately dozens of torpedoes were fired forward. Those sharks below the 10-year level will be seriously injured if they are not killed. Even if they can escape, the people on their backs may be blown off. Don't give these things a chance to get close. Tang San shouted. A large piece of soul skills flew out, facing those torpedoes, and there was a constant rumbling sound. Jong Chen frowned. He didn't expect Sea God Island to find out the solution so quickly. The huge waves hit the sky, and the 3 warships were extremely calm. Jong Chen said, "The torpedo is useless, let's fight." As he said that, he had already flown up and flew forward. Seeing Jong Chen flying out, the 7 Shrek people drove out at the same time, facing Jong Chen. The elders of the Spirit Empire just wanted to follow, but Bibi Dong raised her hand to stop it. "Let the Holy Sun get rid of the Shrek 7 monsters first." She saw that the opponent only dispatched 7 Shreks, so she stood still and gave Jong Chen a chance to show his strength. If Jong Chen could kill 7 with 1, he would be able to greatly enhance his own morale and hit the enemy's spirit. The martial souls of the Shrek 7 monsters have been released, and the surging soul power of the 7 titled Douluo fills the entire ocean. However, Jong Chen's soul ring was so dazzling that it directly suppressed the aura of the Shrek 7 monsters. Without saying a word, Jong Chen raised the Shura sword in his hand. A sharp sword energy cut through the space, and shot towards Tang San. Tang San and the others didn't release the Spirit Master to resist, nor did they dodge, they actually closed their eyes at the same time. "Senior, please come down and help me kill this beast," they said silently in their hearts at the same time. In an instant, a terrifying coercion descended from the sky, as if the sky was about to collapse. Several thick clouds dissipated directly under this terrifying coercion. 7 invisible mysterious forces descended from the sky and entered the bodies of the Shrek 7 monsters respectively. At this moment, Jong Chen's face changed drastically. Others could only feel the incomparably terrifying coercion, but he felt the 7 mysterious energies. Tang San opened his eyes abruptly, a deep blue light flashed in his eyes. The sea god trident in his hand lightly swung across, a huge black crack appeared in the void in front of him. Jong Chen's blood-colored sword energy flew over, and most of its power was torn off by the black crack, and finally it slashed on the trident, and it was scattered directly. "Senior Azura God, something big is not right." Jong Chen roared in his heart, his figure has already retreated quickly. The power of his blow was defeated by Tang San so lightly, he was terrified. There was lightning in Jong Chen's eyes, and he could clearly see Tang San's eyes that regarded everything in the world as ants. This is not Tang San. His heart trembled, and a terrible idea came up. This shit is Sea God. Jong Chen had no luck, turned around and fled. The sea god descended on Tang San's body unexpectedly. The other 6 Shrek people were also in the same situation. The 7 gods descended and killed one of them. If he didn't run away, he would probably die here. "Teacher, retreat!" Jong Chen roared. At the same time, he also frantically called God Shura in his heart. But what made his heart extremely heavy was that God Shura didn't respond at all. The chain is always lost at critical moments. Jong Chen cursed secretly, and had already returned to the battleship like lightning. "Teacher, the sea god has descended on Tang San," he quickly explained. Tang San, who came back quickly from the sky, said, "I only killed Jong Chen today, and I can spare your lives." This voice was obviously not Tang San's voice anymore, it seemed even thicker. Bibi Dong's complexion changed drastically. The sea god actually descended in person, just to kill Jong Chen. What the hell did her disciple provoke? At this moment, she finally realized that something was wrong. Chapter 380, Jong Chen escapes. Before, Bibi Dong only thought it was a grievance between Jong Chen and Tang San. But now, the 7 great gods came to kill her disciple. There must be something inside that she didn't know. At this moment, Bibi Dong felt cold. Shrek's 7 young men were already imposing, like gods, pressing towards them. Bibi Dong felt anxious, and pushed Jong Chen away. "Hurry up, teacher will block them." "Teacher, let's go together." Jong Chen pulled Bibi Dong and said anxiously. "No, their target is you, and they won't do anything to me." Bibi Dong pushed Jong Chen away forcefully. Seeing that Tang San was about to arrive, Jong Chen took a deep look at Bibi Dong, and flew towards Douluo Continent like lightning. The target of Tang San and others is him, and he chose to escape in the hope of luring Tang San and others away. If they stayed here to fight fiercely, they would definitely cause huge losses to their side, and Bibi Dong might risk her life just to save him. There was also the Demon Whale King below to help, and after he left, Bibi Dong and the others were able to retreat completely in the face of those soul masters from Sea God Island. "Just let me face it alone." Jong Chen sighed, and the speed increased. Seeing Jong Chen leave, Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of determination gradually appeared on her face. "Attack the Shrek 7 with all their strength," she shouted. All of a sudden, countless spirit abilities attacked Tang San and the others flying forward. Tang San and the others were expressionless. Those attacking spirit abilities were all blocked by an invisible barrier. They couldn't get close to them at all. Bibi Dong turned pale, and shouted, "Their goal is the Holy Sun. We can't let them succeed. Title Douluo will follow me." While speaking, she had already flew up, and all the elders and priests followed her, trying to stop Tang San and the others. The elders' hearts were extremely heavy. They all heard Jong Chen's words just now. The Tang San in front of them was not the real Tang San, but the Tang San who was possessed by the sea god. God, that is the existence that human beings fear. Although they were afraid in their hearts, they followed Bibi Dong unswervingly. Even if God wanted to kill their son, he had to pass through them first. Today, Jong Chen already has a very high status in their hearts. They are willing to fight for the son. Tang San, who was the leader, glanced at Bibi Dong who flew up from below, expressionless. The auras of the 7 gods were suddenly released, suppressing downwards like a vast mountain. The extremely terrifying pressure fell on Bibi Dong and the others, making them unable to resist. The soul power in their bodies surged wildly, but to no avail, their bodies fell straight down under the terrifying pressure. Tang San and the others didn't even look down again, they were about to chase after Jiang Chen. Bibi Dong fell on the boat, already looking crazy, cursing hysterically, "Come at me if you have anything. What kind of skill are the 7 gods descending to kill a human being? Are all the gods in the god realm so shameless?" As soon as her words fell, Tang San and the others stopped. "What's going on?" The sea god's voice came from Tang San's body. Xiaoxue said eagerly, "I also ask Senior to help me kill Bibi Dong." Another voice came from inside her, "Yes, Senior, I also want to kill Bibi Dong with my own hands." Ning Rongrong also said. In her body, a god also descended. Sea God glanced at them, and said calmly, "Quickly solve it." Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong both nodded, and quickly landed downward. Powerful divine power erupted in the two of them, forming a sharp sword exuding a terrifying aura, piercing the air with a whistling sound, and shooting towards Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong's body was suppressed by the surging divine power, and she couldn't even release her soul skills, so she could only watch helplessly as the divine sword pierced her body. The gap was too great, and she had no strength to resist. Xiaochen, run away quickly. She glanced at the direction Jong Chen was escaping from nostalgia, and was about to close her eyes and wait for death. Suddenly, the eyes she was about to close widened suddenly, and she saw a figure flickering towards the distant sky. It was her disciple Jong Chen. "Get out, get out." Bibi Dong roared at Jong Chen, a look of despair gradually appeared on her pretty face, and her eyes were gradually blurred by tears. "Dare to come back," Sea God said with a cold expression. Jong Chen ignored those people floating in midair, activated his teleportation skill again, and instantly appeared in front of Bibi Dong, hugged Bibi Dong, and used his back to block the sword. With a bang, the divine sword entered his body, and at the same time, Jong Chen's third soul ring lit up again, and he carried Bibi Dong to perform the last teleportation. 5,000 meters away, the figures of Jong Chen and Bibi Dong flashed out. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which landed on Bibi Dong's chest. Behind him, 2 wings with lightning flashes popped up, flapping desperately, pushing the speed to the extreme. On his chest, the wound pierced by the divine sword was wriggling, but it contained the opponent's divine power, and the recovery speed was extremely slow. "Fool, the teacher doesn't need you to save me, I just hope you are alive." Bibi Dong stroked Jong Chen's face with trembling hands, tears rolled down her eyes. Jong Chen grinned, "Teacher, don't worry, just these few guys can't kill me. I have a treasure that can store living things on my body. I'll send you inside first." After finishing speaking, the Bibi Dong he was holding suddenly disappeared, and he was taken into the system space. There was a wry smile on Jong Chen's face. The divine power contained in that sword was even more terrifying than the catastrophe he had overcome a few days ago. It instantly destroyed everything in his body. If it wasn't for his extremely hard shell, it would have been shattered by now. He had escaped meters away just now, but his attention was always on the back. He was also worried that guys like Sea God would frantically attack innocent mortals like Bibi Dong. Sure enough, because of Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong's request, these so-called gods didn't have any scruples to attack Bibi Dong. He used teleport twice in a row, and finally rushed back to rescue Bibi Dong. Except for teleportation, he didn't release other defensive skills, and he didn't dare to release them. Because releasing other skills at the same time may cause him to slow down the release of teleportation skills. Even if it is only 1,000th of a second slower, Bibi Dong may die under that sword. In fact, at the beginning, he thought about taking Bibi Dong into the system space and fleeing together. But facing the 7 gods, God Shura was nowhere to be found, so he didn't dare to take Bibi Dong with him. Unexpectedly, Sea God and the others would shamelessly attack Bibi Dong. "You didn't die after being struck by our sword," the god possessed by Xiaowu said in surprise. "It really is a disaster. If we really make him a god, our real bodies may not be able to kill him when the time comes." The voice of the god in Ning Rongrong's body was very dignified. "So he must die today." Sea God's voice was cold. Immediately, the 7 people chased towards Jong Chen extremely fast, their bodies moving at high speed squeezed the air, making bursts of sonic booms. The speed was even faster than Jong Chen's full flying speed at this time. Below, the Soul Masters of Sea God Island did not attack, but waited quietly. On the side of the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong and Jong Chen fled, and the team immediately lost its backbone. The 3 most powerful priests came out and said solemnly, "We will evacuate immediately and go to support His Majesty." The battleship began to turn around, and chased after it in the direction of Douluo Continent. In the system space, Bibi Dong just entered here, sitting on the grass with a dazed expression. The sudden scene change made her a little dazed. It wasn't until she remembered what Jong Chen said just now that she realized that this is the storage treasure that Jong Chen just mentioned. "Xiaochen, Xiaochen." Bibi Dong hurriedly got up, shouting extremely anxiously. However, there was no response in this space. She fell down and sat down in a daze. In her mind she kept thinking about the scene of Jong Chen helping her block that sword with a smile on his face, recalling the scene of Jong Chen vomiting blood and smiling to comfort her. Her heart felt inexplicably painful. "Why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid? Did you even risk your own life to save me?" Chapter 387th Corpse Pill Shot. Outside, the terrifying divine power in Jiang Chen's body finally angered the corpse pill in his danshan. The corpse pill exudes terrifying suction like a black hole, sucking in all the raging divine power. After absorbing those divine powers, in Jiang Chen's anticipation, the corpse pill suddenly spewed incomparably pure energy, which merged into his soul power, replenishing his rapidly consumed soul power. There are two important things in his body, one is the system, and the other is the corpse pill. The corpse pill was left behind by the strong. Although he was not rewarded generously like the system, in his cultivation, he had been purifying his soul power, making his soul power even stronger. During his escape just now, he had already called the god of Shura and the system countless times. But neither responds. Unexpectedly, the corpse pill played a role in the end, allowing his soul power to recover to its peak in an instant. Although the injuries in his body started to recover quickly, Jiang Chen's heart became more and more heavy, because he found that the guys behind had already caught up, and they were faster than him, and they would catch up to him in a short time. Originally, Jiang Chen's speed could beat Tang San and the others by 8 blocks. But now, the opponent is using divine power to directly increase the speed in a brutal way. Jiang Chen could feel the opponent's determination to kill. This time, the other party obviously came prepared. God Shura, who had sworn to promise before, also suddenly disappeared, which made Jiang Chen smell the smell of conspiracy. God Shura might have been calculated and had no time to take care of him. Even the kind-hearted God King who was on duty didn't make any movement. Jiang Chen didn't know what happened in the God realm, but it was definitely not a good thing for him. Jiang Chen didn't dare to turn around and fight, the opponent came prepared, so he must be sure to kill him. And he still carried Bibi Dong with him, unless it was absolutely necessary. He didn't want to take the risk of a fight. If he died, Bibi Dong would also die. The distance between the two sides is rapidly shrinking. 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, meters. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and roared, "Sea God, aren't you afraid that God Ashura will settle accounts with you?" The sea god said indifferently, "You should give up resisting, stop, and die. It is impossible for the god of Shura to save you." After finishing speaking, a beam of light shot out from the tip of the trident in his hand, piercing through the void, appearing behind Jiang Chen as if teleporting. The hairs all over Jiang Chen's body exploded, and with a movement of his footsteps, his body moved half a step sideways. With a chirp, the sleeve of his right arm melted, and a large piece of flesh and blood disappeared, revealing the golden bones inside. Hiss. Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasped. This sea god's divine power was even more terrifying than the divine power that invaded his body just now. If the other party really catches up, I'm afraid he will really die in this sea. You can escape my lock. Sea god sneered, raised the trident again, and 3 beams of light appeared behind Jiang Chen again. It's up to you how to hide this time. All 3 beams hit Jiang Chen, melting his flesh and blood again. 2 of the wounds were on the thighs, making Jiang Chen sweat coldly from the pain. However, a large amount of divine power also entered his body, which was transformed into pure soul power by the corpse pill, supplementing his rapid consumption. The god who possessed Ning Rongrong laughed coquettishly, "See God, what's the use of hitting his legs? You have to hit his wings, so that he can't fly anymore." Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. What a vicious woman. Using the lightning wings to cast the 3,000 thunder movements is his fastest speed so far. If the wings were destroyed, he would probably fall into the hands of these guys immediately. "Look at me," the god on Xiaowu's body said, and the high-speed flying body suddenly disappeared, appearing 2,000 meters ahead, and after 2 more flashes, she had already appeared behind Jiang Chen, with powerful divine power in her hands. A sharp long sword was condensed on the ground, and it slashed towards the wings on Jiang Chen's back. Xiaowu herself possesses teleportation skills, and with the support of divine power, she is able to teleport a distance of 2,000 meters, and she has already caught up with Jiang Chen after 3 times. The long sword condensed with divine power easily cut through the void, and was about to tear Jiang Chen's wings apart. Jiang Chen, who was already prepared, had a blood-red Shura sword in his hand, turned around sharply, and slashed at the unknown god who teleported over. Although teleportation can cross space, but every time it is used, there will be a short stay, which makes Jiang Chen ready. Shura's giant sword and the long sword formed by the opponent's divine power slashed together, and both of them were thrown backwards by the powerful energy fluctuations. Jiang Chen's clothes were half torn, and with the help of this impact, he flew in the direction of Douluo even faster. The long sword in the god's hand has already collapsed. After all, it is only the condensed power of the gods, and it cannot be compared with the weapon of the Shura god. But that huge impact once again caused some damage to Jiang Chen. "You can't escape." The woman grinned. Although she retreated a little due to the impact, she was already very close to Jiang Chen. This rabbit, the soul skills are all melee attacks, she thought in her heart. She descended on Xiaowu with her spiritual thoughts, using Xiaowu as a carrier. She can use Xiaowu's soul skills. But Xiaowu's soul skills are all soft skills and throwing skills, and they can only be used if they are close to the opponent. "Can you escape?" she sneered, and while chasing, her powerful divine sense rushed towards Jiang Chen's mind. How can a human soul withstand the impact of her divine thoughts? She had already foreseen the situation where Jiang Chen's soul would collapse under the impact of her divine thoughts. Before that divine sense could attack Jiang Chen, it already made Jiang Chen feel a severe pain in his soul, almost torn apart. Jiang Chen bit the tip of his tongue and kept awake, terrified in his heart. The opponent's attack turned out to be aimed at his soul. Just when he was feeling desperate, the corpse pill in his body moved again, as if sucking in the power of the opponent's attacking divine sense with a chirp. An extremely ear-piercing scream sounded, not Jiang Chen's, but that female god's. Jong Chen glanced back, and saw Xiaowu's body covering her head with her hands, her pretty face contorted, she let out piercing screams, and fell straight down towards the sea below. Behind them, the faces of the sea gods all changed, and they rushed to catch Xiaowu when she fell to the surface of the sea. The female god screamed loudly, "Don't attack him with divine thoughts, he has a strange body, which has swallowed most of my spiritual thoughts." She was terrified in her heart, most of her spiritual sense was lost, even if she returned to the god realm, her strength would be greatly reduced, and it was not easy to recover the lost divine sense. Sea god frowned and said, "Go back first, we will leave this kid to us." "No, I want to watch him die." The voice of the female god was extremely cold and spiteful. Although Tang San and the others were controlled physically, their souls could observe the outside world, and they were all stunned by this scene. Jiang Chen actually severely injured a god. What a feat it is to injure a god with a mortal body. At this moment, Tang San and the others felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Unconsciously, they were no longer worthy of being Jiang Chen's opponents. "Okay, then let's take a step first." Sea God didn't stay any longer, and continued to chase towards Jiang Chen with a few others. Since you can't attack Jiang Chen with your divine sense, you can only chase after him and kill Jiang Chen. That kid is just a tidal Douluo after all, with limited soul power, sooner or later we will catch up to him. One of them said solemnly. The distance between the two sides narrowed again. Jiang Chen didn't panic, but was immersed in joy instead. Just now, the corpse pill has absorbed a huge wave of divine thoughts, and now it has been purified into pure spiritual power, which is rapidly merging into his spiritual power, which makes his spiritual power increase wildly, and even produces a feeling of swelling. He realized that this pursuit was a life and death crisis for him, but there were also opportunities. Looking at Jiang Chen who was getting closer and closer in front, Sea God said coldly, "Let's do it together and kill him instantly." At this time, Jiang Chen had already entered their attack range. P.S. This is the case for the time being today, and will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 380 The Eighth Hope of Jong Chen's Counterattack. 7 people shot at the same time, and the colorful attacks bombarded towards Jiang Chen with an aura of destroying heaven and earth. If he was hit by them, maybe Jiang Chen would really be chopped into pieces. Jiang Chen's mental power was rapidly increasing, and he naturally felt the opponent's attack. His mental power frenziedly forewarned and fed back to the soul, causing the soul to throb. He has been locked by these attacks, and it is impossible to avoid them in advance. He can only avoid some attacks at the moment of being attacked to reduce some damage. But this time, these attacks hit his head and face, making it impossible for him to avoid it. The huge divine sense absorbed just now not only nourished his spiritual power, but also made his soul stronger. At this moment of crisis, the heavy sense of oppression seemed to make his soul potential explode. At this moment, a wonderful feeling appeared in his heart, and he seemed to have an epiphany. For a moment, countless scenes of lightning across the sky appeared in his mind, some of which transformed into thousands, some traveled through the universe, and some spanned ancient and modern times. Jiang Chen was immersed in the lightning ocean of epiphany, absorbing all kinds of incredible insights like a sponge. When he woke up, those attacks hadn't come yet. He closed his eyes, and many mysteries emerged in his heart. At the moment when those attacks were about to befall him, he took a step forward, appearing thousands of meters away as if the ground shrank into an inch. Those attacks were originally concentrated on him, and his body disappeared, which directly caused these attacks to collide together. With a bang, colorful energy exploded. They were at a height several hundred meters away from the sea surface, but a large amount of seawater directly evaporated under the energy of the explosion, forming a deep pit without seawater. The speed of the sea god and the others didn't slow down, but they were all startled and uncertain. What kind of ability is that? Ma Hongjian asked in an indifferent voice full of surprise, with flames burning all over his body. Everyone was silent. Sea God said, "It's not a soul skill. The moment he moves, there seems to be a mysterious lawful aura circulating around him." After a moment of silence, the god on Daimubai's body said coldly, "This kid has endless tricks. We thought it would be easy to kill him, but we didn't expect it to be so difficult. So he must die, otherwise we will die in the future." The voice of the female god on Zhu Zuking's body was equally cold. Several people looked at Sea God at the same time. "Sea God, this sea is your territory. You should have a way to stop that kid, right?" Sea God nodded. "Look at mine." His divine thoughts rushed to the ocean below, spread rapidly, and covered almost the entire ocean in a short while. The various soul beasts in the ocean believed in the sea god, and at this moment they suddenly received an order from the sea god, and all of them trembled with excitement. Frantically swam towards Jiang Chen's way forward. In just a moment, countless powerful soul beasts jumped up from the ocean below Jiang Chen, opened their ferocious mouths and came towards him biting. Jiang Chen, who was immersed in the wonderful feeling of that step just now, suddenly woke up, and stepped out again. His body was suddenly raised hundreds of meters away. But before he had time to relax, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Countless birds, souls, and beasts living on the ocean flew from all directions, covering the sky and covering the land in a black and dense area, so dense that even the scorching sun from the sky could not shine in. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely surrounded. There are ferocious sea spirit beasts on the bottom, and flying spirit beasts on the top, which contain a lot of powerful aura, and many spirit beasts have reached the level of contra. In the distant sky, there are still a large number of soul beasts gathering towards him in an endless stream. Jiang Chen, you can't escape. Sea God's playful voice sounded from behind. Jiang Chen looked back, and the other party had already approached again. He frowned, and before the spirit beasts completely surrounded him, he raised his figure again and rose to a height of dash meters. But there are hundreds of millions of soul beasts in this sea, and those flying soul beasts seem to be stimulanted, chasing him frantically, and he will be surrounded soon. Jiang Chen didn't stay any longer. After he got taller, those spirit beasts hadn't surrounded him yet. Every step he took was 1,000 meters away, and his understanding of the mystery became more and more profound, and he became more and more proficient in using it. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sea gods in the rear gradually couldn't catch up with him. The flying soul beast in front, as long as he changes direction before forming an encirclement, he can break through. Sea god, that kid is too slippery, your method won't work. The god who possessed Ma Hongjun was somewhat dissatisfied. Seeing Jiang Chen easily dodging those countless soul beasts, Sea God's expression was extremely gloomy. Don't worry, our divine sense is enough to cover the entire planet. No matter where he goes, he can't hide. There is no place for him to hide on this planet. As long as his soul power is exhausted, he will die. The rest of the people nodded, but they were very upset. It was an unacceptable shame for them that the 7 great gods had to go to such a great trouble to kill a human kid. In their hearts, gods are high and human beings are weak and humble. If gods want to kill human beings, it is as easy as crushing an ant. But at this moment, a sense of powerlessness emerged in their hearts. They want to kill a human kid, but they have to wait until the other party's soul power is exhausted, which has to be said to be a huge irony. Sea God continued, don't worry, one day in the god realm is 1 year in the human world. As long as the god of destruction holds God Shura back for a moment, even just for an hour, we will have half a month in the human world to hunt down this kid, and he will die undoubtedly. The few of them talked without the slightest scruples or concealment, and were heard by Jiang Chen who was fleeing in front. Jiang Chen, who had relaxed a bit just now, felt heavy again. There is no place for him to hide on this planet. Even if he has escaped the sea god's sight now, his whereabouts have always been shrouded by the other party's divine sense, and there is nothing to hide. And God Shura was indeed restrained in the god realm as he had expected. Sea God and the others have enough time to kill him. How long can he last? I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to the moment when God Shura comes to save him. He couldn't help feeling a trace of despair in his heart, and it grew rapidly. His soul was shaken, he woke up suddenly, and a layer of cold sweat quickly broke out on his back. What Sea God said just now was obviously aimed at him, and he wanted to hit him mentally. As long as his will is depressed, he will soon usher in death. As soon as he gritted his teeth, his footsteps became faster, and the distance he moved with each step gradually increased. If he stepped a few feet away, he would reach the end of the world. After a while, he looked back, and the sea god and the others had disappeared from his sight. But the other party obviously didn't want him to relax. The sea god's voice immediately sounded in the void around him. Jiang Chen, you can't escape. I have already left a mark on you. No matter how far you flee to the ends of the earth, we will catch up to you sooner or later. At this moment Jiang Chen was a little dazed. Where can he hide? Now the opponent is a cat, and he is a little mouse. If he keeps running like this, he will be caught up one day. There is no chance of winning if they turn around and fight, and it will also involve Bibi Dong. He has gone through all kinds of dangerous places on the Douluo Continent, and there is no place where he can resist Sea God and the others. No, there is another place. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as he gets good fortune there, with his current strength, if he improves by a large amount again, he may not have the strength to fight against Sea God and the others. Jiang Chen's body fell. He had already stepped on the land of Douluo Continent. With a movement in his heart, following the mystery of the epiphany just now, his body suddenly split into 9 Jiang Chen, including his real body, a total of 10, and quickly fled in different directions. His real body flew towards the direction of Tiandu City quickly. The next update will be after PM, and the specific time for adding updates at night is uncertain. Chapter 389 Dragon Blood Body Refining, Devouring Dragon Soul. These avatars are the supernatural powers that he realized when he had a sudden enlightenment just now. Their attack power is not strong, but their aura is exactly the same as that of the real body. They can be manipulated as long as they have a ray of mental power, which is the best way to hide their eyes. What he needs now is to race against time, and this blindfold should buy him a lot of time. Although these clones are not strong, their speed is extremely fast, which is consistent with the speed of the real body. This scene was reflected in the spiritual thoughts of the sea god and the others, immediately making them puzzled. Several people stopped, a little surprised and uncertain. What the hell, this kid's methods are too weird. If it weren't for our divine sense descending on the mortal body and unable to exert our strength, we would have solved him long ago. Vulcan said cursingly. Can you sense which one is his real body? Asked the 9-colored goddess possessed by Ningrongrong. Several people fell silent, feeling a little dull on their faces. It's so embarrassing, not to mention that the 7 gods couldn't catch up with a human being, and now they are still confused by the clone that the other party suddenly differentiated. They lived a long time. There has never been a day more humiliating than today. Sea God said in a deep voice, that kid's real body and clones are under the cover of our divine sense. No matter how many clones are, it's useless. Let's chase them separately and get rid of them one by one. Several people nodded and began to separate. Jiang Chen's real body originally needed a day to reach Tiandu City according to the original speed. But now, he has mastered the supernatural power of shrinking the ground to an inch, and it is estimated that he can shorten the time by half and reach it in half a day. Since his avatars are derived from agility, their speed is exactly the same as that of his real body. When he stops, these avatars will dissipate. Half a day later, his real body and his real body will spread all over the entire continent. The 7 sea gods pursued and killed them separately, and they were sure that those clones would dissipate within a short time. However, after several hours passed, the speed of these 10 Jiang Chen still did not decrease, and none of them showed signs of dissipating. The sea god and the others almost went crazy. They separated to pursue, but none of them could catch up, and they couldn't even tell which one Jiang Chen's real body was. Jong Chen breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. There were only 7 people on the sea god's side, and his real body plus clones had a total of 10 people, and his real body happened to not be pursued. Although those clones would dissipate when his real body stopped, it was enough to delay sea god and the others for quite a while. Jiang Chen started fleeing at noon, and finally arrived near Tiandu City at night. He wants to go to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Back then, he had used the Eye of Punishment to see 2 dragon corpses that were 10,000 feet long in front of the Binghuo Lianji. That level of coercion must be at the god level. At that time, God Shura had warned him that that place was not something he could covet. Now, he was forced to have no choice but to make a breakthrough. Jiang Chen didn't stop until he came to the Sunset Forest. The moment he stopped, including his real body, 10 figures disappeared immediately. His real body seemed to dissipate, but in fact it turned into a small insect, fell under the dead leaves, and slowly burrowed into the ground, and his clothes were also taken into the system space by him in an instant. He wanted to use this trick to deceive the sky and the sea, to deceive the spiritual thoughts of the sea god and the others. He didn't know if it would work, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try it. The moment Jiang Chen's 10 figures all disappeared, sea god and the others stopped. Falling on mortals, it restricts their strength too much. In fact, they borrowed the bodies of the Shrek 7 monsters, and with the blessing of divine power, their speed has already broken through to the category of gods. However, under their persecution, Jiang Chen made a breakthrough, leaving them far behind. In the process of chasing after them, their spiritual thoughts have been covering 10 Jiang Chen's figures. But these 10 figures dissipated at the same time, which made them a little puzzled. Their attention was always on Jiang Chen, and they didn't notice that after Jiang Chen's real body disappeared, there was an extra bug on the ground. 7 people conversed with each other. Sea God, didn't you leave a mark on him before? Find out where that kid is. Vulcan asked. Sea God said, I was just bluffing him before. I tried to separate a ray of divine sense and land on him, but it disappeared inexplicably. Then what should we do now? Zuzuking asked the speed god in his body. Sea God said, go ahead and search carefully at the place where he disappeared. If we don't find it, we'll go to the other 3 places where we haven't pursued. In Jiang Chen's system space, the flow of time here is as fast as Douluo, and Bibi Dong has been sitting on the grass and waiting for more than 10 hours. The tears on her face were dry, leaving only tear stains. After Jiang Chen received her here, he never contacted her again, which made her suffer a lot. She knows that although her disciple is abnormally talented, his strength can also be called number 1 in the Douluo Continent. But the ones chasing and killing him are 7 god-level masters. Can he escape? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong recalled the scene of Jiang Chen taking that sword for her. That scene has been replayed countless times in her heart in this short half a day, and every time it makes her heart tremble. Why are you so stupid? Bibi Dong burst into tears again. I really hate it. It's useless to hate myself. After so many years, I haven't succeeded in inheriting the Rakshasa god. If I am already the Rakshasa god, I don't need you to protect me. At this moment, Bibi Dong was filled with endless self-blame. She hated herself for being weak and useless. She has been exposed to the inheritance of Rakshasa for more than 20 years, but she has not successfully completed the inheritance yet. She didn't know that the Rakshasa god, like the sea god, is also a first-level god, and his strength is only below law enforcement. And the ability of Rakshasa god is too evil and weird, so it is much more difficult to pass on. With tears streaming down Bibi Dong's cheeks, she looked up blankly at her head. She had already explored this space shortly after she came in. The diameter of the space is about 300 meters, and the edge is a strange white mist, which cannot be broken through. There are still clusters of white mist in the space, which seem to wrap some items. The sky above the head is also a thick layer of white mist, almost 1,000 meters away. She tried to fly up before, but she couldn't break through. The space that can store things, the first thing she thought of was the soul guide. But she has never heard of such a large space and the ability to store living things. As time went by, she became more and more panicked. After such a long time has passed, is it possible that Jiang Chen is already dead? And the sea god guys didn't find this treasure, so they didn't let her out? She began to think wildly in her heart, and the more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. Suddenly, her pretty face froze, and she saw a few clothes floating down from the sky. Immediately afterwards, she soared into the sky and caught those pieces of clothing. She recognized at a glance that it was Jiang Chen's clothes, but the clothes were tattered and many places were missing. Jiang Chen hadn't contacted her for a long time, but at this time a few clothes suddenly appeared, which immediately made Bibi Dong's imagination run wild. "Xiaoxue, what's the matter with you?" she murmured, couldn't help but grabbed Jiang Chen's clothes and took a few breaths. Jiang Chen's temperature and breath still remained on it. The first thing she thought of was that Jiang Chen was dead, and the clothes were thrown in by Sea God. But then she denied it. If Sea God killed Jiang Chen, why did he throw the clothes in? This defies any logic. Immediately afterwards, her eyes lit up, and she remembered Jiang Chen's magic power of transformation. It must be that Xiaoxue turned into another object to escape the pursuit of Sea God. It must be like this. Xiaoxue is not dead yet. At this moment, Bibi Dong was ecstatic, with an unprecedented happy smile on her face. In the outside world, Jiang Chen has changed his appearance again, turned into a pangolin, and moved towards the direction under the eyes of the Binghuo Lianji at an extremely fast speed. The last time he used the Eye of Punishment to explore the Eye of Ice and Fire, he couldn't bear the coercion emanating from the two giant dragons. But now, his strength is much stronger than before, which is why he dared to take the risk. He didn't know if the sea gods and the others had noticed the pangolin he transformed into, but he didn't care about it anymore, and went down as fast as he could with all his strength. After more than 10 minutes, he had entered tens of thousands of meters underground, approaching the mysterious space. The surrounding soil has turned red, as if it was stained red with blood. In the soil, there are unexpectedly two kinds of extreme energies, which Jiang Chen is extremely familiar with. He used to use the energy of ice and fire to refine his body in the eyes of ice and fire, and the two extreme energies in this soil are the energy of ice and fire. It's just that in the soil at a depth of tens of thousands of meters, the energy of ice and fire is extremely terrifying, and it contains terrifying cold poison and fire poison, which made Jiang Chen's already extremely strong body feel pain. But amid the pain, his body also began to automatically absorb the fire poison and cold poison, strengthening his body immune to ice and fire again, and also strengthening his own corpse poison. After descending more than 10 meters again, a layer of blood-red energy diaphragm appeared in front of him. The aura emanating from this energy barrier made Jiang Chen feel a burst of heart palpitations. He hesitated for a moment, then unswervingly swung his paw downward. The sharp claws pierced the diaphragm and pierced it easily, and the black pangolin he transformed into immediately fell down. After he entered, the blood-colored energy layer immediately returned to its original state. Jiang Chen stabilized his figure, his gaze scanned the space. The space he was in right now was extremely wide, and the air was filled with a faint red mist. He took a deep breath, feeling extremely refreshed all over his body. This red mist is actually emitted by blood. Jiang Chen glanced at the entire space again with some horror. The diameter of this space is almost -meters, and such a vast space is filled with this red mist. Such a majestic blood can only form so much blood mist. He looked down, and there were two huge dragon corpses entrenched on the ground below, with a conservative estimate of tens of thousands of meters in length. Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine what kind of strength a dragon with such a huge body had reached before he was alive. Of these two divine dragons, one was covered in crimson red, and the scales on his body were like red-hot iron sheets, exuding an extremely scorching aura. The other is ice blue, exuding an endless icy aura. The two dragon corpses exuded extremely terrifying coercion, which made Jiang Chen's heart tremble uncontrollably. This is suppression at the level of life. He has not yet evolved to that level, and it is normal to be suppressed under such circumstances. He gritted his teeth, remembering that time was running out, and began to descend downward. At the same time, he has already begun to frantically absorb the blood mist floating in this space. In a space with a diameter of nearly -meters, the blood mist contained in it is so huge that it is unimaginable. Under his crazy absorption, a blood mist vortex suddenly formed around his body. The vortex turned bigger, and gradually spread out. 10 meters, hundreds of kilometers. Such a majestic blood energy entered Jiang Chen's body and was quickly absorbed by his physical body. He felt extremely comfortable all over, and he was surprised to find that as he absorbed the blood mist, the suppression of the two dragon corpses on him gradually weakened. His zombie cultivation base is improving at an unimaginable speed, and the gap with his soul master cultivation base is getting smaller and smaller. While descending, he observed his surroundings extremely vigilantly, guarding against unknown dangers that might appear at any time. It wasn't until he landed on the ground that he breathed a sigh of relief. Worried that the sea god's divine sense would probe here, he still hadn't recovered his human form, and lay down in the middle of the two dragon corpses in the form of a pangolin, absorbing the blood mist frantically. At this time, the blood mist vortex had spread to a diameter of -meters, and a huge amount of blood essence entered Jiang Chen's body every second. Suddenly, a warning sign appeared in Jiang Chen's heart, and two powerful pressures suddenly appeared in the sky. He looked up, and saw two 1-meter-long little dragons appearing in the blood mist vortex, one red and one blue. Xiaolong's body was somewhat illusory, but the coercion that emanated almost made Jiang Chen suffocate. Two small dragons roared and rushed towards him. The sound echoed directly in Jiang Chen's mind, almost shaking his soul away. Is this the soul of those two dragons, or it could be said that it was the remnant soul? Jiang Chen had some understanding in his heart. He was terrified, unable to escape under the lock of the two remnant souls of the dragon. The two dragon souls roared and rushed directly into Jiang Chen's mind, wanting to destroy Jiang Chen's soul directly. They didn't know how Jiang Chen got here, but it was unforgivable to dare to offend their dead bodies. Jiang Chen's soul seemed to be torn apart, that kind of pain he once felt when he condensed the clone of a soul master. It was so painful that he couldn't bear it. But soon, the corpse pill in his body moved again. The corpse pill rotated slowly, exuding a terrifying suction force, slowly sucking the dragon's soul rushing into Jiang Chen's mind. The original angry roars of the two dragon souls suddenly disappeared, and Jiang Chen could clearly see the panic in their eyes, struggling crazily, trying to escape from his body. However, this corpse pill seems to be their nemesis, pulling them in bit by bit. Jiang Chen was a little stunned. He knew the strength of the former owner of this corpse pill. He had once devoured a giant dragon. But I didn't expect that just one remaining corpse pill could make these two dragon souls unable to resist. He guessed that these two divine dragons must have been overlords in the god realm before they were alive. Even if they were remnant souls, their power was terrifyingly strong. But it was easily swallowed by the corpse pill. Seeing the two dragon souls, one red and one blue, being swallowed by the corpse pill, Jiang Chen immediately looked forward to it. The divine mind of the god before was swallowed by the corpse pill, and then the pure energy was fed back to nourish his soul. If the energy contained in these two dragon souls can also be absorbed by him, how strong can his soul be? In his anticipation, the corpse pill did not disappoint him. It spun slowly, spewing out huge energy and rushing directly into Jiang Chen's mind. I accidentally fell asleep for an hour in the afternoon, and my hand speed was slow. After waking up, I only wrote words. I continued at night, and the time was uncertain. If it was later, the number of words should be more. Chapter 390. The flesh becomes a god. The purified energy of these two ice and fire dragon souls is a great tonic for Jiang Chen. His soul absorbed this energy crazily, the tearing pain before had disappeared, and the sublimation of his soul made him extremely comfortable. The strength of the soul is accompanied by the strength of the spiritual power. In just a moment, he felt that his mental power had reached a bottleneck. It's as if a reservoir is full and can't hold any more. Jiang Chen heard a bang in his mind, as if the heavens and the earth were cracking inside. The mental power reservoir collapsed. The breakthrough of the mental power bottleneck caused his mental power to skyrocket again. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, his mental power spread out, and he easily covered the space of meters. All things clearly appeared in his mind. That three-dimensional vision was more careful than eyes. Is this divine thought? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. After the soul master breaks through to the god level, the original spiritual power will transform into divine sense. Where the divine thoughts pass, it is clearer than seeing and hearing with the own eyes. Now he can even attack directly with divine sense like the previous god. I am afraid that soul masters below the god level will directly shatter their souls and die under the impact of his divine thoughts. Of course, Jiang Chen's spiritual sense at this time is still far from that of Sea God and the others. Sea God's spiritual sense can easily cover the entire planet. Jiang Chen tried it. His current divine sense can cover about meters, and with the strength of his soul, this range is still increasing. Jiang Chen understood that although his cultivation had not yet broken through to the god level, his soul had already reached the category of god level ahead of time. Until that energy was absorbed, the coverage of his divine sense had reached a radius of 15 meters. He didn't dare to peek at the situation on the ground with his divine sense, for he was worried that the sea god would notice his divine sense. At this time, the blood mist in the space had already begun to thin out after his crazy absorption, and the blood color gradually disappeared. Jiang Chen's eyes were on the two huge dragon corpses again. He could feel that the hearts of the two dragon corpses still contained a huge amount of blood energy, and that was where the essence of the blood of the dragon corpses lay. There is also the meat and bones of the dragon corpse, which also contain a large amount of essence. If it is absorbed by him, it is unknown how far it can improve him. Jiang Chen couldn't help being delighted. He knew that he had made the right bet, and these two dragon corpses were his way to turn defeat into victory. As long as he plunders all the good fortune here, maybe he really has the strength to contend with those 7 guys. Without further hesitation, he immediately began to break open the scales of the dragon corpse, trying to absorb the essence and blood of the heart. But what surprised him was that when his extremely sharp and hard claws landed on the scales, only a lot of sparks were splashed, and there was not even a trace of white marks on the scales. Jiang Chen had no choice but to get in through the huge dragon's mouth, and quickly approached the dragon's heart along the esophagus. The heart, which was as big as a house, was filled with golden blood, and the red blood mist outside was formed by the escape of blood essence inside. Jiang Chen plunged headlong into the golden ocean, eagerly absorbing the god-level blood essence. At the beginning, even a drop of the blood of God Shura benefited him a lot, but now, the golden blood here is like a pool, making him feel extremely satisfied. To his surprise, his body didn't feel like it was bursting, it was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the blood of the dragon crazily and quickly. His zombie cultivation base was only at the early stage of level 9, and the blood mist he absorbed outside just reached the mid-stage level. Now, just after absorbing the golden blood, he felt that the zombie's cultivation had broken through to the mid-9th level. At the same time, in addition to the golden blood, the essence contained in the dragon meat and dragon bone was also sucked by him. The bones of his whole body were already pale gold, but at this moment, they were rapidly changing to a bright golden color. In his blood, the red color faded rapidly, and the golden color gradually became dazzling, and amazing changes were also taking place. At this time, Jiang Chen had recovered his human form, sitting cross-legged in the heart of the Fire Dragon King. His whole body was like a small sun, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Every strand of his hair, and even every pore glowed with golden light, as if he was about to complete his transformation from mortal to god here. On the surface, Sea God came to the sky above the Eye of Ice and Fire, and the other 6 people also came one after another. They had carefully inspected the other 9 places just now, but they didn't find any traces of Jiang Chen. And this last place may be Jiang Chen's hiding place. It is impossible for a person to disappear out of thin air. The only possibility is that Jiang Chen hid at the moment of disappearance. They were no longer surprised by how Jiang Chen hid from their divine sense. Jiang Chen's various strange methods had shocked them many times. They felt more and more that the High Priest's prediction was very correct, and that such a terrifying human youth might really become a disaster in the God realm. Let's not talk about the entire God realm, but talking about them, they have already offended Jiang Chen thoroughly. If Jiang Chen didn't die, they would have trouble sleeping and eating. The spiritual thoughts of several people frantically scanned the setting sun forest, and even went deep into the ground. An elder of the Wuhan Empire who was guarding the herb in the eyes of the ice and fire yin and yang was directly ignored by them. Hey, this place is a bit weird, there are such powerful energy fluctuations underground. Ning Rongrong's 9-colored goddess said in surprise. The rest of the people immediately probed down with their spiritual sense, and also discovered the amazing energy of ice and fire. The further down, the stronger the energy, and it tends to reach the god level. Sea God said, this place is the tomb of 2 seniors from the god realm. When I didn't reach the god level, this place already existed. Which 2 seniors? Asked the god of cookery on Oscar's body. Ice Fire Dragon King. Sea God replied. Hiss. Someone couldn't help but gasped. Their strength is lower than sea gods, and they didn't ascend from Douluo back then, so they naturally don't know the secrets of this place. But they knew the name of the Ice Fire Dragon King in the God realm. That is the power of the 2 dragons, which is equivalent to the existence of the current law enforcement, and its strength is absolutely terrifying. Unexpectedly, their burial place is actually in this small forest in Douluo Continent. The spiritual thoughts of the few people extended down curiously, and then they saw the corpses of the 2 huge dragons that were 10,000 feet long. As expected of the 2 great dragon kings, such a powerful coercion can still exist after death. Vulcan couldn't help sighing. Sea God frowned and said, don't forget our purpose, then Jiang Chen is not here. Several people withdrew their divine thoughts, and the goddess of 9 colors asked, that kid doesn't know where to hide. We have searched for 10 places, what else do you think can be done? Their divine sense has already searched through the setting sun forest, and even carefully inspected all the soul beasts in it, and they did not find Jiang Chen's aura. Hey, look, why is the breath of the Fire Dragon King weakening so quickly? The god of speed, who hadn't retracted his divine sense just now, said in surprise. The spiritual thoughts of the rest of the people immediately entered the space below, and they found that the aura emanating from the Fire Dragon King was rapidly weakening. During the few seconds they observed, the aura of the Fire Dragon King could be described as plummeting, and the long body was shrinking rapidly. More precisely, it is drying up rapidly. What's going on? Sea God frowned deeply, and his divine sense entered Fire Dragon King's body suspiciously. The next moment, his eyes widened suddenly, and he trembled with anger. That kid is actually in the Fire Dragon King's body, absorbing all the essence in the Fire Dragon King's body. The rest of the people were startled. Their spiritual thoughts entered the Fire Dragon King's body at the same time, and they saw Jiang Chen sitting cross-legged at the Fire Dragon King's heart. The golden blood had disappeared, and the essence of the Fire Dragon King's body frantically rushed towards Jiang Chen's body. His breath. 9 Colors Goddess's voice trembled slightly, as if she had discovered something incredible. Let's go, we can't let him absorb it any longer. The sea god's face changed color, and he had already rushed into the ground. Shocked, the rest of the people followed closely. That kid is clearly only level 97, and he hasn't accepted the final inheritance of God Azura, so how could he already have a god-level aura? The god of war on Daimyobai couldn't help but say. This scene really shocked them. It is unbelievable that a human being who is only level 97 can break through to the god level in one day. But in the scene in front of them, they had to believe that in their spiritual perception, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the god-level aura and coercion emanating from Jiang Chen's body. Although it had only reached the level of breaking through to the god level, it was enough to shock them. The 7 of them quickly walked through the ground and went down. Everyone's complexion was very solemn. At this moment, they felt a strong crisis. It's not that the current Jiang Chen can kill them, but they are afraid of Jiang Chen's breakthrough speed. When they just arrived, they still had a lofty attitude and regarded Jiang Chen as something in their pocket. But now, Jiang Chen's various performances dealt them a painful blow. There is a price to be paid for underestimating this human youth. And the price is their lives. When only a layer of skin was left on the 10,000-foot-long dragon corpse, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden light beams shot out from his eyes, piercing through the extremely hard dragon scales. Are you coming? He murmured, stood up, and tore the top of his head with his hands. Before his claws could not catch a scratch, he tore the dragon scale easily. He looked up, and before the sea gods arrived, he broke out from another direction. Shrinking the ground to an inch is also applicable in the ground. His speed is still much faster than the sea god at this time. Bastard! Sea god roared, and quickly changed direction, because Jiang Chen had already run out from another direction. Jong Chen smiled lightly towards the back, his voice was full of sarcasm, making the sea god and the others almost fly into a rage. After a while, Jiang Chen returned to the ground, found a direction, and quickly dodged away. It didn't take long for him to leave the sunset forest, and after a certain distance, he came to a barren area. There were still 9 soul rings on his body, but with a thought, the 9th golden soul ring lit up, and the avatar skill was released. Beside him, a clone appeared. This clone possessed his first 8 soul skills, and also possessed his zombie cultivation. Immediately afterwards, the avatar stayed where he was and waited for the arrival of the sea god and the others, while he left quickly. He left this clone just to see if he has the strength to fight these guys now. According to his estimation, his current zombie cultivation base has broken through to level 10, which is a level equivalent to the god level in this world. The sea god and the others did not descend from their true self, but possessed Tang San and the others. Their strength would definitely be greatly reduced, and this was Jiang Chen's confidence to fight back. However, he remained cautious, first using the 9th soul ability to test it out, to see how far his combat power had reached. Chapter 390 Vulcan is defeated, Ma Hongjun dies. A moment later, Jiang Chen had already left 100,000 meters away. At this moment, his zombie avatar met Sea God and the others. This soul skill avatar has no wisdom in the first place, and needs mental power to control it. Because his spiritual power has evolved into divine sense, he can freely control the clone to fight within the range of divine sense. Another clone? Vulcan asked. Sea God glanced at Jiang Chen, the zombie avatar, and said, Vulcan, you and Goddess 9 Colors will deal with him, and we will hunt down his real body. He had to leave 2 people to deal with this clone of Jiang Chen, because this clone had already blocked their way forward. And the aura emanating from the avatar has reached the god level. Vulcan's fire attribute attack power is already extremely high, and with the assistance of the 9-colored goddess, it should be easy to defeat this clone. Jiang Chen's avatar did not prevent the 5 sea gods from leaving. It was just what he wanted for these guys to act separately, and it happened that he could use 2 of them to test the knife first. The battle broke out immediately, and Jiang Chen had to finish off the Vulcans before the sea gods and the others approached him. Under Jiang Chen's control, his avatar released a huge corpse poison formation, and the purple poisonous mist filled the entire void, enveloping Vulcan and 9-colored goddess. Then came the tombstones of death. Countless tombstones flew towards Vulcan and 9-colored goddess from all directions like 10,000 swords returning to their clan. These 2 skills are skills that weaken the enemy's strength and must be released before the battle. Fighting within the scope of these 2 skills, Jiang Chen has a huge advantage. The armor of the first skill has been added, and there is also the martial soul avatar. Under the effect of these 2 skills, the defense, strength, speed, and other attributes of his zombie body have been raised to the maximum. 9-colored goddess exudes 9-color light, which is incomparably bright and gorgeous in this dark night. 9 colors of light fell on Vulcan's body, making the burning flames on Vulcan's body more intense. Small tricks. Vulcan snorted coldly, ignoring Jiang Chen's corpse poison attack. The flames all over his body exploded violently, and the Desh-meter range around him was filled with extremely terrifying flames. The void trembled violently, as if it might collapse under the burning of the flame at any time. As soon as those death tombstones rushed near him, they were burned by the flames and exploded. A large amount of grey mist gushed out, and the strange thing was that this grey mist could resist the burning of the flames, and quickly surrounded the Vulcan and 9-colored goddess. Jiang Chen followed closely behind his own soul skills. He didn't care about the flames released by Vulcan, and rushed in directly. Looking for death. Vulcan sneered. With the blessing of his divine sense, the flame was already extremely terrifying. Even if Jiang Chen broke through to the god level, he could not resist his flame in such a short time. Just when he was sneering, Jiang Chen had already stepped in front of him with 1 step, and the fist surrounded by golden lightning bombarded towards his head. That god-level flame burned on Jiang Chen's body, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. After going through the fire poison training again just now, his resistance to flames had reached an astonishing level. In particular, it has absorbed all the essence of the Fire Dragon King. At this time, the flames released by the Vulcan seemed to tickle him. Realizing that Jiang Chen was not afraid of his flames, Vulcan was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. This Jiang Chen actually dared to fight him in close quarters. Although Vulcan knew that this was Jiang Chen's avatar, he was still happy in his heart. Chasing Jiang Chen today, he was already full of anger, and now he can use Jiang Chen's avatar to vent his anger. In his opinion, Jiang Chen's soul power has obviously not reached the god level, and it is very likely that his body has reached the god level first. Vulcan looks down on this kind of false god from the bottom of his heart. Death. He yelled violently. The fat face that belonged to Ma Hongjun was full of ferocity. His fist surged with terrifying divine power, meeting Jiang Chen's punch. So what if the god of flesh becomes a god? The body that has just reached the god level will definitely collapse under his divine power. This is the confidence of Vulcan as a veteran god. At this moment, Ma Hongzhen's soul looked at the scene in front of him, and he almost burst out laughing excitedly. He really wanted to shout, "Jiang Chen, you also have today?" Just when he was happy in his heart, he suddenly heard a crackling sound, followed by a burst of severe pain spreading to his soul. Although his body is controlled by Vulcan, his soul can still feel the situation of his body. He was horrified to find that under Jiang Chen's punch, his right arm was completely shattered into blood foam and bones scattered everywhere. How is this possible? He roared frantically in his heart. Vulcan, who was in charge of Ma Hongzhen's body, was stunned. Although he used a human body, his blow just now was enough to kill a strong man who had just been promoted to the god level under the boost of the nine-colored goddess, let alone Jiang Chen, who only had a body that reached the god level. False god. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be astonishingly great. He directly ignored his divine power and smashed his arm into pieces. Jiang Chen grinned his lips, revealing his pure white teeth. His smile looked a bit eerie. His blow was no longer 5 times stronger, but 10 times stronger. After absorbing the essence of the whole body of the Fire Dragon King, his supernatural powers finally evolved, from 5 times to 10 times. In addition, the first soul ability and the 7th soul ability also have a huge increase in strength. His physical strength, which had reached the god level, was already extremely terrifying, and when it was increased by more than 10 times, it easily shattered an arm of the opponent. With a successful blow, he already had a general understanding of his combat power, and how could he give the opponent a chance to react? Shrinking the ground into an inch allowed him to shorten the time of pursuit. Even though Ma Hongzhen's body was thrown backwards by the bombardment, Jiang Chen followed every step like a maggot attached to the bone, not giving the opponent any chance to resist. In just an instant, he punched thousands of punches, and Vulcan couldn't resist at all. Ma Hongzhen's body began to shatter inch by inch, and screams like slaughtering a pig came out of his body. Jiang Chen could tell that it was Ma Hongzhen's voice, and that voice was extremely miserable. "Jiang Chen, let me go, I dare not be your enemy again." Ma Hongzhen howled miserably and begged for mercy. With the last punch, Ma Hongzhen's body was completely shattered, turning into a mass of flesh and blood, and his voice also stopped abruptly. The moment his body shattered, he was already dead. Vulcan's divine sense appeared the moment Ma Hongzhen's body was broken, forming a phantom close to reality, staring at Jiang Chen with gloomy eyes. The goddess of 9 colors and Ning Rongrong were stunned. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the time was extremely short, only a few seconds passed. However, Vulcan was actually defeated within a few seconds, and even Ma Hongzhen's life was not saved. The phantom of Vulcan floated in the air, staring at Jiang Chen viciously, and said in a cold voice, "Okay, very good, you have completely offended me. When my real body arrives, you will definitely die." Without a carrier for his divine thoughts, the strength he could display was limited, and he couldn't even threaten Jiang Chen. And he didn't dare to attack directly with his divine sense, for fear that he would be swallowed up inexplicably. A sneer suddenly appeared. "You still want to descend in person? You don't have that chance." After finishing speaking, a figure appeared on Vulcan's back. It was Jiang Chen's real body. He already knew the ending from the beginning of the fight, and immediately rushed towards the clone. Before those guys from Sea God arrived at Jiang Chen's real body, they discovered that Jiang Chen's real body had disappeared. Vulcan said viciously, "I am in the state of divine sense now, you can't attack me at all, I want to watch you be killed by Sea God with my own eyes." "Really?" Jiang Chen's real body said jokingly, and after the words fell, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted in his body. "What is this? Impossible, who the hell are you?" Vulcan's divine sense yelled in horror, and was pulled into Jiang Chen's body by being sucked. He could feel that there seemed to be a terrifying big mouth in Jiang Chen's body, trying to devour his spiritual thoughts. "I want to return to the God realm, return." Vulcan shouted in fear, but it didn't help. He was sucked into Jiang Chen's danshan in the blink of an eye. Chapter 390 The Gods Flee, the end of the 7 Shrek monsters. Jiang Chen turned his head and smiled charmingly at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's pretty face suddenly changed color, and she fled immediately, fleeing in the direction of the sea gods who had rushed back. Vulcan was swallowed by this guy. It was so frightening. At this moment, 9 Colors goddess felt fear from her soul. Before, he only felt a deep fear of Jiang Chen. However, it didn't take long for this young human being to become so terrifying. The goddess of 9 colors, the main assistant, has the lowest combat power in the god realm. But her auxiliary ability is extremely outstanding, so she has a high status and has good friendship with many strong people. With her help, Vulcan was defeated, and Jiang Chen swallowed his divine sense in a strange way, which almost frightened her. All of Vulcan's spiritual thoughts are swallowed up. Although he will not die, the spiritual thoughts are born from the soul. If the spiritual thoughts are lost, the soul will be injured, and it will still be severely injured. This is also the reason why 9 Colors goddess is afraid. If it wasn't for the sea god and the others to arrive immediately, she almost couldn't help but return to the god realm immediately. But when she thought of Jiang Chen's sudden soaring strength, if she went back, maybe this operation would fail, so she suppressed the idea of returning to the god realm. In any case, there is only one fate for Jiang Chen today, and that is death. Can you escape? On Jiang Chen's face with an evil smile, those eyes suddenly lit up, and 2 golden beams shot out from the eyes, directly shooting Ning Rongrong's body in front of him while fleeing. Hole through. A shrill scream sounded. It was Ning Rongrong's voice. Looking at everything that happened in front of her, she was already panicked. Jong Chen's strength made her despair. Even the gods are not Jong Chen's opponent. What will she use to take revenge? The golden light pierced through her body and burned her soul again, causing her soul to dissipate rapidly. Jong Chen, even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. Ning Rongrong roared mournfully. That voice was full of resentment, which made people feel chills in their hearts. The corners of Jong Chen's mouth curled up, and he said softly, "Your soul is gone. You don't even have a chance to be reincarnated, let alone be a ghost." After absorbing the 2 dragon souls, his soul has been greatly improved, and the Eye of Punishment has also evolved. In addition to physical attacks, he also has soul attacks. At this time, his supernatural power can truly be called divine punishment. Ning Rongrong's screams kept ringing out, gradually weakening until they disappeared. Jong Chen knew that Ning Rongrong was also dead like Ma Hongzhen. It's just that Ma Hongzhen still has a chance to be reincarnated, while Ning Rongrong has lost his soul. The goddess of 9 colors' spiritual sense was in Ning Rongrong's body, and was also hurt by Jong Chen's blow, but her divine sense was extremely powerful, and she could still persist. At the same time, the divine power was also rapidly repairing Ning Rongrong's body, and the 2 hideous wounds were slowly recovering. Jong Chen, you will definitely die today. 9-color goddess's voice was extremely cold, because she saw that the sea god and others who were coming from a distance had already started to attack. The incomparably powerful divine power filled the void, making Jong Chen feel a huge pressure all of a sudden. He frowned deeply, and he keenly sensed that this space seemed a little different. He couldn't tell what was different. Anyway, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Jong Chen sneered, "Before the sea god rushes back, you will die before me." He stepped forward, but only 1 meter away, shrunk down to an inch and failed. Sea god's laughter came from a distance. "Jong Chen, you can force us to lose our spiritual sense to seal off this void and temporarily change the laws of space. You are worthy of pride in your death. So what?" Jong Chen roared in his heart. He no longer evaded, but still pursued and killed the 9-colored goddess. After being hunted down for a day, if he escapes now, he will not be able to swallow the anger. The battle with Vulcan just now gave him great confidence, and he is not guaranteed to lose. Having broken through to level 10 zombie, his self-confidence is bursting. With the help of the body pill, he has a great chance of winning. It was the corpse pill that took the initiative to inhale Vulcan's divine sense just now. But now, the corpse pill is continuously spewing out pure spiritual energy, nourishing and strengthening Jong Chen's soul and spiritual energy. This domineering and rapid improvement method is just like his previous blood-sucking improvement zombie cultivation level, without any sequelae. Due to the space being suppressed, Jong Chen had only just approached the 9-colored goddess before the attack from Sea God and the others had already arrived. He swung the Shura sword and defeated all these attacks. The huge power generated in the big explosion only caused him some minor injuries. Jong Chen was overjoyed. He really made the right bet. Using human bodies, these guys are really not that strong, and they probably just broke through the threshold of God level. And his zombie cultivation base has broken through to level 10, which is equivalent to God level if calculated according to the corresponding Soul Master cultivation base. It has never been a problem for him to beat 6 people of the same level of cultivation at the same time. At this moment, Jong Chen no longer feared anything. The goddess of 9 colors finally reunited with Sea God and the others, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior, where's Wrong?" Oscar's anxious voice sounded. 9-color goddess said, "Dead. I was beaten out of my wits by this kid." Upon hearing this, Oscar completely collapsed, crying heart-piercingly, and cursing Jong Chen. The god in his body was annoyed by the ear, and directly blocked his voice, and the space suddenly became quiet. Tang San and the others stayed in their body quietly, did not speak, and their mood was extremely dignified. They all watched the battle between Jong Chen and Vulcan just now. Jong Chen was able to defeat Vulcan and even killed Ma Hongzhen. Now that Ning Rongrong is also dead, the Shrek 7 monsters have walked together for many years, and unexpectedly lost 2 of them in one day. It would be a lie to say that there is no heartache, and they feel as uncomfortable as Oscar. But what's the use of it? Then Jong Chen was already so strong that even gods were not afraid. They could only pray that the seniors of the Sea God would work together to get rid of Jong Chen. Sea God and the others spread out, and surrounded Jong Chen. At this time, the space is under their control, and Jong Chen's flying speed is not as fast as theirs. This farce should be over. The 6 people shot at the same time, forming various attacks with formidable divine power, and smashed towards Jong Chen. The Sea God held the trident in his hand, the one with the strongest attack power. Although Jong Chen dodged most of his attacks every time, his body was still rubbed. After a few times, injuries appeared on Jong Chen's body surface, his flesh was split open, and golden blood flowed out. But he is not without the power to fight back. His 9th soul ability clone still has not dissipated, releasing the corpse poison formation at the same time as his real body, the double poison formation. The power has been raised to an extremely terrifying level. He knew that Sea God and the others must have a way to expel his corpse poison, otherwise they wouldn't have rescued Tang San and the others back last time. But the purpose of releasing the corpse poison array this time is not to poison the Sea God and the others, but to affect the state of the other party. As long as the opponent's speed slows down due to poisoning, he is sure to eliminate all these so-called gods. At the same time, the evolved eye of punishment is out of control, and as long as his divine sense is not exhausted, he can always use it. This eye of punishment contained soul attack. The sea gods and the others did not dare to attack Jiang Chen with their spiritual thoughts, but Jiang Chen dared. This battle was so violent that almost half of the Heaven Do Empire could feel the fluctuations of the battle here. Jiang Chen's confidence is getting stronger and stronger. Although Sea God and the others can cause him harm, they are no longer a concern for his current defense. Under the attack of his eye of punishment, the god in the body of Xiaoxue, who had already lost part of his divine sense, couldn't hold on any longer, and retreated out of the battlefield. If she didn't run away, she would have no remaining divine sense. Poseidon's complexion became more and more gloomy, and he coldly shouted, "The golden 13 halberds." Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, and he finally felt a strong crisis. He raised the defense of the zombie clone to the maximum, and after resisting the golden 13 halberds, he was finally blown up by the sea god. Jiang Chen's heart was solemn, which meant that the sea god's golden 13 halberds could kill him. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to be rippling, and the familiar feeling that Jiang Chen was familiar with returned. During the time just now, he has been pressed and beaten by the sea god and others. Although he was not seriously injured, it made him accumulate a lot of anger. Now, it's time for him to reap his life. Be careful, Sea God roared. In order to limit Jiang Chen's speed, during the process of sealing off this space, they had been consuming their divine sense, and now they finally couldn't hold on anymore. They have seen Jiang Chen's super defense just now. If there is anyone here who can kill Jiang Chen, then only Sea God is the only one. Jiang Chen grinned, and appeared in front of Daimyobai in one step, brandishing the Shura sword. A sword broke through the divine power protection on Daimyobai's body, and cut him in two. The god of war in Daimyobai's body fled in terror, wanting to return to the god realm immediately. He still clearly remembered the fate of the Vulcan before, and his spiritual thoughts were all swallowed up. However, it was too late. When Daimyobai's body was broken in two, the corpse pill in Jiang Chen's body showed terrifying suction. The divine sense of the god of war was also swallowed into it. The two parts of Daimyobai's body fell from the sky. The upper body made an extremely painful sound. No, Zuzuking yelled frantically. In her body, the god of speed no longer had any fluke thoughts, and returned directly to the god realm with a thought. If Jiang Chen were to destroy Zuzuking's body and expose her divine sense, it would be impossible to escape the end of being swallowed. Zuzuking regained control of his body, cried out in pain, and chased after Daimyobai's fallen corpse. Oscar, Xiaowu, and the gods in Ningrongrong's body also fled immediately when they saw the situation was bad. A bunch of guys who are not successful enough, but have more than failed. Sea God cursed, and rushed towards Jiang Chen holding the trident. Little San. Xiaowu was shocked and wanted to rush up, but was held back by Oscar. Xiaowu, there is senior sea god in Xiao San's body, he will be fine. Oscar persuaded. Xiaowu didn't chase after him, but anxiously looked at Tang San who was fighting with Jiang Chen. She had seen Jiang Chen's terrifying strength just now. Even though Tang San had sea god in his body, she was still very worried. Seeing Xiaowu calm down, Oscar flew towards Ningrongrong's body in grief. Although Ningrongrong's body is still intact, her soul has dissipated. The great grief made Oscar's heart almost burst. Above the sky, the battle between Jiang Chen and Sea God is still going on. The Azura sword and the Sea God trident collided non-stop. In terms of attack power, after the Sea God used the golden 13 halberds at this time, he was stronger than Jiang Chen. But in terms of artifacts, the power of the Azura sword is obviously much stronger than the Sea God trident. Therefore, the two fought inseparably. Jiang Chen's body gradually had a lot of wounds pierced by the trident. Tang San also had many sword marks on his body, as well as several claw marks with deep bone visible. Jiang Chen had already reached level 10. The deadly poison of the zombie finally played its role and exploded in Tang San's body. In just a few seconds, the attack power displayed by the Sea God quickly weakened. Tang San's body was severely damaged, causing the Sea God to display less and less strength. Damn it! Sea God roared, turned around and fled. Senior, my partner. Tang San's painful and anxious voice came out. The trajectory of Sea God's escape shifted slightly, dragged Xiaowu who was still in the air, turned into a blue light, and flew towards Sea God Island. The speed of this escape was actually much faster than Jiang Chen's speed of shrinking into an inch. Senior, I have other partners. Tang San shouted. Shut up, I'm burning with divine sense right now. It's kindness to save one more person. If you save the others, none of you will survive. Sea God roared. If he hadn't valued Tang San's talent and still wanted Tang San to inherit the Sea God position, he would have returned directly to the God realm, so would it be worthwhile to burn his divine sense? Jiang Chen didn't pursue and fell from the sky. Although they fought at a height of dash meters just now, the ground was still affected, and it was covered with various deep pits and cracks. At this moment, Zuzuking had put Daimyobai's body together, holding Daimyobai's head and weeping in pain. Oscar also hugged Ningrongrong's still warm body, and sat beside Zuzuking in a daze. Why revenge? Why don't we find a small place to live in seclusion and live a happy life? Oscar murmured. He once suggested this to Ningrongrong, but he was scolded by Ningrongrong at that time. Now, out of hatred, his beloved has left him. He looked at Jiang Chen who was walking slowly, and slowly took out a dagger from his bosom, and pierced it into his heart for no reason. Mubai, I'm here to accompany you. Zhu Zuqing didn't even look at Jiang Chen, soul power surged in the white palm, and he slapped his forehead with a palm, and his body fell limp. The two of them knew that if they fell into Jiang Chen's hands, they would definitely die. Moreover, the loved one is already dead, leaving them with nothing to live on, so they resolutely die for love. Looking at the 4 corpses in front of him, Jiang Chen sighed. The Shrek 7 devils died in his hands after all. With a wave of his palm, 4 flames landed on the corpse in front of him, burning blazingly. Ma Hongjun has also become a pile of minced meat. Only Tang San and Xiaowu are left among the 7 Shrek monsters. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and strode towards the nearby Heaven Do City. Don't look at him beating Sea God to flee just now. In fact, he is also at the end of his strength and may fall down at any time. He needs to find a safe place and take a good rest. Chapter 390 Recovering, going to Sea God Island again. At this time, the sky was almost dawn. Jiang Chen held on to his spirit, and quickly flew in the direction of Tiandu City. Along the way, many soul masters kept rushing to the battlefield just now, and there were also some soul masters from Wuhan Hall. Jiang Chen ignored it. When he rushed to the Heaven Do City temple, it was already daylight. The owner of the temple is still Salas. When he saw Jiang Chen's ragged appearance, he was shocked. Saras, arrange a room for me. Jiang Chen's voice was slightly weak. After a while, Jiang Chen was brought into a luxurious guest room. Salas frowned deeply. Jiang Chen's appearance reminded him of the shocking battle near Tiandu City just now. Didn't the Holy Sun go to Sea God Island with his majesty? Salas was full of doubts. But when he saw Jiang Chen's exhausted appearance, he temporarily endured it. Jiang Chen waved his hand. You go out first, I need to rest. Salas withdrew respectfully. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, he released Bibi Dong, who was like an ant on a hot pot in the system space. Bibi Dong also looked a bit embarrassed, and her face was covered with tears. Jiang Chen wanted to preserve her image, so he only released her after Salas left. Bibi Dong suddenly appeared in the outside world. She was stunned for a moment, and then saw Jiang Chen, who looked miserable. She screamed in surprise, and rushed forward to hug Jiang Chen. Xiaoxue, how are you? Is there anything wrong? Seeing Bibi Dong's anxious face, Jiang Chen smiled. Teacher, I'm safe now, I'm fine, just sleep well. After finishing speaking, his tense mind relaxed, and he fell asleep in Bibi Dong's arms. After nearly a day of fleeing and fighting, although his strength increased sharply during this period, he was under mental tension for a long time and was already very tired. At this time, he finally arrived at a safe place, and he could take a good rest. As for Tang San, when he recovered, he would immediately kill Sea God Island. Bibi Dong stared blankly at Jiang Chen for a moment, then came to her senses, and hurriedly hugged Jiang Chen onto the bed. You should have a good rest, it's up to the teacher to protect you now, Bibi Dong said softly. Only then did she realize that this was actually the guest room of the Wuhan Palace, which was the conclusion she had drawn from the various unique configurations of the Wuhan Palace in the room. She tidied up her appearance a little, then walked out of the room and saw Salas not far away. Although Jiang Chen said it was safe just now, Bibi Dong was still worried, so she asked Salas about the situation. The battle lasted for nearly 2 hours, and it took place at an altitude of dash meters. It was still dark at that time, and the entire Sky Do City was illuminated by the light that erupted from the battle. It was as bright as day. That kind of terrifying coercion, even I just glanced at it and my heart trembled. Not long after the battle finally ended, His Royal Highness Sun came. Hearing Salas' description, Bibi Dong's heart throbbed with pain. Jiang Chen faced the 7 gods alone, and she could imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. Although I don't know how the final battle ended, but Jiang Chen's injuries must have been more than what was on the surface, Bibi Dong was absolutely certain. Prepare me a basin of hot water, Bibi Dong ordered. Salas immediately went to make arrangements. Not long after, Bibi Dong closed the door, and untied Jiang Chen's clothes with trembling hands. Her heartbeat quickened slightly, making her suddenly a little nervous. It's okay, he's just a child. Bibi Dong hinted to herself in her heart. She really calmed down all of a sudden, and calmly helped Jiang Chen wipe her body. Jiang Chen was tall and strong, his wounds had healed, but he was still stained with a lot of blood. Bibi Dong wiped it carefully and distressedly, and suddenly a perfect body appeared in front of her. Every muscle in that body is just right, perfect to the extreme. Under the skin, occasionally there is a golden light flashing, which is the light emitted by the blood flow in Jiang Chen's body. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly became blurred. She has lived for decades, but she has never seen such a perfect masculine body. She also saw Jiang Chen's naked body a few times when she was crossing the tribulation before, but it was obviously not as perfect as it is now. Without any charming thoughts, she was completely attracted by this extreme beauty at this time. When her eyes moved to Jiang Chen's handsome, gentle face, she woke up with a start. Pretty face turned red in an instant. She immediately pulled the quilt over and covered Jiang Chen. After a while, her complexion returned to normal. She went into the bathroom next to her, and began to wash. 5 hours later, Jiang Chen woke up in a daze, feeling something pressing down on him. He opened his eyes and found a white and smooth jade arm lying across his stomach. And beside his bed, there was a woman with a moving back lying on her stomach. It was Bibi Dong. Her smooth wine-red hair was scattered on the side of the bed, a jade arm stretched forward, pressing on Jiang Chen's stomach. Her body exuded a faint body fragrance. At this moment, Jong Chen looked at that pretty face lying beside the bed, and his mind was in a daze. But soon, his mind gradually became clear, and he quickly regained his composure. He pressed the quilt in embarrassment, and then carefully removed Bibi Dong's hand. Bibi Dong woke up suddenly, her face full of vigilance. Obviously, she has not recovered from her previous experience. Teacher, it's me? Jong Chen smiled. Well, you're awake. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Teacher, can you go out for a while? I'll get dressed. Jong Chen covered the quilt with both hands, and said with some embarrassment. Bibi Dong glanced at him, and said indifferently, in the eyes of the teacher, you are just a child, so why be shy? I cleaned your body for you. Even so, she stood up, I'll ask Salas to prepare some food. Hearing Bibi Dong say that he was just a child, the embarrassment in Jong Chen's heart gradually dissipated. Yeah, I'm always a child in the teacher's eyes, so there's nothing to worry about. Jong Chen thought, and the burden in his heart dissipated all of a sudden. He quickly rushed into the bathroom and cleaned it up. When he came out, Bibi Dong had already returned with food. The master and apprentice ate together. At Bibi Dong's request, Jong Chen began to tell the story of his escape and counterattack. She was pleasantly surprised by Jong Chen's various breakthroughs on the road. The Binghuo Lianji is actually the burial place of 2 divine dragons. Bibi Dong was surprised. You mean, your mental power has evolved into divine sense now, and your body has also reached the god level? Bibi Dong looked at Jong Chen in surprise. Jong Chen nodded, and said with a smile, Teacher, you know, my most powerful body has always been my body, not the cultivation of a soul master. Those guys from the sea god descended on the Shrek 7 monsters with their spiritual thoughts, the strength that can be displayed is only at the god level, and I was killed by me immediately, begging for mercy. Bibi Dong covered her mouth and chuckled, amused by Jong Chen's words. After a while, she frowned again, actually let Tang San and that and Xiaowu escape, I'm afraid they will have trouble again in the future. Jong Chen said, don't worry, you go back to Wuhan City first, I will go to Sea God Island immediately and destroy them all. You want to go to Sea God Island alone? Bibi Dong was startled. Jong Chen said with a smile, the sea god probably has to run away when he sees me now, don't worry, it's fine. Bibi Dong just nodded. The fact that the 2 of us were hunted down may have already made the elders panic. Teacher, you have to go back and take charge of the overall situation. Okay, Bibi Dong agreed. After eating, the 2 of them left Tiandu City immediately without resting. Bibi Dong rushed back to Wuhan City alone, while Jong Chen flew quickly in the direction of Sea God Island. Chapter 394 Flees, Bibi Dong retreats. The reason why he rushed to Sea God Island after a short rest was because Jong Chen was worried that Tang San would run away. 5 of the Shrek 7 devils had already died, Jong Chen naturally wouldn't let Tang San and Xiaowu continue to live. As for those guys in the god realm, there is nothing they can do about him now. Jong Chen didn't take the real body coming that those sea god guys had said many times. If they could really descend, they must have descended, so how could Jong Chen destroy their divine sense? Jong Chen set off at noon, and had already entered the sea in the evening. Through the spiritual connection, he found the deep-sea demon whale king. From the information sent by the demon whale king, he learned that the 3 warships of the Wuhan Empire had returned to Hanhai City. After taking the demon whale king into his battle pet space, Jong Chen quickly headed towards Sea God Island. His huge divine sense exudes enough to cover a large expanse of sea area. When night fell, he had already reached the sky above Sea God Island. The huge divine sense unscrupulously scanned the vast island below. Jong Chen frowned deeply. As expected, Tang San slipped away. Under the cover of his divine thoughts, the soul masters on Sea God Island panicked and kept praying to the statue of Sea God. Not only Tang San was not there, even the members of Clear Sky School, Flender, and Bo Sixi were not there. The most powerful soul master on the entire Sea God Island is only at the Contra level, and those titled Douluo are all missing. Jong Chen's face was gloomy, he was still a step late. He was worried that people like Tang San would hide on the Douluo continent. But in the information he received from the Demon Whale King before, he did not find a large number of soul masters going to the Douluo continent. Standing above Sea God Island, Jong Chen yelled, Sea God, you bastard, don't be a coward, come out and fight me. The sound resounded through the Sea God Island below, and spread farther away. Bold, how dare you challenge Lord Sea God's majesty? Several loud shouts sounded, and several figures jumped up from below, flapping their wings and rushing towards Jong Chen. These are some Contra masters from Sea God Island, who possess flying spirits. Hearing Jong Chen insulting the Sea God, how could these pious believers bear it? They wanted to kill Jong Chen on the spot. Jong Chen's gaze was incomparably indifferent, and a terrifying coercion erupted from him. Bang bang. Several Contra powerhouses exploded, and then dry flesh and blood slag fell down, and the essence poured into Jong Chen's body. The fastest one had already flown in front of Jong Chen, and immediately saw Jong Chen's face clearly in the dark night. Coupled with the sudden explosion of his partners just now, and the terrifying coercion on Jong Chen's body, he was so frightened that he trembled like chaff. Jong Chen raised his hand and sucked this person into his hand. He opened his mouth and bit down without hesitation. A large amount of blood entered his throat, and a large amount of memory entered his mind with the blood. He got the information he wanted. Half a day ago, Tang San returned to Sea God Island. The great priest knelt respectfully, addressing him as Lord Sea God. Afterwards, the soul masters above the title of Douluo in Sea God Island, together with those soul masters brought back by Tang San, immediately went to sea by boat. The strength in Jiang Chen's hand shook, turning this person into flying ashes. With a flash of figure, he had already chased in the direction Tang San left. The direction Tang San and the others walked was completely opposite to the Douluo Continent, belonging to the deeper part of the sea. While chasing after him, Jiang Chen's huge divine sense also radiated, but unfortunately, he didn't see a single figure after flying for 5 hours. Jiang Chen stopped, frowning deeply. With his flying speed, 5 hours is enough to catch up with the sailing ship. He was sure that his direction was absolutely correct. Starting from Sea God Island, he flew in a straight line. He pondered for a moment. There are two possibilities. One is that the fleeing ship was still ahead, and he hadn't caught up yet. The other is that Tang San and the others changed direction after leaving Sea God Island. Jiang Chen is more inclined to the latter possibility. He looked at the vast sea, feeling a little helpless. Although he has absorbed the divine thoughts of several gods, the coverage area of his own divine thoughts is pitifully smaller than those of Sea God. In this seemingly endless sea, trying to find those people is like finding a needle in a haystack. Sea God didn't directly abandon his inheritors like other gods. Did he want Tang San to continue to accept his inheritance? Then let Tang San continue to deal with me. Jiang Chen sneered, turned around resolutely, and flew in the direction of Douluo Continent. Instead of wasting time looking for someone in this vast sea, it is better to go back to Douluo Continent and improve your strength as soon as possible. So what if Tang San became the sea god? It's still going to die in his hands. When he passed Sea God Island again, he didn't stop. The remaining soul masters on Sea God Island no longer pose any threat to him. If it was in the past, maybe he would kill all those soul masters with higher cultivation bases. But now, the pattern in his heart is different. In his opinion, these people are already like ants. How could God waste time on ants? At noon the next day, on the way to Wuhan City, he met those elders and soul masters who were rushing back to Wuhan City at full speed. With Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, these elders were naturally very happy. After learning that Bibi Dong was fine, and that the gods possessing the 7 Shrek monsters were also defeated by Jiang Chen, these elders were shocked, and became even more in awe of Jiang Chen. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen finally returned to Wuhan City, and explained the situation of Sea God Island with Bibi Dong. Afterwards, Bibi Dong issued an edict, announcing to the whole world that 5 of the Shrek 7 devils had been punished. Only Tang San and Xiaoxue were left. And she also issued a wanted order to the whole empire. Whoever can provide the whereabouts of Tang San and Xiaoxue will be rewarded heavily by the empire. Although Jiang Chen said that Tang San and the others fled in the opposite direction to Douluo, but Bibi Dong believed that Tang San and the others might build plank roads openly, cross Chenkang secretly, and secretly detour back to Douluo Continent. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Maybe it really is possible to mobilize the power of the entire empire to find such a large group of people. Unless they live in seclusion in the mountains, there will be nowhere to hide. In the middle of the night, Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen, who had arranged everything, returned to the study. Jiang Xuning, who was already 4.5 years old, had grown up a bit, and was quietly huddling in Jiang Chen's arms, listening to Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen's conversation curiously. Bibi Dong sighed, and said, "Xiao Chen, after this incident, I hate myself for being too weak. If I also have god-level strength, maybe you won't be hunted down." Jiang Chen comforted, "Teacher, isn't this all in the past? My strength has already reached the god level, and this will never happen again in the future." Bibi Dong shook her head, and said with a pretty face, "Xiao Chen, you can't relax your vigilance if the enemy won't die for a day. Since Tang San can't be found for the time being, then we have to improve our strength as soon as possible." Jiang Chen nodded, "Teacher, what you said makes sense. So, I plan to start retreat tonight, break through to level 99 as soon as possible, and then accept the final Rakshasa inheritance. Teacher, don't worry, I will take good care of the empire," Jiang Chen said. Bibi Dong shook her head, "I have arranged for Elder Ju and Elder Ghost to temporarily take charge of the empire's affairs. They have followed me for many years, and they have always made me feel at ease. You should concentrate on improving your strength to prevent Tang San's counterattack." "Okay," Jiang Chen agreed. He also wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. There is still a dragon corpse in the Binghuo Liangi. Since one has been absorbed, then Jiang Chen will not let go of the other one. Moreover, his soul master cultivation should be improved as soon as possible, and then he will inherit the position of Azura God. If there is one more method, he will not refuse. P.S. This chapter only has more than 2,000 words. I will write another chapter at night. Chapter 390, the fifth hidden person in Bibi Dong's heart. Bibi Dong entered her own cultivation secret room, while Jiang Chen returned to her room with her daughter. "Father, I want to become a god too, and I want to kill Tang San to avenge you." Little Loli clenched her fists tightly, her cute little face was full of determination. Jiang Chen fondled her head, and said with a smile, "Then you should practice quickly to become stronger." "Okay Dad, I'm practicing now." After finishing speaking, she sat cross-legged on the bed in a decent manner, and began to practice seriously. She is only 4.5 years old now, and she has learned to practice on her own initiative since she fell asleep in a daze at the beginning. Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxiu never taught her these things. Although Jiang Chen was surprised, he didn't feel surprised. At the beginning, he felt that his daughter's abnormal behavior should be related to his system. Until now, he didn't know the origin of the system. Anyway, it was very powerful. Therefore, he was not surprised that his daughter could learn to practice. He didn't know much about his daughter's current strength, but he guessed that after combat training, the little guy should be able to easily defeat a soul master, or a great soul master. This is a bit shocking. After all, this is just a little girl over 4 years old. But Jiang Chen didn't plan to train his daughter prematurely. She is still too young, so it's better to lay a solid foundation first. As for fighting skills, it's not too late to learn them when you grow up. Just after Xiaoxue started to practice, the voice of God Shura that Jiang Chen loved and hated finally rang in Jiang Chen's mind. God Ashura's first words were, "Jiang Chen, are you alright?" Jiang Chen felt a little resentful, didn't answer immediately, walked out of the room silently, walked away from a certain distance, and then slowly replied, "I'm fine." "That's good." God Shura heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately asked, "Did those sea gods do anything to you?" Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. God Shura didn't know anything about what happened in these 2 days. The resentment in his heart dissipated slowly, and he said, "I went to Sea God Island, Sea God and several other gods descended on the Shrek 7 monsters, trying to kill me." God Shura fell silent, and continued to ask after a while, "Then how did you escape?" "I fled to the eyes of ice and fire Lianji, absorbed the essence of the fire dragon king, broke through the god level physically, and turned defeat into victory. In the end, only Sea God escaped with Tang San and Xiaowu." God Shura knew that Jiang Chen could absorb blood and become infinitely stronger against the sky, so he was not surprised by Jiang Chen's breakthrough. "It's really lawless. How dare you kill a mortal in the lower realm with your divine sense?" God Shura's voice was murderous. "Senior, what happened to you in the God realm? Don't you know anything about the Douluo Continent?" Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. God Shura was full of guilt and said, "When you were heading to Sea God Island, the god of destruction suddenly brought the high priest to visit my castle, and restrained me. The god of destruction is a little bit stronger than me. The strange ability of the priest blocked my divine thoughts, so I couldn't sense what happened outside, and I couldn't contact other gods. They restrained me for more than 10 minutes, and it has been 2 days since Douluo. Jiang Chen finally understood the reason why God Shura did not appear. "Then what about the kind god king you mentioned? Isn't she supervising the lower realm? Didn't she find out what happened in Douluo? Jiang Chen continued to ask. "I'm talking to her," God Shura replied. In Shura Castle, God Shura was talking with the King of Kindness. His expression gradually became gloomy, and a wave of anger was brewing in his heart. At the end of the conversation, God Shura almost flew into a rage. The Heaven Monitoring Mirror, an artifact that monitors the lower realms, did not find any abnormality in Douluo. Even if the kind-hearted God King mobilized the monitoring records recorded in the past 2 days, he could only see Jiang Chen floating on the sea in a battleship, and there was no battle at all. After the rage passed, God Shura gradually calmed down. He believed in Jiang Chen's words just now, but the abnormality of the Sky Monitoring Mirror, an artifact that supervises the lower realms, made him feel terrified. Someone could actually interfere with that artifact condensed from the divine world. This thing is too scary. He had to tell the evil God King immediately. Of course, God of Destruction has the biggest suspicion. But before that, he had to explain clearly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only waited for a moment, and the voice of God Shura continued to ring out. "The King of Kindness didn't find any abnormality in Douluo, and there is no record of you being hunted down on the artifacts monitoring the mortal world. I guess, someone interfered with that an artifact." Jiang Chen was silent for a few seconds, and asked, "If there is no record, can you kill those guys from Sea God?" God Shura sighed, "Without evidence, I can't take action against them. After all, I am the law enforcement officer of the God realm, and countless eyes are staring at me. Besides, the Sea God is targeting you, which most gods in the God realm are happy to see. In their view, the actions of the Sea Gods and the others are just. Then is that the thing about me being hunted down?" Jiang Chen asked calmly, but his heart was gradually filled with resentment. He was plotted against by the Sea God and the God of Destruction again and again, but in the end he was unable to sanction these guys due to insufficient evidence from the God realm. He was a little disappointed with God Shura and the abilities of those 2 great God Kings. God Shura was also very helpless. The God of Destruction might be waiting for him to attack Sea God, and then he could sue him for causing trouble for no reason, and even make him unable to be a law enforcement officer on this charge. At that time, it will be even easier for the God of Destruction to deal with Jiang Chen. "I'm sorry," God Shura said. Jiang Chen was stunned. The majestic Shura God of the God realm actually apologized to him, a human being. At this moment, Jiang Chen also felt God Shura's deep helplessness. God Shura continued, "Hurry up and absorb the body of the Ice Dragon King, increase your strength as much as possible, and prevent them from making any more tricks. I will immediately find out what kind of method they used to block the Ice Dragon King. The inspection of the Skywatcher will prevent them from using the same method against you again." If it was before, out of admiration for the 2 Dragon Kings, he would not let Jiang Chen disturb their rest. But now, Jiang Chen has absorbed the Fire Dragon King, so it's okay to absorb another Ice Dragon King. After all, if he had to choose between the Ice Dragon King and Jiang Chen, he would choose Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. I will set off tomorrow." God Shura didn't speak any more, Presumably he was looking for the good God King and the evil God King. Jiang Chen sighed, and finally realized that there should be no chances. Even if you hug your thighs, you can't relax, and you have to strengthen yourself as soon as possible. Even if his thigh fails one day, he still has the strength to protect himself. After quietly cultivating all night, in the morning, Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue ate breakfast and went to Bibi Dong's training place. Before leaving, he wanted to say hello to Bibi Dong and let her know that he had gone to the Eye of Binghuo. As for Xiaoxue, she was handed over to the maids to take care of her. Jiang Chen still held a breakfast in his hand, and skillfully entered Bibi Dong's secret cultivation place. Walking on the winding path, Jiang Chen gradually approached the bottom. Suddenly, a familiar humming sound came from below. Jiang Chen glanced down subconsciously, and saw Bibi Dong's clothes were half undressed, her pretty face was pink, writhing uncomfortably on the ground. Jiang Chen's breathing stagnated, he turned around and left. What? This Rakshasa god's cultivation method is really inexplicable. Jiang Chen complained with a slight heartbeat, and his pace accelerated a bit. He didn't come at the right time, and it seemed that he couldn't say goodbye to the teacher. Oh, let's go directly. He sighed. Xiao Chen, Bibi Dong's voice full of temptation suddenly sounded. Jiang Chen's whole body froze, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. Because he felt that Bibi Dong didn't notice him coming in, but when he was in that tortured state, he instinctively called his name. Jiang Chen's head buzzed, only one thought remained. Bibi Dong was actually whying him. Jiang Chen suddenly woke up, stepped out of the secret room, and closed it quietly. Until now, he was still in shock, extremely flustered, not knowing what he should do. You can accept her. God Shura said suddenly. No, she is Xue's mother. God Shura, are you forcing me to hate you? Jiang Chen said angrily. No, she is not Qian Rongxu's mother. God Shura replied calmly. That won't work either. Jiang Chen replied firmly. Chapter 396 Qian Rongxu Hu Lina becomes God. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Jiang Chen was stunned, and then he reacted. What did you say? My teacher isn't Xue's mother. Jiang Chen asked in disbelief with a face full of astonishment. Yes, I can tell at a glance that she is not Qian Rongxu's mother. God Shura replied. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible for Bibi Dong to be fake. Doesn't she know whether she has given birth to a child? Jiang Chen immediately questioned God Shura. I don't know what happened to her back then, but I can be sure that she is not Qian Rongxu's mother, because she is still a body of primordial yin. What is the body of primordial yin? Jiang Chen immediately asked. It is related to the pain that Bibi Dong has experienced. Jiang Chen must understand clearly. God Shura explained, a young man who has never experienced a relationship between a man and a woman will have an energy of primordial yang. Similarly, a girl who has never experienced a relationship between a man and a woman will also have an energy of primordial yin. According to my observation, Bibi Dong still has the energy of primordial yin. Jiang Chen understood God Shura's meaning. What the other party meant was that Bibi Dong hadn't experienced sex with men and women, so she couldn't be Qian Rongxu's mother. Jiang Chen found a stool in Bibi Dong's room and sat down, frowning deeply. Senior, are you sure your observation is accurate? Jiang Chen asked. I will never make a mistake in reading my divine sense all my life. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. If God Shura read it right, then what happened to Bibi Dong back then? It is absolutely impossible for a woman to forget the pain of giving birth. Unless Bibi Dong was lying, she actually knew that Qian Rongxu was not her daughter. But why would she lie? What is the purpose, and who is Qian Rongxu's biological mother? Jiang Chen's mind gradually became chaotic. He suddenly remembered the appearance of Bibi Dong crying affectionately because of Qian Rongxu back then. That expression of emotion was definitely not pretending. If there is someone lying between Bibi Dong and God Shura, Jiang Chen is more inclined to God Shura. After all, he had witnessed Bibi Dong's performance back then, and God Shura could not convince him with just one-sided words. He shook his head and said, Senior, what does it matter if my teacher is Xue's real mother? What's more important is that relationship. Shura said, don't you want to know what happened back then? Don't you want to know who Qian Rongxu's real mother is? Jiang Chen fell silent, and after a while, he asked, Senior, do you know what happened back then? I don't know, but I can help you look it up. Then I will trouble you. Jiang Chen thanked him. You don't have to be polite, this can be regarded as some compensation for the grievances you have suffered these days. But now it seems that Bibi Dong has already developed feelings for you in her heart. How do you plan to face her in the future? In my heart, she is still Xue's mother and my teacher. I believe she will calmly look away. Even though he said that, Jiang Chen had a wry smile on his face. It's God's will, Bibi Dong actually fell in love with him. He shook his head helplessly, and left Bibi Dong's room, ready to leave Wuhan City immediately and go to Sunset Forest. In his heart, he hoped that Bibi Dong could look away. If Bibi Dong got deeper and deeper, then he would have to refuse cruelly. He didn't know exactly what Bibi Dong saw in him, and when did he see him? Well, try to avoid any intimate actions with her in the future. Jiang Chen could only make this decision helplessly. When he was about to leave, in the Elders' Hall, in the deepest hall, in the center of the hall, a huge statue of an angel suddenly trembled. Cracks appeared on the statue, and a strong golden light came out from the cracks, dyeing the whole hall golden. Boom, the huge angel statue exploded, and a figure covered in golden armor appeared at the original position of the statue. the god of angels Xiaoxue. The golden armor is incomparably gorgeous, completely formed according to her perfect body proportions. The bulging breastplate, the tight and slender waist armor, as well as the amazing downward bulging arc and straight and slender legs made her exude an extremely seductive aura. On her forehead, there is a golden ring encircling her forehead, and in the center of the ring, there is an angel-shaped gemstone emitting dazzling light. The golden armor was covered with feathery patterns, and the 6 wings on her back had also turned golden. She is leaning on a golden giant sword in both hands, which is the sword of an angel. Circles of golden ripples spread out around her, and with a bang, huge golden flames rose from her feet, covering her body surface. Behind her, a clear phantom of a huge angel appeared. Xiaoxue yelled. The huge sword in her hand was raised high above her head. Surging golden flames soared into the sky, shattered the dome of the hall, and then exploded in the sky above Wuhan City. In Wuhan City, countless people and soul masters showed shocking expressions, staring blankly at the huge angel phantom in the sky. It was the golden angel phantom formed after the golden flame exploded. The rising sun is even more dazzling. Plop plop. Countless people and soul masters knelt down devoutly and bowed to the skystone statue. Angel God has been the patron saint of Wuhan Temple since ancient times. Even after the Wuhan Empire was established, it still hasn't changed. Jiang Chen had already sensed that unusual aura when the statue first appeared with cracks. He looked happy, and within a few steps, he had already arrived at the entrance of the main hall where Xiaoxue was, and happened to see Xiaoxue holding the golden giant sword high in both hands. On that angel's costume, feathery patterns of light floated out, circling around Xiaoxue's body, looking incomparably dreamy and noble. Jiang Chen was all smiles. He knew that Xiaoxue had succeeded in inheriting the angel god, and became a new generation of angel god. Her appearance was originally beautiful, but now her sacred and noble temperament has been elevated to an unparalleled level, making her comprehensive charm no less than that of Bibi Dong. In terms of holiness and nobility, the current Xiaoxue is definitely #1 in the Douluo Continent. Swear, Jiang Chen called out. Xiaoxue withdrew the breath of the angelic god she emitted, and the angelic sword in her hand disappeared. Surprised on her face, she rushed towards Jiang Chen fiercely. That incomparably noble goddess just threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, like a cuddly bird. Outside the main hall, the elders and priests who were watching all smiled. Their spirit empire finally gave birth to a god. The Wuhan Empire is getting stronger and stronger, which makes them extremely excited and gratified. Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue looked at each other, and the two couldn't control their suppressed emotions for a long time, and kissed fiercely together. The elders who were watching shook their heads and smiled, and left quietly. Xiaoxue stood in the distance, covering her eyes with her 2 small hands, but the gap between her fingers was wide open, peeping at her parents exchanging saliva curiously. After quite a while, Xiaoxue pushed Jiang Chen away out of breath. Her delicate body was a little weak, her pretty face was flushed, and she gave Jiang Chen a white look. It's still broad daylight, she said softly. Daytime is good, we haven't made love for almost a year. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, picked up this noble goddess by the waist, and was about to rush back to the residence. But when he turned around, he saw the little Loli standing not far away. Mom, I miss you so much. Little Lolita yelled and rushed forward. Xiaoxue slapped Jiang Chen's hand off, struggled to get down, and said, we'll talk about it at night. Little Loli threw herself into Xiaoxue's flexible embrace, arched her little head vigorously, and showed an extremely satisfied smile. Mom misses you very much too. Xiaoxue fondled her daughter's hair. Mom, where's Aunt Nana? Little Loli climbed onto Xiaoxue's shoulder and looked into the hall, but she didn't see Hulina. Xiaoxue smiled and said, your Aunt Nana is not here, she is practicing in seclusion elsewhere. As soon as her words fell, an incomparably surging god-level aura erupted from another part of the elders' hall. Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Your Aunt Nana is out of seclusion, let's go there. Xiaoxue hugged her daughter, and hurried to Hulina's retreat with Jiang Chen. The elders who had just returned were alarmed again, and also rushed to the place where Hulina was retreating. The movement of Hulina's breakthrough was also not small. In the sky above her retreat, a huge white fox appeared, the size of a small mountain. There are 9 tails behind the fox, with a length of hundreds of meters, swinging in the air like white spirit snakes. An incomparably strong alluring aura emanated from the body of the 9-tailed fox. Immediately, in the entire Wuhan city, the people who were watching curiously felt the most primitive in their hearts. However, this terrifying alluring aura disappeared in a flash, and disappeared before people's emotions fully erupted. Otherwise, Wuhan city will be in chaos. The huge 9-tailed fox in the sky gradually dissipated. The door of the main hall where Hulina was located opened with a bang, and Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue, who had just felt it, immediately saw Hulina inside. At this moment, Hulina had long hair fluttering, and 9 big fluffy tails were swinging behind her. The armor on her body only covers some private parts, slender and white neck, half-exposed shoulders, slender waist. Pieces of pink petals danced all over her body, and almost every inch of her body exuded an extremely seductive aura. Jiang Chen's breathing suddenly stagnated, and then became a little rough. He is a normal man. His 2 stunning wives have been in seclusion for nearly a year. Now that they are out of seclusion, how can he not be moved? The elders only took one look at Hulina, and couldn't bear the temptation, and ran away in embarrassment. They all joked in their hearts, the Holy Sun has a lot to do tonight. Jiang Chen suppressed the restlessness in his body with great willpower, and patiently waited for Hulina to wake up. The three waited for a while. Hulina slowly opened her eyes, and the 9 tails retracted into her body. Aunt Nana! Little Lolita yelled, and rushed in first, throwing herself on Hulina. Aunt Nana, you are so beautiful. Little Loli put her short arms around Hulina's neck, her eyes sparkled, and crystal liquid flowed from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hulina's charm was too great, even the little girl was not spared. Xiaoxue, Sister Shuer! Hulina shouted excitedly. Jiang Chen and Xianrongxue walked in hand, and the three of them hugged each other vigorously. Father, your chest is so hard, it hurts me when you squeeze it. Little Lolita emerged from the middle of the three of them with a distressed expression on her face. Ha ha ha! Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The family was happy and harmonious, very warm, and all the tiredness of Jiang Chen in the past few days was swept away. Where's teacher? Hulina asked suspiciously. She looked out, but didn't find Bibi Dong's figure. It stands to reason that if she breaks through such a major event, Bibi Dong should appear. Jiang Chen said, teacher started to retreat yesterday, and she didn't show up when you broke through just now. Maybe you have entered a deep level of cultivation. Teacher will be very happy to know that Sister Shuer and I have become gods. Hulina was very excited. After becoming a god level, she realized what a magical realm this is and how powerful it is. Qianrongxue smiled and said, it's such a coincidence that my sister was able to break through on the same day as me. Originally, it would take me a long time to break through, but suddenly I felt the breath of my sister, and I suddenly had a feeling, and I broke through all at once. It's really a happy event. Let's celebrate when the teacher is out of customs. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Unfortunately, my grandfather sacrificed his life in order to allow me to successfully complete the final inheritance. Qianrongxue was suddenly very disappointed. Jiang Chen and Hulina quickly comforted him. At night, in the room, Jiang Chen stopped with a dry mouth. From afternoon to night, he finally told what happened in the past year. 3 women, 2 big and 1 small, sat cross-legged on the bed and listened for hours. Hulina pouted, I thought I surpassed you, but I didn't expect to be overwhelmed by you. Haha, who made me your husband? Jiang Chen laughed loudly, his eyes suddenly ignited with flames. Both Qianrongxue and Hulina understood Jiang Chen's fiery gaze, and their bodies became a little hot. Shuer, you have grown up, you have to learn to sleep alone. Qianrongxue said with a smile. Xiaoxue shook her head, I want to sleep with mom and dad. Qianrongxue was a little helpless, and looked at Jiang Chen for help. Jiang Chen said with a smile, Xuaning, didn't you say you want to become a god, and then avenge your father? If you don't persist in practicing, you won't be able to become a god. Xiaoxue got out of bed sullenly, and went back to Jiang Chen's room, which was also the room she had always lived in. Jiang Chen comforted, let your mother and Aunt Nana take you shopping tomorrow. Great. Little Loli jumped up excitedly. After a sleepless night, the 3 of Jiang Chen were greatly satisfied. In the early morning, the 3 of them who hadn't rested were all in high spirits, and Qianrongxue and Hulina's pretty faces were still rosy. Apart from the physical satisfaction that Jiang Chen obtained, his soul master cultivation base broke through to level 98 overnight with the help of Qianrongxue and Hulina. After the 2 girls broke through to the god level, and then used the method of the book to practice, Jiang Chen's soul master's cultivation base soared. He decided to rush back immediately after absorbing the essence of the Ice Dragon King, and try his best to cultivate the cultivation base of the Soul Master, and raise the cultivation base of the Soul Master to the God level. With the 2 beautiful wives sending him off, Jiang Chen flew away from Wuhan City and flew in the direction of Sunset Forest. Don't worry, we will definitely protect Wuhan City. Qianrongxue and Hulina murmured as they watched the figure receding in the sky. Jiang Chen was worried that Tang San would invade Wuhan City secretly, so he asked Qianrongxue and Hulina to protect Wuhan City. There are 2 real god-level powerhouses sitting in the fortress, which can definitely frighten Tang San. Chapter 397th Panga Great God. With Jiang Chen's current top speed in the mainland, starting early in the morning, he had already arrived at the Eye of Binghuo Lianji at noon. This time, he went directly to the top of the Ice and Fire Uni, and found that many people from the empire were researching there. Among the people studied were the Bishop Salis, the elder titled Douluo who was guarding here, and several alchemists. In order to facilitate alchemy, the empire set up an alchemy branch in the Holy Hall of Tiandu City, and these alchemists were the alchemists of the Tiandu alchemy branch. Salis had made great contributions in the Heaven Do project a few years ago, and had already received generous rewards to become a titled Douluo. He could have returned to Wuhan City to become an elder, but he still preferred the life in Tiandu City, so he stayed. How? Have you found out the reason? Salis asked. In front of them, the original shape of the Binghuo Lianji Eye in the shape of a Taiji Yunyang fish disappeared, and the red half disappeared. At this time, only white spring water remained in the eyes of the Binghuo Lianji, exuding an extremely cold aura. The medicinal herbs that originally lived on the side of the fire spring all withered, while the medicinal herbs that lived on the other side of the ice spring grew fiercely. In this small valley, it is more terrifying than the 12th lunar month. Ordinary people will become ice sculptures immediately when they enter. Losing the energy suppression emanating from the corpse of the Fire Dragon King, the horror of ice energy is revealed. The personnel in charge of the inspection said in a heavy tone, "We checked here for a day and found that the fire energy from the underground is gradually weakening. The entire sunset forest will become like a frozen forest." Salas frowned, and the wrinkles on his old face deepened. "Is there a solution?" "There is no way, this spring water is too scary, let alone underground. This matter is not something we can solve." Salas sighed, and said, "Then report it back to Wuhan City, and let His Majesty send someone to solve it." It has been 3 days since Jiang Chen's great battle that day, and the corpse of the Fire Dragon King disappeared, so it is not surprising that such an effect was caused. Jiang Chen knew that the Ice and Fire Unii had already been destroyed. It is a pity to destroy such a treasure land, but it is also a last resort. Besides, he brought alchemy to this world, and he did not know how many Ice and Fire Yin-Yang he had won. He landed from the sky. His Royal Highness has come. Salas was pleasantly surprised that he was still worrying about how to report this matter just now, but Jiang Chen appeared in the end. Jiang Chen said directly, "Pick all these herbs, and this place will become an ordinary place in the future." Under the questioning of those alchemists, he didn't say anything about the Ice Fire Dragon King, but only said that he had investigated it before, and that the Ice Fire Yin-Yang had been destroyed, and the ice energy would disappear completely in a short time. Those alchemists immediately bowed their heads and stamped their feet in grief. To them, the Binghuo Lianjian is a sacred place, but it is a pity that it is about to disappear. They had no choice but to pick all the herbs that survived. Jiang Chen ignored them, left the Ice and Fire Yanji, found a place where no one was around, and began to dive down. Not long after, he entered that space again. Only the body of the ice dragon that was 10,000 feet long was left inside, and a layer of dragon skin remained in the body of the fire dragon. Without any hesitation, he directly drilled into the ice dragon's body, and began to absorb the majestic flesh and blood energy, quickly improving the zombie's cultivation. The huge ice energy in the ice dragon's body began to scour and temper his body. With the great tonic ice dragon flesh and blood essence, these ice-type energies can only do limited damage to him. Last time, while absorbing the essence of the Fire Dragon King, he was also tempered by the terrifying fire energy. The essence of flesh and blood allowed him to improve from within, while the energy of ice and fire was an external force that acted on his body to promote the absorption of essence of flesh and blood. Only by working together can the speed and effect of absorption be maximized. This time, without the oppression of life and death that Sea God chased and killed, Jiang Chen relaxed his mind and carefully observed all kinds of changes in himself. His body is rapidly evolving, whether it is strength or the toxins in his body, all aspects have been improved. A few hours later, the huge ice dragon corpse was also sucked by him until only a layer of skin remained. Jiang Chen's strength has increased a lot again, as for how strong he is, he cannot estimate. But what he can be sure of is that the current him can definitely smash Tang San, who was possessed by the sea god a few days ago, with one punch. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt something in his heart, and immediately entered the system space. Dramatic changes have taken place in the system space. The thick white fog on the edge suddenly began to fade slowly. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, and immediately came to the position of the huge black shadow that he vaguely saw through the white mist. The white mist finally began to dissipate, and he could finally know what that huge black shadow was. While waiting, he also observed the entire space. He found that in addition to the surrounding white mist, the white mist above his head was also rising, and the entire space was expanding outward. The white mist receded slowly, and Jiang Chen also moved towards the huge black shadow. He suddenly discovered that the black shadow was located very far away. It was not until the space expanded to 1,000 meters in diameter that the true face of the black shadow appeared. The space was still slowly expanding, but Jiang Chen was shocked by the object in front of him. The surface of this object is circular, with a diameter of up to -meters, exuding a strong golden light and extremely terrifying coercion. It was shrouded in white mist before, and the golden light couldn't disperse, so Jiang Chen could only see the appearance of a black shadow. What shocked Jiang Chen was that he had never felt this level of coercion before. In his feelings, the coercion of this golden object has surpassed the god of Shura, the coercion of the heavenly way at the time of the tribulation, far surpassed too much. But the strange thing is that this coercion is not aimed at him, but it makes him feel kind, as if this thing is his. Jiang Chen was shocked, eager to know the information about this object. He walked around the surface of the round object, and found that only the front of the object was round, and the back was concave, as if a ball had been cut off a small side, or in other words, it was a shell. Is there such a big ball? Jiang Chen murmured, but didn't recognize what it was. This seems to be a part of some kind of circular object, with a diameter of -meters. Out of awe of that kind of coercion, he didn't touch this thing recklessly, but flew up slowly, wanting to zoom out a little distance to observe. When he was 100 meters away, his whole body shook suddenly, and his eyes burst into incredible light. Seen from a distance, the shape of the object produced a terrible thought in his mind. This piece turned out to be a skull? To be precise, this is a frontal bone. Jiang Chen has killed many people, and he is very familiar with the structure of the human body. The shape of this object is very similar to the frontal bone of a human being, but it is only magnified several hundred times. With a frontal bone that is -meters wide, what kind of terrifying creature has such a big head? Jiang Chen was horrified in his heart. Based on this frontal bone, he could deduce that the head of the owner of this frontal bone was at least 100 meters in diameter, which was even more shocking than when he saw those two 10,000-foot dragon corpses. After all, it was a Shenlong, and Jiang Chen felt that it was only natural for Shenlong to have a body as long as 10,000 feet. But the heads of the two dragons are not so big. Although the Icefire Dragon King's body is long, the diameter of his head is only about 30 meters, which is much smaller than this frontal bone. And most importantly, this frontal bone is very similar to humans. Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine, if this frontal bone was really a humanoid creature, what kind of body would it be? I'm afraid it is a terrifying giant comparable to a mountain. No, it's not necessarily the frontal bone, maybe it's just a substance with a similar shape. System, what exactly is this thing? Jiang Chen finally remembered to ask the system. The owner can get the item information just by touching it with his hands. The system replied. Jiang Chen felt relieved that the system let him touch it, which means that this thing poses no threat to him. He came to the huge frontal bone and reached out to touch it. At this moment, his heart throbbed strongly. Sure enough, as the system said, the moment he touched it, a stream of information appeared in his mind. The forehead bone of God Pangu is extremely hard, invulnerable to all kinds of magic, and can be fused. Jiang Chen watched, gradually stunned. God Pangu, is that Pangu who created the world? But isn't that a character in the myths and legends of the previous life? Jiang Chen was so shocked that even the frontal bone of Pangu appeared. What is the origin of this system? How could he be chosen? After a long while, Jiang Chen calmed down, and started the fusion method that appeared in his mind. From this information, he learned that as long as he fuses the frontal bone of this ancient god, he will break through the limitations of this world. However, in order to achieve 100% fusion, he needs to break through to the 12th level of zombie cultivation. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. If he fused with this Pangu frontal bone, he might stand there so that all the gods in the god realm wouldn't have to worry about attacking him. But this fusion is not so easy. The higher his zombie cultivation level, the faster the fusion speed. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he set his sights on several other objects that appeared after the expansion of the system space. With a thought, he arrived in front of those objects. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. These turned out to be several ponds with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Inside the pool are colorful colored liquids, exuding an atmosphere that makes the soul extremely comfortable. This liquid looks very similar to the thunder tribulation liquid that Jiang Chen obtained before, but the breath is different. Jiang Chen frowned, and fished it with his hands, but he didn't get any information in his mind. System, what is this liquid? The system was silent and did not answer. Jiang Chen had no choice but to give up the idea of getting answers from the system. With a thought, he controlled a trace of liquid to directly act on his body. What puzzled him was that the liquid entered his body without causing any changes. He had no choice but to give up the exploration of this mysterious liquid. For so many years, based on his understanding of the system, the things that the system did not tell him must not be known to him yet. When the time is right, he will definitely know the answer. He glanced around, and the expansion of space had stopped. To his surprise, the system space, which was originally 300 meters in diameter, has now reached a diameter of -meters. Such a vast space really made him feel a little unbelievable. He controlled the white mist floating in the space, covering those small colored pools, and then retreated. He looked at the remaining dragon scales of the two giant dragons, thought for a while, and put them into the system space. The purpose of this trip was finally accomplished. Jiang Chen went out of the ground and returned to the top of the sunset forest. The sky had already dimmed, those alchemists had already lighted the medicinal herbs in the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, and the guarding elder had also left. It's time to go back and work hard with Shuer and senior sister. Jiang Chen smiled, summoned Kainqi, and flew in the direction of Wuhan City. At this time, his strength had increased greatly again, and the time was not so urgent. It happened that at night, he practiced on Kainqi's back for a night, and he would be able to return to Wuhan City tomorrow. At this moment, God Shura's voice sounded. I checked with the kind God King. When you went to see God Island, the God of Destruction once went to the committee headquarters once, and left without saying anything. He should be there at that time. There was a breakdown in the sky watching mirror, which caused the kindness God King to fail to notice that the sea gods and the others had descended on the Douluo Continent. Immediately afterwards, he sighed, and continued, unfortunately, we have not been able to find out what method the God of Destruction used to interfere with the sky watch mirror. But don't worry, I have already alerted the evil God King and the good God King God of Destruction. What happened last time will not happen again. Jiang Chen said with a smile, Senior, I have now absorbed the body of the Ice Dragon King. If the sea god descends again, he will only be violently beaten by me. Don't worry, unless they dare to come to the Douluo in person, there will be no more danger. Shura said, don't worry, no matter who it is, as long as the real body enters the Douluo Continent, the 2 law enforcement officers and the 3 god kings will feel it, and they will never dare to do so. Only then did Jiang Chen feel relieved, and asked, Senior, is everything about my teacher clear? There are some clues. Shura said divinely, give me some more time, and I will give you an answer. Then trouble the seniors. You're welcome, you can improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Hey, have you reached level 98? It arrived last night. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Well, that's right. I'll let you receive the last inheritance when you advance to another level. After the conversation ended, God Shura's real body came out from the palace of God Shura. He hasn't left his palace for many years, and usually law enforcement or on duty is to condense a divine mind avatar. He stood at the gate of the palace, pondered for a while, and finally made up his mind to leave in one direction. He is going to find an enemy who has been entangled with him for countless years, Rakshasa God. In fact, he has already investigated Bibi Dong's matter, but this matter involves Rakshasa God, so he has to go there himself. Although this time the past may be ridiculed again, but for Jiang Chen's sake, why not lower your posture a bit? In fact, he also wanted to see that woman a little bit. P.S. Correct the typo after eating. Chapter 398 Bibi Dong's last inheritance begins. Jiang Chen didn't immediately refine Pangu's frontal bone. He had to find a very quiet place for this matter, and he could proceed with peace of mind after returning to Wuhan City. He sat cross-legged on Kaienqi's back, absorbing the essence of the moon to cultivate. At his level, a large amount of moon essence poured down from the sky during cultivation, almost forming a real silver light, which is extremely magnificent. In the early morning, Jiang Chen put away Kaienqi, flew on his own way, and not long after the sun rose, he returned to Wuhan City. With a sweep of his spiritual thoughts, he found that Qianrongxiu was wearing a majestic golden robe, sitting on the dragon chair and listening to many elders and ministers playing. She has been the prince of the Heaven Do Empire for many years, and even the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, and now it is not difficult for her to deal with the affairs of the Spirit Empire. And Hu Lina was brushing her teeth with Xiaoxue, and breakfast was already set up in the room. Jiang Chen showed a smile, went to the room first, and had breakfast with Hu Lina and his daughter. Then, the three of them started to go to the Imperial Study Room. In the Imperial Study Room, Qianrongxiu was dealing with the unfinished business earlier in the morning. Qianrongxiu was naturally very happy to find that Jiang Chen had returned. I plan to retreat for a while, Jiang Chen said suddenly. Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina looked at him in surprise. You only have level 98 soul power now, wouldn't it be faster to double cultivate with us? Hu Lina asked doubtfully. Aunt Nana, what is double cultivation? Xiaoxue raised her little hand and asked curiously. It's a kind of cultivation that only adults can do together, and children can't participate. Hu Lina was confused for a while. Jiang Chen said with a smile, it's not about cultivating soul power, I got a kind of treasure that needs to be refined. How long will it take? Qianrongxiu asked. Not sure, it may be a few days, or it may be 10 days and a half. Jiang Chen didn't know if it was difficult to refine that bone. If it was very difficult, it would take a long time. Qianrongxiu nodded. Then when will it start? Tonight. Jiang Chen said, you guys just came out, I'll stay with you for a while longer. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Qianrongxiu, and Hu Lina's complexions all moved together, and then showed joy. Teacher is out. Hu Lina said pleasantly. Their spiritual power has all evolved into divine thoughts, even if they are not released all the time, they are extremely sensitive to the fluctuations in the surrounding aura. As soon as Bibi Dong came out, they immediately sensed the slightly fluctuating aura. Let's go there. Jiang Chen picked up his daughter, and walked towards Bibi Dong's room with the two girls. Teacher doesn't know that Sister Xue and I have become gods. I'm sure it will give her a big surprise. Hu Lina said with a smile. Jiang Chen also showed a smile. Teacher is probably about to reach the god level. When they came to Bibi Dong's room, Bibi Dong was about to take a bath. It took her less than 2 days to retreat this time. In order to speed up the breakthrough, she did not hesitate to endure the torture of desire several times stronger, and finally achieved her wish to quickly break through to level 99. Seeing the 4 people coming in, Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, then hugged Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina with a smile on her face. Teacher, Sister Xue, and I have both broken through to the god level. Hu Lina said with some credit. Okay, very good. Bibi Dong was very excited. When her gaze swept over Jiang Chen, a complex look quickly flashed across his face. She has always treated Jiang Chen as a junior, and never had any unethical thoughts. But during this more than 1 day of closed-door training, she actually subconsciously regarded Jiang Chen as an object of fantasy, which caused a huge panic in her heart. Only at this time did she realize that she had unknowingly developed a forbidden affection for Jiang Chen. But fortunately no one knew about this matter. She could snuff out that thought in time, and bury this matter in her heart forever. No one would ever know about it. Teacher, you've already broken through to level 99 because you've left so soon? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Bibi Dong nodded and said, that's right, I didn't expect to break through so quickly. I'm going to carry out the final inheritance of the Rakshasa god right away. You just left the customs, don't you want to adjust your state? It's not good to be too hasty. Jiang Chen frowned. Don't worry, I'm in very good condition. I have to break through to the god level as soon as possible. No matter what I say, I can't let you fall into the danger like last time. Bibi Dong looked firm. Thinking of Jiang Chen's dangerous situation a few days ago, she still panicked. Seeing that Bibi Dong had already made a decision, Jiang Chen stopped persuading him and asked, are you going to retreat again soon? Bibi Dong pulled Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina and said with a smile, except for the 2 of them, we have to celebrate. I'll retreat tonight. My final breakthrough is not difficult, and it shouldn't take long. Teacher, isn't your final inheritance not difficult? I accepted the final inheritance at the time, which can be described as extremely thrilling. Hu Lina asked doubtfully. Qian Rongxue also nodded again and again. Me too, I am in the final stage of inheriting the angel god, and every wrong choice I make may lead me to a place of eternal doom. Bibi Dong shook her head and smiled. Don't worry, I have been carrying on the inheritance of the Rakshasa god for more than 20 years. Although the inheritance of the Rakshasa god is slow, it also makes the final inheritance easier. Don't worry, there will be no danger. Qian Rongxue was still worried, and said, why don't we let us stay with you when the time comes, so that we can feel more at ease? Hu Lina also quickly said, yes, teacher, let us accompany you when the time comes. Bibi Dong thought for a while before agreeing, okay. When she broke through to level 99 just now, the divine sense inside the Rakshasa statue came out and pointed her out. Her final inheritance is not difficult, it's just a passing scene. Because the entire inheritance has gone through more than 20 years, this final inheritance is not as difficult as other inheritances of gods. Bibi Dong estimated that it could be completed in a few hours. Jiang Chen was a little worried. If Bibi Dong fantasized about him when he was accepting the final inheritance, wouldn't his whole family be broken? He quickly persuaded, Shuer, senior sister, the teacher said that there is no difficulty, so don't worry about it, it will be bad if it disturbs the teacher's breakthrough. Before Qian Rongxue and Hu Lina spoke, Bibi Dong smiled and said, Xiaochen, don't worry, there is a small space inside the statue of the Rakshasa god, my inheritance is carried out in it, and I won't be disturbed by you. Jong Chen was relieved after hearing the words, that's fine, then I will accompany you outside with Shuer and the others. God Realm, Raksha Shrine. The Desh-mile range outside the shrine is dark and dark, just like the hell of Senluo, with evil spirits formed by evil thoughts wandering around. God Shura stepped into this area, immediately causing countless evil spirits to attack frantically. Without any resistance, he strode forward, letting those evil spirits rush into his body. In just a moment, those evil spirits that rushed into his body escaped in terror, becoming extremely weak. The face of Shura God has become much younger, from a middle-aged man to a young man in his 20s. He raised his hand and fiddled with his hair a few times. With a nice smile on his mouth, he arrived at the Raksha temple in a few steps. In front of the door, around the shrine, densely packed evil spirits were floating around, staring at the approaching god Shura with icy eyes. The gate of the shrine opened, and more than a dozen graceful Rakshasa women came out, lined up on both sides of the gate, and made a gesture of invitation to God Shura. God Shura did not hesitate, entered the palace, and went directly to the bedroom where God Rakshasa rested. Entering the bedroom, God Shura saw the young girl sitting cross-legged on the futon absorbing evil spirits to cultivate. The girl has a pretty face, a petite and exquisite body, and a head of black hair like a waterfall, hanging down from the back of her head, spreading out on the ground like a peacock spreading its tail. She was wearing a loose and light black robe, with two little white feet folded in front of her. Those eyes as bright as black jewels stared at God Shura who walked in. Azura God just said a word, and the girl in front of him disappeared. The door behind him was slammed shut, and countless evil spirits with powerful auras appeared, carrying bursts of black energy and exuding an evil aura, screaming and rushing towards God Shura. The girl silently emerged from behind God Shura, and sharp triangular nails popped out from her fingers, digging towards God Shura's back. With a faint smile on the corner of Shura God's mouth, he snorted softly, and all the evil spirits were scattered away. With a ding, the clothes on his back were grabbed by Rakshasa. He turned around sharply, grabbed the opponent's hand, and pulled it into his arms. God Rakshasa's pretty face was full of anger, and all kinds of destructive attacks broke out, but only the clothes of God Shura were smashed, but God Shura's body remained motionless. God Shura laughed loudly, and flew onto the bed next to him, holding the petite and exquisite Rakshasa god, and the curtain fell. The Raksha god raised his brows upside down, and his eyes were wide open. After a while, there was a muffled hum. I don't know how long it took. God Raksha pinched God Shura weakly, and said coldly, are you trying to force me to kill you? Azura God looked like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, and said with a smile, I won't fight back, as long as you are willing, you can kill me at any time. Rakshasa's fingernails popped out and inserted into the chest of Shura God without hesitation. Golden blood flowed out. She only inserted a small part of her finger and then stopped, staring at God Shura. You finally figured it out, are you going to accept me? God Shura raised his hands erratically, and said with a smile, if I don't accept you, how could I take your body? God Raksha pulled out his finger with golden blood, put a touch on it, ignored God Shura's salty hand, and asked indifferently, tell me, you must have something else to do when you come to me. God Shura scratched her nose with a smile, and said, you are so smart, I really have something to ask you, if you don't get it done, I'm afraid you won't agree. What's the matter, say it. Shura God Dang even told about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong, as well as what happened to Bibi Dong back then. My inheritor actually got together with your inheritor. Rakshasa God frowned, a little upset. Don't put it so harshly, it's just that your inheritor unilaterally likes my inheritor. God Shura said here with a somewhat smug expression. Rakshasa punched the hateful man without hesitation, and a thunderous sound resounded in the palace. Immediately, God Shura bared his teeth. God Rakshasa, as a first-level deity, is naturally very powerful. What do you want me to do? Rakshasa asked. Hey, you just need to do this. After a while, Rakshasa nodded, that Bibi Dong is really a poor child. Don't worry, leave it to me. With the strength of God Shura, he can already manipulate the flow of time in a small space. He has been in the Raksha god for a long time, and the god realm outside is only a moment. His divine sense sensed the situation in Douluo, and said with a smile, it's still too late. Rakshasa stood up and dressed, it's time to get down to business. Don't worry, I'll let your time flow faster here, and we can enjoy it again. Immediately kicked God Shura, but was hugged by God Shura. Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong cooked, the family celebrated and played until the evening. After Bibi Dong successfully accepted the inheritance and became a Rakshasa god, the whole country would celebrate together, demonstrating the mighty strength of the spirit empire. At night, after Xiaoxue started practicing, Jiang Chen, Xiaoxue and Hu Lina came to Bibi Dong's room. Bibi Dong had already adjusted her status and had been waiting for a long time. The four entered the secret space below together. It was the first time for Xiaoxue and Hu Lina to come here, so they were a little curious. This is the inheritance space specially set up by God Rakshasa back then. Even if Xiaoxue and the others possessed divine sense, they would not be able to find it from the outside. After all, which god would want his inheritance to be peeped by other gods? However, in the god realm, apart from the Tiandao artifact, there are two other people who can see what happened here. One is the Rakshasa god and the other is the Shura god. God Shura can use the killing god domain in Jiang Chen's body to observe the surrounding situation. The four of them descended to the bottom of the space not long after, and stopped in front of the statue of the Rakshasa god. Different god position assessments have different methods and difficulties. The inheritance of the Rakshasa god does not need other people's sacrifices to start. Xiaoxue and Hu Lina looked at the statue of the Rakshasa god curiously, and the evil aura emanating from the statue made them a little uncomfortable. Black air gushed out from the statue, and the divine sense that the Rakshasa god cut down to guide the inheritance appeared, condensing into the appearance of a young girl. Just as the divine sense avatar was about to speak, his expression froze for a moment, and he floated in the air silently. After more than 10 seconds, she returned to normal. Just now, she received some orders, which were orders from her true self. She glanced at Bibi Dong and the others, and said calmly, Bibi Dong, are you ready? Ready. Bibi Dong respectfully said, feeling a little excited inside. After so many years, today, she is finally done. Now that you're ready, let's get started. As soon as the words fell, the ray of Rakshasa's spiritual thoughts dissipated, turning into black air and pouring into the statue. There was a gap in the center of the statue, which gradually expanded, and a strong light radiated from it, forming a portal. Both Xiaoxue and Hu Lina showed worried expressions. Bibi Dong comforted, don't worry, I will come out soon. After speaking, she stepped into the light gate with a smile on her face. Chapter 399 The Cruel Truth. Shuer, senior sister, was it really dangerous when you accepted the final inheritance? Jong Chen asked. Xiaoxue and Hu Lina nodded. Really, especially the assessment of kicking. I almost got lost in it and couldn't get out. Xiaoxue said with lingering fear. Hu Lina nodded again and again. Her pretty face was a little scared, especially the test. It felt so real, it almost made me unable to extricate myself. Saying that, she blushed and gave Jiang Chen a white look. It's all your fault for being so bad at ordinary times. Otherwise I wouldn't have been stuck in that level for so long. Xiaoxue also blushed, pinched Jiang Chen hard. Yes, it's all his fault. Obviously, Xiaoxue also suffered from that hurdle. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Fake ones are fake ones. I'm 100 times stronger than in the illusion. Xiaoxue and Hu Lina fought together, vowing to pinch Jiang Chen to doubt his life. At this moment, Jiang Chen's loud laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at the statue of the Rakshasa god in disbelief. Xiaoxue and Hu Lina also looked over curiously. In the center of the statue, after Bibi Dong entered the light gate, the light emitted from the crack in the statue did not dissipate, and the light gate slowly transformed into a light curtain. What is presented on the light curtain is exactly the scene after Bibi Dong entered the space of the statue. Jiang Chen opened his mouth slightly, unable to speak. His head suddenly went blank. I'm really afraid of whatever comes. If Bibi Dong really fantasized about being with him again, then Xiaoxue and Hu Lina would probably collapse, and their beautiful and happy family would be shattered. I hope that God Rakshasa will never do that kind of carnal test. Jiang Chen prayed in his heart. Bibi Dong and Hu Lina's faces were filled with joy, and they said, I never imagined that the inheritance of the Rakshasa god would allow us to observe it. The two of them have experienced the danger during the assessment, so seeing Bibi Dong's assessment scene, for them, can make them feel more at ease. But they didn't see Jiang Chen's mournful expression. In the statue space, Bibi Dong appeared on a round platform with a diameter of about 5 meters, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Just when she was wondering, the Rakshasa god in black floated out, saying, this final test is the test of the 7 emotions. As long as you can pass, you can become a new Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong asked suspiciously, Senior, what are 7 emotions? Rakshasa god explained, the 7 emotions are, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. Bibi Dong Qiao's face showed obvious worry. These 7 emotions sounded like all kinds of emotions she had experienced in her previous cultivation. She originally thought that the final assessment would be easy, and she would no longer have to face the situation of in-depth communication with her disciples. But now it seems that she has to go through it again. Seeing Bibi Dong's worried look, Rakshasa smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a formality. Most of the gods' final assessments are based on these contents. No matter what your assessment results are, I will let you pass." If other gods dared to do this, they would definitely violate the rules, but God Rakshasa was not afraid. In the past 20 years, Bibi Dong can actually be said to have fully accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Only the Rakshasa god handed over the god position. This final assessment is just for show. Bibi Dong nodded and said, "Come on." In the outside world, the words of the Rakshasa god fell into Jiang Chen's ears, making him almost go berserk. Since it's just going through the motions, how can he be embarrassed by these 7 emotions assessments, and when he really comes to that scene later? "Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly." Qian Rongxiu asked concerned. Hu Lina also looked over with concern. "It's okay, I'm just a little worried about the teacher." Jong Chen squeezed out a smile. He couldn't kidnap Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina, that would make the 2 girls suspicious. At this moment, Bibi Dong's first assessment began. The first emotion in the 7 emotions is happiness, and by extension, it is something that makes Bibi Dong happy. As soon as the scene in the statue space changed, the figure of Rakshasa god had disappeared, and Bibi Dong appeared in a kitchen, busy cooking with Jong Chen, and then Hu Lina came back, and the 3 master and apprentice happily ate. There was also the scene when Jong Chen won the championship of the Soul Master competition, and the scene when Bibi Dong met Xiaoxue for the first time. These were the things that made Bibi Dong extremely happy, and they appeared in her fantasy one by one, allowing her to experience it again. After an hour, the level was passed. Hu Lina showed a look of doubt, and said, "This assessment is too easy. I was so happy in this test that I almost couldn't tell the difference between fantasy and reality." Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, "Didn't Senior Rakshasa just say that this assessment is just going through the motions? Senior Rakshasa must have let the water go." At this moment, Bibi Dong entered the second emotional assessment. The second emotion is anger, and the scene that appeared was exactly the scene when Jong Chen was chased and killed by the sea gods some time ago, and Bibi Dong was angry but powerless. It stands to reason that this scene reflected the most angry scene in Bibi Dong's heart. Jong Chen was a little puzzled. Wasn't the thing Bibi Dong was most angry about when she was humiliated back then? Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina didn't think too much about it. They were also furious when they saw the scene of Jong Chen being chased and killed in the light curtain. Too much deception. Qian Rongxiu said coldly. "This Tang San must die." Hu Lina said angrily. This level ended after Jong Chen returned to the Heaven Do City Temple. Bibi Dong also escaped from the illusion, but immediately entered the 3rd level. The emotion of the 3rd level is sorrow, which will show the most painful and sad scene in Bibi Dong's life. In the dark secret room, Bibi Dong woke up from a table naked. Her whole body was in severe pain. Her expression was shocked and dazed. A tall man with a handsome face was sitting next to Bibi Dong, who was the Pope Chihiro-ji at that time. Qian Rongxiu outside was shocked, showing disbelief. She recognized that it was her father. She often looked at his father's portrait when she was a child. Chihiro-ji said coldly, "Bibi Dong, even if it is the most dirty method, I will keep you in the Wuhan temple. Now, your body is no longer clean. What face do you have with that trash Yu Xiaogang? Together? If you don't leave him, I will kill him immediately." Bibi Dong was in extreme pain. Her face was full of tears, and she roared hysterically, "Qian Sunji, you beast, you must die." Outside the statue, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina were shocked that Bibi Dong had encountered such a thing. "Impossible, it's impossible." Qian Rongxiu shook her head repeatedly. Even though she said this, she knew in her heart that all of this was true. Her mother was actually bullied by her father, and she finally understood why she was neglected by Bibi Dong when she was a child. As a woman, she was very aware of the pain of being defiled by others, and Bibi Dong still had a lover at that time. That was definitely not something a woman could bear. At this time, Qian Rongxiu was already in tears, her body was about to collapse, and she was hugged by Jong Chen. She was heartbroken for what happened to Bibi Dong. Hu Lina at the side also burst into tears. At the end of the scene, Bibi Dong escaped from the illusion. Her face was covered with tears, and the scar was uncovered again. It was difficult for her to recover from that grief in a short time. At this time, the figure of Rakshasa god appeared and said, "Bibi Dong, did you feel pain just now?" Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Rakshasa said, "I'm sorry for causing you so much pain." Bibi Dong was stunned, and looked at Rakshasa blankly. What does it have to do with Rakshasa that she was violated by Qian Sunji? Rakshasa said, "What happened just now is all fake. In fact, you were not insulted by Chihiro-ji." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a picture appeared in front of Bibi Dong. In the same secret room, Qian Sunji's eyes were red, and he was crazily insulting a woman, but that woman was not Bibi Dong. Chihiro-ji kept calling Bibi Dong's name, as if he took the woman in front of him as Bibi Dong. "Isn't that a maid who served me back then, and then suddenly disappeared? How could that be?" Bibi Dong murmured. Rakshasa said, "King Sunji has long thought badly about you. Back then he wanted to kill you. How could I just watch my successor being insulted? So I used your tricks. The maid replaced you, and he fell into the illusion created by me, thinking that it was you who violated him." Bibi Dong shook her head again and again. It's impossible, so what happened to my memory? Shuer was also born to me, so I will never remember it wrong. Raxhasa smiled. That's simple. I stripped out the memory of that maid, from being violated to giving birth to Qian Rongxue, and implanted it in your mind. How could this be? How could it be? Bibi Dong fell to the ground, clutching her head in pain. At this moment, her spirit almost collapsed. After suffering for so many years, someone actually told her that everything was false. All the pain she had endured for so many years was for nothing. Why? Why are you torturing me like this? Why are you so vicious? Bibi Dong stared at Raxhasa with resentment. God Raxhasa sighed. The inheritance of God Raxhasa can be regarded as the weirdest and most difficult inheritance of all inheritances. The successor must have great resentment in his heart before he can embark on the road of inheriting Raxhasa God. This kind of resentment can let you reduce many dangers in the process of accepting the inheritance, and it can also speed up your cultivation speed. If I knew this was the case earlier, I would rather not have this bullshit Raxhasa inheritance. Bibi Dong murmured in despair. Rakshasa's expression changed slightly, and he said, now that you know the truth and know that you are still innocent, isn't that a good thing? Good thing? Hehe, who can understand the pain I endured? Bibi Dong stood up. Knowing the truth, she was indeed a little happy, but more sad. Where is that maid now? She asked. Dead. Raxhasa replied, he died of dystocia, and his body is still in the secret room. Bibi Dong didn't speak anymore, and fell silent. She was thinking about whether to tell Qian Rongxue the truth and let Qian Rongxue find her real mother. Outside the statue, the three of Jiang Chen were all stunned. None of them expected that there would be a major turning point in the matter. Not only was Bibi Dong not insulted, but she was also not Qian Rongxue's mother. Qian Rongxue suddenly panicked, grabbed Jiang Chen's hand with all her strength, and asked in disbelief, Xiaochen, is everything Raxhasa said true? Jiang Chen nodded helplessly, yes. How could such a dignified Raxhasa god make fun of such a thing? Qian Rongxue bit her lip tightly with silver teeth, unable to speak. Jiang Chen said, you can maintain the mother-daughter relationship. These years she has treated you as her own daughter, and you have treated her as your mother. He enlightened a bit. Fortunately, Raxhasa didn't mention Bibi Dong's killing of Qian Sunji, otherwise the two women might have a complete quarrel. Qian Rongxue's heart was very confused. She really wanted to find her biological mother's bones immediately, but she also wanted to stay and watch Bibi Dong finish accepting the inheritance. In the end, she made up her mind to wait for Bibi Dong to finish accepting the inheritance first. How could it be possible for her to say nothing about Bibi Dong's relationship for so many years? Jiang Chen was right, she could still regard Bibi Dong as her own mother. The three looked at the light curtain again. Raxhasa waited for a moment, then continued, now, let's start the next assessment. After her words fell, Bibi Dong entered the illusion again, and everything that happened in the illusion was what actually happened back then. This time, she was going to experience the illusion of fear, and in the illusion, the scene of Jiang Chen when Jiang Chen crossed the catastrophe appeared. Bibi Dong was very frightened, afraid that Jiang Chen would be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation. This scene was repeated several times. It was the few times when Bibi Dong accompanied Jiang Chen through the tribulation. Later, the scene of Jiang Chen being chased and killed by the sea god appeared, and Bibi Dong at that time also felt great fear. This test ended soon. Bibi Dong escaped from the illusion. Her heart was still filled with fear, and it was difficult to calm down for a while. After a while, after Bibi Dong calmed down a little, Raksha said, the next test is love. Bibi Dong was in a trance, and then entered the illusion. In the illusion, besides her, Yu Xiaogang also appeared, and the two spent a sweet time in the Wuhan temple. It's just that although Yu Xiaogang has admiration for her, he is inferior and cowardly, and he never even held her hand. After a while, the picture shattered like a mirror, and another scene took place. On the hill where the tribulation was crossed, Bibi Dong hugged Jiang Chen, weeping bitterly. And after Jiang Chen was hunted down by sea god, Bibi Dong hugged Jiang Chen extremely nervously. In the outside world, Jiang Chen was extremely embarrassed. Hu Lina was a little jealous, and said, I didn't expect that among the three of us, you are the one who is most favored by the teacher. Qian Rongxue also looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Jiang Chen scratched his head and smiled, and said, who made me the teacher's most outstanding disciple? He was a little guilty. In the following scenes, Bibi Dong should have developed a love between man and woman for him. Fortunately, Hu Lina and Qian Rongxue didn't see it. This level is over, and the next level of evil begins. Bibi Dong led several thousand soul masters to attack the Clear Sky School. She is cold and heartless, no matter men, women, or children, they all become corpses in her hands. Her purpose is to kill them all. In addition to Haoshanzong, she also ordered the destruction of several sects, and almost no one survived. Teacher was so ruthless back then. Even Hu Lina was extremely shocked. This level also ended soon, and the last level of desire began. Bibi Dong entered a new illusion. She was lying in the arms of a man with a blushing face, and that man was Yu Xiaogang. But just as the two were about to make out, Bibi Dong pushed Yu Xiaogang away and shouted, no, I don't like you anymore. Yu Xiaogang's figure was shattered, and a young figure walked out of the shattered figure. He is slender, with a strong physique, streamlined muscles, and the proportion of every part of his body is just right, making people unable to move their eyes away. Xiaochen. Bibi Dong's eyes blurred, and she rushed towards Jiang Chen. Chapter dividing line. Bibi Dong's clothes slipped off inch by inch, and her figure was hard to match even Xianrongxue and Hu Lina. Under the eyes of Jong Chen and the others, she entangled Jong Chen in the illusion. Bibi Dong had already forgotten her current situation. She forgot that she was undergoing an assessment, and she also forgot that the 3 juniors were waiting for her outside. She vented her heart to her heart's content, immersed in the ocean of joy. One wave has not subsided, and another wave is coming. It was the first time for Jong Chen to see Bibi Dong so clearly. The hero in it was still himself, but he didn't feel agitated at all. His body was stiff and cold. Both Xianrongxue and Hu Lina froze there, their heads buzzing, unable to believe what they saw. They are very clear that the illusion in the illusion assessment is either something they have experienced before, or it is what they desire to happen. That Bibi Dong actually had such a relationship with Jong Chen during the assessment, it means that Bibi Dong really had that kind of desire in her heart, or that such a thing had happened with Jong Chen. Hu Lina's gaze was extremely complicated, looking back and forth at Jong Chen, Xianrongxue, and Bibi Dong. Xianrongxue was in great pain, tears flowed down her face. She finally came to her senses now, recalling some of the scenes she saw in the light curtain just now. Jong Chen used his own body to shield Bibi Dong from the sword, and Bibi Dong's ecstatic gesture after seeing Jong Chen again was obviously a little strange. Jong Chen took a deep breath, and said, "Swear, give the teacher some time, I believe she will figure it out." Xianrongxue turned around abruptly, stared at Jong Chen, and asked, "You knew about it before?" Jong Chen nodded helplessly. "The night before yesterday when the teacher started retreating, I came to look for her, and overheard her calling my name during cultivation. I left quietly at that time, and I believe she will handle this matter well." Hu Lina persuaded, "Yes, Sister Swear, give the teacher a chance, the teacher will definitely not mess around." Every detail in that light curtain was extremely clear. Xianrongxue had already closed her eyes and couldn't bear to look. "No." Bibi Dong suddenly yelled in pain, the extremely intense scene shattered, and she appeared on the circular platform again. Xianrongxue immediately opened her eyes, looking at Bibi Dong who broke through the illusion. Bibi Dong was panting violently, her whole body was already drenched with sweat. Tears were streaming down her face, and she looked pained. "Swear, I'm sorry for you. Xiaoxue, the teacher shouldn't fantasize about you, it's impossible for us." Xianrongxue stared blankly at this scene, her painful expression eased a lot. At this moment, the figure of Rakshasa God appeared, looking at Bibi Dong with a full smile. "Bibi Dong, congratulations, you are about to become the new Rakshasa God." But Bibi Dong stood there numbly, with tears in her eyes, as if she didn't hear Rakshasa's words. Raksha God frowned, and said, "Since you are not Xianrongxue's biological mother, and since you already have Jong Chen's shadow in your heart, why do you still force yourself to give up your feelings for Jong Chen?" Bibi Dong closed her eyes in pain and didn't speak. Rakshasa shook her head, she couldn't understand Bibi Dong's choice. "Shouldn't you have to work hard to love someone? I will give you the Rakshasa costume." Rakshasa said. After finishing speaking, purple air with a strong evil aura gushed out from her body, wrapping Bibi Dong who was standing in a daze. Purple light surged, and a pair of armor slowly formed on Bibi Dong's body. Bibi Dong was startled awake by this change, frowning as she watched the change in herself. Now that she has completed the inheritance of the Rakshasa God, she does not have the anticipation and excitement that she had before, but even a little bit of rejection. But she knew that this process was irreversible, and she had become a new Rakshasa God. After a while, the evil purple air slowly dissipated, and a purple divine armor appeared on Bibi Dong's body. The armor fit perfectly, making it appear that Bibi Dong's figure was extremely plump and fiery, and the surface was covered with a layer of purple air with an evil taste. On both sides of her back, 4 huge dark purple sickles protruded from each, 8 in total. In addition, in her hand, there is also a huge purple-black sickle, which is extremely ferocious and evil, and there seems to be endless sharp roars coming out. Rakshasa smiled and said, "Okay, I have given you the Rakshasa outfit, artifacts, and skills. You are already a new generation of Rakshasa. It is time for me to leave Douluo and return to the God realm. I will report to the committee about the change of the Rakshasa God. You still have 100 years in the human world, and when you come to the God realm, we will hold a handover ceremony, and I should leave the God realm by then." After speaking, Rakshasa waved his hand. "Go, I will wait for you in the God realm." This space began to tremble, and then shattered like a bubble. Rakshasa let out a breath, showing a look of relief. She stayed in Douluo for so many years and finally completed the task. Her figure dissipated, turning into a faint divine sense that passed through the barriers of the world and returned to the body of the God realm. In the underground secret room of Bibi Dong's room, the Rakshasa statue began to crack, and then exploded with a bang. Jong Chen released his soul power, and bounced those broken stones away. Bibi Dong's figure appeared and stood there quietly. She was still in the Rakshasa costume, looking evil and ferocious. She was originally beautiful, with a graceful and luxurious temperament, but now she suddenly transformed into this incomparably evil temperament, which was also breathtakingly beautiful. Bibi Dong still closed her eyes, feeling the powerful force in her body. Her level has been raised to the god level when she inherited the Rakshasa costume just now, and the soul power in her body has also been transformed into divine power. She has an intuition that the present she can beat 10 of her former self. Bibi Dong opened her eyes, and immediately saw her daughter and 2 disciples. She smiled, and just as she was about to speak, she noticed the abnormalities on the faces of Xianrongxue and Hu Lina. Hu Lina's expression was complicated, while Qianrongxue's face could not conceal the sadness. Her heart is still in a mess now, she doesn't know how she should face Bibi Dong in the future. Bibi Dong's heart sank, and she had a bad premonition. What's the matter with you? She asked with a smile. Hu Lina glanced at Qianrongxue, but said nothing. Qianrongxue couldn't bear it anymore, tears flowed down her cheeks, she turned and ran away. Bibi Dong didn't understand why at this time, it must be that the situation of her final assessment was seen. Xiaochen. Bibi Dong looked at Jong Chen with an inquiring gaze. Jong Chen nodded bitterly. Teacher, we all saw it. Bibi Dong's body trembled, she staggered a few steps back, and nearly fell down. She smiled bitterly. Shuer, Xiaochen, I'm sorry for you. Jong Chen's expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, Teacher, don't want it. But it was already too late. When he just yelled out, Bibi Dong's majestic divine power erupted, instantly destroying the vitality in her body. Qianrongxue, who was just about to run to the exit, heard Jong Chen's terrified shouts, trembled all over, immediately turned around, and rushed down. The Rakshasa costume on Bibi Dong's body was retracted, and her body fell limply. Jong Chen reached Bibi Dong's side in one step, and hugged her extremely weak body. Teacher, why are you so stupid? Jong Chen was filled with grief. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to have such a strong character, she would kill herself if she said it, and even he couldn't react in time. Hu Lina had already rushed over, knelt down beside Bibi Dong, and said sadly, Teacher. Mom screamed from above. Qianrongxue rushed over, stopped abruptly in front of Bibi Dong, tears poured out uncontrollably. She held Bibi Dong's hand, trembling all over. Bibi Dong looked at Qianrongxue and said weakly, Shuer, I'm not your mother, and I'm not worthy to be your mother. No, you can still be my mother, and I can pretend nothing happened. Qianrongxue burst into tears, choked up and said. Although she already knew the truth, she also understood now that she couldn't let go of her feelings for Bibi Dong. No matter what, she couldn't bear to watch Bibi Dong die. Blood foamed continuously from the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth, and she raised her hand with difficulty to caress Qianrongxue's cheek. Silly boy, I don't deserve your forgiveness. Teacher, stop talking. Seeing that Bibi Dong's aura was getting weaker and weaker, Jiang Chen took out all the thunder tribulation liquid that he had treasured. A drop of colorful liquid emerged, dripped on Bibi Dong's body, and penetrated in. An incomparably majestic breath of life erupted, and everything in Bibi Dong's body began to recover at an inconceivable speed. Bibi Dong's pretty face was full of shock, and she grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. Xiao Chen, you shouldn't waste such a precious thing on me. Jiang Chen said, Teacher, you are so stupid, we can discuss anything if there is anything. Bibi Dong was ashamed, Teacher really has no face to face you. Qianrongxue hurriedly said, It's because I was not good just now. Mom, can you stop doing stupid things? Bibi Dong was silent and did not speak. Jiang Chen said, Teacher, you are not wrong, I am the one who is wrong. If you still want to commit suicide, then I will die. Bibi Dong froze for a moment, then finally nodded slowly, I won't do stupid things anymore. Jiang Chen, Qianrongxue, and Hu Lina all smiled. It didn't take long for Bibi Dong to recover, and she stood up. Let's go out, she said. The 4 of them still maintained their original relationship on the surface, but they all felt a strange feeling in their hearts, and they didn't know whether they could fully return to the original state of getting along. At this time, it was still dark. Qianrongxue and Hu Lina were worried. They said they would stay in Bibi Dong's room overnight, worried that Bibi Dong would do something stupid again. Bibi Dong drove them back with a smile and cursing, and swore that she would live well. Qianrongxue and Hu Lina left with Jiang Chen. That night, Bibi Dong tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Her mind kept thinking about the passion she had with Jiang Chen in the illusion, about the little things she had spent with Jiang Chen over the years, and about her inseparable relationship with Qianrongxue. After an unknown amount of time, she let out a long sigh. That night, Jiang Chen, Qianrongxue, and Hu Lina didn't practice either, and the 3 hugged each other. Xiao Chen, can we go back to how we were before? Qianrongxue asked. Jiang Chen kissed her beautiful hair, and comforted him. Yes, I will. The next day, the good news that shocked the whole country came out that His Majesty Bibi Dong of the Spirit Empire, His Majesty's daughter Qianrongxue, and His Majesty's disciple Hu Lina, 3 of them had become legendary gods. The whole country shook. Before, there were no gods spreading their beliefs on the Douluo Continent, so most people didn't know that there were gods. Now, while the 3 people of Spirit Empire became gods, countless people in Spirit Empire were shocked, but at the same time they were very happy. Jiang Chen saw that Bibi Dong had returned to his previous appearance, nothing unusual, so he felt relieved and prepared to start his own retreat. Before retreating, he told Qianrongxue and Hu Lina to keep an eye on Bibi Dong. After explaining everything, he began to retreat to refine Pangu's frontal bone. It is said to be refining, but in fact it is only a preliminary refining. First, refine Pangu's frontal bone into his own frontal bone, and this is the completion of the preliminary refining. After the preliminary refinement, the overall attributes of his body will be raised to a terrifying level. Then there was a long period of absorption and fusion. With every point of fusion, his strength would rise in a straight line. In the secret cultivation room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the futon. His consciousness has already entered the system space. The frontal bone, which is -meters long and wide, exudes dazzling golden light and sits there. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the radiating golden light began to create circles of halos, and the refinement had already started. The first step of refining is to let this huge frontal bone enter his forehead, which is the purpose of his retreat this time. As the refining began, the huge frontal bone began to melt little by little, and the melted part had already entered Jiang Cheng's frontal bone and fused with his own frontal bone. This kind of fusion is only a preliminary fusion. In the future, he still needs to spend time to refine it seriously, and completely use this pango-forehead bone for his own use. When the refinement started, Jiang Chen was shocked. He found that the refinement could not be stopped at the beginning, and it would end only after he absorbed the huge frontal bone. With the ablation speed of that pango's frontal bone, this refining process is estimated to take a long time. Time flies, a month has passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Chen still has no sign of leaving the customs. Xiaoxue, Lina, and Bibi Dong gradually became a little worried. Before retreating, Jiang Chen said that he would be able to come out in 10 days and a half, but now a month has passed. If it wasn't for their spiritual sense that they could feel that Jiang Chen's aura was stable, and there was no sign of madness, they might have awakened Jiang Chen. Wait a little longer, Bibi Dong said. Xiaoxue and Lina nodded slightly. Bibi Dong then said worriedly, I really don't know where that Tang San hid. If I don't get rid of him, I still can't feel at ease. Xiaoxue said, this month, the three of us acted separately and scanned the entire Douluo Continent with our spiritual thoughts, but we didn't find Tang San and his group. I'm afraid they really aren't on the Douluo Continent. Lina was more open-minded, and said with a smile, don't worry, don't we still have 100 years to stay in Douluo? We will definitely find him within 100 years. Among the three, Bibi Dong is the most powerful. The time for them to become gods is still short, their roots are not as deep as those old gods, and their spiritual sense can't cover the entire Douluo Continent, let alone the more distant sea areas. Wanting to find Tang San is not something that happens overnight. At this moment, in the western sky, two tyrannical divine thoughts swept over, causing the expressions of the three of Bibi Dong to change. They got up suddenly, released their spiritual thoughts, and immediately saw two figures flying towards the distant sky at extreme speed. Tang San. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. Chapter dividing line. Tang San turned out to be a god? Moreover, coming to Wuhan City in such an open and above-board manner obviously has bad intentions. Beside him, Xiaowu's aura was equally terrifying. Without a doubt, she was also a god level. Bibi Dong and the three girls looked at each other, rushed out of the palace and hovered over 1,000 meters above the sky, ready for battle. The auras Tang San and Xiaowu exuded made them extremely frightened. Judging from the breath alone, Tang San and the two are not weaker than them, even stronger. Tang San and Xiaowu's auras were undisguised. The terrifying god-level coercion descended directly on Wuhan City, making all people below the god level tremble in Wuhan City. All the elders and priests staying in Wuhan City bit their bullets. They looked at the two Tang San who flew over with serious expressions. Bibi Dong shouted loudly, all title Douluo disperse and protect the people of Wuhan City. After receiving the order, the elders and priests rushed to various places in Wuhan City. The moment they saw Tang San and Xiaowu, they understood that these two young people had also reached the god level. That's not something they can contend with. I'm afraid it's useless for all their elders to rush forward. Tang San and Xiaowu stopped after entering Wuhan City, standing opposite Bibi Dong and the other three in the air, separated by 1,000 meters. Tang San, you, the guy who ruined the mainland and killed the ancestors with your own hands, dare to show up. Bibi Dong shouted loudly. The three of Bibi Dong also released the coercion of god-level powerhouses, resisting the coercion of Tang San and Xiaowu. When her voice fell, it immediately caused the people below to attack Tang San loudly. All kinds of abuse came to Tang San's ears. Human scum, pigs, and dogs are inferior, inhumane, utterly devoid of conscience, and the laws of nature cannot be tolerated. Tang San's calm mood suddenly fluctuated violently, his fists clenched tightly. Xiaowu's eyes were even red. Xiao San, everyone in Wuhan City deserves to die. Tang San is the most perfect in Xiaowu's mind. No one can insult Tang San. She will fight desperately with whoever insults Tang San. As she said that, a 2-finger-wide and 3-foot-long red long sword appeared in her hand. When the long sword was gently swiped down, a red sword aura rushed towards the people below. That sword energy exudes a terrifying aura. If it falls to the ground, it will definitely cause a lot of casualties. Even if there is a titled Douluo below to block it, it won't work. What a hot little girl. Bibi Dong roared angrily, but it was too late to stop her. She didn't expect that the rabbit who had become a god would attack ordinary people. Tang San's expression changed. The sea god trident in his hand stabbed downwards. A blue water dragon rushed out from the trident, catching up with Xiaowu's sword energy. Under the stirring of the water dragon, Xiaowu's sword energy was shattered, and then returned to Tang San's trident. Tang San still had some conscience in his heart. He was actually very guilty about releasing a large number of fallen people last time and causing a large number of civilian deaths. It's just that the guilt is the guilt. It is impossible for him to pay for it with his own life. He snorted coldly. It's just a group of ignorant people fooled by the spirit hall. There's no need to get angry with them. Didn't Senior Poseidon remind us that revenge is fine, but innocent people cannot be slaughtered? Xiaowu had a look of resentment on her face, but she still obeyed Tang San's words and withdrew her murderous aura. The people below were terrified and almost fled back into the house. Tang San raised the sea god trident in his hand, pointed at Bibi Dong, and said in a cold voice, Bibi Dong, today is your death day, you must pay the price for the crimes you committed today. Humph, Tang San, there is a way to heaven if you don't go, there is no way to enter hell, neither of you can escape today. Although Tang San and Xiaowu had astonishing momentum, Bibi Dong was still very confident. There is one more person on their side. The two sides are facing each other, and the war is imminent. Xiaoxue reminded in a low voice, you can't fight them here, it will affect Wuhan City. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, looked at Tang San, and said, Tang San, the grievances between us have nothing to do with ordinary people. Do you dare to fight me outside the city? Why don't you dare? Tang San sneered. He dared to come to Wuhan City with Xiaowu today, and he was ready to burn the boat. Bibi Dong must die. Jiang Chen must die. The top executives of the Wuhan Empire must also die. Only when these people are dead can their parents and sex vengeance be avenged. Tang San and Xiaowu were full of confidence. After the two of them became gods, their strength was much stronger than when they were possessed by the sea god. After all, the sea god at that time was descended from divine sense, so there were too many restrictions, and he couldn't exert too much strength. Now Tang San has become the sea god. The original sea god Poseidon was originally an extremely powerful first-level god. Tang San inherited his god position, and once he reached the god level, his strength was greatly improved. With Tang San's current strength, although it was not as good as Poseidon's old first-level gods, it was definitely considered top-notch in the god realm. Xiaowu's strength is also not much weaker than Tang San's. This is also their confidence to directly kill Wuhan City this time. They heard from Poseidon that the current Jiang Chen is only level 98, and there is still a long way to go before becoming a god. According to Poseidon's estimate, Jiang Chen can only be regarded as a false god. The strength he displayed in the last battle should have reached his limit, and it would be difficult to defeat Tang San and Xiaowu at this time. In the hearts of Tang San and Xiaowu, the biggest opponents in this operation are Bibi Dong, Xianrongxue, and Hu Lina. Among them, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong and the angel god Xianrongxue are both first-level gods like them, while Hu Lina is only a second-level god. They may not have no chance of victory. Seeing that Tang San agreed to come down, Bibi Dong and the others took the lead and flew out of the city. The people in Wuhan City surged, rushing to the city gate one after another, wanting to go out of the city to watch the battle. Bibi Dong lowered her head and shouted, block the city and protect Wuhan City. Fake benevolence. Xiaowu snorted coldly with disdain. She didn't believe that Bibi Dong, a cold-blooded woman, would care about the lives of those weak humans. She turned her gaze, and her divine sense fell on the palace below. She suddenly became pleasantly surprised, and quickly said via voice transmission, Little San, I found Jiang Chen. He is cultivating in the secret room, and he hasn't come out in this situation. It must be at the critical moment of cultivation. We cannot be disturbed. As long as we make a move now, we will definitely kill him with one blow. At this moment, Bibi Dong and the others stopped, their aura broke out, and they locked on Tang San and Xiaowu tightly. As long as these two dared to attack Jiang Chen, they would definitely bear their wrath. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light. He said, let's deal with Bibi Dong first, and then come back to deal with him. He knew very well that Bibi Dong and the others would definitely not just watch him kill Jiang Chen. Xiaowu withdrew her gaze unwillingly. Let's go. Tang San flew towards Bibi Dong. The three girls of Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and continued to fly out. A moment later, the five of them were already meters away from Wuhan City, standing opposite each other in the sky. Tang San, you still have some humanity. You didn't choose to fight in Wuhan City. If that's the case, then I'll give you a whole corpse. Bibi Dong said coldly. Xiaowu's eyes were red, and she said bitterly, Bibi Dong, do you still remember me? Bibi Dong sneered. Why don't you remember? Aren't you the one who slipped through the net back then? Your mother's spirit ring and spirit bone are still on me. Xiaowu was so angry that she trembled all over, and the red long sword in her hand violently spewed out a sharp sword glow. Today, I want you to pay in blood. Chapter Dividing Line. At this time, in the Ruksha Temple of God Realm, God Shura came out of the bed curtain frowning. Two smooth jade arms then stretched out from inside, hugged God Shura's strong waist, and pulled him in again. Hihi, will it be over so soon? Stop making trouble, something serious has happened. God Shura said in a deep voice. Ruksha said, the sky is big and the earth is big, what can be bigger than sleeping? Ever since her ray of divine sense returned, she has been with God Shura all the time, and she didn't pay attention to Bibi Dong's situation. For her, whether it is Douluo Continent or God Realm, she has nothing to worry about. When God Shura also handed over his position, the two of them could leave the God Realm and take adventures together in the vast and boundless universe and starry sky. God Shura said solemnly, do you still remember the conspiracy between the God of Destruction and the God of Sea that I told you earlier? Rakshasa nodded. Then Tang San has actually inherited the Sea God's position. With his cultivation speed, it is impossible to complete the entire inheritance in such a short period of time. Shura said divinely. You mean Sea God violated the rules again, cheating to enhance Tang San's strength? Rakshashan asked. God Shura nodded. This time the Douluo Continent was not blocked by that strange method, but Tang San reached the god level unknowingly. It is very likely that they only blocked Tang San's breakthrough to the god level this time. Breakthrough is breakthrough, what's all the fuss about? God Ashura said solemnly, then Tang San's strength has improved abnormally, he has already killed in Wuhan City, and is about to fight Bibi Dong. Rax Hassa sneered, Bibi Dong is the new Rax Hassa, so why would he be afraid of a little sea god? Her strength was already almost the same as sea gods. Similarly, she also believed that Bibi Dong was no weaker than Tang San. You'll understand after just a look, Shura said divinely. Raksha God's divine sense extended to Douluo Continent, and he immediately saw several people who were confronting each other. They have just broken through to the god level, so why is Tang San's aura so strong? Rakshashan was extremely shocked. Immediately afterwards she reacted, Poseidon is really unscrupulous. He actually cheated to increase Tang San's strength and wanted to kill my inheritor. With a look of anger on her face, she jumped out of bed and quickly got dressed. I want to let him know that I, Luosha, are not easy to mess with. Luosha said coldly. God Shura pulled her back. Can you stop being so impulsive? What's the use of going to see God now, and you can't help Bibi Dong? Then you can bear this breath. Rax Hassa God was petite, but he was extremely predictable, and his chest heaved violently with anger. Shura said in a divine way, let's take a look at the battle below first. Bibi Dong's side has the advantage in numbers, so they don't necessarily lose. And don't forget, my successor, Jiang Chen, is a freak. Rax Hassa gave him a blank look, then why don't you quickly call that kid Jiang Chen out? God Shura didn't speak, the voice rang in Jiang Chen's mind. But soon, his brows were tightly wrinkled. He kept calling several times, but Jiang Chen didn't respond, sitting there cross-legged like a log. He could tell that Jiang Chen at this moment should know what happened outside, but he was stuck in a certain state and couldn't get out. What's wrong? God Rax Hassa noticed something strange about God Shura. God Shura sighed, Jiang Chen has reached a critical point in his cultivation, and he couldn't wake up in time. Now he can only rely on Bibi Dong and the other three. Rakshashan who had just sat down stood up abruptly. I'm afraid he's a bird. At worst my mother will go down in person and kill that Tang San. See, God didn't even go down in person, so you go down in person. Do you want to be the target of public criticism? Shura asked. This doesn't work. That doesn't work either. Am I going to watch my inheritors get killed? Rax Hassa said angrily. We can't intervene in the battle between them. We are watching the battlefield, and the god of destruction is also watching the battlefield. Unless we also have the means to improve Bibi Dong's strength without anyone noticing. Hihi, do you have any? God Shura shook his head helplessly. In the secret cultivation room, Jiang Chen who was refining Pangu's frontal bone was extremely anxious. When Tang San and Xiaowu approached Wuhan City, he sensed it. But once the refining of Pangu's frontal bone started, it couldn't be stopped. His divine sense was much stronger than Bibi Dongsunv, and he could clearly sense that Tang San's current strength was much stronger than Bibi Dongsunv. Although Jiang Chen was anxious in his heart, there was nothing he could do. Although the refinement was coming to an end, he didn't know if he could finish the refinement before the battle ended. Tang San. Jiang Chen growled in his heart. The last time the sea god attached to Tang San to hunt him down, Tang San's cultivation hadn't even reached level 95. But now, in such a short period of time, Tang San unexpectedly became a god-level powerhouse whose strength was even stronger than Bibi Dong's. This increased speed once again caused Jiang Chen to have a strong hatred for sea god. This sea god wanted to take his lifetime and time again, and now he even helped Tang San, trying to kill his teacher and wife. This resentment accumulated deeper and deeper in Jiang Chen's heart. On the battlefield, before the battle even started, the scene shocked everyone who watched the battle from afar. At an altitude of -meters, those 5 dazzling figures have replaced the sun. Tang San released an endless azure color. This is his divine sense domain, so powerful that Bibi Dong and the others were frightened. Behind him, there are 8 blue wings. These are the 8 wings of the sea god, evolved from his 8 spider lances. The red domain released from Xiao Wu's body is also not weak. On Qian Rongshu's body, endless golden rays of light erupted, dyeing the sky where she was in gold. She was dressed in an angel costume, exuding an incomparably sacred and majestic aura. Bibi Dong exudes an extremely evil and cold black aura. This is her Rax Hassa domain. Her appearance became extremely ferocious. She was dressed in purple armor, with 8 huge sickles on her back, and a purple-black giant scythe in her right hand. Qian Rongshu's domain and Bibi Dong's domain have the effect of mutual restraint, so both of them are in control, preventing their own domain from colliding with each other. Hulina has 9-meter-long tails behind her. Sometimes they are extremely soft, and sometimes they are as hard as steel whips. When they swung them past, it seemed that even the void was about to be split. Her domain was pink, exuding an extremely seductive aura. At this moment, Bibi Dong's 3 daughters all had extremely solemn expressions. They found that Tang San suppressed them in every way, and that Xiao Wu doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Tang San said with a smile, Bibi Dong, you have committed a serious crime. You should obediently arrest him with nothing. I can still leave you with a whole body. With cold eyes, Bibi Dong shouted, kill. When the voice fell, she had already moved, waving the black scythe in her hand and cutting towards Tang San. Hulina followed behind Bibi Dong, Her attributes were not incompatible with Bibi Dong and Xianrongxiu, and she could assist any of them in battle. Xianrongxiu greeted Xiaowu. This is the tactic arranged by Bibi Dong. She has the strongest strength, so when dealing with Tang San, coupled with Hu Lina's charm ability, the effect on dealing with men is even more obvious. It will definitely be able to firmly suppress Tang's. Battle is hard to write, it is relatively easy to write slow. Chapter Dividing Line. Bibi Dong's domain and Tang San's domain collided first. Where the domains collided, the void exploded continuously. Bibi Dong's pretty face changed slightly. She felt that her domain was greatly suppressed. It stands to reason that Tang San's sea god power doesn't have much restraint on her evil and cold Rakshasa power. The only possibility is that Tang San's strength is much stronger than she imagined. Nana, do it. Bibi Dong immediately transmitted the voice. Countless pink rays of light radiated from Hu Lina's body, entered Tang San's domain, and penetrated into Tang San's body. Tang San, who was just about to make a move, froze suddenly. He fell into the sensual fantasy created by Hu Lina. In the illusion, the tall and sweet Xiaowu was walking towards him. The clothes on Xiaowu's body slipped off one by one, revealing her body as smooth as silk and delicate as egg white. Although her figure is not as exaggerated as the three Bibi Dong women, it is just right. Especially those beautiful legs, the astonishing length, attracted a lot of Tang San's attention. Xiaowu came in front of Tang San, showed her own good points one by one, and said shyly, Xiao San, what are you waiting for? The trace of vigilance in Tang San's eyes gradually dissipated, and his breathing gradually became heavy. Although he and Xiaowu have been together for many years, but the two have not officially married, he has never dared to go beyond that relationship with Xiaowu. In his heart, the best things must be saved for the best days. Therefore, this is the first time he has seen Xiaowu's seductive body. In Hu Lina's illusion, his body was infinitely magnified invisibly, and in his 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced a relationship between a man and a woman. The touching woman in front of him was still his favorite, so he could still bear it. Little San, today is our wedding day, what are you waiting for? Xiaowu's pretty face was flushed, writhing uncomfortably on the bed. She reached out and pulled Tang San down. Tang San fell. Hu Lina showed a smile on her face. She could clearly see the situation in the environment. Although her strength was not as strong as Tang San's, she was superior in being weird and hard to guard against. Even if Tang San's strength is higher than hers, he still has to be recruited. Bibi Dong smiled coldly. She was already close to Tang San. Suddenly purple light radiated from her body, and the 8 huge scythes behind her flew out, gathered in front of her, and merged with the sickle in her hand. 9 sickles formed one, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Even if Bibi Dong hadn't moved yet, the void around the sickle would almost collapse. With a light swipe, a meter-long purple light blade flew out like lightning, splitting the void, revealing a large black crack, devouring towards Tang San. But Tang San was immersed in the illusion, already integrated with Xiaowu inside. At this point, he was even more unable to extricate himself. Seeing that the 100-meter-long purple giant blade was about to engulf Tang San, Xiaowu was extremely anxious. Little San, that's not me, it's Hu Lina's illusion. The sound transmission of her spiritual thoughts exploded in Tang San's mind. Tang San, who was falling into the madness of love, suddenly became sober. He pushed Xiaowu away in front of him, and said coldly, you are not Xiaowu, my body is only for Xiaowu. Xiaowu was about to cry. She rushed towards Tang San. Xiao San, I am Xiaowu. Tang San slapped indifferently, and Xiaowu in front of him turned into pieces and dissipated. His consciousness returned to reality, and he saw the huge light blade that was about to arrive at a glance. What a terrifying psychedelic ability. He glanced at Hu Lina. Only then did Xiaowu breathe a sigh of relief. She was extremely confident in Tang San's strength. As long as Tang San woke up from Hu Lina's charm, she definitely wouldn't be afraid of Bibi Dong. Just now, she almost couldn't help teleporting over to block this blow for Tang San. Now that Tang San is awake, she doesn't need it. Her purpose was to hold Xianrongxiu back and let Tang San deal with Bibi Dong and Hu Lina. At this moment, Xianrongxiu snorted coldly, do you still dare to be distracted from fighting me? She held up the Holy Angel Sword with both hands, countless hot and holy energy gathered on the Holy Angel Sword, and slashed towards Xiaowu. Invincible golden body. Xiaowu snorted disdainfully, and a dazzling golden mask formed outside her body. Not only did she not dodge or retreat, but she quickly approached Xianrongxiu facing the sword. Her 4th invincible golden body can ignore the opponent's attack to a certain extent. When she was in the 40th level soul sect, even the 99th level peerless Douluo's attack could not break her invincible golden body. What's more, Xianrongxiu's strength is obviously comparable to hers now. Although her invincible golden god is a bit perverted, it also has some flaws, that is, it cannot defend against soul attacks. However, there are very few soul masters who are good at soul attacks. Even if they have soul attacks, if their souls are not as strong as hers, they can't cause her harm. She is about the same strength as Xianrongxiu, and her divine sense is also comparable. Unless Xianrongxiu has a soul-like attack, it is impossible to break her invincible golden body. Xianrongxiu's charged sword slashed at Xiaowu's woody jin and was bounced away. She had a look of shock on her face, as if she couldn't accept the result. Xiaowu saw the shock on Xianrongxiu's face, and a smug smile appeared on her face. God of angels, that's all. She waved the scarlet long sword in her hand. With fierce sword energy emanating from the long sword, she teleported to Qianrongxu's back, and thrust her sword towards Qianrongxu's back. The smile on Xiaowu's face gradually widened. The god of angels was about to be dealt with by her, and then she could join forces with Tang San to kill Bibi Dong Hulina. At this moment, a surge of divine sense aura erupted from Qianrongxu's body. Xiaowu seemed to see a huge angel god burning with the fire of the sun roaring crazily. Her head went blank, her soul was attacked, and she was dizzy. Qianrongxu turned around, the shock on her face was gone, and she swung the giant sword in her hand with a sneer. Jiang Chen had analyzed Xiaowu's soul skills with her before, the shock just now was just her faking. Unexpectedly, this little rabbit was so easy to deceive, and ran up obediently. Qianrongxu's soul skill Angel's Roar is an attack aimed at the soul, and the power of releasing it with divine thoughts is even more incomparable. Although it is impossible to shatter Xiaowu's soul, it is still very easy to make the other party fall into a dizzy state. Xiaowu at this time can only be slaughtered by Qianrongxu. Qianrongxu was merciless, and kept slashing at Woody Jin's body with the little angel's holy sword in her hand. Xiaowu was unable to fly due to the dizziness, and was chopped straight to the ground. Qianrongxu followed closely, and cut out thousands of swords in an instant. Xiaowu's invincible golden body was already in danger, and it was about to be broken by Qianrongxu. Even if it is not broken, the time for her soul ability is almost up. The battle on both sides happened at the same time. Tang San saw this scene, the corners of his eyes were about to burst. The blow Bibi Dong swung finally reached Tang San. The battle of the golden 13 halberds turns the stars. On Tang San, endless azure burst out, his figure became blurred, then turned into a blue light and shadow and rushed into the sea god trident. Body and halberd together, wielding the sea god trident, drawing a mysterious trajectory, the azure divine power caught Bibi Dong's blow like layers of waves, and then turned around. Bibi Dong's attack was diverted by Tang San's Dozhuan Xingxi, and flew towards Qianrongxu's, faster and more powerful. Bibi Dong hurriedly transmitted the voice. Startled, Qianrongxu hurriedly stopped and gave up chasing Xiaowu. That purple light blade with a length of dash meters flew between her and Xiaowu, cutting a huge black crack in the space. Cold sweat broke out on Qianrongxu's back. If this blow hit her, she would definitely be seriously injured. Below, Xiaowu's invincible golden body had disappeared, but she had also come to her senses, and quickly stabilized her falling figure. Damn it! What a sinister woman! She shouted angrily, and rushed towards Qianrongxu again. This time she was prepared, and the opponent's soul attack no longer threatened her. On Tang San's side, Bibi Dong had already approached Tang San. She waved the huge dark purple sickle in her hand, countless purple light blades crisscrossed, forming a huge net, flying towards Tang San. At the same time, Hulina once again used her strongest charm skill, trying to draw Tang San into the illusion again. Tang San's divine sense was already much stronger than Hulina's, and he had experienced Hulina's soul ability once, so he was prepared at this time, and he recovered after only a trance. Hulina saw that she couldn't control Tang San. The 900-meter long tails behind her rushed towards Tang San like poisonous snakes. The hairs on each tail became extremely hard, like steel needles. 9 tails surrounded Tang San in other directions, and lashed towards Tang San fiercely. Right now Tang San had Bibi Dong's attack in front of him, and Hulina's tail surrounded him in other directions. No matter how powerful his star shift was, he couldn't divert so many attacks at the same time. Tang San remained calm, made a judgment in an instant, and chose to break out from the direction Hulina attacked. The sea god behind him flapped his wings. Before Bibi Dong's attack came, he rushed towards one of the tails that Hulina whipped at extremely fast. He swung the sea god trident. Under his swing, the main blade at the front of the trident burst out with bright blue light, and a huge blue light wheel appeared on it. The light wheel is spinning, exuding an extremely sharp aura, as if it can cut through all obstacles in the world. Hulina's eyes flashed brightly. She gave up the control of the other tails, and all her power concentrated on the tail that was about to reach Tang San. As long as she can block Tang San for a moment, Bibi Dong's attack can bombard Tang San. Tang San's expression didn't fluctuate at all, and his speed was brought to the extreme. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to resist Bibi Dong's attack, but he has a calculation in his heart. In his opinion, Hulina's attack could only be described as mediocre, much worse than Bibi Dong's. What he used was the 10th halberd of the 13 golden halberds, Son of the Sea, and it was not difficult to break through Hulina's attack. Hulina's tail exuded a strong red light, that finger-thick hair stood on end, with sharp tips, like an angry hedgehog, bombarded with the trident in Tang San's hand. There was no loud sound, only a puff. Hulina's tail was almost cut off, and countless hairs and a large puff of blood fell down. The mighty sea god's divine power rushed into Hulina's body from its tail, causing her breath to surge, and she almost suffered internal injuries. She didn't even block it for a moment, and was rushed out by Tang San. Tang San avoided Bibi Dong's blow and immediately stopped. Surging spirit power surged on his body. Unfixed Storm. The first move of the Golden 13 Halberds was launched. This move can be called the strongest control soul skill in the God realm, and it is the only control skill in the Golden 13 Halberds. Once it hits the opponent, no matter how strong the opponent is, he cannot move half a point within 3 to 8 seconds, and can only let him attack. Sea God had used this move when fighting Jiang Chen before, but Jiang Chen's defense was too perverted. This move didn't pose much threat to Jiang Chen. But Bibi Dong, Xiaoxue, and Hu Lina are different. Once controlled by Tang San, it would be absolutely fatal to Bibi Dong's third daughter. After Jiang Chen came back, he once explained the Golden 13 halberds to Bibi Dong and the three daughters, so after Tang San performed the raising gesture, Bibi Dong recognized it. Tang San's goal was not the strongest Bibi Dong, but the weakest Hu Lina. Indeterminate Storm is not a must-hit skill, it may be dodged by the opponent, so Tang San now targets Hu Lina. Hu Lina was impacted by his divine power just now, facing the uncertain turmoil, she was -% unable to avoid it. The moment Tang San attacked, Bibi Dong became vigilant, ready to avoid Tang San's super control ability, because Tang San was facing her. But in just an instant, her expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Nana, get out of the way." A sneer appeared on Tang San's face, he was just making excuses when facing Bibi Dong. The uncertain storm started, rushing towards Hu Lina who was on the side. Hu Lina was still under the impact of Tang San's divine power in her body at this time, and she hadn't completely calmed down yet. Although she reacted under Bibi Dong's reminder, she was still unable to dodge and was hit by the unfixed storm. After Tang San used unfixed storm, he used the third form of the Golden 13 halberds one after another. The third form, Never Return, is a powerful single target attack skill among the Golden 13 halberds. With the difference in strength between Tang San and Hu Lina, if he was hit by this powerful blow, he would definitely die on the spot. Tang San's body instantly burst out with a lot of blue light, his whole body became 100 meters high, and the Sea God Trident also skyrocketed accordingly. He raised the Sea God Trident that was 100 meters long, leaned back slightly, and threw the Sea God Trident like a javelin. The Sea God Trident, which already weighed Jin, became even more terrifying after its size became larger. It turned into a blue streamer and roared towards Hu Lina. The sky seemed to be cut in half by the Sea God Trident. Tang San's eyes exploded with incomparably bright blue light, and huge divine sands surrounded Hu Lina, not giving Hu Lina a chance to escape. If there were no accidents, Hu Lina would die under this blow. If Hu Lina died, then he would lose one annoying fly when fighting Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong turned pale with shock. The moment Hu Lina was controlled by Tang San, she had already set off, rushing towards Hu Lina. Finally, before the arrival of the Sea God Trident, she rushed to Hu Lina. Tang San's divine sense was stronger than Bibi Dong and Hu Lina's. Under Tang San's divine sense lock, and the distance was already very close, it was impossible for Bibi Dong and Hu Lina to avoid this blow. As soon as Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, the Rakshasa costume on her body suddenly burst into intense purple light. Intense purple light converged towards the huge scythe held in her hands, and the scythe exploded instantly, chopping towards the trident that cut the sky in half. Tang San showed a smile on his face. What he was most looking forward to was this scene. His real target was actually Bibi Dong, but the uncertain storm might not hit Bibi Dong, so he chose to control Hu Lina. This go and never return was performed on Hu Lina, which forced Bibi Dong to take it. Sure enough, everything was as he expected. Bibi Dong rushed over without hesitation. If nothing else happened, this blow could severely injure both Bibi Dong and Hu Lina at the same time. P.S. The typo will be corrected later. Try to update another chapter at night. The time is uncertain. Chapter dividing line. This was Tang San's calculation, to avoid a head-on confrontation with Bibi Dong, and let Bibi Dong passively come to rescue Hu Lina. If Bibi Dong didn't save her, then Hu Lina would definitely die, and Tang San could also relieve some of the pressure. If Bibi Dong chooses to save Hu Lina, she will definitely not be able to exert much strength in a hurry. No matter how Bibi Dong chooses, Tang San is in absolute 3 advantages. This is a conspiracy. At this moment, the blue light erupting from Tang San's body flooded into the flying trident one after another, causing the trident to continuously accelerate, and its power became even more terrifying. In such a hasty time, Bibi Dong really couldn't send out a powerful attack. She could only mobilize the divine power of her whole body, the divine power contained in the Rakshasa costume. She wanted to block Tang San's attack with huge divine power. The two artifacts collided together, like the sun exploding. The huge sound was earth-shattering, and the bright light burst out, making those who watched the battle from a distance completely unable to see the figure in the sky. But Tang San's divine thoughts were not blocked. He clearly saw that the moment Bibi Dong's Rakshasa's sickle collided with the Sea God Trident, it was bounced high, and almost fell out of his hand. Bibi Dong turned pale with shock, and with a thought, her divine power returned to defense, spreading all over the Rakshasa costume. It was too late for her to react otherwise. "Teacher!" Hu Lina shouted from behind. She finally recovered, but it was too late. "Puchi!" The armor on Bibi Dong's body was broken, and the Sea God Trident passed through her body. Hu Lina behind her was also not spared, also pierced by the trident. The Raksha Riment is also a divine weapon, but this defensive divine weapon is far from being able to compare with the power of the Sea God Trident. Xianrongxu's eyes were tearing apart in the distance, but she was too far away from Bibi Dong, and she couldn't rescue her in time. "You guys, damn it!" The angelic holy sword she held in her hand began to absorb the real fire of the sun crazily. This time was when the sun was fierce, and they were still at an altitude of dash meters, so they were farther away from the sun, which greatly increased the speed at which Xianrongxu absorbed the sun's energy. In just an instant, a large amount of real sun fire entered her body. Her golden angel costume has turned crimson, exuding extreme heat. With a bang, her body, as well as the angel's holy sword, were ignited with raging sun flames. The surrounding void began to distort and collapse, unable to bear the energy she absorbed like crazy. Tang San's complexion changed drastically. Both he and Xiaowu miscalculated Qianrongxu's strength. The strength that Qianrongxu displayed at this time was not weaker than Bibi Dong, and even stronger than Xiaowu. Xiaowu couldn't bear this blow. Tang San immediately made a judgment. He originally wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill the seriously injured Bibi Dong and Hu Lina, but Qianrongxu forced him to give up this idea and go to save Xiaowu. Qianrongxu's blow had already exceeded Xiaowu's invincible golden body's tolerance range. The terrifying sun fire, even Xiaowu's sixth soul skill, nothingness, couldn't resist it. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang San rushed towards Xiaowu. He stretched out his hand, and the sea god trident that just pierced through Bibi Dong and Hu Lina's bodies immediately flew back and fell into his hands. Xiaowu was knocked back several hundred meters by Qianrongxu's sword just now. Seeing Qianrongxu hold back such a big move, her pretty face changed color. At this time, she also understood that she was still weaker than this woman after all. He couldn't resist the blow. Moreover, this attack was accompanied by divine thoughts, which had already locked her in. Unless she could escape tens of thousands of meters in an instant, she would not be able to dodge it. Xiaowu, teleport here. Tang San immediately transmitted voice to Xiaowu. Although Xiaowu's teleportation couldn't escape Qianrongxu's attack range, she could teleport to Tang San's side. With Tang San by her side, Qianrongxu's attack no longer threatened her. Bibi Dong and Hu Lina were pierced by the sea god trident. Both of them were seriously injured, and Tang San's huge sea god power still remained in their bodies, causing secondary damage to them. The two of them supported each other, barely maintained Yakong, and tried their best to eliminate the rioting sea god's divine power in their bodies. Having also received Tang San's blow, Bibi Dong still had some fighting strength, but Hu Lina couldn't hold on anymore. She took out a handful of pills and stuffed them in, but it had almost no effect. Their bodies have reached the god level, and the effect of these healing pills on them has been so weak that it is almost non-existent. Bibi Dong was very clear about Hu Lina's injury. Nana, you go down first, the battle will be left to me and Shuer. Teacher, I can still help you. Hu Lina insisted. At this moment, Qianrongxu's blow blatantly went towards Tang San. The holy angel sword soared to 1,000 meters, burning with the real fire of the sun on it, and slashed towards Tang San. The sky was sliced open by this sword like cloth. This sword had already locked Tang San and Xiaowu together, so they could only connect hard. Tang San sneered, and said, Xiaowu, teleport. After his words fell, Xiaowu led him to teleport to avoid the sword. The giant sword slashed across the position where Tang San and Xiaowu were standing just now, and then burst out 1,000-meter-long sword energy, shooting towards the ground below. How could you break the lock of my divine sense? Qianrongxu cried out, unable to believe this scene. Originally, this sword couldn't deal with Xiaowu, which already made her very disappointed. And she thought that Tang San could only take her blow hard. Even if he couldn't seriously injure Tang San, it would still consume a lot of Tang San's divine power. But the results made it harder for her to accept. Tang San broke her divine sense lock unexpectedly, and then escaped with teleportation. This situation can only happen if Tang San's divine sense is stronger than Qianrongxu. The figures of Tang San and Xiaowu appeared beside Bibi Dong. The sea god trident stabbed towards Bibi Dong's body, and the long sword in Xiaowu's hand also swung towards Hu Lina. Tang San, how dare you? Qianrongxu's eyes were red, her 6 golden wings frantically waved, and her whole body turned into a golden lightning bolt. At this moment, Qianrongxu's heart was full of despair. She knew that no matter how fast she was, it was impossible for her to surpass Tang San. Bibi Dong and Hu Lina would most likely die in front of her. Although Bibi Dong was seriously injured, she was powerful, and she still retained a lot of combat power at this time. She violently pushed Hu Lina to the ground, but she faced Tang San and Xiaowu alone. The sound of sharp blades entering the body sounded. The action of pushing Hu Lina away made Bibi Dong lose the ability to resist, and her body was pierced by the sea god trident and the long sword in Xiaowu's hands at the same time. Go to hell. Qianrongxu was slashing with a huge sword. Her whole body was burning with flames. Tang San snorted coldly, and the trident slammed down on Qianrongxu with force. He didn't use soul skills, nor did he use the golden 13 halberds, but it was enough to counter Qianrongxu. Sure enough, as Senior Poseidon expected, Bibi Dong and the others are simply vulnerable compared to my current strength. Tang San thought inwardly. The sea god Poseidon not only helped Tang San break through to the god level, but also consumed a lot of resources, greatly improving Tang San's strength, already far surpassing Bibi Dong who didn't cheat. Bibi Dong's body fell downwards, her aura rapidly weakened. Qianrongxu withstood Tang San's blow, and was also knocked down. The speed was even faster than Bibi Dong. She couldn't help but spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was a little pale. When she approached Bibi Dong, she hugged Bibi Dong in her arms. Mom, how are you? Are you okay? Qianrongxu suddenly felt a huge panic in her heart, because she felt that Bibi Dong's life was passing by quickly. She waved her wings and flew down with Bibi Dong. Hu Lina was about to fall to the ground at this time. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, smiles appeared on their faces, and followed unhurriedly. Today, their vengeance was finally avenged. It was impossible for Bibi Dong to survive such an attack. Bibi Dong shook her head and forced a smile. Leave me alone, you must protect Nana and Xiao Chen. Qian Rongxiu shook her head vigorously. No, you can't die. Suddenly, the voice of the former Rakshasa god sounded in Bibi Dong's mind. Bibi Dong, you can leave the Douluo Continent and ascend to the god realm immediately, and I can save your life. Senior, there's no need. Bibi Dong refused in her heart. She looked in the direction of Wuhan City with strong reluctance in her eyes. She was afraid that after she went to the god realm, Jiang Chen would be killed by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Even though she has no strength now, she still wants to stay here because there are people she loves here. Qian Rongxiu fell to the ground with Bibi Dong in her arms, and Hu Lina rushed over with red eyes. Teacher, she called sadly. Nana, quickly help her get rid of Tang San's divine power. Qian Rongxiu said hastily. Her divine power is full of sacred and scorching attributes. Entering Bibi Dong's body will only make Bibi Dong's injuries worse, so Hu Lina can only help Bibi Dong expel them. Hu Lina's face was pale, she was already seriously injured, and there was not much divine power left in her body. But hearing Qian Rongxiu's reminder, she immediately frantically mobilized the remaining divine power in her body to help Bibi Dong drive away the sea god's power. Tang San and Xiao Wu sneered and fell down. They didn't pursue them just now, they just wanted to see what Bibi Dong looked like before he died, and what Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina looked like when they lost their loved ones. The pain they have experienced before, now let people like Wuhan Empire taste it. Bibi Dong, when you killed my mother, you were destined to have this day. Xiao Wu sneered. Bibi Dong looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu calmly, and sneered, it's only natural for human beings to kill spirit beasts. Hasn't the man around you killed spirit beasts before? If one day there are spirit beasts seeking revenge on Tang San, or didn't you want him to hand over his head obediently? You. Xiao Wu was immediately blushed by Bibi Dong's anger, and she was speechless. Tang San stretched out his hand to signal Xiao Wu to calm down, and he said, Bibi Dong, your spirit hall forced my mother to sacrifice, killed thousands of people in my Xiaoxue school, and destroyed the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Today is your retribution. Hehe. Bibi Dong sneered, don't talk about these high-sounding words. Since ancient times, which glorious and prosperous world has not been forged with countless bones? You are just poor ants who want to stop the wheel of history. Look, the current martial arts, the Soul Empire, is stronger than the 2 previous empires, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, singing and dancing. This is a great historical achievement. When future generations talk about history, they will only praise my greatness and ridicule you for being ignorant of current affairs. The smile on Tang San's face disappeared, and his complexion became gloomy. Seeing Tang San being pissed like this, Bibi Dong was even happier. She just wanted to delay time. Every time she delays, maybe Jong Chen will be able to come out of the retreat. She continued to sneer and said, look at the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. They have now become the mainstay of the Wuhan Empire, stronger than before. For those who return to the Wuhan Palace, we will vigorously cultivate them to benefit the whole continent together. If the Xiaoxue School and the Kaibao Liulai School are willing to submit to the Wuhan Palace, or cooperate with the Wuhan Palace, will they still end up being exterminated? In the final analysis, it is just the so-called arrogance in your hearts that is at work. The sea god's power in Bibi Dong's body was wiped out by Hu Lina, and the speed of her life passing was a bit slower, but she knew that she would still die. Tang San was rendered speechless by Bibi Dong's words, and Xiao Wu's face turned ashen. They wanted to see Bibi Dong's remorse before she died, but Bibi Dong was so angry that they almost jumped. Kill them all, Tang San said coldly. The sea god trident in his hand shone with blue light again, huge soul power poured into it. The third form of the golden 13 halberds, gone forever. Tang San's voice full of killing intent sounded. Qian Rongxiu immediately stood in front of Hu Lina and Bibi Dong. Nana, quickly take your teacher away. Sister Shuer, I have no strength. Hu Lina's face was filled with bitterness. Qian Rongxiu turned around suddenly, grabbed Hu Lina and Bibi Dong with 2 hands respectively, flapped her 6 wings frantically, and fled into the distance. Can you escape? Tang San sneered. The sea god's 8 wings behind him flapped. The speed was no slower than Qian Rongxiu. During the pursuit, his attack was still gathering strength. He wanted to kill all 3 women here with 1 blow, and then go back and kill Jong Chen. Xiao Wu was a little slower, following behind Tang San. Her face was full of endless pleasure. Her body was so excited that she trembled slightly. The executioner who killed her mother was finally dying. Bibi Dong, you vicious woman, are you here today? Xiao Wu laughed heartily. Gone and never returned. Tang San injected a large amount of divine power into the trident, then leaned back. The whole body's power was transferred to his hand, and he was about to throw it forcefully. He used this move to seriously injure Bibi Dong and Hu Lina at the same time. It was impossible for Qian Rongxiu to resist it. No matter how fast Qian Rongxiu was flying, she was not as fast as the trident, so she would definitely be killed by this move of his. At this moment, Bibi Dong suddenly moved. She broke free from Qian Rongxiu's hand, turned to face Tang San. With a smile on her face, the remaining soul power in her body began to stir. The 10 spirit rings on her body exuded a palpitating aura, and her body slammed into Tang San. No, she's going to explode herself. Tang San immediately judged Bibi Dong's intention. He had no choice but to give up attacking Qian Rongxiu and forcibly withdraw the trident, using the most defensive move among the golden 13 halberds. Xiaowu was still behind him, he had to block Bibi Dong. Qian Rongxiu had already exerted her speed to the extreme. When she found that Bibi Dong had broken free, due to inertia, she still led Hu Lina to rush several hundred meters. Hurry up and go, Bibi Dong roared. No, Qian Rongxiu shouted hoarsely. Xiao Chen, goodbye. Bibi Dong looked at Wuhan City on the distant horizon, her eyes were full of nostalgia. When she was about to die, she was most worried about Jiang Chen. Seeing that Xiao Wu was about to join Tang San, Bibi Dong didn't give them a chance to teleport away, and resolutely chose the final self-destruct. With a bang, large areas of space were shattered, Tang San was shaken and flew upside down, hitting Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu immediately hugged Tang San, and launched a teleportation. Thousands of meters away, the figures of the two appeared, and Xiao Wu spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. Tang San's breath surged, and he was slightly injured. His eyes were gloomy, Bibi Dong actually hurt him. In the distance, with tears streaming down her face, Qian Rongxiu flew quickly with Hu Lina in her arms, heading back in the direction of Wuhan City. Chase, none of them will survive. I just finished writing it now, post it first and then revise it, just to make a statement, Bibi Dong is not dead yet. Chapter dividing line. Sister Shuer, teacher. Hu Lina had tears in her eyes, she turned her head and stared blankly behind her. Xiao Chen will definitely avenge us, Qian Rongxiu said bitterly. At this moment, her eyes were already blood red, and the hatred for Tang San in her heart was about to explode. Ever since she learned that Bibi Dong was not her mother, she had regarded Bibi Dong as a mother and sister, and her feelings for Bibi Dong remained the same as before. But today, Bibi Dong chose to blow herself up in order to cover their escape. Qian Rongxiu didn't know how to explain to Jiang Chen. But Xiao Chen hasn't woken up yet, we should lure Tang San to another place. Even if we risk our lives, we must buy time for Xiao Chen, Hu Lina said eagerly. Qian Rongxiu sighed heavily, the gap between our strength and theirs is too large. If we can't escape far, we won't be able to delay for long. Then what should we do? Hu Lina was suddenly bewildered. Go back to the city and stop them in the city. I don't believe they dare to fight us in the city, Qian Rongxiu said coldly. With the help of the strong air wave generated by Bibi Dong's explosion, she flew faster and faster, and she was getting closer and closer to Wuhan City, but when she turned her head, her expression became gloomy. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already approached them with a few teleports. Just when Qian Rongxiu was worried, Tang San's haughty voice sounded from behind, the third form of the sea god's 13 halberds, never return. This trick again. Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina's hearts sank at the same time. Tang San's divine sense was stronger than them, once they locked onto them, they would not be able to escape this terrifying attack. The 6 wings on Qian Rongxiu's back were almost on fire, and all her potential had been brought into full play. However, after a while, her heart was completely cold. A feeling that made her scalp tingle came from behind, and at the same time, a devastating aura erupted from behind. She knew she was locked on by Tang San's blow. It's over, Tang San said to himself, throwing the trident in his hand, shattering the void, as if to shatter Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina together with the void. In Wuhan City, those titled Douluo and the common people were extremely depressed, and anger was brewing in their hearts. Seeing that the saint and the princess were about to be swallowed by that terrifying blow, everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear to look any further. A look of determination flashed across Qian Rongxiu's face. She threw Hu Lina in the direction of Wuhan City forcefully, then turned around. Her body began to burn wildly with flames. Bang bang bang. Her angel costume shattered at the same time, releasing amazing energy, which merged into the holy angel sword in her hand. At this time, she was like a burning sun, a sun that was about to be destroyed, and it would shatter after releasing its own heat. Suddenly, she was in a trance, and the voice that haunted her finally appeared in her mind. The all-burning move stopped in time. Tang San's sea cucumber trident carried an aura of destruction, it was about to swallow Qian Rongxiu. Have you given up resisting? Tang San froze for a moment. At this moment, Tang San felt something in his heart, his gaze passed Qian Rongxiu, and he raised his head to look at the holy mountain in the center of Wuhan City. There, a figure Tang San hated appeared. Jiang Chen? Jong Chen's expression was extremely cold, and he stood in front of Qian Rongxiu with a teleportation. Tears flashed in Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes, and all the grievances rushed to her heart in an instant. This figure was so tall and majestic, as long as she stood behind him, even if the sky fell apart, Qian Rongxiu would not be afraid at all. Xiao Chen, she called softly. Jong Chen nodded slightly, raised his arm, and firmly grasped the palm of his hand. The sea god trident with a destructive aura was immediately grasped by him. The terrifying energy contained in the trident erupted, and with a bang, the space collapsed. The land within hundreds of meters in front of Jiang Chen was directly evaporated, leaving a bottomless pit. Behind him was calm, and all the energy tides formed by the explosion of divine power were blocked by him. He alone is like a 10,000 Jiang mountain, blocking all the torrents, preventing the women and the city behind him from being harmed. The tip of the sea god trident stopped a few centimeters in front of him, releasing energy crazily, but it couldn't move any further. Tang San's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't believe the scene he saw. This go and never return is almost his most powerful attack move at present, but it was taken by Jiang Chen calmly, without causing even the slightest damage to Jiang Chen. You must know that the move just now severely injured both Bibi Dong and Hu Lina. At this moment, Tang San finally understood how terrifying Jiang Chen's power was. Take it! He shouted lowly, wanting to take back the sea god trident. The sea god trident vibrated wildly in Jiang Chen's hands, wanting to escape. However, under Jiang Chen's terrifying power at this time, it couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's palm at all. Take it for me! Tang San roared violently, the veins on his forehead popped out, throbbing crazily. You still want to take back the things that were delivered to your door? I'll charge you a little interest first. Jiang Chen's extremely cold voice sounded. Then, golden beams of light erupted from his eyes, exuding an aura that made one's soul tremble, bombarding the sea god trident. Tang San's divine sense attached to the sea god trident was immediately blasted away. Take it! Jiang Chen snorted lightly, and the trident in his hand was taken into the system space by him. The low-level storage space of the soul guide cannot store artifacts, but his system space does not have such restrictions. Even Pangu's bones can be stored, not to mention the artifacts such as the trident. After the trident was brought into the system space, it stopped struggling and lay quietly on the grass. Because it has lost contact with Tang San. How is it possible? Tang San cried out, feeling extremely horrified inside. The sea god trident has integrated his bloodline brand. No matter where he is, he can sense it and recall it. However, Jiang Chen did not know where the sea god trident was received, and he couldn't sense it at all. At this moment, while Tang San was shocked, he gradually felt a trace of fear. Jiang Chen can even take away the sea god trident. What level of strength has he reached? Senior, the trident is gone. Tang San hurriedly contacted Poseidon. I can't feel the breath of the trident anymore. Poseidon's voice was obviously a little shocked. Then can you sense Jiang Chen's strength? Tang San asked solemnly. Poseidon said, I can't sense it, but seeing that he took your blow just now, he should be much stronger than you. If it doesn't work, you should follow the worst plan before and come to the god realm in advance. Tang San didn't speak anymore. The clear sky hammer was already in his hand. Without the sea god trident, he still has the clear sky hammer. Although the power of the clear sky hammer is not as strong as the sea god trident, it is his natal martial soul, which fits him even better. Jiang Chen looked back at Xiaoxue and said, Swear, take your senior sister back, I will avenge the teacher's revenge. Xiaoxue nodded fiercely, turned around without delay, and quickly returned to Wuhan City with Hu Lina. For her man, she is full of unconditional trust. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Tang San and Xiaowu. It was extremely cold and piercing, as if looking at two dead people. Being stared at by such eyes, Xiaowu felt extremely uncomfortable. She took a step forward and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Jiang Chen, you have today too? Doesn't it feel good to lose a loved one? Anger was raging in Jiang Chen's heart, but his expression was calm. As long as you don't fight against the Spirit Empire, you could have survived well, but now, prepare to bear my anger. Before the words fell, his figure had disappeared and appeared in front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu's expression changed drastically. She was about to back away in horror. At the same time, she swung the long sword in her hand towards Jiang Chen in front. Tang San's shocking blow just now was taken by Jiang Chen. She couldn't resist this monster at all. At the same time, Tang San, who was standing beside Xiaowu, also swung the clear sky hammer in his hand, smashing it towards Jiang Chen's head. He believed that no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, once he hit him on the head, he would definitely be seriously injured. Therefore, he thought that Jiang Chen would definitely give up attacking Xiaowu and choose to avoid or defend. However, he was wrong. A little golden light shines from Jiang Chen's forehead, and spreads all over his body in an instant. He grabbed the long sword that Xiaowu swung over with one hand, and pulled it hard, directly pulling Xiaowu into his arms. Xiaowu's tall body was hugged tightly by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hugged Xiaowu's waist with one hand, and hugged Xiaowu's armpit with the other. The strength of both hands gradually increased. Click, click. Xiaowu's vertebrae continuously shattered under the huge squeezing force, and her chest ribs also broke one by one, several of them even inserted into her heart. Xiaowu's expression was extremely frightened, and the long sword in her hand kept slashing at Jiang Chen's body, but it was of no avail. Her sharp long sword couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Little San, save me. Xiaowu desperately turned her head to look at Tang San at the side. Tang San went crazy, his eyes were red, the Haoshan hammer in his hand kept hitting Jiang Chen's head hard. Every time he smashed it, the clear sky hammer was bounced high, the terrifying countershock force almost broke his jaws. Unknowingly, he had already used the wind hammer technique. Jiang Chen, quickly let Xiaowu go, Tang San roared. He is not afraid of heaven and earth, but now, seeing Xiaowu's miserable state, seeing Xiaowu's despairing eyes, he is finally afraid. Jiang Chen remained unmoved, and his strength was still slowly increasing. Xiaowu's body is like a piece of fragile tofu compared to his hard body. How can it withstand the terrifying squeezing force? The sound of bones exploding continued. Jiang Chen opened his mouth violently, revealing two sharp fangs, and bit down on Xiaowu's tender neck. Xiaowu screamed, kicking her two long legs indiscriminately, even hitting Jiang Chen's vitals, but it couldn't change anything. She has been closely attached to Jiang Chen, the invincible golden body will cover Jiang Chen together, and the teleportation will also take Jiang Chen away together. She has no means of saving herself. Jong Chen sucked Xiaowu's maiden essence, his eyes were cold and merciless staring at Tang San beside him who was crazily swinging the clear sky hammer. Little San, Little San. Xiaowu's long sword could no longer be held and fell to the ground. She wanted to raise her hand, wanted to touch Tang San, but she had no strength left. Because Jong Chen bit Xiaowu's neck, Tang San's clear sky hammer changed the attacking part, hitting Jong Chen's back with a hammer. However, Jong Chen's body didn't even move, those cold and heartless eyes kept staring at Tang San, without even blinking. 99 returned to 1. Tang San roared, and the clear sky hammer turned into a huge black dragon, biting towards Jong Chen's back. With his current god-level strength, he used 81 hammers in just a short moment, and the strongest attack of the chaotic wind hammer method exploded. However, Jong Chen's body surface seemed to be covered with a layer of mysterious power. Tang San's hammer landed on Jong Chen's back, and Jong Chen's clothes didn't even break. Tang San completely collapsed, dropped the clear sky hammer, and pulled Jong Chen frantically with both hands, trying to separate Xiaowu from Jong Chen's embrace. However, he soon became desperate. He had no way to deal with the current Jong Chen. Although he still has stronger attack methods, but that will definitely affect Xiaowu. The current him could only be powerless and furious, and could only watch helplessly as Xiaowu was sucked dry of blood by Jong Chen. Jong Chen's blood-sucking speed was not fast, and he kept staring at Tang San with cold eyes. Only by looking at Tang San's painful and crazy appearance could the pain in his heart be slightly relieved. The essence energy in Xiaowu's body disappeared, the breath of life gradually weakened, her jet black hair gradually turned from black to white, and her pink and tender skin became chapped and dehydrated. She gathered the rest of her strength, kicked Tang San, and kicked him flying. Little San, goodbye. Tang San understood Xiaowu's intention, and frantically rushed towards Xiaowu. Xiaowu don't want it. But before he rushed to Xiaowu's side, there was a loud bang, and Xiaowu in Jong Chen's arms exploded directly. The void in front of Jong Chen was blasted into a black hole, and there was a terrifying suction force coming from the black hole. Jong Chen stood there without moving, not even a single corner of his clothes was damaged. Tang San knelt on the ground, tears welling up. He watched Xiaowu die in front of him helplessly. Before they came, they had already prepared for the worst. If they couldn't beat them, they would immediately flee to the God Realm. But Jong Chen hugged Xiaowu tightly, never giving Xiaowu a chance to ascend to the God Realm, and finally forced Xiaowu to blow himself up. Tang San's hatred for Jong Chen had already reached a point where it couldn't be added. Tang San, run away, you are not his match. Poseidon's roar sounded in Tang San's mind. The sea god Poseidon finally saw that Jong Chen's strength in this retreat had reached an appalling level, and it was simply not something the current Tang San could compete with. This battle has already attracted the attention of the God Realm Committee. Poseidon can't play any more tricks, all he can do is to make Tang San escape quickly. Tang San seemed not to have heard Poseidon's words, kneeling there blankly. His Xiaowu, his true love, just died in front of him. Jong Chen straightened his clothes, looked at Tang San in front of him calmly, and said slowly, "Revenge requires a price, can you bear this price?" Huge anger filled Tang San's chest, his eyes were bloodshot, blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He stood up slowly, stretched out his left hand, and the black clear sky hammer covered with complicated patterns appeared in his hand. Jong Chen, today either you die or I die. His voice was extremely resentful, wishing to cut Jong Chen into pieces. I'll give you this chance, but in the end, you will be beaten to death by me. Jong Chen said indifferently. Tang San was angry in his heart, so why isn't he? With his divine sense, he watched Bibi Dong blew herself up helplessly, unable to do anything. Now, he wants to sacrifice the lives of Tang San and Xiaowu to Bibi Dong's spirit in heaven. P.S. There is another update at night. I have been weak recently and need to exercise at night, so the update time at night is not sure. You can check it out before you rest. If there is no update, wait until tomorrow. Bibi Dong is not dead. Her self-explosion is a foreshadowing. It will be useful later, so you don't have to feel bad. Chapter Dividing Line. Tang San's aura began to increase crazily, within the kilometer range where the two were, was completely enveloped by a piece of blue. He has pushed his divine power to the extreme, and he has no reservations. Facing Jong Chen at this time, he only had one chance to strike, and he used his strongest blow. Either Jong Chen died, or he died. The 10 clear sky hammer spirit rings on his body, including the golden million-year spirit ring, all exploded in an instant, and the exploding ring in the great Samura hammer was used by him with god-level power. The clear sky hammer in his hand quickly swung in the void, and he used the clear sky hammer to perform the moves of the golden 13 halberds. Even though he didn't have the sea god trident, the move he wanted to use wasn't affected. The trajectory of the Haoshan hammer swung is extremely mysterious, leaving countless shadows of the hammer in the void in one go. The 13 golden hammers finally combined the 13 styles into one. The sea god's power in Tang San's body was activated to the extreme, coupled with the terrifying energy produced by the eruption of 10 spirit rings. At this moment he was like an exploding volcano. Jong Chen's face remained unmoved, quietly watching Tang San unleash his strongest blow. Just right, you can use Tang San to test how strong his defensive power is after initially fusing Pangu's frontal bone. After this blow, it was Tang San's time of death. He wanted Tang San to die in despair. Tang San's icy voice sounded, "Sea God's twilight." His whole body, including that blue sea god raiment, turned into the color of dusk at this moment. A huge yellow beam of light shot out from his body, rushing towards Jiang Chen, who was 10 meters away. Tang San's hateful gaze was filled with anticipation, expecting Jiang Chen to be crushed by this move of his. In the god realm, the 5 members of the committee, as well as Sea God and Raksha God, were also watching Douluo and this battle. The power of this blow Tang San used had surpassed most of the gods in the god realm. All the gods watching the battle knew that this was the result of Sea God's cheating, but there was no proof. Jiang Chen stood there quietly without dodging, which shocked them immensely. A little golden light shines from Jiang Chen's forehead, instantly spreading all over his body. The yellow beam of light bombarded Jiang Chen's chest, and Jiang Chen's body was pushed back. Tang San's blow directly melted his top, revealing his strong upper body. At this time, his upper body was also covered with gold, like a golden body of Buddha. The yellow beam of light falling on his chest failed to break through the tough skin. Escape. The voice of Sea God Poseidon exploded in Tang San's mind. As soon as this blow landed on Jiang Chen's chest, the sharp-eyed Poseidon judged the result, and immediately urged Tang San to flee. The yellow beam of light was more than 10 meters long, impacting Jiang Chen's body and retreating. The beam of light gradually shortened. Tang San took a deep look at Jiang Chen unwillingly, and with a thought, he finally chose to escape. After becoming a god, due to the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth, he must go to the god realm within 100 years. You can go in advance, otherwise, in 100 years, Douluo Continent will automatically push out those who become gods and enter the god realm. At this time Tang San understood that the strength gap between himself and Jiang Chen was too great. If he didn't escape, he would have no chance. Thinking of Xiaoxue's desperate and helpless eyes before she died, Tang San's heart felt as if a knife had been twisted. Although he really wanted to kill Jiang Chen and avenge Xiaoxue, he still made the most rational choice. Only by saving your life will you have a chance for revenge in the future. If he died now, it would all be empty. As his thoughts rose, an irresistible squeezing force descended on Tang San from somewhere, trying to push him out of Douluo. A white beam of light descended from the sky, covering Tang San. Tang San's figure turned into a stream of light, being sucked and flew upwards. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly. He didn't expect Tang San to be so decisive. He fled immediately before the blow was over. The third soul ring on Jiang Chen's body lit up, and he teleported to the side of the beam of light. When the Azura sword appeared, all the strength in Jiang Chen's body exploded, and a sword slashed at Tang San, who happened to pass by. Pangu's frontal bone not only brought abnormal defensive power to Jiang Chen, but also brought terrifying power. As the sword slashed, the beam of light trembled for a while, then shattered, and an arm fell from it. A muffled hum came out. Tang San's speed became faster and faster, beyond Jiang Chen's teleportation range in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy, and he shouted, "Tang San, have you even ignored your own parents? One day I will find the remnants of the Clear Sky School and kill them all. Jiang Chen, how dare you?" Tang San also shouted loudly. His complexion changed terribly. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it is really not difficult to find someone from the Xiaoxue school. As long as he spends some time, he will definitely be able to find them. But Tang San had already started to ascend at this time, and that kind of mighty power descended on him, making him unable to resist. "Jiang Chen, if you rush to kill them all, I will definitely kill you in the god realm in the future." The beam of light that penetrated the world disappeared. Tang San completely disappeared in the Douluo Continent, and went to the god realm, leaving only a sentence echoing between the heaven and the earth. Jiang Chen sneered. He was already dying. He was still afraid that Tang San's threat would fail. The members of Xiaoxue must die. Jiang Chen returned to Wuhan City. His heart was heavy and his face was expressionless. Bibi Dong's death made his chest feel as if it was blocked, making him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Jiang Chen, the people in the city no longer cheered as before. Although they couldn't see the scene of Bibi Dong's self-explosion with their eyesight, they just heard the exclamation of the elders and learned that their majesty was dead. Seeing the Son of God passing by with a dignified expression, they felt a moment of silence in their hearts. Xiaoxue helped Hu Lina and walked over. Hu Lina was pierced through the body by the sea god's trident just now, and later used up all the divine power in her body because of saving Bibi Dong. At this time, seeing Jiang Chen return safe and sound, she relaxed, couldn't hold on any longer, and passed out. There is still a big bloody hole in her stomach, but the blood has stopped. God-level powerhouses have tenacious vitality, and it is not so easy to die. "Give her to me." Jiang Chen took Hu Lina from Xiaoxue's hand, and hugged her. Those elders and priests surrounded them one after another, and followed Jiang Chen and the others. Behind the elder, countless people followed. None of them said anything, just followed quietly. After returning to the foot of the holy mountain, Jiang Chen turned around and said, "I have already killed one murderer, and the other fled to the god realm. Don't worry, everyone, I will definitely bring the murderer to justice in the future. Everyone, go back first." Most of the people in Wuhan City were members of the Wuhan Palace's subordinate forces at the time, and they had deep feelings for Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong's death made them equally grieved in their hearts. Jiang Chen stopped talking, hugged Hu Lina, stepped out and entered the palace. Qian Rongxiu followed Jiang Chen back to the residence. Xiaoxue ran in from the outside, her big eyes were full of tears, her eyes were red, her small mouth was tightly pressed, and she looked like she was going to cry at any moment. Just now, at her request, Xiaoqing and Xiaoying brought her to the top of the palace to watch the battle. Xiaoqing and the others couldn't see the battlefield clearly because of their lack of strength, but the little guy was so talented that she could see all the details of the battle. Even Bibi Dong's death was clearly seen. If it wasn't for Xiaoqing, who had already reached the level of Contra, desperately holding her back, she might have already run to the battlefield. Xiaoxue watched Zhang Chen put the unconscious Hu Lina on the bed. She wanted to cry, but she was afraid of disturbing Hu Lina. Zhang Chen fed Hu Lina a few healing pills. Although the effects of these pills were not obvious, they still had some effect. Shuer, help Nana heal. Zhang Chen stood up. The divine power of Qian Rongxiu's sacred attribute has the ability to purify, and the healing effect is also excellent. She nodded, and sat on the side of the bed, continuously pouring divine power into Hu Lina's body, repairing the wound on her abdomen. Father. Xiaoxue called out, threw herself into Zhang Chen's arms, and sobbed softly. P.S. Tonight, a few half-filled mineral water bottles fell on the open-air balcony of my residence. Opposite is the third floor of a building with about -floors. The mysterious person smashed it 3 or 4 times, and then I squatted quietly after half an hour. No one was caught, and I was so scared that I couldn't feel at ease all night. Throwing objects at high altitudes is dangerous and harms others as well as oneself. If one day the author is eunuch without any notice, don't blame me. Maybe you will see me on the news the next day. Chapter Dividing Line. After a while, Qian Rongxiu got up. Hu Lina's injury has already been healed by her. It only needs Hu Lina's divine power to recover, and she can recover to the peak after some recuperation by herself. Hu Lina faintly woke up, and the moment she saw Zhang Chen, her tears rushed out. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxue finally couldn't help it, and burst into tears in Zhang Chen's arms. Father, is Grandma dead? She looked at Zhang Chen with teary eyes, hoping that Zhang Chen would say no. Zhang Chen stroked her head, and said with a smile, your grandma has already become a god, and gods don't die. She just went to another world, and she will come back one day. Really? Little Loli stopped crying immediately, and looked at Zhang Chen seriously. Really, Dad swears, if I tell a lie, I'll be struck by lightning. Xiaoxue finally showed a smile, and the sadness in her heart was swept away. Zhang Chen, Qian Rongxiu, and Hu Lina also forced out smiles, but their hearts were full of bitterness. Zhang Chen said, Shuer, the teacher is gone, and the spirit empire will be handed over to you. I must hurry up and cultivate, and kill the god realm as soon as possible to avenge the teacher. Qian Rongxiu nodded, don't worry, the empire will be handed over to me. Nana and I will do our best to assist you in your cultivation. However, before that, all the remnants of the Xiaoxue school must be wiped out. Zhang Chenhan said in a cold voice. What are you going to do? Qian Rongxiu asked. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, and said, you continue to issue arrest orders. As long as they dare to appear in Douluo, they will be wiped out immediately. I am going to go to sea to search, and I don't believe that they can hide forever, even if the entire Douluo star is overturned. Come here, I want to find them too. Since Tang San wants revenge, then I will make him completely desperate. Zhang Chen exuded a coldness all over his body, which made Xiaoxue shrink back. Okay, I'll do it right away. Then when are you going to leave? Qian Rongxiu asked. Zhang Chen put Xiaoxue down, and said, now. Qian Rongxiu nodded and didn't say much. She understood Zhang Chen's mood. She also wanted to urgently find those members of the Xiaoxue school, to vent her hatred. The two sides are already dying, and it is impossible for anyone to let the other go. The only way to stop killing is to kill. Zhang Chen touched the tear stains on his daughter's face. Father will go out for a while, and your Aunt Nana was injured just now. Can you take care of her during this time? Xiaoxue nodded seriously. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Aunt Nana. Xuaning is so good, Dad will buy you delicious food when he comes back. Zhang Chen and Qian Rongxiu left the room. Qian Rongxiu immediately went to stabilize the hearts of the people in Wuhan City, and arranged to have everyone in the Xiaoxue school wanted. Zhang Chen didn't stay for a moment. He immediately left Wuhan City and headed west. At this moment, how much he wished Tang San could see it. He just wanted Tang San to be heartbroken, to make Tang San feel remorse. Everyone has different positions, and no one is right or wrong, but there are some things that have to be paid for. Zhang Chen's heart was filled with anger. He didn't say a word along the way, and he arrived at the beach not long after. After initially refining Pangu's frontal bones, his soul was also greatly improved, and his divine sense was also greatly enhanced. With the strength of his current divine sense, it is enough to easily cover the entire Douluo Continent. Before he set off, he scanned with his divine sense, and found no trace of Xiaoxue in those barren areas of Douluo Continent. If the members of the Clear Sky School were hidden in the city, it would be difficult to find them. Although Zhang Chen's divine sense is powerful, if he wants to find that small group of people among the billions of people in the Douluo Continent, the load on his divine sense is very heavy, and it will take a long time. And he felt that it was more likely that members of the Xiaoxue school were hiding overseas. Therefore, he entrusted this task to Qian Rongxiu. If someone from the Clear Sky School is really found in the Spirit Empire, Xianrongxiu and Hu Lina are enough to kill them. Moreover, Jiang Chen's arrangement can also prevent Tang Hao and others from quietly returning to the Douluo Continent from other directions after he goes out to sea. After all, among Tang Hao and others, there are still some titled Douluo of Sea God Island, and Sea God Poseidon can observe the entire Douluo star, so he can completely command Tang Hao and others to avoid Jiang Chen's search. But Jiang Chen also has his own confidence, that is, his speed is far faster than people like Tang Hao. It is not difficult to find these guys in the sea. After leaving the sea, Jiang Chen released Kainki and the Demon Whale King to let them search in 2 directions, left and right. And Jiang Chen also gave them an order to control some flying birds living in the sea to be puppets and increase the search range. Kainki and the Demon Whale King were already very close to god-level existences, but they became even stronger after becoming zombies, and their strength faintly reached the category of god level. With their level, they easily controlled nearly 100 birds as puppets. The search range has suddenly increased a lot. Finding people in the sea is very simple. You only need to look for the ships and those islands sailing in the sea. With Jiang Chen's current soul strength, he can easily control thousands of birds, plus the 2 directions of Kainki and Demon Whale King. They will be able to search the entire sea in a short time. He regretted a little, why didn't he search like this now when the masters of Clear Sky School and Sea God Island disappeared? But there is no regret medicine in the world. He didn't expect Tang San to become so powerful in a short period of time. He didn't expect Tang San to kill Wuhan City openly. All he can do now is to avenge Bibi Dong. In the god realm, Rakshasa God is furious. The successor she trained so hard was actually killed. My old lady is going to kill that Tang San now. God Raksha rushed out with murderous aura, but was stopped by God Shura. Then Tang San is now backed by Poseidon, Ruin, the high priest and -% of the gods in the god realm. What do you use to kill him? Aren't you law enforcement in the god realm? There's nothing you can do about it. Rakshasa looked at his man. God Shura shook his head helplessly. Although he is law enforcement, he is not the only one who has the final say on the committee. The meaning of the evil God King is that we must not cause riots in the God world. Even if he wanted to kill, Tang San had so many people protecting him now, he couldn't kill him. Useless man, get out. God Rakshasa kicked God Shura away and flew directly out of the range of Rakshasa shrine. God Shura stabilized his figure, gave a wry smile, and left helplessly. Jiang Chen was flying over the sea when he suddenly heard the voice transmission of God Shura. Jiang Chen, are you looking for someone from Haoshanzong? Jiang Chen was overjoyed, and hurriedly asked, Senior, do you know where they are? God Shura was silent for a moment, and said, they are in the Sun-Moon continent, you can go there directly. Just now being kicked out by his own woman, God Shura is also full of anger, so he doesn't care. Thank you Senior. You kill as much as you want, as long as it doesn't affect the innocent. With me and the 2 God Kings here, those guys can't really come to the Douluo Continent. With your current strength, no one can threaten you. Gone. It is good. Jiang Chen's speed was much faster, directly ignoring those ships and islands. Even if he doesn't know the specific location of the Sun-Moon continent, but according to his speed, it is not difficult to find another continent on a planet. By the way, where did you receive the Sea God Trident? God Shura asked. In that special storage space of mine. Jiang Chen replied. God Shura hummed for a moment, and instructed, you must not take it out. With Poseidon's strength, as long as the Sea God Trident appears, he can forcibly summon it back. I see. God Shura continued, this Sea God Trident is a super divine weapon. Its material is no worse than the Shura sword. There are not many super divine weapons even in the god realm. When your strength surpasses Poseidon one day, it will be fine. Try to erase the imprint he left on it and keep it for your own use. Jiang Chen was a little moved. During this period of time, he has realized the power of the divine weapon, which can bring out his own strength to the maximum. He has the Azura sword, so he can give the trident to Qianrongxiu or Hulina, or give it to that little guy Xuaning. Chapter Dividing Line. Thinking of his daughter waving the huge sea god trident like a small body, Jiang Chen finally showed a smile, and the boredom in his heart dissipated a little. But according to God Shura, this sea god trident is not something he can refine now. During the flight, his soul master clone appeared in the system space, and began to study the sea god trident. He weighed it, and this sea god trident really weighed 108,000 catties. His soul master avatar is not strong in physical strength, and the soul power of level 98 can be fully used to fully lift the trident. God Shura said that the material of the sea god trident was no worse than the Shura sword. Although it was not as sharp as the Shura sword in terms of sharpness, it surpassed the Shura sword by a lot in terms of weight. If Jiang Chen had to choose, he would choose the trident as the weapon instead of the Shura sword. He is very powerful in himself, and he prefers heavy weapons in terms of weapons. With such a heavy weight, it would be a pity not to make Fang Tian's painting halberd. Jiang Chen felt a little regretful. Compared to the trident with monotonous functions, Jiang Chen prefers the legendary Fang Tian's painted halberd, which combines light weapons and heavy weapons. It cannot be used unless it is extremely strong, and there are many ways to use it. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen put down the sea god trident, sighed, and sat cross-legged on the grass. No matter how sad you have to practice, the sooner you reach the god level, the sooner you can kill the gods and kill Tang San. The cultivation speed of his soul master avatar in the system space is much faster than that in the outside world, and it does not affect the deity's actions outside. If encountering a difficult battle, Jiang Chen's main body can fuse the avatar with the main body. In this already extremely vast space, there is still a thick white mist rolling around the edge. Jiang Chen guessed that the current width of this space should not be the limit, and it is very likely that it will expand in the future. In addition to the edge, there is also a faint white mist floating in the interior of this space. There are still a few places that Jiang Chen mobilized some white mist to cover. The reason why he had to wrap it up was because he was worried that some captives would be captured sometimes, and these treasures of his could not be destroyed. These white fogs are the same as those on the edge, which can not only block the line of sight, but also prevent people from penetrating into it. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he still couldn't forcibly enter the white mist on the edge. He was about to enter cultivation, when suddenly his eyes focused and fell on a cloud of white mist. Wrapped in this cloud of white mist are just the few small pools that appeared when the space expanded last time, filled with colorful liquids, whose function is unknown. At this time, the white mist squirmed, and it happened that the side facing Jiang Chen became thinner, exposing the outline of the pool inside. It was nothing at first, but Jiang Chen discovered that there was something extra in the outline of the pool. He was shocked all over, and his eyes widened suddenly. The moment the white mist thinned, he saw a figure emerging from the pool. The wriggling white mist became thick again, but Jiang Chen rushed over. With a thought in his mind, the white mist surrounding the small pool began to disperse, floating in this space. Jiang Chen stood by the pool blankly, completely stunned. There is a beauty soaked in this pool, with a face like a fish and a wild goose, skin like suet and white jade, and a perfectly proportioned and plump figure. Every part of her body is extremely beautiful, without the slightest blemish. The beauty's body is soaked in water, only revealed to be floating on the water. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes were extraordinarily charming. Even in a deep sleep, she still exuded amazing charm. She is like a lotus flower that remains independent from the world. Her tranquil and pure posture makes no one feel any blasphemous thoughts. Jiang Chen's gaze gradually became obsessed, and his heart was filled with a sudden sense of great joy. Teacher, teacher, he murmured, squatting down carefully by the pool. His tense and careful posture is like a beautiful bubble in front of him, which will burst if he is not careful. Kneeling and staring at the pool for a long time, he finally mustered up the courage, reached out his trembling hand, and touched Bibi Dong in the pool. No matter how beautiful things are, if they are bubbles, they will eventually burst. He wanted to confirm whether the Bibi Dong in front of him was real. The colored pool water was a little cold. Jiang Chen's hand stretched deeper and deeper, but he didn't touch Bibi Dong's body, but passed through it. The strange thing is that Bibi Dong's figure still exists there, but his hands just can't touch it. Jiang Chen's excited mood suddenly calmed down, and he frowned and asked, "System, what's going on?" The system did not ignore his question this time, and replied, "This is the soul-nourishing pool. The water in the pool can nourish Bibi Dong's soul. After her soul absorbs the water in the soul-nourishing pool, it will become extremely powerful." "You mean, this is my teacher's soul?" Jiang Chen asked. "That's right, after Bibi Dong blew herself up, I put her soul into the soul cultivation pool." Jiang Chen's mood slowly became excited again. Bibi Dong's soul was actually collected by the system. Does that mean that Bibi Dong can be revived? System, thank you. Jiang Chen thanked him very sincerely. Then how can I revive her? He continued to ask. After the soul cultivation is over, she will enter the body sculpting pool to reshape her body. After reshaping her body, she will wake up. This is a long process. Jiang Chen looked at the other pond, his eyes showed joy, and a big stone in his heart was finally let go. It's really bright, Bibi Dong is not dead. If the system had a materialized form, Jiang Chen really wanted to hug her and kiss her fiercely to express his gratitude. At this moment, Jiang Chen had an urge to return to Douluo immediately and tell Xiaoxue and others the good news. But after thinking about it, he put the idea down. Although Bibi Dong didn't really die, she did walk before the gate of hell. Jiang Chen had no choice but to avenge her revenge. Presumably right now, those members of the Clear Sky School are also thinking about how to destroy the Spirit Empire and how to take revenge. Jiang Chen decided to deal with the Haoshanzong people first, and then bring this good news back. Looking at Bibi Dong's peaceful and beautiful appearance in the slumbering soul, Jiang Chen's previous anger caused by hatred gradually dissipated, and his whole heart became peaceful. He swore that from now on, he would never let Bibi Dong suffer any harm. A moment later, Jiang Chen's soul master avatar entered the cultivation process. The soul cultivation pool was once again shrouded in white mist. Jiang Chen didn't know how big the entire star Douluo was. His true self had been flying outside for a day, and the sky was dark and bright. Apart from seeing some islands, he didn't find any land that could be called a continent. At his current speed, under the supernatural power of shrinking the ground to an inch, the distance traveled in one day is already extremely far. Jiang Chen even suspected that if he flew forward for a certain distance, he might have circled the planet and returned to the Douluo Continent. His flying speed was much faster than Kainki and the Demon Whale King. Just when he was a little restless, he received feedback from the Demon Whale King from the Soul Connection. It discovered a huge landmass, a landmass large enough to be called a continent. P.S. There are not many plots in the future, and it took a lot of time to sort out the detailed outline, so today's 2 chapters are a bit short. Jiang Chen came out from the west of Douluo Continent and searched along a straight line. The location of the Demon Whale King was to the north of him. After receiving the feedback from the Demon Whale King, Jiang Chen immediately rushed to the north. Almost 3 hours later, his divine sense radiating towards the north finally saw a piece of land. As he approached quickly, the land that divine sense could see was getting bigger and bigger. This is the Sun-Moon continent. Jiang Chen felt a little emotional. Unexpectedly, because of him, people from the two continents would meet under such circumstances. I am afraid that before people like Tang Hao came to the Sun-Moon continent, the people in the Sun-Moon continent did not know that there was another continent. Not long after, Jiang Chen arrived at the seaside of the Sun-Moon continent and met the Demon Whale King. And Kainqi also received the notice and was rushing towards this side. Well done. Jiang Chen praised the Demon Whale King. At this time, the Demon Whale King had turned into a middle-aged man in black, with one of his eyes empty, looking very scary. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he asked, Demon Whale King, isn't it possible for a soul beast to become a god after cultivating for 1,000,000 years? Your cultivation has already reached it, why haven't you achieved the god position yet? The Demon Whale King was puzzled and said, I don't know either. According to my inheritance memory, one can become a god after reaching 1,000,000-year cultivation base. But I already had 1,000,000-year cultivation base tens of thousands of years ago. But I felt that there was a kind of power in the dark that hindered me from taking that last step. No matter how hard I practiced, I could only stand still. Later, I wanted to seek the inheritance of the sea god, but was stabbed blind by that guy one eye. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you become a god in the future. Thank you, Master. The Demon Whale King was almost grateful. Although Jiang Chen had bestowed it with eternal life, it was its long-cherished wish to become a god, and it still aspired to become a god. Well, let's go and kill both the Clear Sky School and the title Douluo of Sea God Island. Jiang Chen looked at this almost unfamiliar continent, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He took the Demon Whale King into the battle pet space, and then strode towards the interior of the mainland without waiting for Kainqi's arrival. The area of the Sun-Moon continent is about the same as that of the Douluo continent, and his divine sense can easily cover it. Just now, he scanned it once, and easily found Tang Hao and others. People like Tang Hao didn't hide their aura, probably because they thought it was impossible for the Wuhan Empire to find this place. But how could they know Jiang Chen's terror? If they disguised themselves as ordinary people, and then hid their aura, it would take a lot of time for Jiang Chen to find them out. But now, their auras are undisguised, like lights in the dark night, which can be seen at a glance. The people from the Clear Sky School, as well as the people from Sea God Island, are now in the imperial palace of an empire in the Sun-Moon continent. In the resplendent palace, the owner of the palace is entertaining everyone from the Xiaoxue School and everyone from Sea God Island. The title Douluo of the Clear Sky School and the title Douluo of Sea God Island totaled 15, even if they came to this unfamiliar Sun-Moon continent, they could still get along well. Under Tang San's leadership back then, they directly came to the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire, and that formidable lineup immediately frightened the upper echelons of the Sun-Moon Empire. Even though the Sun-Moon Empire's titled Douluo added up to a few more than Tang San's party, they didn't dare to act rashly before they knew Tang San's and others' purpose. Later, Tang San and Xiaoxue made a big fuss over Sun-Moon City, the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire, to promote to the god level. Li Tang San as the national teacher. A god-level powerhouse made the people of the Sun-Moon Empire feel terrified and excited at the same time. With the support of god-level powerhouses, their Sun-Moon Empire will rule this continent forever. And Tang San also had his own little thoughts. Making good friends with the Sun-Moon Empire would also be of great help to the development of their Clear Sky School. Even if he and Xiaoxue could kill all the high-level officials of the Spirit Empire, attacking the Spirit Empire would not be easy at first sight, and would require a large number of troops. With the help of the Sun-Moon Empire, it would be much easier. But he didn't expect that one of him and Xiaoxue was killed and the other fled to the God realm. At this time in Sun-Moon City, His Majesty of the Sun-Moon Empire held a banquet, intending to win over the feelings of the powerhouses like the Xiaoxue School. His Majesty of the Sun-Moon Empire held his wine glass high, laughed loudly and said, Brother Tang Hao, don't worry, your nephew has already become a legendary god, so trying to destroy the Spirit Empire is just a matter of breathing. Tang Hao nodded slightly, but he was still a little worried. Tang San and Xiaoxue had been away for 2 days, logically speaking it wouldn't take so long to kill Bibi Dong and the others, so they should be back. At this moment, with his strength, he has already become the strongest among everyone in the Clear Sky School and Sea God Island. Beside him, sat a woman wearing a blue gold long dress, her luxurious and elegant temperament set off her stunning beauty, and her 2 azure blue eyes were like blue crystals. One of her hands was tightly clenched with Tang Hao's, and the two were intimate. She is the blue-silver Emperor Ayin who has been revived by Tang San. His Majesty of the Sun-Moon Empire continued to laugh and said, Don't worry, I have already given orders. We will hold a congratulatory banquet immediately after Tang San's nephew returns triumphantly. Then we will send out the army to crush the Spirit Empire. The elders of the Xiaoxue School and those young disciples all showed excited expressions, as if seeing the scene where the Wuhan Empire was destroyed, and the heads of Bibi Dong and other executioners were hung on the Wuhan city. Just as His Majesty's voice fell, a sarcastic voice sounded outside the hall, "Want to destroy the martial soul empire? What a big tone." Immediately, Jiang Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall, looking at the people inside with a playful expression. The people from the Xiaoxue school and the people from Sea God Island were all shocked, and they stood up suddenly, with fear involuntarily appearing in their eyes. When Tang San escaped back to Sea God Island, he had already told them that Jiang Chen's strength had already reached the threshold of the god level, and it was not something they could resist at all. Jiang Chen appeared here at this time. Does that mean that Tang Hao and Ayin didn't dare to think about it anymore? Just when they wanted to question Jiang Chen about Tang San's situation, His Majesty's voice from the Sun Moon Empire rang out first. "Presumptuous! How dare you go to the palace to act wildly? Someone, let me take him down." Behind Jiang Chen, countless soldiers rushed over. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and these dozens of soldiers all turned into a cloud of blood mist with a bang, like blooming bloody fireworks. His Majesty trembled all over, and took a few steps back in horror. Jiang Chen stepped into the hall with a sneer, and looked at Tang Hao with a smile. "Uncle Tang, long time no see, are you okay?" Tang Hao's burly body stood up and walked in front of everyone, only a few meters away from Jiang Chen. Ayin also hurriedly followed, hugged Tang Hao's arm, and stared at Jiang Chen with a vigilant expression. Tang Hao frowned and said, "Jiang Chen, where's Xiaoxue?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the scene when he was a child. Tang Hao often invited him to play in the blacksmith's shop, and even taught him how to blacksmith. At that time, Jiang Chen was still innocent and lived happily. But now, they have become life and death enemies. Jiang Chen sighed, and said, "Tang San and Xiaowu killed my teacher Bibi Dong, and then I killed Xiaowu." Tang San was forced to flee to the god realm. However, Tang San is not far from death. When I break through to the god level, I will go up and kill him. Chapter 410 The Death of Xiaoxue. When Tang Hao and his wife heard that Xiaowu was killed, their hearts twitched. But when they heard Tang San escaped, they were slightly relieved. But then, they were extremely heartbroken. Ayin tightly held Tang Hao's generous palm, and sighed, "Unexpectedly, Tang San and Xiaowu still can't escape our fate back then." Tang Hao looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. He slowly said, "Jiang Chen, you were my hope when I was young, my hope for revenge on the Spirit Hall. Later, you joined the Wuhan Palace, and I began to regard you as a threat. In Wuhan City, I tried to kill you, but in the end I couldn't do it. At that time, I had a hunch that there might be such a day, but I didn't expect that this day would come so soon." Jiang Chen seemed to be making homework with Tang Hao, and said with a smile, "Thank you Uncle Tang for not killing me back then. So later, I let Tang San go many times, otherwise he would have died long ago." Tang Hao froze for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Jiang Chen, don't be pretentious here. Don't you come here today just to kill them all." Among the Haoshanzong crowd, an old man with white beard and hair shouted loudly. His face was a little ferocious, extremely angry. He is the 7th elder of the Clear Sky School. He watched his own son die at the hands of the Soul Masters led by Bibi Dong. In any case, it is impossible for him to forget that scene at the beginning. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. "That's right, I'm here this time to send you on your way." His eyes moved and landed on the Soul Masters of Sea God Island. "And you, Sea God killed me many times, and you, as his servants, have to die too." His Majesty of the Sun Moon Empire quietly gestured to him, and several titled Douluo protected him and retreated secretly, standing at the corner of the hall. He finally understood that one of the two young men who had become gods was killed by the young man in front of him, and the other escaped. Then how terrifying is the strength of this young man? I'm afraid that all the titled Douluo from the Sun Moon Empire will be of no avail. At this moment, great fear surged in the heart of the Majesty, and he regretted his recklessness just now. Maybe because of what he just said, this young hero will kill him. Hearing Jiang Chen said that he would send them on their way, Tang Hao sighed and said, "Jiang Chen, can I ask you something?" Jiang Chen stared at this man who had lived a bright and upright life, and said, "Uncle Tang, tell me." Tang Hao turned his head, pointed at the children in the Haoshanzong crowd, and said, "The children are innocent, can you give them a way out?" Jiang Chen looked. These are the direct descendants of the Haoshan school, ranging in age from infants to more than 30 years old. There are more than dash of them. Those boys and girls glared at Jiang Chen, and said angrily, "Uncle Tang Hao, we are willing to fight to the death for our sect. We definitely don't need the pity of the Spirit Empire." The faces of the parents of the boys and girls changed slightly, and they quickly covered their children's mouths. Although these parents also hated the Wuhan Empire, they hoped that their children could survive. Jiang Chen shook his head mercilessly, and said, "Uncle Tang, the seeds of hatred have already been planted in their hearts, they won't be able to live today." Tang Hao's expression was forlorn, and his heart was full of sadness. Is their Haoshan school about to be exterminated? However, those few can survive. Jiang Chen pointed at those few babies who were still in their infancy. Those children had clear eyes and were ignorant of worldly affairs. "Thank you." Tang Hao bowed gratefully to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sighed, "It's time for you to hit the road." Tang Hao nodded, and embraced with his wife Ayin. Jiang Chen's expression calmed down. His figure flashed past Tang Hao, and his wife had a small scar on their bodies. Although the scars were small, they were deadly. No title Douluo could withstand the 10th level zombie poison. The bodies of the two slowly fell down. "Fight him." The rest of the Haoshan school and the people from Sea God Island didn't intend to wait for death. They swarmed towards Jiang Chen, throwing all kinds of soul skills towards Jiang Chen. Those women and children hugged their children and quickly evacuated outside the hall. The titled Douluo of the Clear Sky School swung the huge clear sky hammer to surround Jiang Chen, and displayed their strongest soul skills, as if they wanted to die with Jiang Chen. The people from Sea God Island didn't take the opportunity to escape and joined hands with Haoshanzong. A figure dressed in black suddenly appeared in the hall. Sea God Island, the hatred between us should be resolved. The Demon Whale King rushed into the crowd. Take me away, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire growled in horror, ordering the priests to take him away. A huge corpse poison formation appeared, and the body fell down with a bang. Even the title Douluo was no exception. The power of the 50-year soul ability was not something they could bear. Even the titled Douluo and His Majesty of the Sun Moon Empire fell down. Jiang Chen's sixth soul ring lit up. Several corpse puppets including Chen Xian and Gu Rong appeared, and rushed out of the hall to chase and kill those fleeing teenagers and women holding children. Outside the main hall, the shouts of the army continued to sound, wanting to rush in to protect their majesty. However, no matter how many soldiers in the palace came, they couldn't step into the hall, and the purple poisonous mist floating in the hall harvested their lives like the scythe of death. A titled Douluo from the Sun Moon Empire wanted to rush in, but after touching the purple poisonous mist, he backed away in fright and wanted to escape. But before he could escape far, he fell to the ground with his whole body blackened, dying of breath. At this moment, countless soldiers backed away in horror. They could only stare blankly, not daring to take half a step forward. Moments later, several puppets in Xiaoxue grabbed those who had escaped and came back. It's just that these people have become corpses. Among them were some teenagers and girls, and some mothers who ran away with their children. Chen Xian and the others threw those corpses in the hall, and then handed a few babies to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sighed, and put these babies into the system space. He is considered kind, leaving behind a few bloodlines of Haoshanzong. It's just that these children will be members of the Spirit Empire in the future, and will no longer belong to the Clear Sky School. The fighting in the hall has stopped. Jiang Chen retracted the puppet. At this time, besides him and the Demon Whale King, there were already two living people inside, Xiaoxue and Ning Fengzi. Jiang Chen approached them, slapped Ning Fengzi, and then asked Xiaoxue, "Where are Flender and Lu Erlong?" Xiaoxue stared at Jiang Chen, "You devil, don't try to find them." Jiang Chen chuckled, "My divine sense is enough to cover the Sun Moon continent. If I want to find them, it's only a matter of time." Xiaoxue's complexion changed, and he shouted loudly, "They have decided not to ask about world affairs, and live incognito. Jiang Chen, do you have to kill them all?" Jiang Chen didn't speak, his spiritual thoughts dispersed, and he found Flender and Lu Erlong in Sun Moon City. He was slightly taken aback, because Lu Erlong was giving birth, and Flender was beside Lu Erlong, holding Lu Erlong's hand tightly, cheering her up. Jiang Chen could feel Flender's nervousness and great happiness. His expression returned to normal. He slapped Xiaoxue to death, then raised his head to look at the sky, and said, "Tang San, have you seen it? The Clear Sky School no longer exists." Jiang Chen knew that Tang San would definitely see this scene. With a move in his heart, he put away all the corpses of Haoshanzong. He was going to let these people return to their roots and be buried in the ancestral land of Haoshanzong. This was entirely for Tang Hao's face, and it was considered a point of karma. As for the soul masters of Sea God Island, they should be buried in the imperial palace of the Sun Moon Empire. Jiang Chen retracted the Demon Whale King, soared into the sky, and galloped towards the seashore. Behind him, the majestic palace collapsed, burying countless masters. As for Flender and Lu Erlong, why not spare their lives? On the way, he met Kainki who came and put it away. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and the next step is to practice hard and inherit the position of God Shura. He still can't sense the call from the God Realm, so he can only go there after inheriting the throne of God Shura. God Realm, in the ruined castle. When Tang San successfully left the Douluo Continent, Poseidon breathed a sigh of relief. He is extremely satisfied with Tang San as the inheritor. It can be said that Tang San's aptitude is much higher than his back then. Tang San inherited his god position and became the new sea god. In time, he would definitely surpass him, reaching the level of the two great god kings and the three great law enforcement officers. Although Poseidon will also leave the god realm in the future, he is still very pleased to have a young man with great talent to inherit his mantle. So he was absolutely unwilling to see his inheritor die in Jiang Chen's hands. Through the special induction of the same strain, he sensed that Tang San had successfully reached the god realm. Poseidon stood up and said, "Tang San has already arrived in the god realm, I'll go pick him up." But just when he was about to leave, the two heavy doors in the hall slammed shut. The god of destruction stood up with a smile, and said, "I won't bother you about picking up Tang San, just leave it to me." At the same time, the high priest's Wuhan heavenly mystery disc appeared, turned into a black shadow and flew to the top of the hall. A layer of obscure and profound fluctuations emanated from the heavenly secret disc, isolating the hall from the outside world. Poseidon's expression changed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Destruction, what do you want to do?" The god of destruction narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "Aren't you very satisfied with Tang San as an inheritor? I plan to make him stronger, and his strength will far surpass your current one." Poseidon seemed to have thought of something, his complexion changed drastically, and he rushed towards the door without hesitation. Hehe, it's too late. The god of destruction chuckled, and shot decisively and mercilessly. The terrifying divine power in the god of destruction erupted, and circles of purple-black halos emerged from his body, and finally superimposed on his head, turning into a 9-ring halo. Gods with 9 layers of aura are already the top gods in the god realm. The terrifying purple-black destruction idea gushed out from the body of the god of destruction. In an instant, clusters of purple-black clouds appeared in the vast hall, and purple-black lightning appeared from the clouds, bombarding towards Sea God. This is the god of destruction's thunder of nirvana, and its power is extremely terrifying. Even a first-level god will peel off his skin if he is bombarded by god of nirvana without dying. Destroy, how dare you? Sea God roared angrily, the thick divine power surged in his body, forming a layer of divine power armor behind him, trying to resist the divine thunder of extinction. At the same time, without looking back, he rushed towards the door. With a bang, his body bounced back, and 8 gods stood up in the hall. They are all subordinates of the god of destruction, and belong to the same level as the Sea God. Each of them is weaker than Sea God in battle, but the 8 of them teamed up far surpassed Sea God. They were the ones who prevented Sea God from escaping just now. Boom! The god of Nirvana's thunder bombarded the defensive divine power behind the Sea God's back, causing the armor condensed by the Sea God's divine power to collapse in just a split second. Sea God snorted in pain, and said sternly, uncertainty. Golden circles of light rippled out of his body like ripples, moving towards all the gods in the hall. The complexions of those first-level gods all changed, and they were extremely afraid of Sea God's signature skill. The reason why Sea God Poseidon was able to secure his position as a tier-god was because of this move's indeterminate turmoil. Indeterminate storm can be called the #1 control skill in the god realm, bar none. As long as he is caught by that golden halo, even a level god will be immobilized for 10 seconds and let Poseidon slaughter him. Even a powerhouse at the level of the god of destruction will be controlled for a few seconds. For a powerful god-level powerhouse, a few seconds is very fatal. But this skill is not without its shortcomings. It is not a must-hit skill, and some strong players with special means can still avoid it. But this is enough to give Poseidon a reputation in the god realm. Even the god of destruction is quite afraid of this skill, especially when it erupts in this hall. No one can escape it. Seeing that layers of golden light circles were about to affect everyone in the hall, the high priest who had been drinking tea calmly put down his teacup. He had white beard and hair, and a gentle smile appeared on his benevolent face. Scatter, he said lightly. The moment his voice sounded, as if responding to him, the circles of golden light rippling from Sea God's body shattered like water waves. The majestic soul power in Sea God's body also lost control, running around like a wild horse in his body, and then gradually dissipated. What have you done to me? Poseidon snarled at the high priest. Originally there was an uncertain storm. As long as this group of guys were stopped, even for a few seconds, it would be enough for him to escape from the scope of destroying the castle. But at this moment, the divine power in his body gradually dissipated, and finally there was fear in his heart. The high priest smiled and said, in the tea you just drank, there is a kind of medicine that can dissipate the divine power, which is enough to dissipate the divine power of the whole body of a first-level god, and it cannot be recovered in a short time. It turns out that you have already started plotting against me, such vicious thoughts. Sea God growled with a ferocious expression. The situation in his body was exactly as the high priest said, and his divine power was rapidly dissipating. Now it is impossible for him to escape from the ruined castle, and he can't even step out of this hall. The evil god king is in charge of the center of the god realm, so you are not afraid that he will discover your evil deeds. Feeling the gradual loss of strength in his body, and the feeling of powerlessness gradually flooding his body, Poseidon's eyes turned red. The god of destruction stepped down from the highest throne. Don't worry, the high priest's mystery disc is the best at covering up the secrets of the sky. Even the sky monitoring mirror can't find it here, let alone the evil god king. The god of destruction laughed. A look of despair gradually flooded Poseidon's face. If you dare to violate this taboo, you will definitely be punished. Once you are discovered, you will all die. Poseidon looked at everyone in the hall with resentment. The god of destruction said, you can go at ease. Don't you like Tang San very much as the inheritor? What's wrong with sacrificing yourself to achieve him? Furthermore, we increased Tang San's strength so that he could kill Jiang Chen, eliminate harm for the Douluo Continent, and eliminate harm for the god realm. So, you died a worthy death, you were a great hero of the god realm, and you will have a place as the sea god Poseidon on the god realm's glory monument. Sea god, let's go. After the words fell, the god of destruction, the high priest, and the 8 first-level gods all stood up and surrounded Poseidon. Surging divine power erupted from them, covering Poseidon. Refining. The benevolent high priest said with a smile. Everyone increased the output of divine power. Poseidon was already surrounded by a ball of bright light, and screams continued to come from inside. 8 first-level gods, as well as the god of destruction and the high priest, under such a lineup of refining, it didn't take long for the sea god's breath of life to dissipate. The light dissipated, and the tall and burly body of the sea god was no longer there. A wriggling mass of flesh and blood was suspended there, exuding a powerful undulating aura. High priest, I will trouble you next. The god of destruction smiled. The high priest said, "Don't worry, as long as Tang San refines the essence of Poseidon, he will definitely be obedient. The day when we control the god realm is not far away. Okay, then I'll go and bring Tang San now." The god of destruction smiled, and disappeared into the hall in a flash. Chapter 410 Second Tang San's Hate. Time went back to when Tang San first entered the god realm. In a small city, Tang San walked out from the Ascension passage. His face was a little pale, and his left arm was broken at the root. This was cut off by Jiang Chen's sword during the Ascension. With a thought in his mind, the vigorous divine power in his body surged towards the broken arm. It didn't take long for a full arm to grow. There was no joy on his face, but a look of despair. Xiaoxue was forced to explode by Jiang Chen in front of him, but he was helpless. Before he completely left Douluo, he heard Jiang Chen say that he wanted to destroy Haoshanzong. How could he feel at ease now? Then whoever just arrived in the god realm, come here to register. Someone shouted from the side. Tang San's thoughts were interrupted, and he walked over. Which plane did you ascend from? Whose position did you inherit? A priest sat behind the table, looking at Tang San expressionlessly. Douluo Continent, see God Poseidon. Tang San replied with a rather respectful attitude. The priest was startled, and quickly stood up with a smile on his face. It turns out that he is the inheritor of the sea god. Welcome to the god realm. With that said, he took out a booklet and handed it to Tang San. You are new to the god realm. You can learn about the god realm's information through this god realm guide. Thank you. Tang San took the booklet, didn't read it immediately, but put it in the soul tool. After a while, when the priest finished the registration, Tang San finally couldn't help asking, "Senior, can I return to Douluo Continent now?" The priest frowned and asked, "You just came to the god realm, why do you want to go back?" Tang San said, "I came in a hurry and didn't bring my parents with me." Poseidon once told him that he could bring his family with him when he ascended, especially the first-level god, and he could bring more than one person. The priest nodded suddenly, and said, "A first-level god can go down to the realm, but he needs to apply to the committee first, and then he is allowed to go down after the review is approved. If he goes down without permission, the law enforcer will immediately know and stop him." Tang San's heart suddenly turned cold. He still has to apply to the committee, and he can only go back after passing the review. One day in the god realm, 1 year in the human world, even if his application is approved, the Haoshan school probably no longer exists. At this moment, Tang San suddenly thought of sea god Poseidon. He finally showed joy on his face, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Yes, Senior Poseidon must have a solution. He thought to himself. The priest moved a chair over and said with a smile, "You sit down for a while, the sea god should come to pick you up soon." "Thank you." Tang San sat down and began to flip through the booklet. The God Realm Committee has 5 major members, 2 major god kings and 3 major law enforcement members. Each member is followed by many powerful gods, forming the 5 major forces. There are also many neutral deities who don't follow either side. Senior Poseidon should belong to the side of the god of destruction. Tang San secretly said. Because Poseidon once told Tang San some information about the god of destruction, Tang San had such a guess. After waiting for a while, Tang San began to worry again. For him now, time is life, especially in a place like God Realm. Just a split second is enough for many things to happen on Douluo Continent. Just when he couldn't sit still, a tall and burly figure finally walked over. This is a man with a big purple cloak covering his head, and he can only vaguely see 2 balls of red light dancing in the cloak. He exudes an aura of destruction, which makes people daunting. The priest beside Tang San hurriedly stood up, flatteringly said, "Master Destroyer, why are you here?" The god of destruction glanced at him, then stopped looking, and his eyes fell on Tang San. Tang San immediately stood up, "I've seen you, senior." Startled in his heart, he thought to himself that the god of destruction was indeed terrifying. The god of destruction nodded, and said, "Tang San, Poseidon is in my castle of destruction, come with me." After finishing speaking, without waiting for Tang San to answer, he waved his hand, and the aura of destruction enveloped Tang San, turning into a purple-black streamer towards the destruction castle. "Thank you, senior." Tang San was horrified to discover that his powerful divine power was tightly suppressed by the opponent's destructive aura, and it became difficult to even flow in his body. Just the aura emitted by the other party is so terrifying, he dare not imagine how powerful the god of destruction has reached. As soon as he arrived in the god realm, he came into contact with the god of destruction, one of the 5 giants in the god realm. Tang San couldn't help being nervous and looking forward to it. Not long after, the 2 returned to the ruined castle. The god of destruction led Tang San into a majestic hall. In the main hall, there were more than 10 people sitting on both sides. Their eyes all fell on Tang San. Tang San felt as if he was being stared at by countless terrifying beasts at this moment. His body couldn't help tensing up with that kind of gaze. The god of destruction returned to the main seat, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, sit down first." The gazes looking at Tang San were withdrawn immediately. Tang San nodded, and sat down at the end. Tang San glanced across the hall, looking for the figure of Poseidon. But after a while, he was disappointed. Poseidon is not here. At this time, an old man with white beard and hair in the first seat opposite Tang San looked over and asked with a smile, "Tang San, are you worried about the safety of your family?" Tang San was overjoyed, and quickly stood up. Yes, please remind me, seniors, how can I bring my parents to the God realm? The high priest shook his head and said, it's too late, your parents are already dead. Tang San's eyes went dark, his head buzzed and he lost his ability to think. He had just lost Xiaowu not long ago, did he even lose his parents now? With a bang, Tang San fell down on the chair, muttering, impossible, impossible, how could it be so fast? Not long after he entered the God realm, his parents were already dead. The high priest released the secret disc and said, this is my secret disc of Wuhan. It can view everything in the world. It is similar to the heaven monitoring mirror of the God realm committee. I have recorded the killing of your parents. Take a look. Tang San's body trembled, his eyes hurriedly looked over. A bright light shot out from the heavenly secret disc, forming a light curtain in the sky. Inside the light curtain, it was the scene of Jiang Chen slaughtering the disciples of the Xiaoxue school and the soul masters of Sea God Island in the Sun Moon Empire Palace. Seeing his parents falling down with each other hugging each other, Tang San's eyes were about to burst open, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down. Seeing the familiar figures of the Clear Sky School dying in Jiang Chen's hands, the hatred in Tang San's heart erupted like a torrent, driving him almost crazy. In the end, Jiang Chen on the screen even raised his head and said, Tang San, have you seen it? The Xiaoxue school no longer exists. Tang San trembled all over, his voice was as cold as 9 nether hell. Jiang Chen. The high priest withdrew the disc of secrets and sighed, gods cannot interfere with human affairs at will. Now that the committee is closely watching Douluo, there is nothing we can do to save your family. Tang San sat there silently, recalling the scenes of Jiang Chen slaughtering the disciples of the Xiaoxue school in his mind. Tang San, do you want revenge? The high priest said. This sentence was like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, which made Tang San wake up suddenly, fixed his eyes on the high priest, and said, please help me revenge, senior. He is very aware of the gap between himself and Jiang Chen. If there is no help from others, I am afraid that he will never have the chance to take revenge. Enmity against parents, hatred for killing his wife. If Jiang Chen can be killed, he is willing to pay any price, no matter what? Yes. The high priest spread out his palm, and a blood-red bead the size of a fist was suspended above his palm. He smiled, and said, Tang San, this is your only chance for revenge. Chapter 410 Level 99, The Last Legacy. Tang San looked at the blood-red bead with doubts in his eyes. He felt the breath of the sea god Poseidon on it. Senior, what is this? Tang San asked. The high priest said, this is a gift from Poseidon to you. As long as you refine and absorb it, your strength will be greatly improved. Said, the high priest gave it lightly, the bead flew towards Tang San slowly, and stopped in front of Tang San. Tang San stretched out his hand to catch it, his gaze fell on the blood-red bead and he couldn't move away. Now that he touched the blood beads with his own hands, it actually gave him a feeling of peerless delicacy. Due to the fact that he is in the same line as Poseidon, he can feel that this blood bead has a fatal attraction for him. His saliva was profuse, and he had the urge to swallow the blood immediately. Finally, he collected himself, looked at the high priest, and said, where is Senior Poseidon? The high priest sighed and said, that boy Poseidon has already been reincarnated, and this bead is his gift to you. As long as you refine it, your strength will soon reach the level of a god of law enforcement, and even the god of law enforcement. This kind of strength is not impossible. Tang San's heart couldn't help beating faster. Although the sea god seat he inherited belonged to a first-level god, but at this moment his strength hadn't really reached the level of a first-level god, and he still needed to practice for a while. But the high priest actually said that refining this bead would allow him to reach the strength of a first-level god in a short period of time, and he might even become a powerhouse like the 5 giants of the god world. How could he not be excited? Thinking of the scene of Jiang Chen slaughtering Xiaowu, his parents, and members of the Xiaoxue clan, Tang San couldn't help but hold this blood bead tightly. This blood bead is his chance for revenge. Jiang Chen inherited the god of Shura, and his strength will definitely exceed the first-level god in the future. Tang San thought that with this bead, he could walk in front of Jiang Chen. Suppressing the urge to refine immediately, Tang San wondered, why did Senior Poseidon suddenly reincarnate? This time it was the god of destruction who answered with a smile. He has long been tired of the boring life in the god realm, and wants to re-experience the life in the world. After you become a god, he will have nothing to worry about and can't wait to pursue himself. The joy is gone. He looked at the blood bead in Tang San's hand, and said, you will live in my destruction castle from now on. I will arrange a training room for you. You improve your strength as soon as possible, and we will kill Jiang Chen together in the future. Tang San quickly thanked, and then asked, Senior, what secret does Jiang Chen have that makes you want to kill him so much? He had this question a long time ago, when Poseidon said that Jiang Chen had committed too many murders. It was not justified by nature. But later, Tang San sensed something unusual. The sea god and the others descended with their divine sense, and the posture of wanting to kill Jiang Chen seemed like there was a deep hatred between the two sides. The god of destruction heard Tang San's question, so he reviewed the prophecy of the high priest and the attitudes of the gods in the god realm. So, don't worry, no matter how much Jiang Chen jumps around, he won't live long. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen almost set up enemies in the entire god realm. Tang San felt a burst of joy in his heart. The god of destruction stood up, okay, I'll arrange a quiet room for you first, and you should improve your strength as soon as possible. Jong Chen has the backing of God Shura in the God realm. If he wants to kill Jong Chen, God Shura is the biggest obstacle. After you break through, I will lead you to do some great things. Killing that Jong Chen is just a trivial matter. Senior, don't worry. As long as you can kill Jong Chen, I'm willing to do whatever you want. All relatives and friends are dead. Tang San has no worries or scruples at this time. After Jiang Chen left the Sun Moon continent, he returned straight to the Douluo Continent. He has almost become a god, and he has no intention of conquering this continent. If you want to conquer, leave it to the future Wuhan Empire to conquer. It took nearly 5 hours for Jiang Chen to cross the endless sea, and finally saw the outline of Douluo Continent. During this period, he couldn't help watching Bibi Dong several times. Bibi Dong still showed no signs of waking up. According to the system, she would only wake up after Bibi Dong succeeded in reshaping her body. But now Bibi Dong's soul aura is much stronger. Bibi Dong's jade-like flawless body attracted Jiang Chen's gaze every time, and it was hard to move away. Even if he had experienced the two peerless beauties Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina, he still couldn't resist this instinctive temptation. So every time he observes Bibi Dong's situation, he will keep reminding himself that this is your teacher, so don't let your imagination run wild. Only in this way will his throbbing heart calm down. After returning to the Douluo Continent, he first went to the former site of the Clear Sky School and buried those members of the Clear Sky School. Tang Hao and his wife were buried in the same tomb by him, and a monument was erected. As for the others, he buried them in a big pit. After finishing these things, he returned to Wuhan City. When he returned to Wuhan City, the dolls in the system space who couldn't even walk were already starving for food. There were 6 babies in total, their eyes were green from starvation, and they kept yelling, making Jiang Chen's soul master avatar unable to cultivate with peace of mind. As soon as he returned to the palace, he threw these babies to Xiaoqing and Xiaoying, and told them to go to the city to find a nurse. Jiang Chen's ears were finally cleared, and then he called Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina over, planning to let them meet Bibi Dong. As for Xiaoxue, forget it, she thought Bibi Dong was playing in another world. It's not good to let her know that Bibi Dong died with only his soul left. Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina were brought into the system space by Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, what did you bring us here for? Qianrongxiu asked curiously. Just now Jiang Chen said he would give them a big surprise, and then he brought them here. Jiang Chen had brought them here before, so he didn't find it strange. Hu Lina's expression was still a bit sleepy, her body had just recovered, and Bibi Dong's death made it difficult for her to accept it now, and her mood was always depressed. Jiang Chen's soul master clone pulled the two of them to the side of the small pool, the white mist dispersed, and the two girls immediately saw Bibi Dong lying in the pool. Mom, teacher. Qianrongxiu and Hu Lina's delicate bodies shook at the same time, and they shouted in surprise. They squatted down hastily, reaching out to touch Bibi Dong. However, their hands passed through Bibi Dong's body, and they could only touch the somewhat icy liquid, and Bibi Dong in front of her eyes was as illusory as a flower in a mirror and a moon in water. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Qianrongxiu turned her head abruptly, and dragged Jiang Chen over. Jiang Chen said with a smile, this pond is called Soul Cultivation Pond, it can nourish the soul. After the teacher blew himself up at that time, the soul appeared here, and I only discovered it later. This is the teacher's soul, does that mean that the teacher still has hope of resurrection? Hu Lina stood up excitedly, grabbing Jiang Chen's arm. The two women looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, hoping that Jiang Chen could give the answer they wanted. Not bad. Seeing their excited faces, Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, pointed to another pool not far away, and said, that is the body sculpting pool. After the soul cultivation is completed, the teacher's soul will enter it. The water there can help her reshape her body. After reshaping her body, the teacher will wake up. However, this is a long process. Jiang Chen added. Great. Hu Lina was so excited that she slapped Jiang Chen on the face. Qianrongxiu's face was full of joy, and she also gave Jiang Chen a mouthful. It doesn't matter how long, as long as the teacher can be resurrected, it's worth waiting for as long as possible, Hu Lina said. Qianrongxiu also nodded in agreement. At this moment, knowing that Bibi Dong could still be resurrected, the sadness in their hearts was swept away. Hu Lina turned around to look at Bibi Dong's body, and couldn't help sighing, teacher has such a good figure, and her skin is so fair. Stretching out her hand to hold her chest a few times, Hu Lina became jealous, and even she, who was called a stunner in the world, had no choice but to bow down. Qianrongxiu also nodded, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Jiang Chen hugged one from behind, also looked at Bibi Dong, and said with a smile, why are you envious? After a few years, you can also have this scale. Suddenly, the two women reacted. Hu Lina hastily stretched out her hands to cover Jiang Chen's eyes, while Qianrongxiu screwed Jiang Chen's ears on, and dragged him far away. Is this something you can see? Anger appeared on Qianrongxiu's face, and she stared at Jiang Chen together with Hu Lina. Jiang Chen looked embarrassed, coughed twice, and said, didn't the teacher read the last Rakshasa inheritance last time? You. Qianrongxiu was speechless immediately, her chest heaving violently. She couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. The fierce behavior of Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen in the illusion made her face gradually turn red. She glanced at Hu Lina, and found that Hu Lina's face was also slowly turning red. At that time, because he was worried about Bibi Dong and was greatly shocked, he ignored Jiang Chen's onlookers. But now, Bibi Dong is lying there well, with that kind of perfect feminine features that even they are jealous of. How can Jiang Chen be willing to look at it? What if Jiang Chen gets a wrong idea? Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and said, I definitely need to observe the teacher's situation once in a while. It's nothing, just like a doctor. There is no gender in his eyes, only patience. Then next time you want to observe, bring us in and let us observe. Xiaoxue said. Okay. Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Hu Lina said, Sister Shuer, let's forget it. This is his territory, and we don't know if he wants to peek. Xiaoxue froze for a moment, then remained silent for a moment, as if she had figured something out. You have to take good care of her, and you must inform us as soon as there is anything, she urged. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by the sudden change in Xiaoxue's attitude. Don't worry, I also hope that the teacher can recover soon. The two girls went to stay with Bibi Dong for a while. They didn't care whether Bibi Dong could hear or not, they just kept talking to themselves. They talked about what happened in the past few days, and they also said that Jiang Chen had destroyed Haoshanzong. Jiang Chen stood in the distance. He was worried that the two girls felt a little uncomfortable, so he didn't dare to go over. After quite a while, the two girls stopped and asked Jiang Chen to take them out of here. In the study, Xiaoxue asked, What are your plans for the future? Jiang Chen showed a malicious smile. My soul power is only level 98 right now, and the most urgent thing is to raise it to level 99, which will take a lot of hard work for the two ladies. As he spoke, his hand had already grabbed Hu Lina's vitals. The two girls blushed. Xiaoxue feigned anger and said, Nonsense, this is the imperial study, where state affairs are handled. Jiang Chen waved his hand without looking back. The door slammed shut and locked. Isn't it still dark now? Xuanning is over there, and it's hard for us to do things. Xiaoxue's pretty face became more and more red, and she didn't resist anymore, and let Jiang Chen do whatever she wanted. Hu Lina suddenly asked, Xiaochen, it's been so many years, when will you give me a child? She looked at Jiang Chen eagerly with big eyes. She had longed for it for a long time, but every time Jiang Chen didn't give it to her. Wait after I kill Tang San. Jiang Chen evaded. He didn't tell Xiaoxue and Hu Lina that besides Tang San, there were many other enemies in the God realm. If Hu Lina was pregnant at this time, it would undoubtedly become a burden, making Jiang Chen even more worried. All right then, Hu Lina pouted, a little disappointed. But soon, she fell into Jiang Chen's offensive. Feeling the rapidly increasing soul power in his body, Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Both Xiaoxue and Hu Lina have reached the god level, and the three of them will use the yin-yang collection to practice, and the cultivation speed in that practice is so fast that it will fly. Levels 98 to 99 are the most difficult. Even if Jiang Chen has outstanding talent, if he cultivates by himself, it will probably take at least a year or more. But with the help of Xiaoxue and Hu Lina, this time can be greatly shortened. He has already made plans for the next step. After breaking through to level 99, you will begin to accept the final inheritance of God Shura. As for ascension to the God realm, we will talk about it after becoming the God of Shura. At that time, he will definitely go to the God realm alone first, and only after the crisis is resolved will he let Xiaoxue and Hu Lina enter the God realm. Life returned to calm, and Jiang Chen entered into a state of cultivation that he couldn't extricate himself from. Except for spending some time with his daughter sometimes, he spends almost all his time on cultivation. With his current physique, there is no such thing as cultivation fatigue. It was also fortunate that he had two people, Xiaoxue. If he had only one, he would definitely not be able to maintain such a high-intensity cultivation. Once, Xiaoxue finally proposed to let Jiang Chen accept a few concubines in unspeakable misery. If this continues, even with their god-level cultivation, the body will almost be unable to hold on. Jiang Chen directly refused. He was already extremely satisfied with two stunning wives. The most important thing is family harmony. If there are a few more, some conflicts will definitely occur. Therefore, he lowered the intensity of his cultivation with the two girls, and spent more time cultivating by himself. To the relief of Xiaoxue and Hu Lina, Jiang Chen's soul power finally broke through to level 99 after half a year. The moment Jiang Chen broke through, the two women directly kicked him off the bed with a tacit understanding. Jiang Chen's breakthrough was naturally a joy for everyone. Not only Jiang Chen, but also Xiaoxue and Hu Lina had been waiting for this day. That night, Jiang Chen contacted God Shura. Half a year has passed in the Douluo Continent, but only half a day has passed in the God realm. Senior, what do I need to do? Jiang Chen asked. God Shura said with satisfaction, as expected, you did not disappoint me. You broke through to level 99 so quickly. The final inheritance is very simple for you, just like Bibi Dong's. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With his firm will, even if Shura God didn't release the water, it would not be difficult for him to pass the examination of the 7 emotions. When will you conduct the assessment? God Shura asked. Just now, Jiang Chen replied. He has prepared everything, and he has waited a long time for this day. Okay, let's start then. Chapter 410 The Fourth Soul Master Avatar becomes a god. Since he had seen Bibi Dong's assessment once, and Jiang Chen's soul was strong, he passed these assessments with ease. But at the final level of desire, an accident still happened. In the illusion, Jiang Chen was enjoying with his eyes closed. He couldn't help sighing that the assessment of the 7 emotions was extremely realistic, and there should be no one who could pass it easily, except for him. It's over, it's time to become the god of Shura. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, ready to end this last test. The moment he opened his eyes, his whole body trembled violently, and he almost jumped up in fright. The person in front of him was no longer Xianrongxue, but a plump and mature woman, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong Qiao's face was blushing, and when she realized that Jiang Chen was looking at her, she called out shyly, "Xiaochen." Impossible. Jiang Chen shouted. The illusion was shattered under his strong will, and Bibi Dong's incomparably alluring figure disappeared. In the quiet practice room, Jiang Chen gasped heavily, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Impossible. How could Bibi Dong appear? How could it be her? Jiang Chen was at a loss. He didn't understand why Qianrongxue turned into Bibi Dong. It stands to reason that these assessments of kicking are all a reflection of his own heart, but he has never had any fantasies about Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong was charming, Jiang Chen always told himself that she was his teacher. Unexpectedly, in this assessment, Bibi Dong's appearance was so sudden that Jiang Chen was caught off guard and could not accept it. Did you imagine Bibi Dong in the last level? God Shura's voice sounded. Because the last level involved Jiang Chen, God Shura didn't pay attention. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, but how could she appear? I've never thought about her like that before. Now thinking of the scene in the illusion just now, Jiang Chen's heart still couldn't help trembling. Before watching Bibi Dong's assessment, as a bystander, he only had a visual experience. But in the illusion just now, every detail and every feeling is so clear in retrospect, which makes him extremely horrified. Shura said in a divine way, people's hearts are the most unpredictable. Maybe there is already Bibi Dong's shadow deep in your heart, but you have never discovered it. What God Shura said was reasonable, but Jiang Chen still couldn't accept it. He had always regarded Bibi Dong as an elder. Shura said in a divine way, it's just a woman, why bother? Since you have completed the assessment, I will pass on your Shura costume to help you rise to the god level. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. He figured it out. Since Bibi Dong can choose to forget and pretend nothing happened, why can't he? Besides, if he didn't tell this matter, Qianrongxue and the others wouldn't know about it. Take out the Shura sword. God Shura reminded. Jiang Chen took out the Shura sword from the system space, and stood up. A mysterious force descended from somewhere on Jiang Chen's body. He sensed it carefully and found that the power came from the killing god domain in his body. I'll help you upgrade the killing god realm first. After the killing god realm is raised to the god level, in addition to boosting it when you kill yourself, it can also absorb the killing aura generated when others kill. After you come to the god realm, due to the inheritance of your Azura god, the killing aura produced by countless planes in the world can become the nourishment for your cultivation. This is also the foundation of being a powerful Azura god. Jiang Chen felt that his killing god domain was rapidly strengthening. Senior, won't I take up your cultivation resources when I go up to the god realm? He questioned. Since God Azura cultivated by absorbing the spirit of killing, after he also became God of Azura, the two gods of Azura would have fewer resources when divided equally. God Shura smiled and said, so those gods want to reincarnate or leave the god realm before looking for inheritors. After the inheritors become new gods, the old gods must leave the god realm within 100 years. Otherwise, they will be punished by the committee. Expulsion. God realm has limited resources and cannot accommodate so many gods. Jiang Chen was stunned, but immediately had another question. Then the number of gods in the god realm has remained in a stable state. Yes, the god realm is formed by the condensed power of faith from countless planes in the mortal world. The number of gods in the god realm has reached saturation, so only when the gods give up their positions can human beings in the world have a chance to inherit. There are not many gods who voluntarily give up the position of gods, right? Doesn't that mean that there are many human beings with good aptitude who are not inherited, and can only die of old age in the end? Jiang Chen was puzzled. God Shura sighed, there is no way to do this. If it was in the past, when the god realm was not saturated, those talented humans would still have the opportunity to cultivate into gods with their own strength. Now the only way is to accept the inheritance. Jiang Chen understood that if humans want to become gods today, they must have a god who is willing to give up their position. God Shura continued, the god of destruction is ambitious and has always wanted to monopolize the power of the god realm. His intentions are good, but his methods are too radical and paranoid. What's his starting point? Jiang Chen asked curiously. He wants to open up the god realm. Now the resources of the god realm are limited. After opening the god realm, more gods can be created, and mortal humans will have more opportunities to become gods. Isn't this very good? Why do you say radical? Jiang Chen asked. Opening up the god realm is no small matter. It will shake the foundation of the god realm, and it will also have some unpredictable effects on the human world. Therefore, the two god kings and the goddess of life and I tend to let the god realm develop on its own. The god of destruction cultivates the god of destruction. Powerful, aggressive, and paranoid, has always advocated the expansion of the god realm. Jiang Chen finally understood that the conflict between the big bosses of the god realm was the conflict between conservatives and radicals. When the god of destruction saw it, he quickly left Ashura god, but another Jiang Chen with even more terrifying talent came, so he became intent on killing Jiang Chen. Stop talking, I'll explain these things to you when you get to the god realm, Shura said in a divine voice. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that his death god domain had been strengthened dozens of times, and immediately, an incomparably surging energy gushed out from the death god domain, causing his soul power to skyrocket rapidly, moving towards level dash. Not long after, Jiang Chen felt that his soul power had broken through a bottleneck, and in his perception, the whole world was different. The moment he broke through to level dash, Jiang Chen's huge soul power was affected by the killing god domain, and began to rapidly transform into Shura's divine power. His soul and divine sense are also skyrocketing, and his body is also strengthened by Shura's divine power. It's just that his body is already very strong, and the strengthening of his body by Shura's divine power is extremely limited, but it's better than nothing. At this moment, Jiang Chen's soul, body, and divine power are rapidly increasing. This is a gift from heaven when he crosses the barrier between mortals and gods. More. At the same time, Jiang Chen's body surface was quickly covered with a layer of dark red armor, and he exuded an invisible killing aura all over his body. This is the God Azura outfit that God Azura equipped as standard. Apart from possessing a strong defensive power, it can also greatly increase one's own combat power. After about half an hour, the fluctuations in Jiang Chen's body gradually calmed down. Well, yes, you are worthy of being my successor. Once you break through, you will have the strength close to a first-level god. This is just what I deduce from your divine power. You have a lot of secrets in you, and your real combat power should be more than this. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, and with a thought, he separated the Soul Master clone. Sure enough, as he expected, the position of God Shura was inherited by his Soul Master avatar. After the Soul Master avatar was released, the power of Azura in his body and the divine attire of Azura in his body were transferred to the Soul Master avatar, and the deity no longer possessed God Shura strength. Of course, if the deity and the avatar are one, he can use both the power of zombies and the power of Shura God. God Shura was completely stunned seeing this scene, and couldn't help but say after a long time, pervert. He knew that Jiang Chen had a clone, and he also knew that the strength of Jiang Chen's real body had always been much stronger than his body. Now, Jiang Chen has become Shura God with just one avatar, and one avatar has the strength close to that of a first-level god. God Shura dare not imagine how strong Jiang Chen will be in the future. Chapter 410 Crossing the Tribulation, a Terrifying Weapon. Jiang Chen took back the Soul Master avatar, and asked, Senior, Tang San has arrived in the God Realm, right? What's his situation in the God Realm now? Half a year has passed in the Douluo Continent, and half a day has passed in the God Realm. It stands to reason that Tang San should have also reached the God Realm. Shura said in a divine way, Tang San has indeed come to the God Realm. He was picked up by the God of Destruction not long after arriving in the God Realm. He is currently in the Castle of Destruction. As for what is going on with him now, I have no way of spying on him. Then he asked, You want to ascend to the God Realm as soon as possible and kill Tang San? Jiang Chen nodded, Not bad. Shura said, If you want to kill Tang San, there is no rush. You can be said to be the public enemy of the God Realm. Once you appear in the God Realm, those guys will attack you. Even the God of Destruction will personally attack you. I will attack you. Jiang Chen fell silent. For Tang San, he was determined to kill, and Tang San's breakthroughs made him feel a great threat. His previous mentality of not caring about Tang San and allowing Tang San to grow had disappeared, and he no longer dared to underestimate Tang San. But what God Shura said was right. There was a committee watching over Douluo Continent. Those gods who wanted to kill Jiang Chen couldn't come down in person. But if Jiang Chen appeared in the God Realm, he would definitely be besieged. Even with God Shura backing him up, he would still be no match for four hands. With his current strength, he may have surpassed most of the gods in the God Realm, but he still cannot compare to those powerful old gods. God Shura persuaded, You have just broken through to the God level. In a short time, there will be a period of strength explosion. It should not be long before you reach the level of God's strength. You can practice in Douluo Continent with peace of mind and strive to be in 100 years. Once you reach my level, you don't have to worry anymore when the two great God Kings and the gods under my command support you. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. With his current strength, it is really not easy to go to the God Realm immediately. God Shura continued, Don't worry, my Shura Castle is the place where the God Realm and all planes gather murderous aura. You have become the new God Shura, and you can absorb the murderous aura in my Shura Castle through your Death God domain. You can suck as much as you want. With these huge murderous auras, your breakthrough speed will definitely not be slow. Jiang Chen finally felt relieved. In this way, he should not be able to reach God Shura's current strength in 100 years, and then it is time to go to the God Realm. He is still very confident in his cultivation talent. God Rakshasa is also a very powerful first-level god. It's a pity that your teacher has just inherited the position of God Rakshasa. God Shura sighed. Senior, actually my teacher is not dead. Jiang Chen said. What did you say? God Shura's voice was a little surprised, and then he asked suspiciously, Impossible. At that time, there were many people in the God of War realm watching. Bibi Dong really blew herself up, and she didn't even keep her soul. She should be reincarnated. Reincarnated. Jiang Chen explained, the seniors of the system helped to preserve my teacher's soul, and are resurrecting her. I see, haha, kid, you really surprised me. I don't believe that little girl Hannah will kick me, so I'll go first and contact you if you have anything to do. Jiang Chen was a little stunned. These two words of God Shura contained a lot of information, which made him unable to react for a while. In his impression, aren't Shura God and Rakshasa God rivals? Why does it look like there is adultery now? After a while, Jiang Chen put down all his thoughts and began to try to cultivate. God Shura didn't tell him how to absorb the murderous aura in Shura Castle, so Jiang Chen could only try it himself. He communicated with the killing god domain in his body with his mind, and vaguely saw a scarlet castle with his mind. The murderous aura inside and outside the castle was majestic. Even though Jiang Chen possessed the god-level killing god domain, his mind was still greatly shocked when he came into contact with this majestic murderous aura. This castle is the place where the murderous aura of countless human planes gathers, and the condensed murderous aura has become terrifying to the point of horror. The murderous aura has materialized, forming clusters of red mist in the air. Within a 10-mile radius of the castle, those flowers, plants, and trees were all condensed with murderous aura. Jiang Chen's spiritual thoughts wandered around Shura Castle, shaking for several minutes. If such a huge murderous aura is absorbed by him, what will be the strength of his soul master? After a while, he shook his head. Even God Shura hadn't completely absorbed the murderous aura here. He wanted to finish it. It was a bit whimsical. With a thought in his mind, the huge murderous aura in Shura Castle began to enter his body through his killing god domain as a bridge, turning into pure Shura divine power. At the same time, the killing god domain as a bridge was nourished by a lot of murderous aura, and it was slowly becoming stronger. The Shura sword in Jiang Chen's hand was also jumping for joy. He looked down, and found that his compatibility with Shura's sword had reached -%. The current Ashura sword is like his own arm to him. He has always restrained his aura of breakthrough on purpose, so he did not cause a vision outside the training room, and no one knows that he has broken through now. At this time, he already had 10 spirit rings on his body, and when he broke through level 100, a golden god-level spirit ring was automatically formed. Jiang Chen has already felt the catastrophe, his 10th catastrophe. As usual, he must overcome the catastrophe within 3 days. There are a total of 12 levels of zombies in his system. Jiang Chen guessed that after he finished this time, there will be 2 more. Transcending robbery is no longer a terrible thing for him now. The only thing that interests him is the big gift package after the catastrophe. I hope that the prizes given this time will greatly enhance my strength. Jiang Chen sighed, leaving the Soul Master avatar to practice in the training room, and his main body walked out. After breaking through to the god level, his Soul Master training mainly absorbs the murderous aura of Shura Castle to practice, and he no longer needs to practice with Xiaoxue. Therefore, he intends to let the Soul Master avatar close a long test, and improve to the strength of the law enforcement god as soon as possible. As for his deity, absorbing the essence of the moon is no longer the main method. Pangu's frontal bone had already been initially refined into his own body. The current refining level has only reached -%. It was this 10% that greatly increased his strength. His strength and defense were terrifying. He ignored Xiaowu and Tang San's attacks, and easily defeated them. Every time he refines a point, his zombie strength will be enhanced by leaps and bounds. He couldn't imagine how much his strength would improve after refining to -%. Perhaps at that time, the god of destruction can be easily crushed to death. After leaving the training room, Xiaoxue and Hu Lina were already waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Chen walk out, the 2 girls were immediately overjoyed. Have you broken through? Xiaoxue asked hastily. Breakthrough, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Breakthrough in such a calm manner. Hu Lina was a little puzzled. She and Xiaoxue both experienced visions when they broke through to the god level, and the power in their bodies was difficult to control, which caused the visions of heaven and earth. Didn't the teacher also have a vision when he broke through? You too, your foundation is still shallow. Jiang Chen smiled and pinched Hu Lina's nose. Hu Lina slapped his hand off, looked around with a blushing pretty face, and said angrily, I hate it, they're all old couples. Can't old couples show their affection? Jiang Chen put his arms around Hu Lina. Come on, take Xuanning with you, and let's go shopping in Wuhan City. Refining Pangu's frontal bone did not require Jiang Chen to waste his mind. His body was refining automatically all the time. Therefore, his deity has nothing to do during the day except that he needs to absorb the moonlight to practice at night. The 3 went back and called Xiaoxue, and the family disguised themselves and sneaked into Wuhan City to eat, drink and have fun. Xuanning is almost 6 years old, it's time to train her. Jiang Chen thought to himself. When he thought of himself back then, when he was 6 years old, Bibi Dong had put him in a concentration camp for training. That feeling was really nostalgic. He also thought of the Qingqing instructor who was very kind to him in the concentration camp, and now he has also been transferred to the Imperial College as a teacher. Xiaoxuening's talent is much better than Jiang Chen's. At the age of 5.5, her overall physical fitness is much stronger than that of Jiang Chen when she was 5.5 years old. But Jiang Chen was not willing to let his daughter go to that kind of place for training. Although Xiaoxuening's talent is strong, her soul is just that of a 5-year-old child, and she simply cannot survive in that kind of place. Jiang Chen planned to spend half a year training her fighting ability, and after awakening her martial spirit, he would send her to study at the Imperial Soul Master Academy. As his daughter, how could she not be proficient in close combat ability? In the early morning of the next day, the old place where Jiang Chen crossed the robbery, Jiang Chen lay on a gray-black boulder, letting all kinds of terrifying thunder and lightning fall on him. His whole body exuded golden light, his clothes were not broken, and even the stones below him were not broken. The sky thunder billowed, turning into the appearance of various ferocious beasts, and fiercely pounced on Jiang Chen. The might of the sky is overwhelming, and Xianrongxiu and Hu Lina, who were standing on the sidelines watching from a distance, felt a strong sense of crisis after breaking through the -th level. After the ferocious sky thunder entered Jiang Chen's body, he shivered. The aura leaking out of Jiang Chen's forehead made these Tianli seem to have encountered something extremely terrifying, resting in Jiang Chen's body restlessly, not daring to move. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the energy of these sky thunders was absorbed by his frontal bone. The speed of his refining of Pango's frontal bone began to accelerate under the catalysis of these cataclysmic energies. After 90 thunderbolts struck, Jiang Chen calmly sat up from the boulder. This was the easiest catastrophe he had ever experienced. I never thought that this Pango's frontal bone would be so powerful, even the heavenly tribulation would be feared. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Could it be that this is really the frontal bone of the god Pango who created the world? This unbelievable guess flashed in Jiang Chen's mind again. Otherwise, why would it explain that even Tianzhou would be afraid after feeling a trace of its breath? Father, you are so amazing. The little guy looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Jiang Chen picked her up and said with a smile, then do you want to be as powerful as Dad? Think. Little Loli nodded repeatedly. Okay, Dad will teach you when I go back. In the evening, after some hard work, Jiang Chen came to the training room alone. His soul master clone has been cultivating in the training room for the past 2 days, constantly absorbing murderous aura from the Shura castle in the god realm. The divine power in the avatar is much stronger than when it first broke through. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. According to this cultivation speed, his avatar should soon reach the strength of a first-level god. He sat down cross-legged and began to look at today's Digi gift package. After the gift package was opened, 8 upgrade coupons, a strange machine, and a black stone the size of a human head appeared on the grass in the system space. Jiang Chen's gaze directly ignored those upgrade coupons, and landed on this strange machine. The machine's information automatically appeared in his mind. Equipped with a synthesizer, you can use existing equipment to synthesize the equipment you want. The synthesized equipment is more powerful than the original equipment. After Jiang Chen read the information about this machine, including how to use it, he understood the purpose of this machine that the system rewarded him with. Obviously, he used this synthesizer to refine his own weapons. As for the head-sized stone, it was an added material during synthesis. With a thought in his mind, he used the 8 soul ring upgrade coupons at the same time, acting on his soul master avatar. The spirit rings on his body were originally 8 red and 2 gold, but at this time, the 8 red 50-year-old spirit rings began to turn towards gold. Jiang Chen no longer cared about the change of the soul master's avatar. His mind was on the equipment synthesizer. It was a pity that he didn't have a satisfactory weapon before. He liked the huge murderous aura contained in the Shura sword, and also liked the terrifying weight of the trident. Both weapons have his likes and dislikes. As expected, the system knows my heart. Jiang Chen smiled, and without hesitation, he activated the equipment synthesizer at that time. Under the control of his thoughts, the synthesizer emitted white light, covering the Shura sword, sea god trident, and the black stone in the system space. These 3 items were sucked into the synthesizer and decomposed into the most primitive materials, but the attributes they had before were still retained. Jiang Chen sketched the appearance of the weapon he wanted in his mind, and it was the Fangtian painting halberd he had thought of before. This is the most ideal weapon in his mind. Its heavy energy competes with hammers, boring, etc. for strength, and its light energy competes with spears, knives, swords, etc. for skills. If one can possess such a weapon, it will greatly enhance Jiang Chen's strength. After the weapon was determined, the materials inside began to fuse. This process didn't last long. When the light dissipated, the equipment fusion device had disappeared, and only a pitch-black halberd lay on the ground. The euphorbia is 3 meters long, with dragon and phoenix patterns engraved on the black shaft. At one end of the shaft, the tip of the spear and the crescent blades on both sides are silvery white, exuding a sharp aura. Jiang Chen couldn't hide the joy on his brows, and with a move in his heart, he summoned the Fangtian painting halberd from the system space. He was holding the 3-meter-long Fangtian painting halberd in his hand. His legs sank suddenly, and the floor of the training room burst with a bang. Caught off guard, his body was carried by the halberd in his hand and sank to the ground. The terrifying weight caused him to sink more than 10 meters underground in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses, stabilized his body and rushed forward. The entire training room was made of extremely hard materials and reinforced with soul guides, but at this time the floor was all broken and collapsed. Jiang Chen was a little stunned. The weight of Fangtian's painted halberd was beyond his imagination. He no longer dared to step on the ground, but kept hanging in the air. He felt it. The weight of this Fangtian painting halberd was about 10 times that of the previous sea god trident. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. With a weapon of more than 100 million catties, plus his strength, who could take his halberd? The entire halberd contained the huge murderous aura of the original Shura sword, and the combination of 2 super divine weapons was terrifying. Jiang Chen's heart moved, the skin on his chest split open, a few drops of blood essence flew out, landed on Fangtian's painted halberd, and carried out the last step of refining. Chapter 410 Awakening of the Sixth Martial Soul. This last step is refined with blood essence. Fang Tian's painted halberd will be imprinted with Jiang Chen's energy and spirit, and the weapon can communicate with the master's soul. Jiang Chen's golden blood fell on Fang Tian's painted halberd, and immediately seeped into it. A strange feeling gradually developed between him and this weapon. In Jiang Chen's feelings, this weapon is like his child. He gradually let go of his hand, and Fang Tian painted the halberd like a child, dancing around Jiang Chen, expressing joy and nostalgia. Jiang Chen smiled, spread out his palms, and Fang Tian's painted halberd flew back into his hands. He stroked it gently, and could feel the enjoyment coming from Fang Tian's painted halberd. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied. Although the previous Azura sword also had spirituality, it did not reach this level. The Sea God Trident also has spirituality, but it is not under Jiang Chen's control. Now that the two super artifacts are fused together, not only the power has been greatly improved, but also the spirituality has been greatly increased. After leaving the imprint on Fang Tian's painted halberd, Jiang Chen had the information of this weapon in his mind, and the weight reached -million catties. If Jiang Chen had this weapon back then, it would not only have cut off Tang San's arm, but Tang Shan's body would have been shattered if he cut it with a halberd. After taking back Fang Tian's painted halberd, Jiang Chen glanced at the severely damaged practice room, feeling a little helpless. This place can no longer be used, so he had to change to another one and continue to retreat for his avatar. At this time, the first 8 spirit rings of his avatar had been upgraded, and the 10 spirit rings on his body had all turned golden. After leaving the avatar here to retreat, his true deity walked out. It should be quiet for a long time. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, as God Shura said, Jiang Chen's strength once again ushered in an explosion in the past 6 months, and at this time he has reached the strength of a first-level god. Jiang Chen was no longer so eager for revenge. So what if Tang San arrived in the god realm? His current strength is improving rapidly, and it won't be long before he can reach the realm of God Azura, and it won't be easy to kill Tang San by then. He has practiced in Douluo Continent for a year. Tang San has only practiced in God realm for 1 day. How can he compare with him? At this very moment when Jiang Chen reached the first level of divine strength, the number of divine rings on his soul master avatar had already reached 7. The 7 divine rings represent the strength of a first-level god, while the god of Shura and the god of destruction both have 9 rings, the strength of a god king. And Jiang Chen's original 10 spirit rings have already been integrated into these 7 spirit rings by him, and all the spirit skills can be used at will, without any previous restrictions. After breaking through to the strength of a first-level god, Jiang Chen felt the catastrophe again. Instead of being surprised, he was overjoyed. The current heavenly tribulation no longer threatened him at all, and it was all here to strengthen him. His zombie cultivation has gradually touched the bottleneck of level 11 in this year. He estimated that if he endured another catastrophe, he should be able to break through to level 11. According to the correspondence between the cultivation base of zombies and the cultivation base of soul masters, the 11th level zombie cultivation base should correspond to the strength of a first-level god. But his zombie cultivation has always been much stronger than the Soul Master's cultivation, and with the super artifact Fang Tian Huaji, he reckons that even if his real body's strength does not reach the level of Shura God, it is definitely at the same level. Invincible among super gods. Why are you in a daze? Everyone is here, hurry up and help Xuanning wake up. Hu Lina's voice came, pulling Jiang Chen's erratic thoughts back. At this time, in the main meeting hall on the Holy Mountain, all the senior officials of the Wuhan Empire were present to witness the awakening of the little princess of the Wuhan Empire. Originally, Jiang Chen didn't want to make such a big fuss, but these elders wanted to visit, so he had no choice but to do it in this hall. After hearing the news, more Wuhan Empire executives rushed over, wanting to witness this moment. Jiang Chen's Soul Master avatar was cultivating in the training room. Due to the connection of souls, he sensed the breakthrough of the Soul Master avatar just now, so he was distracted for a moment. When he came back to his senses, the hall was already full of people, and those titled Douluo elders all looked at the little princess standing in the center with doting eyes. Jiang Chen sat on the throne, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina sat on both sides of him. Hearing Hu Lina's urging, Jiang Chen stood up and came to Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, who was already 6 years old, had grown up a bit, and looked at Jiang Chen expectantly with big eyes. "Father, please help me awaken." Jiang Chen nodded, took out the awakening tool, and let his daughter stand in the awakening circle. He was also looking forward to what kind of martial spirit his daughter could awaken. Although Qian Daolio said before that Xiaoxue possessed an angel spirit, Jiang Chen still had some fantasies. His daughter's talent is so good, what if she has twin spirits? Close your eyes and feel your own martial spirit carefully. Jiang Chen's voice sounded. Xiaoxue closed her eyes, her expression was a little nervous, and a light shone behind her. Gradually, the light became brighter, and there were more and more, and everyone could see that it was a feather emitting white light. The feathers grew more, and finally, a phantom of a seraph was formed behind her. The angel exuded a soft holy light, and gently flapped its 6 wings behind Xiaoxue. Sure enough, it's a seraph. Jiang Chen said secretly. Xiaoxue opened her eyes curiously, turned around to look at her martial spirit, and reached out to touch it excitedly. Feel it carefully again, are there other martial spirits? Jiang Chen reminded. Xiaoxue closed her eyes again, opened them after a while, and shook her head, no more. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He was sure that his zombie martial soul was stronger than the angel martial soul, but his daughter did not inherit his martial soul. It stands to reason that all children inherit the stronger martial spirit from their parents. Use your mind to take back your martial soul. I'll test your soul power for you, he reminded. Xiaoxue quickly mastered the technique, and reluctantly took back the martial soul. Jiang Chen took out a crystal ball. Put your hand on it. Everyone's eyes were all focused on. The angel spirit is already very powerful. How much can this little girl's spirit power reach? Xiaoxue put her small hand like white jade on the crystal ball, and the crystal ball instantly burst into dazzling blue light. Click. There was a crack in the crystal ball. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. But when they thought of the strength of the angel Wuhan, they were relieved. They are all high-ranking members of the Wuhan Empire, and they also know a little about Angel Wuhan. The innate soul power of the angel martial soul may exceed level 10. Jong Chen took another crystal ball. This one was at level dash, and he signaled Xiaoxue to put his hand on it. Mrs. innate soul power back then was level dash. If there is no accident, Xiaoxue's soul power should also be level dash dot, said the oldest second priest. But just after his words fell, the crystal ball bursting with bright blue light burst again. The clicking sound shook the hearts of everyone. Xiaoxue retracted her hand, and asked with a disturbed expression, Dad, did I do something wrong? Haha, no, you did a great job, let's continue. Jiang Chen was in a great mood. Seeing his appearance, everyone in the hall woke up from the shock and smiled. Our empire is about to produce an earth-shattering genius. Some elders couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The third crystal ball also erupted with dazzling light, but it did not break in the end. My god, the soul power of the innate level dash dot. An elder exclaimed. Although they had been mentally prepared just now, they still couldn't help being greatly shocked when they saw this scene. Innate level dash has never appeared in the history of Douluo Continent. But today, one was born in front of them. This time it was right. They had such thoughts in their hearts at the same time. Xianrongxiu and Hu Lina couldn't help smiling like flowers. Jiang Chen picked up his daughter, and kissed her little cheek forcefully. Good job, you are better than your father and mother back then. Order, the princess has awakened the angel martial soul, the innate soul power is -th rank, I want to pardon the world, let's celebrate together. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Chapter 410 17 years later. 15 years later. In the imperial study room, Jiang Chen was dealing with some affairs of the empire. Beside him, sat a tall and burly man. He was not handsome, but he looked very calm. The man was Yu Tianheng. Because he was turned into a zombie by Jiang Chen when he was young, he is over 20 years old and still maintains the appearance of -years old. He is now the holy son of the Wuhan Empire, the next emperor of the Wuhan Empire. The Spirit Empire is now thriving, and Jiang Chen no longer needs to worry about it. His daughter is going to live with him in the God realm in the future, so he made Yu Tianheng his holy son. Among his several disciples, Yu Tianheng was the most talented. He is now a level 99 titled Douluo and has a stable personality. He is the most suitable candidate to be the next emperor. The titled Douluo elders from back then have aged one after another, and some of them have even passed away. You handle the rest, I'll go out for a walk. Jiang Chen stood up. Good teacher. Yu Tianheng said respectfully. Jiang Chen left the imperial study room and came to the imperial garden, wandering around alone, letting his heart empty and his thoughts spread out. 15 years have passed so peacefully, the Wuhan Empire has become stronger and stronger, and at the age of 15, his cultivation has also become unfathomable. It's almost time to go to the God realm. Jiang Chen looked up at the void. From now on, Xianrongxiu, Hu Lina, Bibi Dong, and Xuanning will also go to the God realm together. So before that, he had to solve the problem in the God realm. For his enemies, he must first clean up. Let him do it all by himself. After all, the current Xianrongxiu is only a first-level god, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to break through to the level of a god king. And Hu Lina is only the pinnacle of the second-level god, and it is not easy to break through to the first-level god. The two of them are too little help for Jiang Chen, so Jiang Chen would rather they stay in Douluo, which would be safer. Sigh, these days are getting more and more boring. The three women are retreating at the same time. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared in the imperial garden, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Dad. Jiang Chen stopped, turned around and looked at his daughter who was running towards him. Xianying threw herself directly into Jiang Chen's arms, hugged Jiang Chen vigorously, and then kissed Jiang Chen on the face. Dad, I miss you to death. At this time, Jiang Xuning was already a slim and tall girl, with her jet black hair tied into a high ponytail, hanging down to her waist. Her appearance combines the characteristics of Xianrongxiu and Jiang Chen, a pair of jewel-like eyes that shine brightly, long and straight eyebrows, a handsome nose, and pink lips. She was wearing a fiery red long dress, with belts that tightly bound her waist, her chest was bulging, and she was 1.8 meters tall, with excellent proportions. She and Xianrongxiu are equally peerless beauties, but the lines of her face are more obvious than Xianrongxiu's, giving her a bit more heroic temperament. Even Jiang Chen couldn't find a single flaw on her body. The current Jiang Xuning is the dream goddess of young men in the entire Wuhan Empire, with a noble status and unparalleled perfection. Where she appeared, Jiang Chen would definitely become a dim supporting role. Jong Chen stretched out his hand to wipe the saliva on his face, and said with a smile, "You've only been in seclusion for 3 days and you miss me so much. If you don't see me for decades, wouldn't you be so sad?" Zhang Xuning took her father's arm, and the two walked in the garden. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, she was startled immediately, and asked nervously, "Dad, are you going to the God Realm to kill Tang San?" Zhang Chen nodded. "My soul master avatar has already broken through to the level of a God King some time ago, so it's time to go to the God Realm." Damn that Tang San, she forced grandma to blew herself up. Zhang Xuning had a murderous look on her face. Having grown up, she has already seen through Zhang Chen's lies back then, and also knows that Bibi Dong's soul is in Zhang Chen's system space. It was Tang San who made her lose her grandmother's love. She suddenly looked at Zhang Chen. "Why don't we go to the God Realm together as a family? I'm tired of playing in the Douluo Continent. It's just the right time for me to kill Tang San with my own hands." Zhang Chen shook his head. "Then Tang San is backed by the God of Destruction, and the God of Destruction possesses the strength of a God King. I don't worry about you going up together." Zhang Xunning's eyes were slightly red. "Dad, then you must be careful." Zhang Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry, if everything goes well, I will kill Tang San soon, and you will be able to go to the God Realm soon. By the way, you have retreated for 3 days this time, have you broken through? Of course, you can feel my soul power." Zhang Xunning raised her head proudly. Zhang Chen grabbed her hand, sensed it, and said with a smile, "Not bad." Zhang Xunning suddenly shook Zhang Chen's hand. "Dad, didn't you say before that as long as I reach level dash, you will prepare a weapon for me?" "Haha, I've prepared it for you a long time ago." Zhang Chen laughed loudly. He took out 2 long swords from the system space. One was burning with a hot white flame, and the surrounding void was twisted violently. It was the terrifying real fire of the sun. The other one was burning with a black flame like ink, and the aura emitted by this flame was cold and biting, as if it came from the ghost fire of hell. The breaths of the 2 swords are completely opposite, but equally terrifying. These 2 swords were obtained by Zhang Chen from the system, and the products produced by the system must be high-quality goods. Great. Zhang Xuning took it excitedly, and the 2 swords danced lightly at her, easily cutting cracks in the void. "The space of this Douluo continent is too fragile," she muttered. Zhang Chen said with a smile, "These 2 swords correspond to your holy angel and fallen angel states respectively. When your 2 angel states can be perfectly integrated, these 2 swords will be able to fuse together and display the power of destroying heaven and earth, the power of the earth." Zhang Xuning couldn't put it down even more, controlled the power of the 2 long swords, and danced gently in the garden. Looking at the daughter who was happily dancing the sword, Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. Legend has it that he became a god at level dash, but the god realm's position has already been saturated, and his daughter has already broken through to level dash. If it was before, she would have already condensed her own position. But now, although her soul power has reached level dash, she can't step into the realm of god level. Zhang Chen once asked God Shura to let the 2 god kings see if his daughter is suitable to be an inheritor, but both the evil god king and the good god king refused. It's not that Zhang Xunning's qualifications are not good, but that they already have someone they like, and they are a loving couple. The attributes of the god of life are not suitable, and the other first-level gods, Zhang Chen, don't like it. A strong killing intent suddenly flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. "Didn't you say that the god position is saturated? I don't know what will happen if I go all out." It is not only his daughter who cannot become a god, but also several of his disciples. Yu Tianheng has already reached level 99, and the others are also close to level 99. It would be great if a big kill can free up some gods in the god realm. Chapter 410. Preparations before departure. Zhang Xuning danced for a while, then stopped. "Dad, when are you going?" "Just a few days, after I pass the throne to Yu Tianheng." Zhang Chen replied. "Then I'll call my mother and Aunt Nana out first, and we'll get together as a family." Zhang Xuning was still reluctant in her heart, although Zhang Chen said it lightly, but this time, it may take many years before they can see each other again. If it took 10.5 months to kill Tang San in the God Realm, it would have to wait more than 10 years in the Douluo Continent. Well, go and call them. The 2 beautiful wives have been in seclusion for a few days, and Zhang Chen also misses them very much. Zhang Xuning ran away with a smile, and went to call Qianrongxue and Hu Lina, leaving behind a string of laughter like silver bells. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. This girl is very reserved and noble outside, but at home she looks like a little girl who can't grow up. He was still walking in the garden, but he began to contact God Shura in his heart. When he was going to the God Realm, he had to say hello to God Shura first, so that God Shura could prepare for the reception in the God Realm. He didn't want to be besieged as soon as he arrived in the God Realm. More than 10% of the gods in the God Realm wanted to kill him, and he couldn't possibly kill all of them. Those guys were just bewitched by the High Priest. The only ones Zhang Chen really wanted to kill were the few gods who descended with divine thoughts back then. But who can tell what will happen at that time? Maybe there will be a big fight, so you must contact God Shura in advance to prepare. Zhang Chen called a few times in his heart, but God Shura didn't respond. So his divine sense appeared in Shura Castle through the killing God realm. At the moment when Shura Castle was enveloped, Zhang Chen vaguely saw 2 white figures. Immediately afterwards, God Shura roared, "Zhang Chen!" Zhang Chen's divine sense suddenly shrank, not daring to cover the entire Shura Castle, and condensed a divine sense clone at the gate of the castle. He was a little embarrassed. Over the years, he was very familiar with God Shura, and he was also very familiar with Shura Castle, but he didn't expect God Shura to bring a girl back this time. No wonder he called just now, but the other party didn't respond. It turned out to be an emergency. A moment later, the figure of God Shura appeared at the gate of the castle. What came out was also the avatar of divine sense, not the real body of God Shura. Obviously, his real body was still busy and didn't want to come out, or others didn't want him to come out. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue twice, and said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, that's the Rakshasa god, right?" God Shura glared at Jiang Chen angrily, then nodded, and the two walked towards the inside of the main hall. His cultivation has reached the realm of God Shura, and his castle of Shura is one of the few treasures in the god realm. The flow of time here is under the control of God Shura, just like in the mortal world. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. After a while, the two sat down. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" God Shura glanced at Jiang Chen, and said calmly. Obviously, he still had some concerns about Jiang Chen's inadvertent peep just now. "I want to come to the God realm, and get rid of Tang San as soon as possible," Jiang Chen said. God Shura nodded, and said, "You can raise your cultivation level to the level of a god king within 15 years, which greatly exceeded my expectations." He bowed his head and pondered for a while, then continued, "Your aptitude is much better than mine. I suggest you continue to practice in Douluo, and then ascend to the God realm after reaching the 100-year limit. With your aptitude, your strength is definitely in the God realm. First, no one can threaten you anymore." Jiang Chen nodded, not being modest, and said, "Indeed, it's just that Tang San has always been a thorn in my heart. Since he came to the God realm, he has been hiding in the Castle of Destruction, which makes me a little worried." God Shura smiled and said, "What is there to worry about? Then Tang San's aptitude is much worse than yours. Even if he destroys the castle at the same speed as Douluo Continent, under the same training time, he can't surpass yours." Jiang Chen shook his head. "I always feel that something bad is about to happen, in order to avoid long nights and dreams, so I should kill him as soon as possible." "Okay, up to you," God Shura said indifferently. "Your current strength is not much weaker than mine, it's just that your background is weaker, but it's enough to shock the gods. Besides, the senior behind you probably won't just watch you get killed. I'll make arrangements, then I will pick you up in person." Jiang Chen nodded. "Thank you very much. Why are we brothers being polite?" God Shura hooked Jiang Chen's shoulder, squeezed his eyes, and said in a low voice, "When you come to God realm, brother will take you to have fun. Aren't you afraid of that one?" Jiang Chen looked inside. "Isn't this for you breaking the precept once in a while?" God Shura looked a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen stood up. "I won't talk nonsense with you. I will contact you when I am ready." God Shura waved impatiently. Go. Suddenly, his face moved slightly, and he said, "The God of Destruction held a committee meeting to discuss important matters, and asked our committee members to go there with their own deities. I will contact you when I come back." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded. It doesn't take long to hold a meeting. Even if the committee headquarters is at the normal time flow of the God realm, if the meeting is held for an hour, it will only take half a month in the Douluo Continent. After so many years, Jiang Chen can still wait for half a month. It just so happened that I could use this last time to spend more time with my wife and daughter. Not long after, God Shura's real body came out, and beside him was a petite woman with a delicate face. This is the first time for Jiang Chen to see the real body of the Raksha god, and it is very different from the divine sense that he stayed in Douluo back then. Looking at his face and height, it's easy to think that Rakshasa is a 14 or 15-year-old girl. But the stalwart on her chest shows that she is not a simple girl. "Hi, sister-in-law." Jiang Chen immediately smiled. Rakshasa nodded slightly, and gave Jiang Chen a menacing look. "Boy, next time you dare to look around, be careful, I'll gouge your eyeballs." Don't dare. Jiang Chen sneered. "You guys talk, I'll go first." God Shura left in a hurry, strode out, and left Shura Castle very quickly. "Sister-in-law, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to Douluo first." Jiang Chen maintained a smile. "The aura of this Rakshasa god is a bit strong." "Wait." Rakshasa sat down and stared at Jiang Chen. "I heard that Bibi Dong was rescued by the expert behind you? Has she been resurrected?" Jiang Chen nodded, then shook his head again, and said, "Her soul has been hurt, and it is recovering now, and it will soon be recovered." "Well, then I won't keep you, you go." Rakshasa waved his hand. "Okay, I'll come to the God realm in a while, and I'll bring you some special products from the Douluo Continent." "Well, you've got a heart, kid." Rakshasa finally smiled. Jiang Chen was still walking in the garden, but his divine sense was withdrawn. At this moment, he felt the fluctuation of Qianrongxue and Hu Lina's exit. "Stay with them for a while longer," Jiang Chen secretly said. He had to go to the God realm this time as a cloned God Shura, but he was not sure about a clone, so the deity and the clone would go together. He had two missions to ascend to the God realm this time. One was to kill Tang San, and the other was to solve the problem that he was being targeted in the God realm. The second task is more important. Only when he has gained a firm foothold in the God realm can he dare to let his family members ascend with confidence. "I hope everything goes well," Jiang Chen murmured. Chapter 410. The Good God King was captured. Shura left Shura Castle and came to a teleportation formation. The territory of the God Realm is extremely vast, and the 5 members of the God Realm Committee live in different corners of the God Realm, with great distances. But their residences have teleportation arrays that can directly reach the outside of the God Realm Committee. God Shura stepped into the teleportation array, activated the teleportation array, the light lit up, and his figure disappeared. Outside the huge castle building of the headquarters of the God Realm Committee, there is a teleportation array on the wide square. The teleportation array lit up, and the figure of God Shura walked out from it. But as soon as he walked out, he felt something was wrong. Although nothing seemed to have changed in the committee, he smelled a conspiracy. Above the sky, a huge disc slowly rotated. There are many complicated and mysterious patterns engraved on the disc, which makes people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The disc exudes a mysterious atmosphere, covering the entire God Realm Committee. This is the High Priest's secret disc. God Shura recognized it immediately. The High Priest, like the 5 members of their committee, was one of the earliest gods in the early days of the God Realm. God Shura has seen this heavenly secret disc a few times, and each time it was used by the High Priest to predict the future. The High Priest is quite low-key. Since the birth of God Realm, God Shura has never seen him fight, and he has only shown the ability to predict. However, God Shura did not expect that the High Priest's secret disc would appear in the God Realm Committee today. Only 5 members of the God Realm Committee can enter here. All first-level gods cannot come here without the permission of the committee. Reminiscent of the High Priest advocating killing Jiang Chen, and recently getting very close to the God of Destruction, God Shura had a bad premonition in his heart. Generally speaking, for a committee meeting, it only needs to project an avatar from the divine sense. If the deity is present in person, there must be something important happening. Before God Shura received a voice transmission from the God of Destruction, he thought that something important had happened in the God Realm, so he came here in a hurry. But now it seems that he should have fallen into the trap of the God of Destruction. All kinds of thoughts flashed in God Shura's mind instantly. He didn't rush into the committee, but extended his divine thoughts first. Haha, Shura, you're here. Before God Shura could see what was going on in the committee, the God of Destruction laughed loudly. Afterwards, a group of people walked out of the committee. The leader is the God of Destruction, wearing a huge dark purple cloak that covers the entire head. Only 2 scarlet eyes can be seen. Behind the God of Destruction is a man with white beard and hair, with a kind smile on his face, who is the High Priest. Beside the High Priest was actually Tang San. Right now Tang San's gaze was indifferent, and when he saw God Shura, there was even a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Behind Tang San and the High Priest, the 4th one to come out was actually the God of Kindness. She has long black hair, wears a white robe, has a beautiful and soft face, and gives off an unparalleled sense of purity in her temperament. The moment he saw the situation of the God of Kindness clearly, God Shura's eyes widened sharply, and he yelled, "Destroy, do you want to rebel?" At this time, the God of Kindness had her divine power and divine sense sealed away, and now she is no different from an ordinary person. Behind the God of Goodness, there are 7 first-level gods, belonging to the 7 original sin gods under the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction couldn't help laughing wildly when he heard God Shura's question. "Sura, you came just in time. I'm about to take charge of the God Realm. How can I not have your witness? Destruction, you are crazy." God Shura said coldly. "You are the ones who are stupid. If the God Realm had expanded under my leadership, we would have been able to control more planes, gain more mind power, create more gods, and let more humans have chance becomes God. I am the only one who cares about the God Realm. You are just cowardly and selfish." The God of Destruction attacked God Shura with his ideas without hesitation. God Shura didn't continue to quarrel with him on this aspect. They had discussed this issue countless times, and he understood that it didn't make sense with the God of Destruction. He looked at the God of Kindness and asked in confusion, "Kindness, how did you get arrested by them? Evil." God Shura was extremely puzzled, because the God Realm Committee wasn't damaged at all, which meant that there wasn't even a single bit of fighting happening here. There was no battle, so why was the God of Kindness captured? And where did the evil God King who was the husband of the good God King go? There was a helpless look on the beautiful face of the kind God King. "The strength of destruction is already stronger than me, and the sea god Tang San is now at the level of a God King. No matter what, I will lose, so I will be captured without a fight up. Before I monitored the turmoil in the 5 elements continent, I asked the evil to go down and investigate. I didn't expect this to be a conspiracy to destroy. I lost contact with the evil, and he hasn't rushed back yet." Shocked in his heart, God Shura looked at Tang San, who looked at him coldly in disbelief. This Tang San came to God Realm only half a month ago. Even in Ruin Castle, the time flow is the same as in the mortal world. It is only 16 years. In 16 years, how could it be possible for a person who just broke through to become a god-level powerhouse? This Tang San is not Jiang Chen. Moreover, the sea god's original god position is a first-level god, and the new sea god will be bound by the inherited god position. It is extremely difficult to break through the shackles and reach the God King level. There is only one possibility for Tang San to reach this strength in a short time. Tang San, as the inheritor of the sea god, you actually devoured the sea god. Do you know that this kind of behavior is taboo in the God Realm? You will be executed. You are so insane, it is beyond the law of heaven. God Shura sternly said. Drank. Tang San was shocked all over, looked at the god of destruction and the high priest with shocked and blank eyes, breathlessly asked, Master Destroyer, High Priest, is what God Shura said true? When he asked this sentence, Tang San already believed it in his heart. He had always thought that what he absorbed was a treasure left to him by the sea god, but he didn't expect it to be the sea god himself. God Shura continued to shout, the new gods and the old gods have the same origin, the new gods can only greatly increase their strength in a short period of time by devouring the old gods. Poseidon is equivalent to your teacher, you actually devoured him, Tang San? Do you have any humanity left? Tang San was slapped in the face by God Shura, his face turned pale little by little. The god of destruction said, Tang San, don't be distracted by him. It was Poseidon who voluntarily sacrificed himself to accomplish you. He has always believed that Jiang Chen is a disaster in the god realm. Only by fulfilling you can he have a chance to kill Jong Chen. Didn't you always want to kill Jiang Chen for revenge? God Shura is your biggest obstacle, only by defeating him will you have a chance of revenge. Tang San's eyes lit up, as if a drowning man grasped the straw to save his life. Yes, Jong Chen is a disaster in the god realm and my enemy. Senior Poseidon's sacrifice is worthwhile. After Jong Chen dies, Poseidon will be a hero in the god realm. He didn't die in vain. Tang San thought in his heart. Comfort myself. God Shura ignored the god of destruction and the others, and his brows were deeply frowned. Just now, his divine sense wanted to go to the Five Elements continent to contact the evil god king, but found that his divine sense was restricted within the scope of the committee castle. And what restricts his divine sense from penetrating out is the secret disc hanging high in the sky. No wonder there was no news of the King of Kindness being captured. All of this was a well-designed conspiracy to defeat them one by one. I'm afraid that the sudden turmoil in the Five Elements continent is also the plan of the god of destruction, and the purpose is to lure the god of evil away. At this moment, various thoughts flashed through God Shura's mind, and many problems that he couldn't figure out before suddenly became clear. His eyes fell on the High Priest, and he said coldly, High Priest, back then the 7 Shrek people had repeatedly won excessive rewards, and the Sea God and the others had their divine sense avatars in the lower realm. You were the one who blocked the investigation of the Skywatching Mirror, right? The High Priest stroked his white beard and said with a smile, That's right, it's the old man. P.S. This book should be finished in a few days, and the author's new book must start, so I will spend some time conceiving the new book in the next period. This book of Douluo is updated twice a day, and as far as possible after the end of Douluo, the new book can be picked up. The new book should be about the evolution of Doomsday abilities. I wonder if there are many book lovers who like to read this type of book. Chapter 420 Tang San plots against Azura God. God Shura took a deep look at the High Priest, and felt afraid of this low-key old man for the first time. The other party can actually block the secrets of the sky, and even the supervising heaven realm can't detect it. This kind of method is simply unimaginable. And even the divine thoughts can be isolated. God Shura can't notify others at all in this situation. But he remained calm. As the god of Shura, he is in charge of killing and judging. What kind of crisis has he not experienced? The predicament in front of him was not a hopeless situation for him. He looked at the god of destruction and asked, What is your purpose? The god of destruction laughed, Of course it's not you. After I have you and kindness as a bargaining chip, I can let the evil hand over the God Realm Center in an open and honest manner. I believe he will not refuse. Don't you think it's embarrassing for a dignified law enforcement officer to use such a shady method of coercion? God Shura yelled loudly, causing the eardrums of the first-level gods present to burst with horror. Before the voice fell, the figure of God Shura had already soared into the sky. A blood-red giant sword appeared in his hand, with extremely complicated and mysterious patterns engraved on it, making this sword exude an astonishing killing aura. This is his weapon, the Shura sword. It has been the weapon that has accompanied him from weak to strong, and it is his most loyal partner. As for Jong Chen's Shura sword, it was refined by God Shura after he came to the God realm. After the refining was successful, it was put in the slaughter capital of Douluo Continent as a weapon inherited by God Shura. God Shura's figure seemed to be teleporting, and he was already high above the sky in the blink of an eye. Swinging the blood-red giant sword with both hands, he lifted it up with a sky-shattering momentum. In terms of the most terrifying weapon in the God realm, his Shura sword definitely ranks first. If there is no accident on this secret plate, it will be severely damaged by his sword, and the barrier that blocks the divine sense and the secret will be broken. But the situation was different from what he expected. His sword fell through, and that day's secret disc disappeared out of thin air, appearing in the hands of the High Priest. Sura, this is my treasure. The High Priest smiled faintly. This time the disc of secrets returned to the hands of the High Priest, and the barrier that blocked the secrets still existed. God Shura's eyes were slightly gloomy, and without saying a word, he continued to rush towards the sky with the sword of Shura in his hand. It is unwise to stay here to entangle with the god of destruction and Tang San. He has to rush out of this barrier first, contact the evil god king, and then settle accounts with these guys. After all, the god of destruction is a little bit stronger than him, plus there is Tang San who has reached the level of god king. Even though God Shura is good at fighting, he still has no idea. The best way is to contact the evil god king first, then they will be 2 against 2, and the god of destruction will not be able to do anything to them. If one more Jiang Chen is added, these guys will definitely be defeated. God Shura glanced down, and he was about to rush out of the range of the barrier. I've been on guard against you for a long time. Tang San's voice was cold. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The space above God Shura's head fluctuated, and a huge sea god trident appeared. This trident seemed to have been hidden here all along, shielding God Shura's gaze and divine sense perception. At this moment Tang San launched an attack, finally making it appear. The high priest stroked his beard in satisfaction, with a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Hiding Tang San's weapon there is exactly his masterpiece. The ability of the heavenly mystery disc made God Shura jealous. He would definitely choose to destroy the heavenly secret disc and then escape. All of this was calculated by the high priest. That's why he set up a trap above the heaven's secret disc, waiting for God Shura to step into it. Tang San's trident at this time was given to him by the god of destruction, a weapon used by Poseidon himself, no worse than the trident Tang San used back then in Douluo Continent. Following his finger, endless golden light suddenly burst out from the trident, forming circles of ripples, covering God Shura rushing forward in the blink of an eye. Unfixed storm. Tang San spit out the 4 words lightly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He is also at the level of a god king. Among the same level, God Shura must be held by him for at least 10 seconds. For them, 10 seconds can do a lot. Even though God Shura is strong, he would still suffer hatred if he was immobilized for 10 seconds. Tang San. God Shura roared, frightened and angry. This Tang San is actually so insidious. God Shura shot out angrily, and swung the Shura sword in his hand. However, neither the Shura sword nor the sword energy emitted from the Shura sword could disperse the golden halo around him. The Poseidon's indeterminate storm can only be avoided, there is no other way to break it. But at this time God Shura was surrounded by golden halos in all directions, and he couldn't avoid it. The speed of the golden circle of light was extremely fast, and it touched God Shura after he swung 2 swords. After Tang San reached the strength of the God King level, this indeterminate turmoil became even more terrifying. Although he had just broken through to the level of a God King, this move was enough to make God Shura afraid. The golden halo fell on Shura God, and a powerful restraining force appeared, surging from all directions like waves one after another, fixing him firmly in place. The divine power in his body could no longer be mobilized under the action of this uncertain turmoil, and his body could not move an inch. Tang San had already rushed towards the sky after the uncertain storm started. At this time God Shura had just been immobilized, and he appeared beside God Shura. The trident returned to his hand. He had completely suppressed the power of the unfixed storm in the trident before, and only after God Shura approached did he trigger it, thus trapping God Shura. Tang San showed a fierce expression, holding the trident. Without frowning, he stabbed towards God Shura's chest. With a puff, the trident sank into God Shura's chest, and golden blood spattered. Tang San pulled out the trident, and stabbed another hole in God Shura's stomach. It's over, God Shura, I should blame you for choosing Jiang Chen as the inheritor. This thought flashed in Tang San's mind, and the trident in his hand rushed towards God Shura's head. God Shura's heart and Danshan were damaged and had been severely injured. If the head is hit by Tang San's heavy machine again, it is very likely to fall. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Tang San, grabbing the trident that was about to pierce God Shura's head. The god of destruction stamped God Shura's chest with his palm, and endless purple-black rays of light erupted from his body, turning into strange talismans one by one, pouring into God Shura's body. This process lasted for a few seconds, and after he withdrew his hand, there was already a swirling purple-black talisman on God Shura's chest. At this time, the time of 10 seconds finally passed, but the divine power and divine sense of God Shura were all sealed by this talisman. At this time, he was already like an ordinary person, he couldn't even do Yukong, and fell straight down. The god of destruction flickered a few times, bringing God Shura to the ground. Holding the trident, Tang San followed with a murderous look on his face. Tang San, you can't kill gods in the god realm, or you will be punished by the gods. The god of destruction reminded. God's punishment. Tang San was puzzled. God's punishment is controlled by the center of the god realm. In the god realm, the act of killing a god is punished by God. Even with your current strength, you will be seriously injured if you are attacked by God's punishment. And the center of the god realm is controlled by the evil god king. So, as long as God's punishment occurs, he will definitely know that something happened in the god realm. The god of destruction explained. Then let him go like this. Tang San said bitterly, if it wasn't for him, Jiang Chen's strength would have improved so quickly. In the final analysis, the death of my family and friends has nothing to do with God Shura. He stared fixedly at God Shura, without hiding his murderous intent. The god of destruction smiled and said, don't worry, when I control the center of the god realm, you don't have to worry about God's punishment, and you can kill as you want. Tang San was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slowly, the murderous intent exuding gradually concealed. Thinking of the death of his parents and good brother, Tang San's heart ached. Sir God, you and Jong Chen must die, neither of you can escape. Chapter 420 The conspiracy succeeded. God Shura looked at Tang San with pity. Tang San, you are far behind Jong Chen, you will never win against him. Tang San's face was livid, the hand holding the trident trembled, and the veins bulged. Shura, calm down, it's not good for you to provoke Tang San now. The god of destruction said. God Shura didn't speak anymore. He was severely injured by Tang San, plus his divine power and divine sense were blocked. It was really difficult to escape. Now that he and goodness are in the hands of the god of destruction, the other party will definitely use this to blackmail the evil god king. The god of destruction said, Shura, don't think about it anymore. You have no chance to escape. When you come out, the god realm will definitely be more prosperous. Of course, the premise is that you have to live to that day. God Shura's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, what do you want to do? In order to prevent you from causing damage in the future, of course I have to imprison you. The god of destruction said. The god of kindness thought of something, and for the first time panic appeared on Zhuomei's face. Destroy, how dare you, she snapped. The god of destruction glanced at the king of kindness, and said, don't worry, Shura will protect you. Then, he waved his hand and said, God of destruction, you bring greed, jealousy, and arrogance together and escort the two of them to the entrance of the prison of eternal sin, and listen to my orders at any time. Yes, my lord. The god of destruction walked out, leading the three gods of original sin to escort the god of Shura and the king of kindness to leave. Destroy, you are crazy, if you lock us in there, the evil will definitely follow you forever. God Shura roared loudly. The king of kindness was even more pale. The prisoners in the prison of eternal sin are all gods who have committed great crimes in the god realm over the long years, and there are also a large number of gods and beasts who have caused chaos in the god realm. Some gods are even as ancient as the members of the 5 committees, and their original strength is terrifying. No matter who it is, if it is locked inside, its divine power cannot be used. This prison was born of the way of heaven, and no one can break through the rules inside. The criminals inside were all sent in by the 5 members of the committee. If God Shura and the King of Kindness enter inside, I can't imagine what will happen. Especially of beauties like the kind God King who rank among the top 3 in the God realm. God Shura and God King Kindness were being escorted away gradually, but the roar of God Shura came back. Destroy, don't you care about your relationship over the years? I believe you can survive inside. The God of destruction smiled. After the figures of Shura God and his party completely disappeared, the God of destruction laughed and said, our plan is half successful, and the next step is to let the evil God King hand over the center of the God realm. After the God realm expands, all of you great heroes of the God realm, after you control more planes in the future, you will gain more mind power, and you will have a complete chance to break through to the level of God King. Maybe there will be a few law enforcers among you in the future. The God of Destruction's subordinates were immediately extremely excited, and they were all gearing up. They yearn for great power, and cannot resist the temptation given to them by the God of Destruction. Let's go. The God of Destruction led a group of subordinates towards the 5 Elements continent. Over the 5 Elements continent, the evil God King was frowning. He just used his spiritual sense to contact his wife, but he couldn't get in touch because the other party was not in the committee. At this moment, he sensed something, and his eyes flashed with a slight sternness. In a flash, he had passed through the atmosphere of the 5 Elements continent and appeared in the starry sky. Outside the 5 Elements continent, God of Destruction and his party were already waiting there. As soon as the evil God King appeared, he was surrounded. Holding the trident, Tang San blocked the evil God King one after another with the God of Destruction. The other first-level gods are blocking other directions. Destruction, what do you want to do? What about kindness? The God of evil said coldly. He had already sensed that something was wrong. The God of destruction was coming menacingly. Tang San exuded an astonishing aura. The kind God King couldn't be contacted. These things connected together gave the evil God King a bad premonition. The God of destruction smiled and said, look, they are at the entrance of the prison of eternal sin. As long as you obediently hand over the God realm center, I will let them go. The expression of the evil God King changed, and his divine sense found the figures of God Shura and the good God King outside the prison of eternal sin. You actually sealed them all. The evil God King stared at the God of destruction coldly. He had never been so angry in his life as he is today. The King of Kindness is his wife, his reverse scale, and now someone is threatening him with his wife. Destroy, you will regret it. The divine power in the evil God King's body began to surge. He gave everyone present a cold look, and was about to return to the God realm. With the ability of the center of the God realm, he can quickly reach the entrance of the hell of eternal sin. As long as the kindness God King and God Shura are rescued, the only loser will be the God of destruction. You can't get away. The voice of the God of destruction sounded, and the power of the God of destruction in his body also began to surge. Tang San, and several other first-level gods all urged their own divine power to unite with the God of destruction. This huge divine power actually prevented the evil God King from returning to the God realm. Evil, are you forcing me to imprison them in the prison of eternal sin? The God of destruction shouted loudly. At the same time, outside the entrance of the prison of eternal sin in the God realm, the God of destruction held the law enforcer badge given to him by the God of destruction, and slowly opened an entrance. As long as the God of destruction moves slightly, God Shura and the King of Kindness can be pushed inside. Outside of the 5 Elements continent, the evil God King saw this scene, and suddenly his veins twitched violently. Okay, I'll give it. The evil God King was furious to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well what kind of torture his wife would suffer once she was imprisoned in the prison of eternal sin. There are some brutal guys in there. In this case, he couldn't resist being soft. Even if he could contact several of his subordinates, it was too late to save them. As soon as he waved his hand, an 8-pointed star-shaped golden key shot towards the god of destruction. Destruction, the god realm is dominated by you, and sooner or later something big will happen. The evil god king said coldly. The god of destruction took the golden key, and the two red eyes hidden inside the cloak shone brightly. Hey, you don't need to worry about this, just watch carefully, time will tell everything, God realm will only become stronger and stronger under my leadership. It's useless to talk too much, now you can let go of kindness and Shura. Of course, I'll throw them in now. After the god of destruction's voice fell, the god of destruction over there immediately received the order and pushed God Shura and the king of kindness into it. All 5 members of the committee can open the entrance to the prison of eternal sin and send criminals inside, but only those in charge of the center of the god realm have the right to release people from it. Seeing his wife and God Shura being thrown into the prison of eternal sin, the evil god king's eyes turned red. Destroy, you deserve to die. The evil god king roared, and the starry sky trembled. His aura was rising steadily, and the terrifying aura made the first-level gods around him tremble uncontrollably. The strength gap between them and the evil god king is too great. The god of destruction shouted, "Evil, Tang San and I teamed up, you have no chance of winning at all, instead of wasting time here, you might as well rush to protect your wife." The evil god king paused, glanced at the god of destruction and Tang San with murderous intent, and disappeared. This time, the god of destruction did not stop the evil god king from returning to the god realm. After the evil god king left, the god of destruction laughed wildly. Just watch carefully, only I can make the god realm develop better and better. The evil god king rushed to the entrance of the hell of eternal sin anxiously. At this time, the god of destruction and the others had already left and went to join the god of destruction. The evil god king took out his evil badge and opened the entrance to the hell of eternal sin. As long as he steps inside, he will also be suppressed by the rules inside and cannot use divine power. Only the god of destruction who controls the center of the god realm has the right to release them. The evil god king didn't hesitate at the thought of his beloved woman inside. He quickly sent a voice transmission to his subordinates, telling them not to act rashly in the future, and then transmitted a voice transmission to Rakshasa god, explaining the general situation. The evil god king knew about the fact that Rakshasa and Shura were in love, and he had to tell Rakshasa when something like this happened. Finally, he contacted the goddess of life again, but unfortunately he was unable to contact her. After the sound transmission, the god of evil immediately stepped into the hell of eternal sin. Even if he can't use divine power, he still has to protect his wife. The god of destruction and his party returned to the God Realm Committee. Senior Destroyer, I have done what I promised you, can I kill Jiang Chen? Tang San's murderous aura was awe-inspiring, and he couldn't help being excited. Chapter 420 Ambush Jiang Chen. He has already reached the level of a god king, so Jong Chen still stays in the Douluo Continent, unable to absorb the divine power of the god realm for cultivation, and his progress must be slow. Tang San was extremely confident in his heart, with his current strength, he could easily crush Jong Chen. Thinking back when Xiaoxue was sucked blood by Jong Chen and blew himself up, Tang San couldn't help but hate him. Little San, after killing Jong Chen, we will get married, and I will give myself completely to you. Tang San vaguely heard Xiaoxue's shy voice, saw Xiaoxue's glowing red face, buried happily in his arms. The revenge of killing his wife must be avenged. Hearing Tang San's question, the god of destruction said, of course, with your current strength, no matter how weird Jong Chen's methods are, he will not be your opponent. I will borrow 2 more of you to deal with Qianrongxiu and Qianrongxiu. Hu Lina, make sure nothing goes wrong. Tang San quickly thanked. With the help of the god of destruction, Jong Chen could no longer make waves. Wait a moment. Seeing that Tang San was about to go to Douluo, the high priest stopped Tang San in time. High priest, what's wrong? Tang San asked doubtfully. He also now knew the ability of the high priest and the prestige of the other party in the god realm, and he had sincere admiration for this old man. I heard that Jong Chen was predicted by the high priest for the disaster in the god realm. Tang San believed that if there was anyone who desperately wanted Jong Chen to die, it would be the high priest. The high priest's face was serious, and he said, then Jong Chen is not simple, don't underestimate him. I did the math just now, your trip to the Douluo Continent this time will be very dangerous. Tang San was startled, and then looked at the god of destruction in a daze. Just now the god of destruction said that his strength is enough to crush Jong Chen. Although Tang San had some admiration for the high priest in his heart, he had to have some doubts about the other party's prophecy at this time. Fortune-telling was too mysterious, beyond Tang San's cognition, he couldn't be sure whether the high priest's prophecy was really correct. Could it be that just because of a prophecy that he will be defeated by Jong Chen for sure? Before the fight, Tang San felt extremely uncomfortable when he was judged to be defeated. Therefore, under strong unwillingness, he questioned the prophecy of the high priest. Just when he wanted to ask a question, the god of destruction spoke, and his voice became serious. Tang San, believe in the high priest, he has never missed his prophecy. Over the long years in the god realm, he has helped many gods predict good and bad luck, and helped many people avoid disasters. It is precisely because of this that the high priest is so powerful in the god realm. Great prestige. Yes, see God, you have to believe the words of the high priest. Several other first-level gods were also persuading Tang San. Tang San nodded with a heavy heart, looked at the high priest for help, and said, "High priest, what should I do?" The high priest pondered for a moment, and said, "In my prediction, this Jiang Chen's ability is not trivial. Even if you are with Destroyer, you may not be able to kill him." Hearing this, the god of destruction narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't help but think of all the weird things about Jiang Chen. The god of destruction has been paying attention to Jiang Chen since he first discovered Jiang Chen's crossing the catastrophe. But Jiang Chen seems to have the ability to block the detection of other people's divine sense. Even the sky monitoring mirror can't see what Jiang Chen is doing sometimes. There is also that kind of weird catastrophe. Isn't it the divine punishment from the god realm? But its power is not that strong. Back then, a human being who hadn't become a god could frequently trigger divine punishment, which had to be treated with caution by the god of destruction. "High priest, what's your opinion?" the god of destruction also asked. He didn't take Jiang Chen seriously just now, but now he was reminded by the high priest, and finally realized Jiang Chen's trouble. The high priest said, "Don't worry, I have already calculated the safest method, which is enough to kill Jiang Chen. I'm not strong, so the place where I live has been arranged by me with a lot of shockingly powerful formations. Let's lay an ambush there first, and then lead Jiang Chen to the god realm, so we won't be afraid that he won't be punished." The god of destruction's eyes lit up. Not bad. He thought of another ability of the high priest. In the god realm, only the high priest can arrange a powerful formation at the level of a god king. At the beginning, a first-level god wanted to harm the high priest and broke into the high priest's residence, but he was bombarded by the big array. The god of destruction said, "That's it, high priest, go and arrange the formation with Tang San first. I have to refine the center of the god realm first, and then join you." The high priest nodded, "Yes." He looked at Tang San, "Let's go." Tang San nodded, followed the high priest to leave. After Tang San and the high priest left, he destroyed the divine way. "Master, you are in charge of the center of the god realm, so you can manipulate God's punishment? Why are you still worried about that Jiang Chen? The divine way of destruction, God's punishment consumes the divine power of the god realm. We are about to open up the god realm, so it's not worth spending the divine power on Jiang Chen." Several people stepped into the committee and stood on the platform on the top floor of the committee, overlooking the entire god realm. "Badge." The god of destruction stretched out his hand. The god of destruction hurriedly handed over the badge of destruction that the god of destruction had handed over to him. The god of destruction took the badge, and the octagonal golden key appeared in his other hand. He slowly pressed his badge into the gap in the middle of the golden key. The entire golden key suddenly turned purple-black, with endless destructive thoughts erupting from it. This is the center of the god realm, and it needs to be controlled with its own badge. I've waited for endless years, and finally this day has come. The god of destruction muttered to himself, and couldn't help being ecstatic in his heart. "Congratulations, my lord." The 7 original sin gods and destruction gods behind him congratulated each other. The god of destruction nodded, and said, "You all stay at the committee to prevent the evil and Shura's subordinates from making trouble." "Good sir." The god of destruction didn't linger any longer. He rushed out of the committee and headed towards the prison of eternal sin. Not long after, he rushed to the prison of eternal sin and entered it directly. As soon as he entered, he found the 3 Shura gods who were under siege. At this time, the injuries on the 3 of God Shura were not serious, especially God Shura, who had been severely injured by Tang San before, and after entering with the King of Kindness, he still had to try his best to protect this woman. If it wasn't for the evil God King who arrived later, it is estimated that he would not be able to persist until now. The god of destruction descended from the sky, exuding endless thoughts of destruction all over his body, majestic. The criminals who besieged the 3 Shura gods fled in terror. The god of destruction who controls the center of the god realm can use divine power normally in it. The 3 evil god kings looked at the god of destruction coldly. "What are you doing here? Do you want to see us in despair?" the evil god king said coldly. The god of destruction shook his head. "We have been together for endless years. How could I really want you to die? Don't worry, I will only imprison you for a period of time, and I will release you when I am done. Know how right I made the choice." The 3 god Shura didn't speak anymore. At this point, there was no need to argue anymore. The god of destruction also stopped talking, and used the power of the center of the god realm to open up a safe area for the 3 of God Shura. Before he left, he glanced at God Shura. "Sura, the high priest, Tang San, and I are going to ambush and kill Jiang Chen. He won't live long, and no one can stop my grand plan." God of destruction left. God Shura was extremely worried. The evil god king comforted. "Don't worry, during the battle just now, didn't you say that Jiang Chen already had the strength of a god king? Support, if we unite our tribe again, we may be able to compete with destroying them." God Shura still shook his head, sighed and said, "Facing old and cunning guys like the High Priest and Ruin, Jiang Chen's chances of winning are not great." The High Priest and Tang San came to a stretch of beautiful mountains. White clouds are long, green mountains and green waters, all kinds of beautiful birds are playing. Everything in front of you is like a fairyland. "Come with me." The High Priest smiled and walked in first. Tang San followed the High Priest. His attention was attracted by the surrounding environment. He didn't notice that the smiling face of the High Priest was a bit weird and terrifying at all. Chapter 423 Tang San. A gravel path is paved among the lush mountain forests, leading to the depths of the dense forest with twists and turns. Along the way, from time to time, you can hear the ding-dong of spring water and the flow of clear mountain streams. Tang San followed behind the high priest, already attracted by the scenery here. He couldn't help admiring. High priest, your place should be the most beautiful place in the god realm. The high priest shook his head and smiled. It's not the most beautiful place, but my place is the closest to nature. Due to the nature of my martial spirit, I need to be close to nature and understand nature, so that I can see the secret of heaven. You young people don't always fight and kill, get closer to nature, let your mind calm down, and practice naturally and quickly. I've been taught. Tang San bowed and bowed, respecting the high priest more and more in his heart. The high priest is really a wise man, just like my teacher. Tang San thought to himself, couldn't help thinking of his teacher Yu Xiaogang. The teacher's child and wife are taken care of by Dean Flender. The teacher should be smiling. This is the only place that makes Tang San feel relieved. In the picture that the high priest showed him back then, Jong Chen did not kill Flender and Lu Erlong in the end. Of course, Tang San's will to kill Jong Chen will not be changed by Jong Chen's kindness. The high priest and Tang San walked in the mountains, but their speed was very fast, and they arrived at their destination in a short while. This was the center of the forest, and in front of them was a turquoise lake, whose sparkling surface reflected white clouds and treetops. By the lake, there were quite a few small animals drinking the water comfortably, not at all afraid of the arrival of the high priest and Tang San. There are a few thatched houses on the side, which are simple but exciting. If Xiaowu didn't die, it would be great. I will definitely take her to find such a place to live in seclusion, and live a life like a fairy couple. Tang San fantasized in his heart. But it could only be a fantasy. He woke up in an instant, and the killing intent towards Jong Chen in his heart became even stronger. Follow me? The high priest led Tang San into the thatched cottage. The furnishings in the house are simple, a bed, a table, and a few chairs. High priest, aren't we going to set up a formation to ambush Jong Chen? Tang San questioned. The high priest turned to look at Tang San. His usual kind smile had disappeared. Now there was only naked greed on his face. His temperament changed drastically, from a wise and kind old man to a sinister and vicious old fox. Those greedy eyes seemed to want to swallow Tang San alive. Tang San's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively took a few steps back. The sea-like divine power secretly surged in his body. High priest, what are you doing? Tang San, I want to eat you. The benevolent high priest's face gradually turned ferocious, and Tang San couldn't help feeling tense in his heart. Even though Tang San already possessed the strength of the God King level, seeing the high priest's appearance and hearing the high priest's frightening words, his heart panicked for no reason. A bad premonition emerged in his heart. High priest, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Tang San squeezed out a smile, trying to figure out what the high priest's real purpose was. You heard me right, I just want to eat you, just like you ate Poseidon. Tang San's face finally changed color. The divine power secretly mobilized in his body could no longer be suppressed, and his whole body was already on extreme alert. Knowing people, knowing face but not knowing heart, he has only known the high priest in the god realm for more than 10 days, but he did not expect that this kind old grandfather turned out to be a monster who wanted to eat people. The high priest laughed eerily, and continued, you don't know yet, Poseidon didn't sacrifice himself voluntarily, he was killed by myself and Destroyer, we made his whole body into 1A blood cell, you can have this level of cultivation because you ate his flesh and drank his blood, he. Goosebumps appeared all over Tang San's body, his scalp was numb, and his heart was terrified. The bead he ate turned out to be the flesh and blood of Poseidon. He thought it was elixir condensed from Poseidon's cultivation. Thinking of this, Tang San's stomach started to roll, and he couldn't help but want to vomit. Even though he killed quite a few people, he even drank the Bloody Mary in it when he was in the capital of slaughter. But when he thought of being eaten by him, his strong heart still couldn't resist. How could this be? How could it be? Tang San muttered, trying his best to suppress the feeling of vomiting in his body. He was extremely afraid of the high priest. He just wanted to contact the god of destruction with his divine sense to explain the situation here, but he saw that the high priest's artifact, the heavenly secret disc, had been released. Everything in this world is covered up, even the god of destruction who has the center of the god realm can't find it. At this point, Tang San wasn't going to sit still. The sea god trident appeared in his hand, and surging divine power poured into it. High priest, I heard that your strength can't even beat a first-level god. Where do you have the confidence to swallow me up? While speaking, Tang San's sea god trident rippled like golden circles of light. As long as this circle of light reaches the high priest, it can imprison the other party. Oh, the world underestimates me too much, I am the supreme god in the god realm. The high priest's voice sounded, and the 9 blue gold divine rings on Tang San's head began to turmoil, and the divine power in his body also began to riot, completely out of his control. Pucci. Tang San's body was impacted by his boiling divine power, and he was severely injured immediately. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face became extremely pale. The unsteady turmoil that emanated had collapsed before reaching the high priest. After the turbulence, the divine power in Tang San's body finally calmed down, but the strange thing was that he could no longer control his divine power. It was as if the divine power in his body belonged to someone else and had nothing to do with him. Tang San looked sluggish, leaning on the trident with one hand, kneeling weakly on the ground with one knee. What did you do to me? Tang San looked at the ferocious-looking old man in front of him, feeling a trace of despair in his heart. He hasn't killed Jiang Chen yet, and hasn't avenged his great revenge, so is he going to die here? He still has to be devoured by others, his flesh and blood, and his cultivation, so that there is not even scum left. The high priest sweetened his lips, and slowly walked up to Tang San, with a look of nostalgia and pride. Since ancient times in the god realm, there has been an evil method of new gods devouring old gods. This method was once very popular, and many old gods to be devoured by the inheritors cultivated by oneself, and to become nourishment for others. Later, anyone who uses this method to improve their cultivation will be executed by the committee, and gradually no one dares to use this method. The high priest looked at Tang San, and asked a little proudly, "Do you know who invented this technique?" Tang San looked at the high priest coldly, without speaking. The high priest seemed to just ask casually, and didn't care about Tang San's answer. He laughed out loud, with a crazy look on his face. "That's right, I invented this method, but it's just a defective product. It can only devour gods with the same origin as myself, and I have already perfected this method. This technique was created by me. When I refined Poseidon into a blood pill, I tampered with it. No one would be able to find out. Once you refined a blood pill, you are doomed to be slaughtered by me. For countless years, I have devoured 49 second-level gods and 28 first-level gods. Everyone thought that those who inherited the gods went to explore the starry sky, but they all entered my stomach. My strength has already been raised to God King level peak. Ha ha ha. Tang San, you will be the first God King level powerhouse that I devour. The luck in your body is astonishing, which I have never seen before. As long as I eat you, I will have a chance to break through to become a God King. The entire god realm will be in my pocket, and all the gods will be my rations. I can eat whoever I want, and I don't have to sneak around anymore. Ha ha ha. Chapter 420 The Death of the God of Destruction. Hearing the crazy words of the high priest, Tang San's heart went cold. This high priest is a lunatic who actually deceived the entire god realm, and he himself is the disaster of the god realm. Those gods thought that the high priest was a respectable old man, but they didn't know his true face was a demon who ate people without spitting out bones. The high priest seemed to be confiding, and also seemed to be showing off his glorious deeds. Tang San, I have worked so hard to raise you to the level of a god king. Do you think you should repay me and obediently let me devour your origin and cultivation? The high priest smiled ferociously, and powerful fluctuations of divine power erupted from his seemingly old body. Tang San was startled. Although his divine power and divine sense had been sealed, his eyesight was still there. The aura of the high priest at this time was not weaker than that of the god of destruction and the god of evil that he had seen before. The void in front of Tang San was rippling like water, and the body of the high priest began to change under Tang San's shocked gaze. A moment later, the body of the high priest disappeared, and what appeared in front of Tang San was a huge piranha. The branches of the cannibal flower are dark red, but the huge flower buds on the top are extremely scarlet. The spherical flower buds are 2 meters in diameter and are in a closed state, but red blood seeps out from the gaps in the petals and drips onto the ground. Tang San, it's time for you to go. The flower bud opened, revealing a huge opening like a mouth, which was actually full of ferocious sharp teeth, and the inner wall of the petals wriggled like real flesh and blood. Tang San closed his eyes in despair. High priest, I have a request before I die. Shuaba, I usually agree to the requests of the dead. Help me kill Jong Chen. Tang San sighed in his heart, since he couldn't kill Jong Chen with his own hands, then let this evil high priest deal with Jong Chen. Don't worry, that kid will become my nourishment sooner or later. Quack quack. That huge flower slammed down on Tang San, swallowing Tang San into it. There was a crackling sound. The piranha was chewing. That was the sound of Tang San's bones breaking. The flesh and blood of the God King is really delicious. I really want to break through. After I break through, I solve the destruction first, and then go to the hell of eternal sin to swallow those guys. Who can stop me? Even if Jong Chen can't do it, Jong Chen can't stop me. After the god of destruction came out of the hell of eternal sin, he rushed directly to the residence of the high priest. When he arrived outside the continuous mountain range, he didn't stop at all, and went directly in the sky. Although the high priest is highly respected, the status of the law enforcer of the god of destruction is inherently higher than that of the high priest. At this time, the god of destruction has obtained the center of the god realm, so he doesn't have to worry about it. He also wanted to show the high priest and Tang San the majesty of his ruler in the god realm, so that they could recognize who was the boss of the god realm, and they should be obedient in the future. Therefore, he did not transmit the sound transmission in advance, and broke in directly, so as to best show his majesty. A moment later, the figure of the god of destruction landed beside the lake in the middle of the forest. He frowned slightly. Over the long years, he had been to this place once, and it was unremarkable at that time. But now, there is actually a formation that can affect the speed of time. With the strength of the high priest, it is impossible to arrange such a profound formation, which involves the law of time, and only the powerhouse of the God King level is qualified to comprehend it. But he didn't care, thinking that it should be arranged by one of their committee members for the high priest. As soon as he landed and his thoughts turned, the high priest pushed the door and walked out. The high priest smiled brightly, like a spring breeze. There was no one behind him. Tang San's figure did not appear. The god of destruction frowned and said, High priest, where's Tang San? Are your formations ready? The high priest patted his stomach lightly, and said with a smile, Tang San is here. The formation has been prepared many years ago, just waiting for you to come. The expression of the god of destruction who was hidden in the cloak changed, and he shouted, High priest, do you know what you are talking about? The high priest's voice suddenly became gloomy, and he said with a smile, I know, I'm very sober. He lifted his hands up, and countless light patterns lit up on the ground around him. These light streaks look extremely mysterious, and each light streak contains huge energy. Seen from a high altitude, these light streaks form a large mouth with a diameter of -meters. The entire forest began to shake, those towering trees began to shake, and gradually turned into a swing. The torso became extremely soft. The huge crown of the tree slowly changed its color and turned into brightly colored flowers. All the trees in the forest turned into hideous piranhas. Every piranha opened its mouth wide and let out a sharp and ear-piercing laugh, which was extremely scary. They are all shaking to their heart's content. The piercing shrill laughter sometimes turns into the sound of chewing, and there are all kinds of horrible screams, which make people's scalp numb. When a sudden change occurred here, the god of destruction became alert. Seeing this scene at this time, his heart began to beat wildly, and a strong life and death crisis lingered in his heart. He was terrified, and at the same time a little dazed. What was the purpose of the high priest? The high priest held the secret plate and walked slowly towards the god of destruction. The god of destruction made a prompt decision, and instead of attacking the high priest, he soared into the sky. This place gave him a very bad feeling, and he had a premonition that if he stayed here, he would die. Seeing the god of destruction flying into the air, the high priest was not in a hurry. He said indifferently, Destruction, I said you will die today. The rapidly rising figure of the god of destruction suddenly stopped, and a huge sense of fear filled his heart for a strange moment. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The god of destruction murmured non-stop, and his face also had a look of fear. After a while, he woke up abruptly, terrified in his heart, and without hesitation activated the defensive ability of the center of the god realm. The defensive capability of the center of the god realm can be said to be the strongest in the god realm. Even if it encounters the constant bombardment by the god-level masters, it will not be damaged in any way. The high priest still looked confident, and said calmly, I said, you have to give up resistance and obediently become my nourishment. The figure of the god of destruction stopped again, and then rushed towards the bottom. The defensive ability of the god realm center that he had just released was withdrawn. When approaching the ground, the god of destruction's expression began to struggle and twist violently. What kind of sorcery is this? The god of destruction woke up and shouted in horror. Great prophecy. The high priest looked proud and shook his raised hand. With a bang, a ferocious mouth broke through the ground and swallowed the god of destruction who was still in shock. The huge flower began to chew, and the high priest's face was filled with enjoyment. It's really delicious food, even better than Tang San's. The flowers suddenly began to vibrate violently, and the angry voice of the god of destruction came out. High priest, what exactly do you want? At the same time, thick purple-black clouds quickly appeared in the sky, and thick thunderbolts from water tanks bombarded down. I said, put down the butcher knife. The god of destruction was affected again, and all those thunders dispersed. At the same time, all the piranhas in the entire forest quickly withered, and the majestic and vast energy quickly flowed to the piranha that devoured the god of destruction along the streaks of light. There was a clicking sound, and the god of destruction was shattered. This forest is transformed from my body, and I have accumulated power for thousands of years. I am waiting for this day. The high priest closed his eyes, feeling the rapidly rising power in his body, and felt extremely satisfied. A moment later, a golden octagonal key emerged from the huge flower, which was the center of the god realm. Sura, evil, and kindness, the three of you are next. The high priest laughed coldly. Chapter 420 Chaos in the God Realm. The high priest felt extremely happy. For this day, he has waited for thousands of years. Although he already has the strength of the peak of the God King level, he has never dared to do anything. If one of the 5 members of the committee really died, the other 4 would definitely feel it. Although the high priest felt that he was number 1 in the God realm, he did not dare to face several God Kings directly. Finally, after making him wait for endless years, an opportunity finally came. That is Jiang Chen and Tang San. So he kept inciting the gods' hatred towards Jong Chun, and later asked Tang San to voluntarily join them. With Tang San's help, the god of destruction couldn't hold back anymore. His long-standing ambition finally broke out, and he successfully captured the center of the god realm, and even suppressed Shura, evil, and kindness into the prison of eternal sin. The work of the high priest. So what if the goddess of life knows that the god of destruction is dead now? The high priest who had devoured 2 god king level powerhouses no longer took her seriously. As long as he swallowed the 3 god Shura again, his strength would be greatly improved again, and no one could stop him. At the beginning, the high priest actually did not predict the scene of Jiang Chen slaughtering the god realm in the future. Everything was a lie he created to stir up turmoil in the god realm. He actually tried to calculate Jiang Chen's future, but Jiang Chen's future was shrouded by a mysterious force. It was hazy and unreal. No matter whether it is the world of gods or the mortal world, he has never met someone who is completely invisible. He can deduce a trace of the trajectory of everything, but Jiang Chen is completely out of his control, unable to peep into Jiang Chen's future. Therefore, what he was most afraid of was not Shura God, the 5 giants of the god realm, but Jiang Chen. When I swallow all the god kings, no one can stop me, not even Jiang Chen. At the same time as the god of destruction died, in the forest of life in the god realm, the goddess of life is drinking tea. Although she looks preoccupied, her posture is still elegant and charming. Sensing the dissipation of the god of destruction's life imprint, the teacup in her hand fell to the table with a snap, and then rolled onto the grass. Destroyed, dead. She stood up suddenly, looked in the direction of the committee blankly. Her pretty face was pale. Before, the god of destruction had spent a lot of effort to get her to agree to leave this matter alone. But unexpectedly, the god of destruction just wanted to take charge of the god realm, and he died. The huge divine sense of the goddess of life appeared in the committee and discovered the subordinates of the god of destruction. Could it be that the destruction was killed by the evil ones? This thought flashed in the goddess of life, extremely sad. No, the life mark of destruction has just dissipated, and the gods of destruction don't seem to know it yet. The goddess of life saw that the gods of destruction were still talking and laughing, drawing a beautiful blueprint for the future. Her voice sounded in the minds of the gods of destruction at the same time. Where is destruction? The god of destruction immediately replied respectfully, Master Destroyer has just won the center of the god realm, and now he and Lord Sea God are going to the High Priest's residence to set up a formation, and want to sneak attack Jiang Chen. The goddess of life hummed, and the divine sense immediately left, and came to the hermitage of the High Priest. Here, she saw broken thatched huts and disappeared forests, but there was no trace of a fierce battle. However, she could still feel the residual aura of the god of destruction here, as well as another extremely evil aura. Could it be Jiang Chen? Killed the High Priest, the Sea God, and the Destroyer. This thought flashed in the goddess of life. She doesn't like to fight, so Jiang Chen's matter was a turmoil back then, and she didn't observe Jiang Chen carefully, so she didn't recognize that the evil aura was not Jiang Chen's aura. Her divine sense swept across the entire god realm, and found nothing unusual, not even the figures of Tang San and the High Priest. She found the god of destruction again, and learned that the three god Shura had been imprisoned in the prison of eternal sin by the god of destruction before. The matter was already very clear. The Destroyer and the three set up an ambush to Jiang Chen, and was killed in the end. Jiang Chen's suspicion is the biggest. The divine sense of the goddess of life looked towards Douluo Continent. As law enforcers, they have special rights. Whether it is the god realm or every mortal plane, their divine thoughts can easily reach them. When seeing Jiang Chen visiting the garden with his two wives and daughters, the goddess of life was stunned for a moment, and immediately minimized Jiang Chen's suspicion. In Douluo Continent, Jiang Chen looked up suspiciously. He just sensed a spirit full of vitality peeping at him. It's just that the other party only looked at it for a moment and then retreated. This should be the goddess of life. Jiang Chen thought to himself. What annoyed him was that God Shura hadn't contacted him after he had been waiting for almost a month. Does it take a few hours to hold a meeting? If it's not Jiang Chen, then it's an unknown enemy. The opponent now has the center of the god realm, and also has the power to kill and destroy. There was a sudden chill in the goddess of life. The disappearance of Tang San and the high priest may have been murdered, or perhaps the murderer was one of them. Not good, evil them. The goddess of life's heart skipped a beat. Since the other party has killed the god of destruction and possessed the center of the god realm, the next most life-threatening ones are the three of them, the evil god king. The three of them were trapped in the prison of eternal sin, and they had no resistance at all. If the murderer wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. The moment this thought arose, the goddess of life was already heading towards the entrance of the prison of eternal sin, at an extreme speed. At the same time, she notified all the law enforcement officers under the committee. No matter whose subordinates they belonged to, they all received her spiritual transmission. The god of destruction was killed. The evil, the good, and Shura were trapped in the prison of eternal sin. The murderer has the center of the god realm. The next target may be them. Immediately go to the entrance of the prison of eternal sin to guard. No one is allowed to approach the entrance. After all, the goddess of life is the law enforcer, and she made the most reasonable arrangement in a short period of time. Regardless of whether the murderer's next target is God Shura or the others, she has to do this. The committee couldn't afford any bigger losses. As long as anyone can enter the prison of eternal sin, whoever is the murderer. At this moment, a large number of first-level gods and second-level gods gathered towards the entrance of the prison of eternal sin. Some of the closer ones have arrived and are on guard there, keeping a distance from the entrance. The goddess of life has said that no one is allowed to approach the entrance. They also understand that the murderer may be anyone, and has a god realm center, so no one can get close. At the same time, the news of the death of the god of destruction spread in the god realm, causing 1,000 waves of waves at once. The unknown murderer is definitely Jiang Chen from Douluo. Yes, didn't the high priest predict that he would be a disaster in the god realm? Who else but him? Jiang Chen dares to come to the god realm. He is courting death. For a while, people were panicked, and many gods were extremely angry, and immediately spontaneously went to the entrance of the prison of eternal sin. If Jiang Chen really appeared, no matter what they said, they would have to do their part to kill this big devil. Since the committee blocked the Douluo Continent back then to prevent the gods from prying eyes, only a few members of the committee and the people around them could see the Douluo Continent. The gods in the god realm didn't know that Jiang Chen was still there. On Douluo Continent, before the evil god king entered the prison of eternal sin, he once explained the situation to his subordinates and Raxhasa through voice transmission. At that time, God Rakshasa immediately set off, gathered several subordinates of God Shura, and contacted the subordinates of the evil God King, and began to discuss how to save people from the God of Destruction. But now, these first-level gods suddenly received a voice transmission from the Goddess of Life, and they left at the same time to go to the prison of eternal sin. Rakshasa learned a shocking news from them. The God of Destruction has been killed. The center of the God realm has fallen into the hands of the murderer, and the murderer's next target may be the 3 Shura gods in the prison of eternal sin. Could it be that Jiang Chen killed the God of Destruction after learning about Shura being imprisoned? Rakshasa God couldn't help but flash this thought in his mind. Immediately afterwards, she shook her head in denial. Although Jiang Chen has the strength of a God King, after all, he has just broken through, and there is definitely a big gap between him and the God of Destruction. Besides, there was Tang San beside the God of Destruction. When the evil God King transmitted his voice, he said that Tang San already possessed the strength of a God King. Therefore, the murderer might not be Jiang Chen. Rakshasa God's eyes flashed, his figure disappeared, and he went directly to the lower realm to find Jiang Chen. She wanted to confirm whether Jiang Chen was the murderer, and if not, she would tell Jiang Chen about the God realm by the way. The reason why she didn't tell Jiang Chen immediately when she learned that God Shura was being imprisoned was because the evil God King told them not to act rashly. But now, the God realm is getting more and more chaotic, she thinks it's better to tell Jiang Chen about this matter. After all, no matter what Jiang Chen said, he possessed the strength of a God King. Although he might be the bottom of the God Kings, he could still play a big role. Chapter 420, Jiang Chen goes to the God realm. Level-gods are capable of descending. It's just that if you go down to the world without permission, you will be reviewed by the committee. But in this situation, who will take care of Rakshasa God? When God Rakshasa left the God realm, the Goddess of Life noticed it. She divided part of her mind to observe Rakshasa God. At this moment, everyone is suspicious, especially those who behave abnormally. It was already night in Douluo Continent. Jiang Chen was plowing the ground, sweating profusely. Jiang Xuning, who has grown up, has moved to a small building next door, so she won't disturb the lives of her parents. The moment Rakshasa God entered the Douluo Continent, Jiang Chen had already sensed it. He still remembered the breath of Rakshasa. Jiang Chen immediately drew back and stretched out his hand to pull, and the thin quilt beside him had already covered Xiaoxue and Hulina. As soon as he finished this action, Rakshasa God had already appeared in the room. She glanced at Jiang Chen's body, then her eyes fell on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed, turned his body sideways, and quickly put on his pants. Xiaochen, is she? Xianrongxiu asked suspiciously. She felt that Rakshasa God's breath was somewhat familiar, but she had never seen the other person's appearance but the other party didn't seem to be malicious. The Rakshasa God ignored Xianrongxiu and Hulina, looked at Jiang Chen, and said, an accident happened in the God realm. The God of Destruction and Tang San, who had already broken through to the God King, robbed the center of the God realm, shutting down evil, kindness, and Shura. In the prison of eternal sin, Jiang Chen was surprised that Tang San had already become a God King powerhouse. And the God of Destruction is so lawless. However, what Rakshasa said next shocked Jiang Chen even more. Just now, the God of Destruction died, the High Priest and Tang San disappeared, and the murderer was unknown. The Goddess of Life suspected that the murderer's next target was the imprisoned Shura, evil, and kind. God Rakshasa spoke very quickly, and he explained the matter clearly in a few sentences. At the same time, she was also carefully observing Jiang Chen's subtle expressions, trying to see some clues from Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen put on his coat with a snap, his expression was already extremely solemn. He turned his head to look at Xianrongxiu and Hulina, and said, looks like I'm going to the God realm early. God Azura is in trouble, he can't ignore it. And Tang San actually reached the level of God King. This growth rate made Jiang Chen feel uneasy. Tang San had to solve it this morning, and rescue God Shura by the way. It would be even better if he could find out the murderer. Maybe he will become a hero of the God realm because of this. The conflict between himself and the God realm must be resolved as soon as possible to pave the way for his wife and daughter to come to the God realm in the future. Go, don't worry about us, Xianrongxiu said. Jiang Chen leaned over and kissed the two girls' foreheads, then turned to look at Rakshasa God. Let's go. Rakshasa laughed lightly. You are really kind, that guy Shura saw you right. Let's go, Jiang Chen said. As he said that, an obscure and mysterious fluctuation appeared on his body, and bursts of heavenly power emanated from him. This is the breath when ascending to the God realm. Fly up a yarn, I'll take you. Rakshasa God wanted to grab Jiang Chen's shoulder. However, she found that with her height, she had to raise her hand to grab Jiang Chen's shoulder. So she awkwardly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm instead. The figures of the two disappeared in an instant as if they were teleporting. Xianrongxiu and Hulina pulled back the quilt, and the two sensed their spiritual sense, but they could no longer sense Jiang Chen's breath. I don't know how long it will take for Xiao Chen to meet us. Hulina sighed. Xianrongxiu comforted. Don't think too much, we will be able to ascend to the God realm in a few decades at most, and the days to come are still long, don't worry about this little time. Seeing that Hulina was still unhappy, Xianrongxiu grabbed her hard. Hulina screamed, Sister Shuer, you are so annoying. Then do you want me to hate you even more? Xianrongxiu smirked. Don't. Rakshasa brought Jong Chen to appear in the god realm. If you ascend normally, you will go to the city dedicated to ascenders. That would be too time-consuming. Rakshasa immediately flew in one direction. Jong Chen followed immediately. Sister-in-law, are we going to the prison of eternal sin? Jong Chen asked. The Raksha god seemed a little unaccustomed to Jong Chen's address, so he gave Jong Chen a sideways glance. Yes, Shura and the others are imprisoned inside, where they cannot use their divine power, but murderers who possess the center of the god realm can use their divine power. Jong Chen's face became serious. Then in the prison of eternal sin, isn't the murderer invincible? Rakshasa nodded. We don't know what the murderer's purpose is, but we must prevent the murderer from attacking Shura and the others. Yes, I have to guard against it. Jong Chen said. During the time I was looking for you just now, one day has passed in the god realm. Now, the goddess of life has summoned all the first-level gods and second-level gods in the god realm to the outside of the prison of eternal sin. That is to prevent the murderer from entering the eternal sin. Hell, I also hope to find the murderer among the gods present. Jong Chen nodded. Goddess of life has the means to find the murderer. Yes, she has special means. No matter who kills the god of destruction, she can find out. Now, there are still many gods rushing over. Jong Chen was silent for a moment, and said, Sister-in-law, all the gods in the god realm regard me as an enemy. It is inconvenient for me to show up directly. I need to trouble you to take me there. Rakshasa stopped and looked back at Jong Chen. She actually forgot about Jong Chen being targeted just now. The high priest's prophecy was enough to make all the gods rise up and attack Jong Chen when they saw Jong Chen. She frowned. Why don't you go to Shura Castle and wait? Before she finished speaking, Jong Chen's body had already changed. Jong Chen's body shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a blackbird, which landed on Rakshasa's shoulder. His clothes were collected in the system space. Rakshasa was surprised. She didn't expect Jong Chen to have such a strange ability. Among the gods in the god realm, apart from a few with special abilities, even the God King level powerhouses cannot change their bodies at will. The divine power of Asura in your body. Before Rakshasa could finish speaking, the divine power in Jong Chen's body had already disappeared. His Soul Master avatar has already entered the system space, and the divine power is in the Soul Master avatar. Why didn't you disappear? Rakshashan murmured. Her divine sense kept sweeping across Jong Chen's body, and she couldn't sense the breath of God Asura. It's really weird. She thought to herself, and she didn't stay any longer, continuing to go to the hell of eternal sin. Jong Chen said via voice transmission, the High Priest and Tang San disappeared. They are the two most suspected. God Rakshasa nodded, and said, the High Priest and Tang San disappeared at the same time, but with the status of the High Priest, many gods have now excused him, and Tang San is considered the most suspicious. After all, he has the God King level strength. Not long after, Rakshasa came to the prison of eternal sin. Hundreds of gods have gathered here, among which there are more than a dozen first-level gods, and the rest are second-level gods. Because some gods are far away, people are still coming here one after another. As soon as the Rakshasa god arrived, he attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, in another unknown place, the High Priest opened his eyes. His face has changed from an old man to a young man with a strange appearance. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister arc, and he said softly, the good show has begun. He stood up, stepped out, his appearance had returned to his original appearance, and after a few steps, his figure had disappeared and he was heading towards the prison of eternal sin. Chapter 420. The seventh murderer is Jong Chen. It's fun to play cat and mouse. The High Priest flew towards the prison of eternal sin with a smile on his face. Outside the prison of eternal sin, Rakshasa attracted everyone's attention as soon as he arrived. A group of gods who are currently the most powerful in the god realm have gathered here. Every new arrival will be carefully probed by the goddess of life. Rakshasa went straight forward and came to the goddess of life. Many gods whispered and chatted about some gossip about god Rakshasa, saying that she had fallen in love with god Shura. No problem. Rakshasa god asked through voice transmission, and when she came here, she suddenly became uneasy. Jong Chen replied via voice transmission, it's okay, don't worry, no one will recognize it. Jong Chen came to the god realm just now, and he didn't notice that someone was spying on him with divine thoughts until he transformed. Combined with his confidence in his zombie body, no one here will recognize him. Jong Chen's two black bean-like eyeballs fell on the goddess of life, observing this female law enforcer in the god realm. The goddess of life was wearing a water-green long dress, and her whole body was filled with the aura of life. This aura was extremely attractive to Jong Chen, making him feel like his appetite would whet his appetite just by smelling it. There was always a faint smile on her face. Her appearance was not as stunning as that of Bibi Dong and Xiaoxue, but the vitality on her body was impressive. This is a mature widow with great temperament. Jong Chen evaluated in his heart. Goddess of life. Rakshasa bowed. The goddess of life nodded slightly, her eyes fell on Rakshasa god, and her divine sense also scanned Rakshasa god. As the goddess of life, she is extremely sensitive to the breath of life, especially the breath of the god of destruction. As long as anyone has the life breath of the god of destruction, he is suspected. After a while, the goddess of life shook her head. Rakshasa does not have the aura of the god of destruction on him. Her eyes inadvertently landed on the blackbird on Rakshasa's shoulder, and stopped. Raksha, you are a good pet. The goddess of life smiled. Although Jong Chen restrained the huge energy in his body, the goddess of life could still feel the strength of Jong Chen's body. There are absolutely not many divine beasts with such a strong body in the god realm. Rakshasa nodded and asked, "Are Shura and the others all right?" The goddess of life smiled and said, "Don't worry, I contacted them just now, and they are fine inside. She can open the passage to the prison of eternal sin, but she does not have the right to release the prisoner, so the 3 Shura gods cannot come out. Only after finding out who is the murderer and snatching back the center of the god realm, can God Shura be released. Do they have any clue about this matter?" Rakshasa asked. The goddess of life shook her head and said, "No, for the present plan, only by finding out the high priest and Tang San can we understand what happened that day. What if both of them don't show up all the time? Then I'll stay here. I don't believe that the murderer will hold back if he owns the center of the god realm." The goddess of life said. God Rakshasa nodded. Indeed, the murderer killed the god of destruction and seized the center of the god realm, and there must be some action in the future. She didn't ask any more, and was going to wait aside. However, the goddess of life grabbed Rakshasa and said with a smile, "Sister, you are full of vitality, you are happy." Rakshasa was stunned, she was actually happy. She has no doubts about the words of the goddess of life. These days, she and God Shura have been in a dark relationship day by day. I had an in-depth exchange a few days ago, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is for a god to give birth to offspring, especially for a god like Shura, whose divine power is full of killing breath, so it is even more difficult to give birth to offspring. "Thank you." Rakshasa was a little happy and thanked. "This is really good news. Just stay with my sister," the goddess of life said. At this moment, the eyes of the goddess of life lit up, and she looked in one direction. The territory of the god realm is vast, and she can't monitor it all the time, so her divine sense will scan the god realm every once in a while. Now only the god king level she has this ability. Just now, she found that the high priest suddenly appeared and was heading in this direction. Gradually, someone noticed the strangeness of the goddess of life, and looked in that direction, and the divine thoughts spread out, and they all saw the high priest who was coming. Jiang Chen was worried about being noticed by others, so he didn't dare to release his divine thoughts, but he looked very far away, and saw an old man with white hair and beard flying towards this side. "Sister-in-law, who is this old man?" Jiang Chen asked via voice transmission. "He is the high priest, the one who predicted that you would be a disaster in the god realm." God Rakshasa replied through voice transmission. It turned out that the high priest Jiang Chen didn't like the high priest, and the first impression was even worse. "Then do you believe in his prophecy?" Jiang Chen continued to ask. "If I believed him, I would have done something to you long ago." Rakshasa couldn't help but rolled his eyes. The two did not communicate anymore, because the high priest had already arrived. A small number of people have been secretly on guard. After all, the high priest and Tang San disappeared at the same time, and they are also suspected of killing the god of destruction. The high priest looked a little embarrassed, his white robe was a little torn, and his white hair was messy. The gods made a way for the high priest to come to the goddess of life. The goddess of life sensed the high priest carefully, and the other party did have the aura of the god of destruction, but the high priest was indeed with the god of destruction at the time. This does not mean that the high priest is the murderer, it can only be said that he is suspected. "High priest, where have you been during this time? What happened that day?" The goddess of life suppressed her eagerness and asked. Although she was calm on the surface, how could she not be sad about her husband's death? The high priest sighed and said, "It's Jiang Chen, he has come to the god realm. He is indeed a disaster in the god realm. He killed and ruined, and even snatched away the center of the god realm." There was a huge noise, and the gods gathered below suddenly roared. "I'll just say, who else would it be if it wasn't Jiang Chen? Is it really Jiang Chen? But he was Contra's cultivation more than 10 days ago. The god realm has been around for more than 10 days, and the Douluo Continent has been around for more than 10 years. Doesn't it mean that he is a disaster for the god realm if he has the strength to kill Master Destroyer so quickly? It's really scary. So, he must not be allowed to live." The gods shuddered and felt a strong life and death crisis. They had practiced for thousands of years but could not break through to the level of a god king. However, it only took Jiang Chen more than 10 years to do it. This is simply a monster. The monster should be killed. What's going on? Rakshasa couldn't help asking Jiang Chen through voice transmission. He lied, "It's my first time in the god realm, this old man definitely has something wrong." Jiang Chen immediately replied via voice transmission. "Goddess of life, Jiang Chen is Shura's successor, he can be regarded as Shura's disciple. I can guarantee that Jiang Chen was in Douluo Continent when the incident happened. The high priest lied, and he has a problem." Raksha God reminded the goddess of life through voice transmission. Compared with the high priest, Rakshasa believed in his intuition more, and believed in this little guy who had been in contact with him several times. The goddess of life didn't look at Rakshasa God. When the incident happened, she suspected Jiang Chen and checked the Douluo Continent. Jiang Chen was indeed in the Douluo Continent at that time. She asked calmly, "High priest, what evidence do you have?" At the same time, she also began to secretly guard up. The high priest said, "Because Jiang Chen already possesses the combat power of a god king, he lurks in the god realm, and when he learned that Ruin has captured the center of the god realm, he sneakily attacked us. Destruction and sea god Tang San were killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. I had some means of self-protection, so I escaped." Then why can't my divine sense find you in the god realm? The goddess of life stared at the high priest. Because my artifact, the heavenly mystery disc, can isolate the detection of divine thoughts. The high priest said. The high priest is right, his artifact has this ability. The god of destruction and the 7 gods of original sin stepped forward to help the high priest explain. The high priest used this ability many times when dealing with Jiang Chen and seizing the center of the god realm. They naturally knew about it. Then why haven't you come to me these few days? The goddess of life asked. She still didn't relax her vigilance. The high priest had a lot of doubts, and she had to figure it out first. The high priest sighed and said, then Jiang Chen's strength is really terrifying. The combination of Ruin and Tang San, 2 God King powerhouses, is no match for him, and what's even more frightening is that he has the ability to shield heaven's secrets. What happened at that time no one can discover anything except me who witnessed it with my own eyes. With his strength, if I show up, I will definitely be silenced by him. So, I can only hide myself with the ability of the Tianji Pan, and avoid Jiang Chen's pursuit. There was an uproar below, all the sounds of crusade against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. Fortunately he is now in the body of a bird, so he can't tell. He dared to conclude that this old thing was definitely one of the murderers. Sister-in-law, this old bastard is full of lies, he must be one of the murderers. Jiang Chen sent a voice transmission. Rakshasa again sent a voice transmission to remind the goddess of life. The goddess of life glanced at Rakshasa inadvertently, ignoring her. The goddess of life asked, High Priest, this is all your one-sided opinion. When the incident happened, I immediately checked the Douluo Continent. Jiang Chen was still on the Douluo Continent at that time, so how could he be the murderer you said? Rakshashan clenched his fists and almost shouted happily. The gods below were all stunned. Due to preconceived notions, the high priest has always been a highly respected senior in their hearts, and that Jiang Chen is a bloodthirsty big devil. Coupled with the high priest's eloquent performance just now, they already believed it 99% in their hearts. Now they suddenly heard the goddess of life say that Jiang Chen was not there at that time. They were all dumbfounded. Did the high priest lie? Isn't the murderer Jiang Chen? They cannot accept this result. There was no trace of panic on the face of the high priest. He shook his head and said, Life, have you forgotten? Then Jiang Chen has the ability of avatar, and his avatar's combat power is not weaker than the deity. I don't know how to kill and destroy whether Haishan is his real body or his avatar, but it must be one of them. He left one in Douluo just to deceive others and create an alibi. There was an uproar again at the scene, and the eyes of the gods lit up one after another. Yes, it must be so, such a treacherous boy. Master Goddess of Life, you must get rid of Jiang Chen and avenge Master Destroyer and Sea God. He must be killed, otherwise our entire god realm will be in danger. The Goddess of Life fell silent, thinking about the words of the High Priest. There is no loophole in what the High Priest said just now. It is indeed possible that Jiang Chen left a doppelganger in Douluo Continent, and this deity came to the god realm and killed Destroyer and Sea God. And Jiang Chen does have the ability to shield the secrets of the sky. When the Goddess of Life is on duty, Jiang Chen's figure often disappears, and even the sky monitoring device can't catch it. However, what she couldn't figure out was, what was Jiang Chen's motive? Why do you want to rob the God Realm Center? She knew that Jiang Chen had a deep hatred with Tang San, but why did he even kill Huo together? Suddenly her heart moved, and she asked, High Priest, you said that you were afraid of Jiang Chen's silence and never dared to show up, but why are you here now? The High Priest glanced at God Rakshasa, and then said loudly, because that demon Jiang Chen has come here, and wants to devour Shura, the evil and the kind to improve his cultivation. If I don't show up again, Shura and the others will be in danger. Boom, the voices of the hundreds of gods present exploded violently. All of them were horrified, raising their divine power to the extreme. Then Jiang Chen can kill even Lord Destroyer. If they really hide here, then each of them will be in danger of life. A trace of panic flashed across Rakshasa's pretty face, and his heartbeat gradually began to speed up. Boy, what should we do? Did he recognize you? She transmitted anxiously. I should have recognized it. Jiang Chen replied via voice transmission, with a dignified tone. Then what should we do? Run away. If he points it out, you will definitely die here. How can I explain to that guy after you die? No, if I run away, my crime will be confirmed. I would rather stay and fight than run away. Rakshasa was distracted for a moment, not knowing what to do. The divine power of the Goddess of Life was also boiled to the extreme, ready to deliver a powerful blow at any time. She said solemnly, High Priest, where is Jiang Chen hiding? If Jiang Chen really came here and hid in the dark as the High Priest said, then the murderer should be Jiang Chen. Otherwise, why would you secretly lurk here? There must be a conspiracy. The corner of the High Priest's mouth slightly curled up, and he stretched out his finger to Jiang Chen. This bird is Jiang Chen. He has the ability to change. He must be lurking here because he wants to sneak into the prison of eternal sin, and devour the three of Shura. Countless sharp gazes fell on Rakshasa, and on the little bird on her shoulder. The Goddess of Life made a decisive move, and her surging divine power moved towards Jiang Chen to suppress him. Regardless of whether the High Priest was right or not, she had to take down the little bird first. Rakshasa retreated quickly, and at the same time sent a voice transmission to Jiang Chen, run away. In her opinion, Jiang Chen will definitely die if he stays here. Escape now, and there will be a chance to find out the truth in the future. But if he died here, he would really be wronged. Until now, she still believes in Jiang Chen. She believed in her intuition, and God Shura's vision. This young man was definitely not that kind of person. Surround Rakshasa God, someone shouted below. Rakshasa God has no way to retreat, and his pretty face is slightly pale. Jong Chen ignored the huge divine power of the goddess of life to suppress him, and flew forward, heading straight for the high priest. Since the old man is lying, then he will restrain the other party first. He didn't believe that under his own persecution, the old man could still lie a lot. Who is the murderer? As long as this old guy is captured, everything will be clear. His body had already returned to its human form in the process of plunging towards the high priest. The divine power in the body is directly condensed into clothes to prevent her perfect body from being exposed. It really is Jong Chen. Kill him. Kill him. Countless shouts of killing sounded, and countless attacks flew towards Jong Chen. A green long sword appeared in the hands of the goddess of life, and she stabbed towards Jong Chen. Before the long sword touched Jong Chen felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly passing away, being absorbed by the long sword. The high priest flickered and hid behind the goddess of life. Life, kill this kid quickly and avenge your husband. He shouted loudly, but there was a playful look on his face. It's just that everyone's attention is now on Jong Chen, and no one has noticed his abnormality. Chapter 429 Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Others didn't notice the strangeness of the high priest. Jong Chen focused on the high priest. How could he not see it? A majestic murderous aura suddenly erupted from his body. In terms of murderous aura, no one in the god realm can match God Shura. Those first-level gods and second-level gods all felt their bodies sink. Under Jong Chen's killing god domain, their strength was suppressed a lot. The Rakshasa god's expression changed the moment Jong Chen rushed out. He couldn't care less about anything, and the huge evil resentment rushed towards the goddess of life and the high priest. She also knew that catching the high priest was Jong Chen's only chance to stand up. As long as the high priest is under control, you can know why this old guy is lying. The goddess of life is best at one of life, able to absorb the life essence of others. A large amount of life breath in Jong Chen's body was absorbed by the goddess of life. But Jong Chen didn't care. These lost life energy were just a drop in the bucket for him now. Facing the sword stabbed by the goddess of life, he flicked his fingers. With a ding, King Yu's sword sounded, and the sword of life was bent in a huge arc. The goddess of life could barely hold the sword in her hand, and her palms were slightly numb. A look of shock appeared on her face. This Jong Chen's strength was so terrifying. She became more and more certain in her heart that Jong Chen was the murderer who killed the god of destruction. Jong Chen didn't pay much attention to this misguided woman, and he didn't want to kill her. After all, the other party was the law enforcer of the god realm. His target is only the high priest. At this time, 9 golden divine rings had emerged above his head. The 9-ring god king, the top powerhouse in the god realm. Many gods present couldn't help but gasp, shocked by Jong Chen's cultivation, shocked by how easily Jong Chen flicked off the sword of the goddess of life just now. After Jong Chen flicked away the sword of life, he teleported to the back of the goddess of life, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed the high priest's neck. God Rakshasa urged his own evil thoughts with all his strength, tried his best to influence the goddess of life and the high priest, and created opportunities for Jong Chen. This kid's strength is so terrifying. She was shocked and relieved. The huge divine sense of the goddess of life blocked the attack of Rakshasa's resentment, turned around and stabbed at Jong Chen's back with a sword. Jong Chen completely ignored the stabbing sword from behind, and grabbed the high priest's neck with his big hand unswervingly. "Old man," he shouted. The moment his hand was about to grab the high priest gave him a playful smile, and then disappeared abruptly. In an instant, Jong Chen froze for a moment. With his current strength, the huge divine sense just shrouded the high priest, suppressing all the actions of the other party. He believed that even the 5 giants of the god realm could not evade him except to confront him head-on. But the old man suddenly teleported away. The goddess of life at the back was unaware of these situations, and her sword pierced Jong Chen's back. "Be careful," Rakshasa exclaimed. However, the sword of the goddess of life just pierced a little, but it couldn't go in. Her face changed, and she wanted to draw her sword. Jong Chen grabbed the sharp sword of life with his backhand. He turned around slowly, ignoring the attacks of those first-level and second-level gods, and looked at the goddess of life coldly. A woman with big breasts and no brains. Jong Chen snorted coldly, raised his hand and patted the goddess of life. His palm quickly grew bigger, bursting out with dazzling golden light. This palm revealed a breath that made the goddess of life tremble. She was so horrified that she couldn't resist. With a bang, this palm completely covered her. Her plump and attractive body didn't get any tenderness from Jong Chen. She flew out spurting blood, and plowed a deep groove on the ground. Everyone was stunned. How could such a fierce person fight? So all the guys in the god realm are so ruthless? Jong Chen sarcastically loudly. He was also a little surprised in his heart. He had devoted himself to self-cultivation for more than 10 years, and he didn't quite know how far his combat power had reached. Unexpectedly, even the law enforcement officers were so slapped that they couldn't even catch his palm. "Take down God Rakshasa." They are a group. God Rakshasa hooked up with Jong Chen, and wanted to murder my old friend and God Shura. The high priest shouted loudly while hiding behind the gods. No one despises his actions. After all, everyone knows that he is just a god who can prophesy, and his combat power is low. When the high priest spoke, someone shot immediately. There were quite a few first-level gods present, and when Jiang Chen had just knocked the goddess of life into the air, the Rakshasa god had already been restrained. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy, and the killing intent in his chest showed signs that he couldn't suppress it, and he couldn't help but want to kill him. Jiang Chen, leave me alone, they don't dare to do anything to me, quickly take down the high priest. God Rakshasa shouted. At this time, her divine power has been banned, and she has lost the power to resist. Raksha, why do you protect him like this? Have you really betrayed Shura? The goddess of life came to Rakshasa. She looked at Rakshasa disappointedly and shook her head. Rakshasa's previous goodwill towards the goddess of life was gone. She spat, and said, Jiang Chen scolded you well, you are just a stupid woman, the high priest is the murderer, you want to arrest Jiang Chen. The goddess of life was flushed with anger, and she had lost her original goddess posture. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jiang Chen is the most suspected, and you're still covering him. The goddess of life snorted coldly. She is an old-fashioned god, and she is also the god of law enforcement. She was slapped away by a kid in her 30s and scolded her for having big breasts and no brains. How could she remain calm? Jiang Chen saw that Rakshasa was not in danger, so he ignored her and chased after the high priest. Fang Tian's painted halberd appeared in his hand, and he didn't intend to keep it. When the high priest ran away just now, Jiang Chen felt that this old guy was not simple. He was definitely hiding his strength, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. You guys can't beat him like this, use fusion skills. The high priest reminded from hiding behind the gods. He looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer on his face. He just wanted to play with people's hearts and have some fun. But after seeing Jiang Chen's strength just now, he became a little afraid. With his current strength that has broken through to the God King level, when he faced Jiang Chen at close range just now, he actually smelled a life and death crisis. This shows that it is possible for Jiang Chen to kill him. It would be the best if he could use the power of the gods to kill Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen cannot be killed, it is still worthwhile to hurt Jiang Chen. 3-talent formation. The goddess of life shouted in a cold voice. In addition to the god Rakshasa, there were a total of 18 first-level gods present. Every 3 people form a group to form the Heaven, Earth, and Human Trinity formation, and the 3 groups are combined to form the Dasanke formation. 18 first-level gods formed a total of 2 big 3-talent formations. The remaining hundreds of second-level gods all urged their divine power and poured it into the 2 junior-level formations. This is a formation created by the committee, which can integrate divine powers of different attributes without conflict, and finally unleash a devastating attack. Even if it is a strong man at the level of a god king, if he is hit, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. A god-level powerhouse may not be afraid of hundreds of gods who play their own roles, but once these hundreds of gods unite, it will be very terrifying. The high priest kept backing away, with a strong look of fear on his face. This junior formation can kill him. Even though he has broken through to the top of the God King now, the power fused by hundreds of gods with different attributes is already very close to the legendary power of chaos. That is the most incredible and terrifying force in the world. Contains everything, suppresses everything. Even if he has the God Realm Center, he will have to pay a huge price if he uses the God Realm Center to resist this blow. Jiang Chen's calm face finally changed color. The space of tens of thousands of meters has been locked by the power of the formation, and he cannot move smoothly, and even his speed has been suppressed a lot. A power that frightened him appeared in his perception. It was the fusion of hundreds of gods, and its power was many times higher than his Shura power. Haha, you murderer, pay the price. The high priest laughed in the distance. Rakshasa god was extremely anxious, pulled the goddess of life in front of him and said, I beg you, Jong Chen is really not a murderer. If he is a murderer, why didn't he go directly to the prison of eternal sin after being exposed? Why didn't he just run away? Instead he insisted on catching the high priest, risking his life to catch the high priest. Is he stupid? The goddess of life trembled slightly, and just wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The light of chaos fused by the formation of the two junior talents shot towards Jong Chen. Chapter 430 Entering the Hell of Eternal Sin. This space has been sealed, Jong Chen cannot teleport. The two beams of chaotic light flying up from below locked him, making it impossible to avoid. His heart moved, and he retreated to the position where the two lights of chaos would arrive at the same time. His zombie clone skill was activated, and there was already an extra figure in front of him. A figure in full possession of his zombie abilities, without intelligence and requiring manipulation. But it's good enough for a shield. Jong Chen raised the defense of the zombie avatar to the maximum level, and then let the zombie avatar cast a lightning fist to break up the power of the light of chaos. In the back, his whole body was already covered with armor. In addition, golden light emerged from his forehead, quickly covering his whole body. Originally it was a dark and ferocious zombie armor, but now because of the golden light, it turned into a mighty and domineering golden armor, majestic. Although the zombie avatar has the zombie ability of Jong Chen's main body, it does not have the soul skills of the soul master, Pangu's frontal bone, etc., so the defense is weaker than the main body. But with Jong Chen's current strength, the physical defense of his zombie avatar should be ranked first in the god realm. Two beams of chaotic light bombarded Jong Chen's zombie avatar that was used as cannon fodder without any accident. The strength of the zombie avatar is already extremely terrifying. The void in the god realm trembles with every punch, and the power of every punch can easily knock the goddess of life into the air. But at this time, the lightning fist of the zombie clone only scattered a small amount of chaotic light. The remaining amount of chaos light fell on the zombie clone. This chaotic light seemed to be the hottest energy, and it quickly evaporated the zombie clone. Jiang Chen retreated quickly with the repelled zombie clone. When the zombie clone was completely vaporized, only 1/3 of the light of chaos was consumed. Jiang Chen's face was solemn, he should be able to take the remaining 2/3. He brandished the Deshjin Fangtian halberd, and slammed it fiercely on the primal chaos light that had already rushed forward. There was a loud bang, and a large amount of chaotic light exploded. Cracks appeared in the extremely stable space of the god realm, which shocked everyone. However, there is still a lot of light of chaos falling on Jiang Chen. Next, Jiang Chen could only rely on his own defense to resist. His body was hit and flew back. This chaotic light had already locked him, and even if he forcibly changed direction, he still followed him closely. Jiang Chen, Raxhasa shouted, covering his mouth. Could it be that the inheritor of God Shura is going to die here today, and bear the charge of a murderer? The high priest hid behind the gods, with an extremely bright smile on his face, and the combination of wrinkles made his whole face look like a blooming chrysanthemum. Open, he whispered. Behind Jiang Chen, a portal suddenly appeared. Jiang Chen couldn't react at all, and his body was rushed into the portal by the light of chaos. Hell of eternal sin. Jiang Chen was actually rushed in. God helped me too. The high priest was extremely excited. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would retreat in the direction of the prison of eternal sin at all. He let Jiang Chen enter inside without any effort. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, won't he let him slaughter him if he enters it? He possesses the center of the god realm, and he can exert his full strength. The divine power and divine sense of other people will be suppressed, and he will not be able to exert even a single trace of his strength. The high priest was the first to rush forward. His face was full of anger. Look, he has hidden in the prison of eternal sin now. He can open the prison of eternal sin. He is the murderer of destruction and sea god. The evidence is solid. The goddess of life believed in the high priest again after hearing the words. That's right, Jiang Chen can enter the prison of eternal sin. He must have the center of the god realm, the murderer who killed her husband. When the high priest rushed up, she also rushed over. Raxhasa, with a pale face, followed behind the goddess of life, but her divine power was blocked and her speed was much slower. The rest of the first-level gods and second-level gods had just output with all their strength, and there was almost no power left in their bodies. All of them were weak and did not dare to rush forward, so they could only wait and see. The high priest and the goddess of life rushed to the entrance of the hell of eternal sin. Life, that beast took the opportunity to escape into the prison of eternal sin, and would definitely devour the three of Shura. If he succeeds, his strength will increase greatly, and no one in the god realm can restrain him, and the god realm will become his hunting ground. You, the enforcer, are the only ones who can stop him now, the high priest said anxiously. You old bastard, you're spitting blood. Luosha, who was running over, was trembling all over. Don't hesitate, if it's later, Shura and the three of them will be gone. The high priest added another fire. The goddess of life looked back at the weak gods, a flash of determination flashed across her face. Don't go in. Rakshasa's face changed drastically. However, the goddess of life had made up her mind and strode inside. Raxhasa god finally arrived, and her rapid running caused her chest to heave violently, panting heavily. The high priest looked at the Raksha god in front of him, licked his lips, and sent a voice transmission to the Raksha god. When I come out, I will eat you, and I will become a great hero to destroy Jiang Chen. Haha. After speaking, he followed the goddess of life and entered the prison of eternal sin. Raxhasa god was extremely angry. Jiang Chen was framed as a murderer, but the real murderer became a hero, and entered the prison of eternal sin openly. I will never let you succeed. She gritted her teeth and followed in. At most it's just a death. There are her men and her men's disciples. How could she just watch these two men being eaten by that beast? Even if she is sent to die, she is not afraid. After Raxhasa god entered, the exit of the hell of eternal sin was finally closed, and the void returned to calm. Go in. The rest of the gods looked at each other, at a loss for a while. Wait, I hope the high priest and the goddess of life can kill the devil. A first-level god said. The gods nodded, and began to sit down cross-legged, recovering their divine power. The high priest is right, if the devil is allowed to come out, the god realm will become a hunting ground for the devil in the future. They had to recover as soon as possible, and if the monster finally came out, they could launch another attack. Inside the prison of eternal sin, it was extremely dilapidated and desolate, and there was not a single bit of absorbable energy in the air. The area here is vast, with plains, mountains, deserts, the Dead Sea, various terrains. Without exception, all places are dead. Although God has a long lifespan, in this kind of place, without energy replenishment, the speed of death will be greatly accelerated. Jiang Chen appeared above 1,000 meters above the sky, still being impacted by the destructive light. He quickly shot towards the ground. The golden armor on his body began to show signs of melting, especially on the chest that was hit. The armor was slowly thinning. Only then did he realize that this place should be the prison of eternal sin. The divine power in his body was completely restrained. Jiang Chen tried his best but couldn't mobilize even a little bit. Spiritual thoughts are also suppressed in the body and cannot be emitted. Part of his defensive power came from Shura's divine power. At this time, the divine power was blocked, his defensive power dropped, and a part of the light of chaos invaded his body immediately. When the light of chaos entered his body and was about to melt his body, the Pangu-frontal bone on his forehead moved. The part of the chaotic light that entered his body was immediately absorbed by Pangu's frontal bone. Even the large amount of chaotic light that was still outside Jiang Chen's body was also pulled in, and they were all sucked in. Jiang Chen's body was ruthlessly smashed into a bare valley. Chapter 430 The Tragic Fate of the Goddess of Life. Since the power of the light of chaos had been completely absorbed by Jiang Chen, his fall into the valley did not cause much damage. With him as the center, only a range of tens of meters collapsed. His body sank deep into the mud. When he got out of the ground, he saw the high priest, the goddess of life and the god of Rakshasa falling from the sky. In fact, only the goddess of life and Rakshasa fell, and the high priest flew down. The two women lost their ability to control the sky and fell from a height of thousands of meters, their faces turned pale. The goddess of life was shocked to the extreme at this moment. She looked at the high priest flying beside her, her head was completely dazed. Entering the hell of eternal sin, it will randomly appear in various places. May appear directly on the ground, in the ocean, in volcanoes. This time they appeared directly in the sky. Entering here, even the identity of a law enforcement officer cannot use divine power and divine sense, only those who hold the center of the divine world cannot be affected. But isn't the center of the god realm on Jiang Chen's body? After being dazed for a moment, the goddess of life suddenly woke up, with great fear in her heart. She understood that the center of the god realm is the high priest. She was played around by the high priest just now, leading all the gods in the god realm to attack Jiang Chen. It turned out that the high priest was the real murderer. At this moment, the goddess of life felt extremely regretful. Jiang Chen's fighting strength shocked her. If she could find out the clues earlier, she would be able to cooperate with Jiang Chen to catch the high priest. But now, all of them have been designed by the high priest to get into the prison of eternal sin, and all of them can only be slaughtered by the high priest. Thinking of this, the goddess of life had the urge to commit suicide. Jiang Chen scolded you well. I'm just a woman with big breasts and no brains. The entire god realm will be ruined because of me. She scolded herself in her heart, and really wanted to slap herself. How is it? Both of you, is it uncomfortable to lose your divine power? The high priest smiled. High priest, I have always respected you. How could you do such a thing? The goddess of life shouted angrily. Because I want to be the supreme god in the god realm, and the five of you are my obstacles. The high priest said. As he said that, he licked his lips. Destroyer is a pig's brain. After being instigated by me a few times, he robbed the center of the god realm without hesitation, and locked the three of Shura here. Speaking of which, I have to thank him, so I ate him. You are a devil, you are not worthy to be a god. The goddess of life roared, her beautiful face was slightly distorted, and her perfect temperament was gone. Haha, I'm a devil. For a long time in the god realm, you all thought that the gods who left have gone to explore the starry sky, but you don't know that they all entered my stomach. Haha. You are also as stupid as your husband, easily played by me. I still have to thank you for helping me bring in Jiang Chen, a great enemy. Originally, Jiang Chen was the only one who could threaten me, but now, this great hero who is expected to save the entire god realm has been buried by your own hands. Goddess of life, how do you feel now? Ha ha ha. The high priest laughed wildly. His white hair gradually turned black, his beard disappeared, his body became straight, and he turned into a young man with a strange temperament. You lunatic. Rakshasa was also trembling with anger. There was a burst of despair in her heart. Even Jiang Chen was imprisoned. There were only a group of low-level gods left in the god realm. How could she resist the insidious and cunning high priest? The goddess of life closed her eyes, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, and were blown away by the strong wind. Just let me fall to my death here, she whispered. Things are irreversible. She has become a sinner in the god realm. She could foresee that the god realm in the future would become a slaughterhouse, and each and every god would become the target of the high priest's devouring. And she personally ruined the chance to kill this big devil. The high priest stared at the graceful and plump body of the goddess of life, sweetened his lips, and said, Goddess of life, I have been secretly in love with you for a long time. How many days and nights have I wanted to put you under my body? Now that I finally have the opportunity, how can I let you die so easily? The goddess of life trembled, revealing an incredulous look, which immediately turned into panic. No, you can't do this, you will be damned, she yelled hysterically. At this time, she has completely lost her size. Her husband was devoured by the high priest, and now she is about to be abused by the high priest. How can she bear it? You beast. Rakshasa spat fiercely. The high priest turned to look at her, and said, You are not bad. After I spoil my life later, it will be your turn. If you behave well, maybe I will spare your life and bring you into the harem. Haha. Rakshasa's pretty face was extremely pale, and his body kept shaking. She stroked her belly. If something like that really happened, she would rather die. When the goddess of life and Rakshasa were about to hit the ground, a soft divine force held them back and made them slowly land on the ground. And Jong Chen was watching this scene not far away. He heard everything the high priest said just now. He also finally knew the truth of the matter. The high priest was indeed the murderer who killed the god of destruction. If there is no accident, Tang San was also killed by this guy, Jong Chen. Rakshasa god was overjoyed when he saw that Jong Chen was intact, and ran towards Jong Chen. The high priest did not stop the Rakshasa god either. In his opinion, no matter whether it was Jiang Chen or the Rakshasa god, once they entered here, they would have lost the power to resist. Jiang Chen, are you alright? Raksha god came to Jiang Chen, stretched out his hand to squeeze Jiang Chen's body. She saw Jiang Chen smashing directly into the ground in the sky just now. In the case of being banned from the gods, the impact of falling thousands of meters above the sky is also extremely harmful to the gods. I'm fine, my physical body is stronger, Jiang Chen said. Rakshasa nodded. For some reason, standing beside Jiang Chen, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. The fear of facing the high priest just now began to gradually dissipate. The goddess of life also wanted to get closer to Jiang Chen, but was pulled back by the high priest. My baby, where do you want to go? The high priest's face was full of obscenity, and he embraced the goddess of life in his arms. He waved his hand, and a piece of green grass quickly grew on the flat ground in front of him. The pretty face of the goddess of life was extremely pale, and she already knew what she was about to encounter. At this time, all the power in her body was blocked, and she couldn't do it even if she wanted to commit suicide. You can't die by biting off your tongue like a mortal. She is destined to become the high priest's plaything. The high priest had already turned into a young man. He laughed, and regardless of Jiang Chen and Rakshasa who were standing not far away, he directly pushed the goddess of life to the grass. With a wave of his hand, the clothes of the goddess of life had disappeared. The high priest's eyes suddenly burst into light. I have caught many female gods who left the god realm and wanted to explore the starry sky before, and I ate them after getting tired of playing with them. Don't worry, I won't kill you, because you are my goddess. Aren't you and Ruin unable to conceive a child? Don't worry, you will have a child soon. The goddess of life seemed to have resigned to her fate. Her eyes were closed, and only tears kept flowing. High priest, you are not as good as a beast. Rakshasa scolded angrily. The high priest looked over with his lewd eyes. Don't worry, you won't escape, and there is also the kind god king. You are all perfect women, you should continue the noble bloodline for me. Rakshasa retreated in fright and hid behind Jiang Chen. The high priest's eyes fell on Jiang Chen, and he said with a smile, Jiang Chen, let me show you a performance before you die. I must be merciful, ha ha ha. Now, just watch it honestly. After finishing speaking, a terrifying divine sense descended on Jiang Chen, suppressing him. The high priest turned to look at the alluring appearance of the goddess of life. His eyes glowed red. His clothes popped open with a bang. Jiang Chen looked at this scene coldly. Everyone didn't know that his divine power and divine sense had indeed been suppressed, but the zombie's cultivation was not affected by the rules here at all. He didn't choose to rescue it, because he felt the terrifying strength of the high priest, which seemed to be much stronger than him, and should surpass the god king level. Therefore, he is waiting for the best opportunity to make a move, which is when the other party enters the sage mode. For the goddess of life, he has no mercy at all. This woman should pay some price for her stupidity. This price can create opportunities for Jiang Chen to make a move, which can be regarded as her contribution to the god realm. Chapter 433. The goddess of life has been imprisoned by the high priest, just like a mortal woman who has no power to restrain a chicken. She cannot resist at all. She heard the sound of the high priest's clothes being exploded, opened her eyes, and saw a scene that horrified her. The high priest's muscles are not full, and his skin is covered with weird and hideous patterns of piranhas. An evil and bloodthirsty breath emanated. Seeing the high priest approaching her step by step, a look of despair appeared on the face of the goddess of life. After today, she will definitely try her best to find death, and she will never give birth to a devil seed for this devil. Rakshasa turned pale with fright, stood behind Jiang Chen, and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm with both hands. Don't be afraid, with me here, you will be fine. Jiang Chen comforted. Rakshasa would never believe Jiang Chen's words. Except for the high priest who has the center of the gods, everyone who enters here cannot display their strength. They were eaten by the high priest. After encountering such a thing, the goddess of life will definitely try her best to commit suicide, and my fate will be the same as hers. I am sorry for Shura, Rakshasa said sadly. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly throbbed. He thought of Bibi Dong's fate. Because of the memory implanted by the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong mistakenly believed that she was defiled, and lived in painful memories for decades. Although that was not what actually happened to Bibi Dong, what happened to Bibi Dong made Jiang Chen feel very distressed. Now, there is a woman who is about to encounter the same thing in front of him, but he is watching calmly, indifferent. This woman is not a treacherous person, on the contrary, she has made contributions to both the god realm and the human world, but she just fell into the trick of the high priest. If I don't save me, afterward, Senior Shura god and Rakshasa god will have a grudge against me. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Seeing that the goddess of life was about to lose her virginity, Jiang Chen finally decided to take action. He stared at the goddess of life and the high priest with all his attention, ready to explode at any time. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to kill with one blow. Rakshasa was trembling all over and had already closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch the scene where the goddess of life was being tortured. The high priest laughed wildly, and just when he was extremely excited and was about to do something that both humans and gods would hate, Jiang Chen made a move. At this time, the high priest had already concentrated all his attention on the goddess of life, and ignored Jiang Chen and Rakshasa. In his opinion, those two people were already fish on the chopping board, unable to escape from his palm. At this time, when the high priest was about to succeed, his vigilance had dropped to a very low level. Jiang Chen, who had been preparing for a long time, suddenly disappeared. With one step, he had crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared beside the high priest. Holding Fang Tian's painting halberd in both hands, he slammed it hard on the high priest's body. Fang Tian's painting halberd of -million catties, the power of a 12th level zombie, plus Jiang Chen's supernatural power which has been increased to 50 times, the strength of this blow has reached the point of billions of catties. The black light flowing on Fang Tian's painted halberd contains powerful corpse poison. This blow, if there is no accident, will kill the high priest. The excited expression on the high priest's face did not have time to change, the divine power in his body automatically protected his body, and his body was thrown out by the halberd. The automatic defense made by divine power is far inferior to the defense made by the deity mobilizing power. The body of the high priest was lifted into the sky. A look of horror finally appeared on his face. It exploded with a bang, like a scarlet and delicate firework blooming in the air. The two women, Goddess of Life and Xiaoxue, were stunned, with stunned expressions on their faces. Looking at the exploding fireworks and the tall figure standing holding a halberd, they were speechless. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. He looked down at the Goddess of Life who was still lying on the grass. Although the blow just now had no effect on the body of the Goddess of Life, the terrifying vigor it brought almost shattered the body of the Goddess of Life. Many places on her delicate body were bloody, which was horrible. Although her divine power is banned, as the Goddess of Life, her vitality far surpasses all the gods in the God realm. Her source of life is quickly repairing the injuries on her body. Jiang Chen pulled her up, took out one of his robes and covered her. God Xiaoxue has already run over to support the Goddess of Life. The Goddess of Life looked at Jiang Chen in front of her with a complex expression, and said, "I'm sorry, thank you." Jiang Chen waved his hand, and said, "Thank you, let's talk about it after we eliminate that old guy." The two women looked at the place where the high priest exploded just now, and said in disbelief, "Is he not dead yet?" Jiang Chen looked serious. "Sister-in-law, take her away first." Xiaoxue nodded, and dragged the Goddess of Life to run away quickly. The fighting strength Jiang Chen showed just now made them startled, which made them have expectations in their hearts. Perhaps, Jiang Chen can really kill the high priest, that demon. Luosha, how could Jiang Chen display such terrifying strength here? The Goddess of Life asked in puzzlement. Xiaoxue shook his head. "I don't know either. This little guy is very mysterious. Shura once told me that there is a big secret in Jiang Chen, and he has the ability to destroy the entire God realm. But don't worry, Jiang Chen is definitely not the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. If there is no hatred, he will not kill people indiscriminately." The Goddess of Life nodded. "I believe you. He has such terrifying strength. If he is a bloodthirsty person, he must have started killing in the God realm long ago. Why would he want to expose the face of the high priest?" At this moment, because Jiang Chen extended a helping hand with kindness and revenge, and prevented her from being tarnished, the impression of the Goddess of Life on Jiang Chen has undergone an earth-shaking change. "Goddess of Life, do you think Jiang Chen can defeat the high priest with Jiang Chen's strength?" Ruksha God asked worriedly. The Goddess of Life finally recovered from her injuries, and instead she dragged Xiaoxue to walk quickly. Hearing Rakshasa's question, her complexion became serious. "I felt that Jiang Chen's blow just now surpassed any one of the 5 members of our committee. But the high priest has the center of the God realm, so it can be said that he is inherently invincible." She looked back and found a golden octagonal key emerging from the place where the high priest exploded just now. In the center of the key is inlaid a gem that exudes a bloody and evil aura. The moment the key appeared, it had already been activated, forming a protective barrier. Within that barrier, flesh and blood began to gather, slowly wriggling, transforming into a human form. Jiang Chen dragged Fang Tian's painted halberd, stepped into the sky, and slashed down towards the shield barrier from top to bottom. There was a rumbling sound in the space, and the area where the halberd fell, the void shattered. The space in this god realm is extremely stable, and it is not so easy for a god-level master to cause the space to shatter. Jiang Chen has such power in every blow. However, Fang Tian's painted halberd hit the circular barrier, but it only made the barrier vibrate, but did not break. The head of the high priest is restored, followed by the rest of the body. His long, narrow, and cold eyes stared closely at Jiang Chen. Chapter 434 God Realm's Strongest Defense. Jiang Chen looked at the high priest with the same gloomy gaze, and smashed down with a halberd again. However, that barrier remains solid. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it is impossible to break through the barrier formed by the center of the God realm. Jiang Chen, the center of the God realm, can mobilize the divine power of the entire God realm to form a defense. It can be called the strongest defense of the God realm. Attacking it is equivalent to attacking the entire God realm. The voice of the Goddess of Life came from a distance. Her complexion was not very good. She didn't expect that the high priest suffered such a terrible blow, but he was not dead and could still recover. Jiang Chen came to the Goddess of Life and Xiaoxue in one step. Since his attack can't break through the opponent's defense, then don't waste it needlessly. Seeing the high priest who was recovering, especially the 10 divine rings emerging from the top of the other party's head, Jiang Chen felt heavy. "Then is there any way to break through the defense of the center of the God realm?" Jiang Chen asked. The Goddess of Life shook her head. "The center of the God realm is inseparable from the entire God realm, and if you want to break through its defenses, you must have the attack power to destroy the God realm, which no one can do. However, mobilizing the defensive ability of the God Realm Center for a long time will consume a lot of energy for the user. If your endurance is strong enough, it is possible to use up the divine power of the High Priest, thereby disabling the defensive ability of the God Realm Center. My stamina has never let me down. Jiang Chen grinned, his eyes filled with strong confidence. But before I duel with him, I have to send you away first. Jiang Chen glanced back, the other party was almost recovering. He turned his eyes to another direction, and saw the three gods of Shura fighting towards here in an extremely distant place. On their way forward, a large number of creatures are blocked. These creatures have been imprisoned here for a long time, so they naturally hate the law enforcement officers like Shura God to the bone. Previously, the god of destruction used the center of the god realm to set up a safe area for the three of Shura God, so that these imprisoned creatures could not attack the three of Shura God. Just now, they saw Jiang Chen and the others falling from the sky, so they walked out of the safe area and rushed towards this side. Regarding the great changes in the god realm, the goddess of life had already spoken to them through voice transmission outside the entrance. The gods will be suppressed when they enter here, but they can be penetrated from the outside. According to what the goddess of life told them before, they couldn't judge who was the murderer hiding in the dark. Therefore, after discovering that the goddess of life appeared in the prison of eternal sin, they speculated that the goddess of life was captured by the murderer. Or maybe, the murderer is among the people of the goddess of life. That's why they rushed over regardless of the danger. The Shura gods and the criminals were similarly suppressed in terms of their divine sense and divine power, but their combat effectiveness was much higher than those criminals. With a super artifact with extremely powerful attack power in hand, they still have the power to protect themselves for the time being. Jong Chen could see the three Shura gods who were coming, but the eyes of the goddess of life and Raxhasa couldn't pass through many obstacles. The same is true of the three Shura gods. Although they already know the direction of the goddess of life, there are countless obstacles in the extremely long distance. The evil god kings are rushing over here. I'll send you out of here first. Go join them, Jong Chen said. Surprised expressions appeared on the faces of the two women. Being able to join the evil together, they will feel much more at ease. God Raxhasa had long been worried about God Shura's safety, and after hearing Jong Chen's words, he couldn't help but nodded excitedly. Wait a minute. The goddess of life said suddenly, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Let me put on my clothes first. She looked at Jong Chen with a bit of shyness and helplessness on her pretty face. Jong Chen's clothes only covered half of her body, with one part exposed. Jong Chen glanced at the two huge round petals, and his mood fluctuated a little. The source of life of the goddess of life is extremely attractive to Jong Chen. Similarly, the body of the goddess of life is also full of temptations for Jong Chen. The goddess of life naturally noticed that Jong Chen was looking at her private parts, but Jong Chen was her lifesaver, so she couldn't say much. Jong Chen only glanced at it, then turned his head away, and urged, hurry up. Oh. The goddess of life responded, her cheeks were as bright as a rosy glow, and she quickly put on Jong Chen's clothes. If it was in the past, she could condense clothes through divine power. But now, she can't use her divine power, she can't condense the clothes, and she can't get the clothes in the storage space. The same is true for Raxhasa. If her clothes are also destroyed, it can only experience the feeling of being close to nature. Okay. The voice of the goddess of life was as thin as a mosquito. Except for the god of destruction, her body has never been seen by other men before. But today, he was seen by two men in succession. For the high priest, she has nothing but anger and hatred. But for Jong Chen, she felt embarrassed. Jong Chen ignored the little expression of the goddess of life. He grabbed a person with one hand, and strode away in the direction of God Shura. The supernatural power of shrinking the ground into an inch has also been greatly improved now, and it is meters away in one step. In the blink of an eye, he brought the two women in front of the three God Shura. The three Shura gods were rushing forward at this time, and the sudden appearance of Jong Chen and the three made them stunned for a moment. Jong Chen didn't speak, and swept out the Fang Tian painting halberd in his hand. The imprisoned gods and beasts who besieged Shura God and the others exploded one after another. Jong Chen opened his mouth and inhaled. Countless flesh and blood essences and the essence of gods were sucked into his body. His zombie strength suddenly increased a lot. Although these criminals who were imprisoned did not have the strength of a god king, there were several first-level gods, and the effect on Jong Chen was still great. Jong Chen, you. A Shura god just opened his mouth to speak, when Jong Chen's figure flickered again and disappeared. Shura god and evil goodness were a little dazed, not knowing what happened. The high priest is a murderer. He wants to devour us, he wants to devour the entire god realm, and now only Jong Chen can stop him. Raxhasa said quickly. It turned out to be the high priest. The kind god king said in shock. The evil god king was also shocked, and he asked, will Jong Chen's strength be affected in this? Yes, Jong Chen can display his strength here, and it's astonishingly strong. I guess, it has already exceeded the limit of the god king level. The goddess of life said. The shocking news shocked the three gods. Sura, you have accepted a good inheritor. I am a little jealous now. A smile appeared on God Shura's face. He had never been so proud now, and felt that choosing Jong Chen as the inheritor was the most correct decision in his life. We can't help him, just watch here, he will definitely not let us down, Shura said divinely. When Jong Chen returned to the place before, the high priest just recovered. I can't break your turtle shell, and you can't kill me, so let's see who can't hold it first, Jong Chen secretly said. Chapter 435 Mutual Consumption. High Priest, right? You charged me with a disaster in the God realm before, and later you conspired with Sea God to kill me, and today you framed me again. I don't care how capable you are, you shouldn't provoke me, I'm not Tang San. If you provoke me, then prepare to bear my anger. Holding Fang Tian's painted halberd, Jiang Chen hovered in front of the High Priest, looking at him coldly. Hey, it's you who should regret it. I will catch you and let you see with your own eyes what the fate of the woman you love will be in my hands. They are called Qian Rongxiu, Hu Lina, and Zhang Xuning, right? Peerless beauty, even in the God realm, she is like no other in 1,000. The High Priest pursed his lips and smiled, with a lustful expression on his face. Jiang Chen was furious, those 3 women were his Ni Lin, no one was allowed to insult them, even verbally. High Priest, you should die. The huge and heavy Fang Tian painted halberd fell towards the defensive cover formed by the center of the God realm. The vibration of the cover was stronger than before, and the High Priest's face changed slightly, but he breathed a sigh of relief after finding that the defensive cover was still firm. He just suspended in the sky like that, mockingly said, you can't even break through my defense, how are you going to kill me? Even if I don't make a move, you will eventually exhaust yourself. You are seeking your own death. Jong Chen stopped talking, and kept smashing the Fang Tian painting halberd in his hand. He seemed to be tireless, every blow made the defensive shield vibrate strongly. At the same time, the refining speed of the pango frontal bone on his forehead suddenly increased. Jong Chen suddenly had some understanding in his heart. Pango's frontal bone had absorbed a large amount of chaos light before, and that energy was a fusion of the power of hundreds of gods with different attributes. Although it is not real chaotic energy, it is very close. This kind of energy is equivalent to a kind of catalyst, making Jong Chen's body to refine this bone faster. When he first obtained the pango frontal bone, he thought that when the cultivation base of the Soul Master reached the level of the God King, and the cultivation base of the zombie reached the 12th level, he could completely refine this bone. But when the zombie's cultivation reached level 50.00, the pango frontal bone was only refined to -%. With a refining level of 50%, Jong Chen can unleash an attack beyond the level of a God King. But after reaching 50%, the speed of refining began to slow down. The next 50% is more difficult to refine, but every point of refining, compared to before, the improvement is also greater. Now, because of absorbing the light of chaos, Jong Chen's refining speed began to gradually increase. He tirelessly bombarded the defense of the center of the God realm. The defensive cover didn't seem to have changed much, but if you observe carefully with your divine sense, you can find that the defensive cover is vibrating more and more intensely. Jong Chen's strength is gradually increasing. With the refining of Pangu's frontal bone, his own physical strength will also be greatly replenished, so there is no possibility of exhaustion of strength at all. His eyes were indifferent, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. Anyone who dares to plot against his wife and daughter will die. System, is there any way to quickly break open this tortoise's shell? Jong Chen asked in his heart. The fastest way is to refine Pangu's frontal bone to improve your strength. The system replied. Then after I break through this defense, is there any way to torture this guy? After you kill him, the system can imprison his soul and burn it with the fire of purgatory for tens of thousands of years. Good, very good. In the distance, the 5 Shura gods looked at the distant sky, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Although their divine power and divine sense were banned, they still had that vision, and they understood how terrifying Jong Chen's every blow was. Even with their strength in their heyday, they couldn't catch Jong Chen's move. How can Jong Chen's strength be so terrifying? He seems to have only cultivated for more than 30 years. The evil God King couldn't help exclaiming. God Shura nodded, with a proud look on his face. That's right, this kid has been noticed by me since he was still in the Soul Sect. After more than 30 years of cultivation, he can possess such strength. Looking at the history of the world and the mortal world, it is said that there is no one before, and there will be no one after. The goddess of life frowned, and said, Jong Chen probably won't last long with such a high-intensity attack. As soon as she spoke, everyone fell silent. They all had to accept this fact, although Jong Chen's attack was powerful, but this level of attack would definitely not be able to last for a long time. Once Jong Chen's attack starts to weaken, it is probably time for the High Priest to fight back. At that time, neither Jong Chen nor the few of them can escape the High Priest's poisonous hands. A look of worry appeared on the faces of Shura God and the others. The pretty faces of Rakshasa God and Goddess of Life turned even paler. They remembered the High Priest's covetousness for them. Sura, if Jong Chen loses, just kill me, Rakshasa God said suddenly. Shocked, God Shura asked, why? Because the devil, the High Priest, wants to take me, life and kindness as his playthings, and give birth to him with devil seeds. God Rakshasa said in grief and indignation. Shura was so angry that he trembled all over. It's unreasonable. The evil God King's eyes were extremely cold. He loved his wife very much, otherwise he would not have rushed directly into the prison of eternal sin. But if his wife was really insulted by the High Priest, he swore that even if he died, it would not make the High Priest feel better. The 5 of them stopped talking, and their moods gradually became heavy. In this prison of eternal sin, those remaining prisoners did not dare to attack God Shura and the others again. The prisoners saw Jong Chen's terror from a distance just now, Before Jong Chen died, these guys didn't dare to deal with Shura God and the others. The Pangu frontal bone was rapidly refined, approaching the 60% level. Jong Chen's every attack became more and more terrifying, and the defensive cover of the center of the god realm vibrated more and more violently. The high priest was extremely frightened. He had devoured a large number of gods over the years, and swallowed the god of destruction and Tang San at the level of the god king, and only then broke through to the level of the god king. He called this realm the god emperor. The emperor of the god realm is unique. However, Jong Chen's explosive attack power has surpassed him, a powerhouse at the level of a god emperor. He had to admit Jong Chen's horror. Jong Chen, don't waste your energy in vain. Attacking me is equivalent to attacking the entire god realm. The divine power of the entire god realm is majestic and vast, and you cannot fight it alone. Are you scared? You old dog, you are not far from death. Jong Chen didn't stop attacking, staring at the high priest coldly. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you to the end. After the voice of the high priest fell, countless piranhas appeared within a range of more than 10 meters centered on him. They opened their mouths one by one, biting towards Jong Chen. My piranha can bite through even super artifacts, so I don't believe you are immortal. The high priest sneered. Jong Chen remained unmoved, and let those piranhas gnaw on him. There was a clanging sound, and the piranha bit him, and sparks shot out, unable to harm him. He is now in the state of the strongest attack and strongest defense, with the bonus of Pangu's frontal bone, and he is fearless. Instead, those piranhas were accidentally hit by Fang Tian's painting halberd, and they burst open one after another. The high priest's complexion changed slightly, and he gave up attacking Jong Chen. He didn't expect Jong Chen's defense to be so strong. He had to save his divine power and maintain the defensive state of the center of the god realm. The center of the god realm was attacked so frantically by Jong Chen. Although it still maintained a state of absolute defense, the divine power of the high priest, the manipulator, was consumed astonishingly. But he didn't dodge, just maintained a defensive state, allowing Jong Chen to attack. He already felt Jong Chen's difficulty. Jong Chen must die, and he must die as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences of letting Jong Chen live will be disastrous. The only way to kill Jong Chen now is to wait for Jong Chen to consume too much and become weak. That's why the high priest would rather consume a huge amount of his own divine power than resist Jong Chen's attack, and started a war of attrition with Jong Chen. He didn't believe that with Jong Chen's attack intensity, he could maintain it forever. P.S. There is another chapter that will be updated at night. Chapter 436 The Crisis of Qian Rongxu's 3 daughters. Jong Chen ran away. Time passed quickly. After a day and a night, Jong Chen was still attacking the center of the god realm with all his strength. As for the high priest, his complexion has changed. In the beginning, Jong Chen had at least several billion caddies of strength in each blow. Up to now, this power has almost doubled, and every blow shatters the space inside the prison of eternal sin. The defensive cover of the god realm center trembled more violently, but it was still very stable. After all, the center of the god realm is connected to the entire god realm, unless Jong Chen can reach the strength to destroy the entire god realm with one blow, otherwise he will not be able to break through this defensive shield. But after his crazy attacks all day and night, the power of the high priest, who is in charge of the center of the god realm, has been consumed to a terrifying level. While the high priest was shocked, a trace of fear gradually emerged. This Jong Chen is simply not human, but a monster. The high priest has never seen anyone attack thousands of times in a second, and the attack power is getting stronger, and it lasts for a day and a night. How could such a monster exist in the world? The high priest's heart of wanting to consume Jong Chen to death was shaken. After spending time with such a monster, the one who will die in the end can only be himself. In the distance, the Shura gods who were watching the battle were already stunned. They concluded from the very beginning that Jong Chen's attack would not last long, and their attitude was very pessimistic. But gradually, their mentality changed from pessimism to surprise, then shock, and finally numbness. What the hell is Jong Chen? The evil god king murmured. God Shura kicked his ass, and said with a smile, you are the thing, and that is my inheritor. The goddess of life side, the high priest has actually reached the terrifying 10-ring cultivation base, but he only dares to hide in the center of the god realm and dare not come out. From this, it can be seen that Jong Chen's strength is much stronger than the high priest. This young man is really beyond all of our expectations. The kind god king smiled and said, the high priest obviously wanted to use the center of the god realm to consume Jong Chen's strength, and then get rid of Jong Chen. It's just that he didn't expect that Jong Chen's endurance would be so strong, and his attack power would become more and more terrifying. This time, the high priest really shot himself in the foot. A few of them felt a lot more relaxed. If the high priest runs away now, can Jong Chen stop him? Raxhasa asked suddenly. In it, only the high priest can come in and out at will, if the high priest really wants to escape. The few people who had smiled just now became a little more dignified. Seeing the changes in Shura God and the others, Raksha God knew the answer. Jong Chen couldn't stop it. Are we going to be imprisoned here for the rest of our lives? Raxhasa murmured. She subconsciously stroked her stomach. Yesterday, the goddess of life told her that she had it. Now, she felt that there really seemed to be a little life in her body. It would be a terrible thing to be imprisoned here for the rest of your life. Why do you always touch your stomach? God Shura frowned. Over the course of the day, he noticed that Xiaoxue would touch his stomach from time to time, with a strange expression on his face. I have it, it's your child. Xiaoxue replied. With a bang in the head of God Shura, he was stunned for a moment, and then his heart was filled with great surprise. Really? Xiaoxue nodded. Really? Great. Immediately, God Azura turned around with God Xiaoxue in his arms. How could he not be excited that he finally had offspring? There was no smile on Xiaoxue God's face. If we can't leave here, our children will live here in the future, unable to practice, and difficult to survive. God Azura froze, the excitement on his face disappeared. The smiles on the faces of the rest of the people also disappeared, and they remained silent. God Xiaoxue is right, staying here is a kind of torture for them. No, there must be a way, Jong Chen has a way. God Shura said firmly. The goddess of life sighed and said, Sura, no matter how strong Jong Chen is, he can't break through the prison of eternal sin. Although the high priest can't kill us, he can imprison us here forever, and the god realm outside will be destroyed by him. She glanced at the 4 people in front of her, and continued, I envy you a little bit, you are in pairs, even though the environment here is cruel, you can still have fun while suffering, but Jong Chen and I can only endure endless loneliness. At this moment, in the battlefield, the high priest finally couldn't stand it any longer. He glanced at Jong Chen with resentment, and his voice was extremely resentful. Jong Chen, you ruined my good deeds, I want to make you regret it, and make you miserable. I swear to your beautiful wife and daughter, I will torture them 1,000 times. After the words fell, the god realm center floating in front of the high priest suddenly burst out with a burst of light, enveloping him. With a flash of light, the figure of the high priest disappeared, together with the defensive cover released by the god realm center. Jong Chen's halberd immediately struck the empty space. His face changed drastically, blood rushed to his brain, and his eyes were red. The high priest escaped and was going to the Douluo Continent to harm Jong Chen's wife and daughter. Jong Chen had long guessed that the high priest who possessed the center of the god realm might have a means to leave here directly. Sure enough, the worst thing happened. Old man, come back if you have the guts, bullying women is nothing. Jong Chen roared up to the sky. The monstrous hatred accumulated in Jong Chen's chest, his whole body was almost about to explode. Hey, aren't you crazy? Aren't you going to kill me? Then I'll show you what happens when you resist me. The voice of the high priest came in. If you dare to touch a hair on them, I will make your life worse than death. Jong Chen growled. Life is worse than death? You are talking about yourself. I will go to Douluo to enjoy beautiful women. Isn't it you that life is better than death? Ha ha ha, you don't want to die, you don't want to die. Jong Chen's heart was already filled with huge anger, he was crazy and lost his mind. The high priest didn't speak anymore and seemed to have left. Jong Chen waved Fang Tian's painted halberd like crazy, smashing large pieces of space in the space of the prison of eternal sin. A large piece of void was shattered, and the recovery speed couldn't keep up with Jong Chen's venting speed. The shattered area was getting bigger and bigger, and there was a terrifying suction force coming from the dark dimensional space inside. Jong Chen, stop, you will not be able to get out if you do this. On the contrary, the entire prison of eternal sin will be destroyed. Once we enter the dimensional space, all of us will get lost in it, and it is impossible to come out again. The voice of God Shura came from a distance. His tone was very anxious. Jong Chen has already lost his mind. If the channel of that dimensional space is expanded, the suction will become stronger and stronger. At that time, all the creatures in the prison of eternal sin will be sucked into it. Just now when the Shura gods and the others discovered that the high priest had escaped, they rushed over at full speed. Jong Chen, who was dominated by anger, finally stopped. He was panting heavily, and his chest heaved violently. As he stopped, a large area of collapsed space around him began to recover, and the suction gradually decreased. With one step, he came to God Shura and the others. Is there any way to get out of here? His red eyes scanned the 5 people in front of him. 1 first-level god, 4 god kings. God Shura shook his head. No, if you want to leave here, you must rely on the God Realm Center. No, there is another way to get out of here, but it is extremely dangerous, and the success rate is close to 0. Evil God King said. What method? Jong Chen strode up to the evil God King, staring at him. The speed of time in the God Realm and Douluo Continent is different. If he delays here for a few minutes, a day or 2 has passed in Douluo Continent. In a day or 2, what should have happened has already happened. Chapter 437 Return to Douluo Continent. Is there another way? Shura God and the others looked at the evil God King in surprise. The evil God King understood Jong Chen's anxiety, so he didn't let it go. He quickly said, the different dimension space you opened just now is connected to all the mortal planes and the God Realm. You can go through the dimension space and return to Douluo Continent. Evil, are you crazy? Jong Chen entered inside, and may be lost inside forever, never coming out again. God Shura exclaimed. The evil God King shook his head. I'm not crazy, this is Jong Chen's only way to return to Douluo. Senior, tell me what to do. Jong Chen looked at the evil God King with a firm expression. As long as he can return to the Douluo Continent, no matter how dangerous it is, he will not be afraid. Dimensional space is connected to many spaces. It is possible that you only take one step in it, and then return to the real world. You have already passed through a distant star field, instead of appearing in the world we are in charge of. So, your biggest difficulty is how to find the corresponding location of Douluo Continent in the dimensional space. We can't help you with this. Even if we want to come back after entering the dimensional space, we can only rely on luck. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. I understand. Jiang Chen, do you really want to break in? God Shura frowned. Once Jiang Chen leaves, he may disappear forever in the God realm, disappear in the mortal continent they control, and appear in an unknown world. God Shura didn't want to see this scene. Jiang Chen asked back, if it was your wives and daughters, would you just watch them get killed? God Shura sighed, take care. Jiang Chen glanced over the 5 people in front of him. Seniors, wait for my good news. After finishing speaking, Jiang Chen took a few steps back, swung the Fangtian painting halberd in his hand, and smashed a black hole in the void. Without any hesitation, he stepped in with one step. He has no choice, no matter what is inside, he has to face it. I hope he will be lucky enough to find his way back to the Douluo continent. Even if he is lucky enough to enter the human planes we manage, he can transfer to the God realm, and then return to the Douluo continent. God Shura sighed. The goddess of life tightened Jiang Chen's clothes, and said, such a good young man will definitely be rewarded. The opening behind him slowly closed, and Jiang Chen fell into a pitch-black world. It's dark and cold here, and what's even more weird is that it's impossible to tell the direction in it. Jiang Chen obviously didn't move even a step, but he already had the feeling of being out of direction. Even with his natural ability to see in the dark, he couldn't see through the darkness here. The darkness here is not completely silent, there are still some voices that Jiang Chen cannot distinguish. In this dark dimensional space, there is no divine power, no energy to absorb, but the divine power and divine thoughts in Jiang Chen's body are not suppressed. His huge divine sense swept across, and the surrounding things were reflected in his heart. There is nothing in this dark dimension, except for occasional cracks. From those cracks, Jiang Chen felt various auras. Those cracks should lead to different worlds, Jiang Chen guessed. There was even an extremely small crack, only the size of a finger, but the breath that penetrated in made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle, and there seemed to be some terrifying creature outside that crack. How can I return to the Douluo continent? Jiang Chen's spiritual thoughts scattered, thinking quickly in his heart. As time passed by every minute and every second, Jiang Chen became more anxious in his heart. He understands that several days may have passed in the Douluo continent. Disaster may have happened. Do I have to choose a crack randomly? Jiang Chen hesitated. He was worried that if he appeared in a world not controlled by the God realm, and it was extremely far away from the Douluo continent, then he might never find his way back to the Douluo continent. At this moment, the degree of absorption of his pango frontal bone finally reached 60%. Jiang Chen felt something in his heart, but he didn't have the mood to pay attention to it. What's the use of being stronger, even Douluo can't go back. Suddenly, his face moved slightly, and his mind was immersed in his body. In his danshan, the corpse pill suddenly emitted bursts of strong breath fluctuations. Under his gaze, the corpse pill exploded in his body. The explosion of the corpse pill did not cause any harm to Jiang Chen, but it released extremely huge energy. These energies contained majestic blood energy essence, which quickly melted into Jiang Chen's body and was absorbed by him. In addition to these essences, there is a cloud of golden lightning. This ball of lightning energy made Jiang Chen feel suffocated for a while. He had a premonition that this lightning could destroy him. He couldn't help but think of the scene where the real owner of the corpse pill was destroyed. This golden lightning should be the terrible catastrophe at that time. Killing that powerful zombie brought Jiang Chen to Douluo. This golden lightning started to fuse with Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body seemed to be torn apart, being forcefully penetrated by this domineering heavenly tribulation energy. Gradually, without urging the frontal bone, Jiang Chen's body began to turn golden. On his body, exuded a heaven-shattering aura of catastrophe. The most yin and evil characteristics of Jiang Chen's body belonged to zombies, and his corpse poison was suppressed into the forehead bone. His body was billowing with yin energy, as if it had become a scorching sun, containing terrifying energy. This catastrophe is transforming my body. Jiang Chen was surprised. Under the transformation of his body in the catastrophe, he is changing to another extreme. To the sun? Under the transformation of the huge energy of blood essence and the energy of heavenly tribulation, Jiang Chen's zombie cultivation has skyrocketed again, which is much stronger than when he just entered the dimensional space. What's the use of this? Jiang Chen felt bitter in his heart. No matter how strong he becomes, he can't find his way back to Douluo. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed the aura of Douluo continent when the heavenly tribulation energy in his body merged with Jiang Chen's body. The heavenly tribulation energy in his body has absorbed a lot of Douluo continent's heavenly tribulation through his many times of crossing the tribulation, and now it is fused with Jiang Chen again, making Jiang Chen vaguely sense Douluo in this UN space. The location of the continent. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen sensed the auras of Yu Tianheng, Du Gaiyan, Xiaoxue, and the others. These few people were all transformed into zombies by Jiang Chen, and there is a special connection with Jiang Chen's soul. At this moment, Jiang Chen's zombie cultivation has increased greatly, and this kind of soul connection actually breaks through the barrier of space and connects them together. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Within the scope of his divine sense, a terrifying creature appeared. The size of this creature is unimaginable. Now, Jong Chen's divine sense can easily cover a planet, but at this time it can't completely cover this terrifying creature. This big guy wants to eat me. Jong Chen felt the attempt of this mysterious creature. A strange breath spewed out from that mouth that was bigger than a planet, and enveloped towards Jong Chen. Jong Chen took a step to the left, and came to the place where the breath of Douluo Continent came out. He swung Fang Tian's painted halberd with all his strength, broke through a crack, and rushed out. The moment he just left, the aura released by the mysterious creature swept past. The strange thing is that this breath cannot enter Douluo Continent through the crack. Exuding angry mood swings, the huge mysterious creature swam in other directions. Chapter 438 Death of the High Priest. Jong Chen stepped out of the space crack, and felt the breath of Douluo. The place where he appeared was above the vast sea. Jong Chen's face was tense. He had already prepared the worst plan in his heart. He released his divine sense, and immediately saw Douluo and Wuhan City. It should be more than 2 years since he went to the God Realm in the Douluo Continent, and the Wuhan Empire has developed more prosperously. Wuhan City was very quiet, and the turmoil Jong Chen expected did not appear. Before his heart could relax, it suddenly hurt. Xiaoxue, Hu Lina, and Zhang Suning were not in Wuhan City. Even on the entire Douluo planet, there is no breath of the 3 women. Could it be that they were all taken away by the High Priest? Jong Chen felt extremely sad. High Priest, I want you to die. Jong Chen roared. The breath of destruction emanated from his body uncontrollably, and the void in Douluo continued to shatter. The space of Douluo Continent could no longer bear even his breath. With one thought in Jong Chen, his figure disappeared from Douluo Continent and went to God Realm. Since he couldn't find Xiaoxue and the others, he went to the High Priest. No matter what the result is, there is only one end for the opponent, and that is death. Jong Chen appeared in the God Realm, and his divine thoughts were released crazily, reaching the maximum limit. He didn't know where the High Priest was, so he could only use this method. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he felt Zhang Suning's breath. Zhang Suning's blood flowed in Zhang Chen's body, and at Zhang Chen's level of cultivation, he could already determine the position of his offspring through his blood. He couldn't sense it in the Douluo Continent just now, but now that he came to the God Realm, he felt it immediately. His daughter Zhang Suning is in this God Realm. The God Realm is vast, and that direction has already exceeded the coverage of Zhang Chen's divine sense. He couldn't see what happened there, so he could only rush there crazily. His body is still absorbing the energy of the corpse pill, and his zombie cultivation is still rising, but his heart is very heavy. With the High Priest's cultivation beyond the God King level, how can his daughter resist it? I am afraid that he has already encountered a poisonous hand. Thinking of this, the aura surrounding Zhang Chen's body became even more frightening. With one step, it was 10,000 meters away. After a few steps, his divine sense finally saw the High Priest, Zhang Suning, and the large group of second-level gods and first-level gods in the God Realm. Zhang Suning was already surrounded at this time, and the large group of first-level gods and second-level gods kept attacking her. At this time, she has transformed into a martial soul state, and she is still in the state of a fallen angel with the strongest attack power. In this state, she only has killing in her heart. She wants to kill all the gods here and avenge her father. In her left hand, she holds a strange stone. The stone is half black and half white, with the word Tai Chi on it. The stone released a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, suspended above her head, spinning slowly. Those attacks coming towards her will be absorbed by the Tai Chi diagram, and then returned back. The power is even more terrifying. Among those first-level gods and second-level gods, many people have already suffered a great loss from this Tai Chi diagram, and were seriously injured by the returned attack. The more powerful the attack falls on the Tai Chi diagram, the more terrifying the returned attack will be. Even the High Priest among them, whose cultivation base has surpassed the level of a God King, is helpless in the face of this mysterious Tai Chi diagram. The High Priest still looked like a young man at this time. He stood in front of the gods, blocking the returned attacks from time to time, and said righteously, Zhang Suning, don't be stubborn anymore. Your father killed the god of destruction, and he even wanted to destroy the entire God Realm. In the prison of eternal sin, it was evil, kindness, Shura, life and Raksha who died myself. Let my cultivation level break through, and then I beheaded that big devil of your father. You need to pay for the murder your father committed, so capture it without your hands. Fart. Zhang Suning was furious, her pretty face flushed red. Damn you, all of you. The 2 long swords that Zhang Chen gave her had merged with yin and yang, turning into a grey long sword. The sword aura swung from the long sword is extremely terrifying. Even if it is a first-level god, the defense will be easily torn by this sword aura. The High Priest's greedy eyes swept over Zhang Suning's delicate body. He has never seen such a perfect woman. Needless to say, her appearance is already impeccable. What he cares most about is this woman's talent, which is even more terrifying than that damned Zhang Chen. If he could combine with this woman, the offspring would be extremely amazing. And that grey long sword, like the weapon used by Zhang Chen, has already surpassed all the artifacts in the God Realm, and its power is astonishingly great. The High Priest suddenly smiled and said, give up your resistance, your defense is starting to weaken, and you won't last long. Zhang Suning's pretty face changed slightly, and her heart was extremely bitter. After all, she still can't kill these hateful gods, can't avenge the killing of her father, and may still fall into the hands of these bad guys and suffer miserable torture. You all deserve to die. A cold voice enveloped the battlefield, and a figure descended from the sky. The moment they saw Jiang Chen's appearance clearly, all the gods' expressions changed drastically. They gave up the attack, and all retreated. This big devil is not dead. But didn't the high priest say that the devil was killed by himself? An expression of disbelief appeared on the face of the high priest, and he yelled frantically, "How is it possible? How could you appear here?" Jiang Chen ignored these people. In his eyes, these guys were already a pile of corpses. He landed in front of his daughter, reaching out his hand to wipe away the tears Jiang Xuning had just poured out. "Dad." Jiang Xuning couldn't bear it anymore. She threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, her delicate body trembling. Jiang Chen patted her on the back lightly, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, everything should be over, and those who attacked you will all die." Jiang Xuning nodded, and left Jiang Chen's warm and generous arms. She is sensible and understands that now is not the time to vent her feelings. "Where are your mother and Aunt Nana?" Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Xuning pointed to the stone in her hand, and said, "There is a space inside this stone, and they are all inside." Only then did Jiang Chen feel relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. "You watch from behind, Dad, I'll kill them all," Jiang Chen wrote lightly. N. Jiang Xuning nodded, looking at Jiang Chen's back, her eyes were full of admiration. The voice of the high priest spread throughout the entire god realm. Through the center of the god realm, Jiang Chen is going to slaughter the entire god realm. All the gods gather here, and fight to the death with this big devil. All the gods in the god realm were moved by the wind and rushed towards this side. Although the high-end combat power is those first-level and second-level gods, but the number of remaining gods is huge, it is almost impossible for Jiang Chen to kill them all. 3-talent formation. The high priest shouted, with a cruel smile on his face. In the prison of eternal sin before, he couldn't beat Jiang Chen in the war of attrition, so he was forced to flee. But now, the entire god realm is being used by him to deal with Jiang Chen. He doesn't believe it. It won't kill this monster. Jiang Chen must die, otherwise, he will be the one who died. Holding Fang Tian's painted halberd, Jiang Chen was about to destroy these gods who had been bewitched by the high priest repeatedly, but he stopped after hearing the high priest's words. For Jiang Chen, the power fused by the formation of the 3 talents is a catalyst for refining Pangu's frontal bone, and he doesn't mind being bombarded a few times. "Dad, be careful," Jiang Xuning called from behind. She felt the terrifying aura emanating from the formation composed of hundreds of gods, and couldn't help but feel worried. "No problem, it's just a trick," Jiang Chen replied lightly. "Humph, go to hell," a god shouted. Immediately, 2 fused lights of chaos bombarded towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood there, letting the 2 rays of chaotic light fall on him. He was like a standing mountain, his body remained motionless, resisting this terrible attack. The chaotic light that fell on him was quickly absorbed by Pangu's frontal bone. The refining speed, which had already slowed down, sped up again because of the supplement of catalyst. "How is it possible?" the high priest exclaimed in horror. The fused attack has already surpassed the attack of the God King level. Even he, if he did not use the defensive function of the center of the gods, he would not dare to resist this attack. But Jiang Chen forcibly resisted. He clearly remembered that the last time, Jiang Chen was powerless in the face of this attack. A plate of secrets appeared in the hands of the high priest, and the patterns on the plate quickly lit up. He was calculating Jiang Chen's strength. In just an instant, he gave up. He couldn't figure out Jiang Chen's strength. He gave up estimating Jiang Chen, and turned to estimating himself. "It's possible," the high priest exclaimed, with a look of horror on his face. "As a result of the calculation, he will die, and he will die today." "Escape?" The high priest turned and fled without hesitation. What does the life and death of those first-level gods and second-level gods have to do with him? After Jiang Chen absorbed the 2 rays of chaotic light, he turned towards the frantically fleeing high priest, with a cruel smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. "Can you still escape?" He stepped out and appeared in front of the high priest. The high priest has activated the defensive ability of the God Realm Center. The halberd in Jiang Chen's hand fell on the defensive cover, causing the entire defensive cover to tremble crazily. The high priest's face changed wildly. Jiang Chen only attacked once, and the divine power in his body was crazily drawn by the God Realm Center. This shows that Jiang Chen's attack power is much more terrifying than when he was in the prison of eternal sin. Although the defensive cover is still strong, every time it withstands Jiang Chen's attack, it needs the huge divine power of the high priest to support it. The more terrifying Jiang Chen's attack was, the greater the high priest's divine power consumption. The high priest understood that if he continued like this, he wouldn't last long. And Jiang Chen's speed is faster than him, he has been unable to escape. "No, Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the entire God realm, and there will be no place for you in the God realm and all human planes." The high priest shouted, and the fear in his voice could not be concealed. He was still terrified of death. Otherwise, he would not have endured countless years, devoured a large number of gods, and waited until he was fully confident before instigating the god of destruction to act. He is insidious and cunning, with a vicious mind, but now, he is cowardly. "So what if the entire God realm is against you? Anyone who provokes me will die." Jiang Chen slashed down with a halberd again, making the high priest's complexion even more ugly, and his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. "Jiang Chen, you big devil, you will have retribution." In the distance, a group of gods roared angrily. They had just released their fusion skills, and their divine power was exhausted, so they were unable to rescue the high priest. Jiang Chen glanced over there, and slashed down with his halberd again. Xuening, kill them all, he said lightly. Okay. Zhang Xuening can cultivate to this point, and she is not easy to provoke. She raised the sword in her hand, and heads flew up with unwilling expressions. Finally, someone became frightened and fled in all directions. But how could they escape from Zhang Xuening's hands without their divine power? Jiang Chen, I am Master Shura's subordinate. Someone shouted loudly, hoping that Jiang Chen would show mercy. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and his spiritual thoughts swept across. The two great kings and the three law enforcers have their own subordinates and uniform law enforcement uniforms. Jiang Chen sent a voice transmission to Zhang Xuening, and the subordinates of the evil, kind, Shura, and life were all kept behind. Less than 50 people were left behind, and the remaining hundreds of people Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy, and ordered his daughters to kill them all. Let's deal with the remaining ones after God Shura and the others return. Hundreds of gods, including the 7 gods of original sin and the god of destruction under the command of the god of destruction, rapidly decreased under Zhang Xuening's slaughter. It wasn't long before she broke through to the god level. During Jiang Chen's departure, more than 2 years had passed in the Douluo Continent, and her strength was also improving rapidly. The god realm, which was already saturated with divine positions, Zhang Xuening was no longer suppressed after the death of the god of destruction and sea god, and successfully condensed her divine position. Her current strength has surpassed all first-level gods and is close to the level of a god king. Where are these deities whose divine power has been exhausted are her opponents. When the gods summoned by the high priest saw this scene, they were immediately frightened and did not dare to approach. The first-level gods and second-level gods were brutally slaughtered, and even the high priest who had the center of the god realm was in jeopardy. How could these gods with even lower strength have the courage to deal with Jiang Chen and his daughter? Not long after, Zhang Xuening finished killing the fleeing gods and gathered all the subordinates of God Shura together. The long sword in her hand kept dripping blood, and her pretty face was full of murderous aura, which made countless spirits tremble. These two father and daughter are big devils, they thought in horror. The divine power of the high priest decreased rapidly, and the fear in his heart had reached the point where it could not be increased. He tried to escape, but was drawn back by Jiang Chen with a halberd. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. I'm willing to work for you. From now on, you will be the master of the god realm, and I will be your slave. The high priest kept begging for mercy. He already felt that death was getting closer and closer to him. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and the last halberd fell, and the defensive cover formed by the center of the god realm shattered, and the body of the high priest was also shattered. His body couldn't bear Jiang Chen's current attack at all. Even if he had already reached the level of a god emperor, he still couldn't bear Jiang Chen's anger. The body of the high priest was broken and scattered in all directions. This time, Jiang Chen didn't give the other party a chance to recover. His divine power surged, and the flesh and blood of the high priest was gathered. The flesh and blood squirmed, wanting to restore the human form. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, opened his mouth and sucked in. All the essence contained in the mass of flesh and blood was absorbed by him. The flesh and blood that had lost their vitality fell downward like a pile of mud. In place, the translucent soul of the high priest manifests. Jiang Chen, I will definitely come back. When the time comes, you will definitely pay the price. The high priest's soul roared mournfully. After speaking, his soul will go to reincarnation. Gods from the god realm can be reincarnated into the human world, and they can still retain their original memories, but their cultivation will start from scratch. The high priest hated Jiang Chen to the bone, and he swore that he would make Jiang Chen regret it. Do you still have that chance? Jiang Chen sneered. He had already communicated with the system, and suddenly there was a suction force on his body, pulling the high priest who was about to leave. No? What is this? The high priest's soul cried out in horror. Enjoy the burning of the fire of purgatory for thousands of years. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the soul of the high priest was sucked into the system space. The system space automatically separated into a small space, which was filled with black flames, burning the soul of the high priest. It's over, Jiang Chen murmured. P.S. Change first and then change. Tomorrow should be the finale, and Bibi Dong will also wake up. The author's new book has been opened, and the opening sign is signed on a mysterious planet, the starting point for the first release. If everyone thinks it's okay, please support it. Thanks. Chapter 439 Bibi Dong wakes up, a new world, finale. Jiang Chen put away Fang Tian's painting halberd, and stared indifferently at the thousands of gods who rushed over. All the gods who came into contact with his gaze backed away in horror. They remembered the prophecy made by the high priest. Originally, some of these gods were unbelievers. But they just saw Jiang Chen kill the high priest, and saw Jiang Chen's daughter massacre those first-level and second-level gods, so they had to believe it if they didn't believe it. Many gods retreated quietly, and then frantically fled. It didn't take long for the gods who had just arrived to escape, not daring to stay here anymore. Jiang Chen ignored those weaklings, and came in front of his daughter. Father, what should we do with these guys? Zhang Xuening asked with a malicious look on her face. She has a beautiful appearance, but her aura is evil and terrifying. There are 6 black wings behind her, and her body is also covered with a layer of black armor, which tightly wraps her tall and plump figure. This is a devil with an angelic face. Master Jiang Chen, for Shura's sake of enforcing the law, please let me go. Someone begged for mercy. Shut up, he is a big devil, how can you give in to him? Someone shouted loudly. That's right, I'd rather die standing up than live on my knees. Shut up. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. The 40 people suddenly fell silent. Whether you are dead or alive, leave it to your superiors. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took these people into the system space, and set aside a small space to restrict them. Follow me? Jiang Chen's voice became softer. Zhang Suining followed behind Jiang Chen, and the two flew in the direction of the prison of eternal sin. A golden key appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, and he threw it to Jiang Suining. Do you like being the lord of the god realm? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Jiang Suining's eyes suddenly lit up, shining with excitement. But, I heard that the god realm is ruled by the 5 strongest people, she asked. Jiang Chen touched her black hair with a smile. Your father, I am the strongest in the god realm now, I have the final say. Yeah. Jiang Suining nodded excitedly, and began to try to refine the center of the god realm. After a while, her divine power condensed into a black and white crystal on the center of the god world, and the center of the god world has been controlled by her. She closed her eyes and felt for a while, then said, this god realm center is really amazing. That goes without saying. From now on you will be the empress of the god realm, and you have the final say on everything. Jiang Chen laughed. Jiang Chen has already made up his mind, let his daughter be the supreme empress. Not long after, the two came to the entrance of the prison of eternal sin. Open it, let's release Senior Shura and the others. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Suining nodded, opened the entrance, and moved the 5 Shura gods out. They just appeared outside, and there was still worry on their faces, worrying whether Jiang Chen would successfully return to the Douluo Continent. At this time, it was less than a day before Jiang Chen left. Jiang Chen. God Shura was surprised. Boy, you succeeded. Rax Hasa patted Jiang Chen's arm excitedly. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. The high priest is dead, but after he came out, he continued to confuse the gods and tried to harm my wife and daughter. I have already killed all the hundreds of 1st and 2nd level gods except your subordinates. Said, Jiang Chen released all those guys who were imprisoned before. Aren't you dead, my lord? These gods who were bewitched by the high priest were all dumbfounded. The high priest said before that the Shura gods knew that they were going to be swallowed by Jiang Chen, so they sacrificed themselves to fulfill the high priest. But now, why are these adults still alive and well? The faces of Shura god and the others turned cold. You idiots! The high priest is the culprit. He killed the god of destruction and sea god. He blamed Jiang Chen for the crime. In the prison of eternal sin, if Jiang Chen hadn't tried his best to protect us, we would have been killed by him. That old guy devoured it. You are lucky to be played around by that old guy again and again. God Shura roared loudly, hating that iron cannot become steel. These people were shocked and unbelievable at first, and then they all lowered their heads deeply. God Shura reprimanded him loudly, and then looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how to deal with them is up to you. Jiang Chen looked, and found that although God Shura spoke forcefully, there was a trace of unbearable expression on his face. So are the evil gods and others. These subordinates have followed them for countless years, and their ability to handle affairs is also very outstanding. They really can't bear the death of such a talent. Jiang Chen sighed, let's leave it to you guys. God Shura showed joy, and said loudly, don't thank Master Jiang Chen for not killing me. These people hastened to express their thanks. God Shura smiled and said, Jiang Chen, from now on you will be the new God Shura, and the God realm will be handed over to you. The evil and good God kings also nodded. They had already selected the inheritors and were ready to go to the reincarnation for a medical examination of human life. Now that Jiang Chen has grown up, they can leave with peace of mind. Among the law enforcers, there is only one goddess of life left. She glanced at Jiang Chen, with a complicated expression, and said, Jiang Chen, I'm tired, I want to live a peaceful life, and I won't interfere with things after the God realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile, from now on, my daughter will be in charge of the God realm, do you have any objections? Shura God and the others froze for a moment, then slowly shook their heads. I have no objection, you have managed the Spirit Empire so well, I believe you will also manage the God realm well. The evil God King said. Then, he looked at Jiang Chen, and said solemnly, Jiang Chen, don't worry, I will definitely announce the High Priest's crimes to the God realm, and return your innocence. Jiang Chen nodded, please trouble the evil senior. Only with the witnesses of the evil God King and several people can Jiang Chen be cleared of his charges. After all, his family will still need to live in the God realm in the future. You're welcome. The evil God King smiled, both of you, father and daughter, go back to Douluo first, and I will notify you when this mess is cleaned up. Okay. Jiang Chen agreed. Jiang Chen and his daughter returned to the Douluo Continent and returned to their residence. Only then did Jiang Suining release Jianrongxiu and Hu Lina. When the two women saw Jiang Chen, they immediately burst into tears. When the high priest came to arrest them, he said that Jiang Chen was dead, which frightened them. If it wasn't for Jiang Suining's powerful defensive artifact, they would have already been poisoned by the high priest. After the two girls vented, tears had already wet Jiang Chen's clothes on his chest. Jiang Suining covered her mouth and sneered, feeling envious and warm. When will she find a man as good as her father? You too, it's really made of water, whether it's on the top, or Jiang Chen complained. Qian Rongxiu reacted extremely quickly, covering Jong Chen's mouth to prevent him from talking nonsense. My daughter is still here. She blushed and gave Jong Chen a sidelong glance. Hu Lina also reacted, her pretty face flushed and she twisted towards Jong Chen's waist. Zhang Suining plugged her ears with two scallion-like index fingers, with a smile on her face. I didn't hear anything. Seeing the smile on his daughter's face, Zhang Chen sighed. Xuanning has grown up, it's time to find her a man to marry. Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina also nodded in agreement. I'm not going to marry. I'll be the empress of the god realm in the future. Unless I have such an excellent man as my father, I'll be alone for the rest of my life. It's difficult to find a man as outstanding as me. Zhang Chen laughed out loud. Suddenly, his expression changed, his laughter stopped, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. The teacher's soul has absorbed the water from the soul-nourishing pool, and it will soon reshape the body and wake up. The three daughters of Qian Rongxiu were overjoyed. Take us in quickly. With a thought in Zhang Chen's mind, the figures of the three women disappeared, and his soul master avatar also appeared in the system space. In front of them, Bibi Dong's soul floated up, and then fell into the body sculpting pool on the side. The water in the pool began to tumbling, and a perfect but full body gradually formed. Zhang Chen was a little embarrassed, and said, I'd better avoid it for a while, after the teacher wakes up, you can call me again. Qian Rongxiu grabbed him. No, this is not the first time for you. Zhang Chen glanced at his daughter in embarrassment, and found that her daughter didn't show anything, but just concentrated on looking at Bibi Dong in the pool. Qian Rongxiu had already told Zhang Suining that Bibi Dong was not her grandmother, but the attachment to Bibi Dong in her heart will not change. The tumbling pool water gradually disappeared, and finally, a perfect body exuding luster was displayed in front of several people. Zhang Chen and the others looked at Bibi Dong expectantly, hoping that she would wake up immediately. Bibi Dong's long eyelashes trembled, and her eyelids slowly opened. Her black and white pupils were translucent and extremely clear, but they only revealed doubts. Teacher, are you awake? Hu Lina excitedly stepped forward to help Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stood up and pushed Hu Lina away. Her face was full of panic, like a frightened deer. Who are you? I don't know you. Hu Lina froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, Teacher, don't you remember me? Bibi Dong looked at Hu Lina blankly, and slowly shook her head. Then do you remember me? Qian Rongxiu asked. Bibi Dong's eyes fell on Qian Rongxiu's face, her expression seemed to be thinking, but she finally shook her head. Her gaze swept over Zhang Suining without stopping, and finally landed on Zhang Chen. Her eyes suddenly lit up, she ran to Zhang Chen in a few steps, and stretched out her hand to hug Zhang Chen's arm. She stared at Qian Rongxiu and the others vigilantly, hid behind Zhang Chen, and said softly, You make me feel very kind, you must be very important to me. Zhang Chen was hugged by Bibi Dong's plump and soft body, his whole body was stiff, and he looked at the third daughter Qian Rongxiu for help. He felt very helpless. Bibi Dong actually lost his memory, and only had a crush on him, completely forgetting about Qian Rongxiu and the third daughter. Regarding Bibi Dong's performance, he had three guesses in his mind. First, there is something wrong with Bibi Dong's soul. Second, all of these are pretended by Bibi Dong, the purpose is to envy his body. Thirdly, it was the system that caused Bibi Dong to forget about Qian Rongxiu and the third daughter, and only had a good impression of him. The second possibility was directly denied by Zhang Chen. The first and third possibilities are very high. Seeing Bibi Dong's timid appearance, he couldn't bear to send her flying. Seeing Zhang Chen's eyes asking for help, Qian Rongxiu showed a bright smile, and said in as kind a tone as possible, You don't have to be afraid. Because of your injury, you have a problem with your memory. In fact, you are my sister, and she and I are both your sister. As she spoke, Qian Rongxiu pointed at Hu Lina. Hu Lina's pretty face was stunned, and she couldn't react for a while. Qian Rongxiu poked Hu Lina with her finger, and then sent her a voice transmission, and Hu Lina said quickly, Yes, you are my eldest sister. Zhang Chen opened his mouth wide, shocked, unprecedentedly shocked. 5 years later, Zhang Chen's family stood on the top of the god realm, overlooking the entire god realm. Zhang Suining wore an imperial crown on her head, exuding the majesty of an emperor. At this time, she was carefully supporting Hu Lina. Hu Lina has a big belly, which seems to be the size of October. On the other side of Zhang Chen, Bibi Dong's belly is also bulging, no smaller than Hu Lina's. Sister Dong, be careful. Qian Rongxiu supported Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had a smile on his face. I'm still a first-level god, so I'm so fragile. Zhang Chen looked happy. He was about to have 2 more sons. Suddenly, his heart moved, and the Soul Master clone entered the system space. The system space has undergone tremendous changes, and has evolved into a real world, with many small lives in it. In the space, a figure descended from the sky. This is a woman with a beautiful face, and Zhang Chen feels that she is even more beautiful than Qian Rongxiu and the others. She is surrounded by a fairy spirit, untainted by the world, as if the aura and beauty of the world are gathering on her body. She looked at Zhang Chen with satisfaction, relief, love, and other emotions on her face. You are. Zhang Chen unknowingly used the honorific title. I am Nuwa, and your system was created by me. Nuwa Empress? Zhang Chen hastily saluted, already shocked to the extreme. Zhang Chen, your battle is not over yet. There is a passage leading to another world deep in the system space. Your strength can only be considered moderate in that world. There, you can quickly improve. I hope you can reach that world as soon as possible. In my realm, we need you. Jiang Chen didn't understand what he heard, and he was about to ask carefully. However, Nuo's figure began to dissipate. You still have 100 years. After 100 years, the system will automatically send you to that world. Nuo's figure has disappeared. Jiang Chen was a little helpless. He originally thought that it was time for him to enjoy the blessings, and he would spend the rest of his life in this god realm. But unexpectedly, a giant came out suddenly and told him, "You are still very good. I will send you to another world to continue your training." He finally understood that his own fate was controlled by a big boss behind him. But he is not angry. His life is already very good, very satisfied. But fortunately, I still have 100 years to accompany Donger and the others. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and then he smiled. Empress Nuo didn't say that she couldn't bring her family there. This system space has evolved into a real world. Let's take Shuer and the others to another world to see. 100 years later, Jiang Chen patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder and said, "Tianheng, the God realm will be entrusted to you. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely manage the God realm well, and I won't let you and the teachers and wives down." Yu Tianheng promised. The rest of them, Jing Yuming, Zhao Yuyu, Du Guiyan, Xiaoqing, Xiaoying, Ye Lingling, all had expressions of reluctance on their faces. "Don't worry, I will definitely come back to visit when I have the chance," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "By the way, help me take care of Holy Soul Village," he ordered. "It is good. Goodbye then." Jiang Chen brought his family into the system space. Now, with his cultivation base, the deity can also enter the system space. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, and Hu Lina stood beside Jiang Chen. Behind them, the eldest sister De Zhang Xuning followed with her two younger brothers, showing the demeanor of the eldest sister. At the end of the space, a giant golden door slowly opened, and a magnificent world appeared before them. Closing remarks. It's finally over. Before writing this book, the author was still a rookie, and now he is a bigger rookie, haha. At that time, I never thought that this book could be written in more than 1,000,000 words. This is a very satisfying achievement for me. Here, I would like to thank many book friends for their support and for your company. Salted Fish, Eternal Emperor, Ling Hao, Exclusive Avatar for Doing Things, Hexi, Shadow, and Dawn, Nailin Pavilion Master, Yinzhou, Lion King, Sword Dao, Qingshan Jiluo, Jia, Yi Ronzui, and many other familiar faces. I won't name them one by one. Thank you for your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, subscriptions, rewards, and your comments. The author occasionally finds inspiration from your comments, or modifies some poisonous points, but unfortunately cannot meet everyone's requirements. Meeting is fate. Thank you for your company along the way. Finally, let me talk about the new book, which has been serialized in Kidian. You can take a look at it. If it's okay, please bookmark it and support it. If you have a starting point, try to use Kidian. Thank you. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. Turnips and greens. Everyone has their own love. The world is so big. I still meet you. Maybe I can meet you again. Wave goodbye.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.